By touching the magic panel, the hero activated a power that would turn the world upside down and become the first step of his reincarnation. From the magic circle, skeletons rose in a glow of blue light, like echoes of an ancient army called to serve a dead master. Society despised him, because in their eyes he was just an obedient chained hound of the corporation, doing dirty work for orders. Even after becoming an SSS-ranked hunter, he marched into battle with the cursed army, taking the enemy's fury onto his silent servants. When his entire team was destroyed, he only grinned in the semi-darkness, as if death itself had become his ally. His footsteps echo across the ashen ground as he walks the path of those destined to cross the line of death and find eternity. With cold determination in his eyes and magic pulsing in his fingers, Kang Tai-ha prepares to erase everything related to his past. He was once part of the Griffin Guild, but now it was they who became the force that challenged him to the death. Shedding a sea of sweat and blood, he was able to withstand the endless slaughter that lasted for 6 months and turned him into a living legend. On this day, he chose his final arena, the headquarters of his powerful opponents, to turn into his grave. His lips curled into a sneer of disdain as he saw greed cloud the eyes of his enemies. With a shadow of madness in his eyes, he watched as they rushed towards him, unaware of who they were dealing with. Magic flared in his palm, sparkling with blue flashes, a harbinger of destruction and punishment. The opponents rushed into the attack, blinded by the promised gold, not knowing that only death awaited them. Amidst the battle cries and swinging swords came the order to stop his sorcery, but it was too late. The spell left the mage's lips as he struck the summoning circle in rage, awakening the power of the ancient beast. A bone dragon burst forth from a flash of magical light, shaking the air with its roar and destroying everything in its path. Horror froze in the eyes of the enemy as their hope of victory crumbled along with their fragile trust in reality. The tower where the battle took place was illuminated by a stream of energy, as if the night itself was holding its breath before the storm. The explosion ripped through the city, tearing apart the skyscraper and heralding the start of a full-scale catastrophe. A clot of magic erupts outward, bursting from the upper floors, as if the wrath of the sky were falling upon the earth. Kang Tai-ha sits on a dragon skeleton soaring through the sky above the city, ready to destroy everything in his path. The crowd below looks up at the sky in horror, realizing that their enemy has used magic that is beyond the capabilities of ordinary fighters. The necromancer flies forward on his monstrous creation, holding his breath and hiding the signs of exhaustion. He covers his mouth, feeling the mana draining away too quickly, and realizes that he has paid a high price for his spell. The protagonist's eyes widen in sudden realization, as if he had just seen something that could change everything. Standing astride a bone dragon, he looks down from above at the building where a silhouette flickers in the window, promising a new battle. On the roof stands a man with silver hair and a heavy gaze, confidently calling out a name as if calling the enemy to a duel. With a smug smile on his face, he acknowledges the enemy's strength, as if he had been expecting this moment. A bright glow tears through the air as a rider on a bone dragon looms just above the window, ready to attack. In a moment of surprise, he turns around sharply, catching a strange signal in the darkness. High in the sky, through the lightning and wind, a dragon skeleton rises up, breaking the darkness with its ghostly light. But suddenly a golden flash rushes towards him, and he realizes in shock that it is an attack. The blow penetrates the dragon's body, sending sparks and bone fragments flying out of it. The monster's wing is torn apart by the second blow, and its roar shakes the sky. Without losing his composure, the hero gives the order to rise higher in order to escape the fatal blow. Another explosion of light tears through the sky, striking the dragon's skull, and the hero barely manages to keep from falling. He looks at the glowing artifact in his hand with disbelief, realizing that it was the target of the attack. The dragon fights in the air, dodging multiple energy beams as if trapped in a light. Losing its balance, the dragon's withered body falls down with a crash, tearing apart the clouds and air around it. Debris and smoke cover the ground as the hero and his dragon crash onto the asphalt, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. The silhouette of the hero, wounded and weakened, finds himself surrounded by the shields and swords of the knights who stand like a wall in front of him. The knight leader, looking down arrogantly, asks a question, believing that the resistance has already been broken. The hero, holding his head, responds with a mocking expression, as if holding back the growing madness and hidden strength. The old man looks at him calmly, admitting that he has never seen him use the power that awakens within him. With a grin and determination blazing in his eyes, the hero looks up, speaking words full of challenge and determination to act. The man steps forward with cold determination, clutching his cane as if to emphasize that he is the one in control of the course of events. Walking through the ranks of knights, he speaks with confidence, as if the whole world is obliged to follow his plan without deviating even a step. The hero looks at him with a mocking half-smile, realizing that even the most precise calculations can collapse before an unpredictable force. He raises his hand, revealing a mysterious artifact, the nameless stone, glowing with a red light, and mockingly asks a question. The old man's face lit up with delight, and he, without hiding his greed, declared that this stone alone would be enough to pass a death sentence. Standing in a ring of knights, the hero holds out his hand with a stone with a cheeky grin, as if deliberately teasing those who dream of getting it. The old man says with a sly smile that he cannot possess such a dangerous thing, to which the hero defiantly promises to give it up. Hope flashes in the old man's eyes. He stretches his hands towards the artifact, completely confident in his victory. But the next moment, the hero clenches his fist and angrily declares that he will never give away something that is too expensive to just give away. Remembering how the enemy had been searching for the stone for years, he brings it to his tongue with a mad smile, ready to swallow the artifact so that it would never fall into the hands of the enemy. The man in the white suit, overcome with terror, staggers back with a cry of despair as a threat he cannot control appears before him. Consumed by panic and rage, he yells at his knights, ordering them to tear the enemy to pieces and get the precious stone at any cost. The hero, mad with determination and rage, clenches his fist, radiating indomitable energy, preparing to take down as many enemies as possible. A flash of necromantic magic illuminates the battlefield as the hero soars above the skeletons, summoning an army of the dead illuminated by a blue glow. In the deep darkness, a single blue flame appears, and from its center, a tired voice filled with pain and exhaustion comes out. In the fiery silence, a sigh of relief is heard. Finally, he can rest, allowing himself to immerse himself in the long-awaited peace. The man, his face distorted with horror, screams, barely holding back tears and clutching the cloth in his hands, not believing what he saw. The young servant, with a trembling voice and tears in his eyes, exclaims with joy and disbelief, not believing that his master has woken up. Panic grips the room as the young master suddenly opens his eyes, and the maids fall to the floor in horror, screaming that it is a ghost. His gaze is calm and full of silent wonder as he silently stares into space, trying to comprehend what has happened since waking up. In the warm glow of the sunset, a majestic building in Zhejiang rises above the city, a silent witness to an ancient era and the changes to come. The gates of the Baekwung clan are filled with everyday bustle as residents and guards walk by, unaware that everything is about to change. In the shadows of an alley, two servants discuss rumors, not ruling out the crazy idea that their master might have become a real wandering Jiangshu. One of them, smiling skeptically, claims that his interlocutor has simply read too many science fiction books. He explains that perhaps the young man had taken too many substances and simply fell asleep looking like a dead man. And yet they reason, if we are talking about an idiot named Yu Xin-wung, then such an absurd situation could well have happened. The man with the tail, illuminated by the soft light of the lantern, doubts whether this clan is really any more dangerous. Looking in the mirror at his rounded face, he realizes with horror that he looks more like a pig than his former self, and this is too much. He remembers how he used to keep fit through training, but now he sees a body that has completely lost its fighting strength. Lying on the floor, he reflects with bitter irony on his giftedness, remembering only feasts, alcohol, and endless women. The hero struggles to get up from the floor, deciding that it's time to get in shape, but first he needs to figure out how to survive in this world. The system returns an error and warns of a critical discrepancy between the player's body and soul. A new status window pops up before his eyes, and the hero realizes with irritation how weak his stats have become. Despite his disappointment, he notices that his basic abilities are still there, which gives him hope. The hero reads the description of the boneless body effect with interest, remembering how he used to rely entirely on necromancy. He comes to the conclusion that it is impossible to return to his own time, and dying again for the sake of an experiment with the stone is not an option. The hero looks around and makes sure that there are no monsters or familiar portals in this world. Joy lights up his face when he realizes that he will be able to take a break from the constant slaughter and live in peace. With cold confidence in his eyes, he declares that from now on he is Yu Xin Wung. A sudden loud sound distracts him from his thoughts, making him alert. A man in bright clothes walks through the door with a confident look, and a confused servant rushes after him, recognizing a familiar figure and not knowing how to stop him. A smug grin appears on Yu Jin-sang's face, revealing hidden arrogance and confidence in his own power. The frightened servant, with pleading eyes, tries to explain that he was ordered not to let anyone in, but in response he receives a sharp shout and rage. Jin-sang's anger explodes and his face contorts in a moment of uncontrollable anger, highlighting his cruel nature. The humiliated youth, holding his face, falls to his knees as Jin-sang insults him, and the protagonist watches in amazement. The hero coldly turns away from the impudent man and, without hiding his contempt, says that despite his rebirth, he remains the same fool. The servant, with a trembling voice, justifies himself by saying that he was following orders, but Jin-sang only scoffs, not believing that his rival is capable of compassion. The hero leans towards the servant and whispers to ask who this boor is, and he, looking around nervously, says that it is his half-brother Jin-san. Ignoring Jin-sang's indignant voice, the hero calmly walks away, and the maid explains that Xin Wung has not yet come to his senses, and therefore does not recognize his brother. A man with a polite smile and wearing a purple outfit enters the room, apologizes for his brother's behavior, and introduces himself as the leader of the Red Clouds faction, Kwak Un-san. The morning silence is broken by the cry of a servant, who in a panic warns that Chief Kwak called Jin Lord right in front of Shinun, which is unacceptable. Xin Wung, frowning thoughtfully, realizes that his father has died, and now the Lord's seat is vacant, and the old man who calls Jin Master seems to not notice him. Chief Kwak, with a forced smile, pretends to misspeak, saying that Jin-sang would have become the Lord after Xin Wung's death, and Jin, feigning concern, comments on his brother's weakness. While Jin and Kwak laugh and discuss the situation, Xin Wung silently looks at them with irritation and inner contempt. The servant announces that it is time to leave to meet with the leader of the small clouds, and Kwak, pleased, confirms the necessity of their departure. As the older men laugh and discuss plans, Xin Wung suddenly bursts into their conversation, leaping forward with fury in his eyes. A moment later, Xin Wung delivers a furious, powerful blow to Jin, catching him off guard and knocking him down. Chief Kwak turns to the fallen Jin in horror, not understanding what is happening and why he was attacked so quickly. Doubt pierces his thoughts, and he is stunned that Jin, an experienced fighter, did not dodge such a blow. He can't believe that Jin didn't sense his opponent approaching, and is shocked to realize that he took a direct hit from the seemingly newbie. An enraged Kwak with a red-hot gaze and a flash of rage on his face screams in pain and humiliation, unable to contain his anger. Jin folds his arms calmly and says with an indifferent expression on his face, as if he had simply swatted away an annoying worm. Wounded and humiliated, the enemy, with fury in his eyes, suddenly draws his weapon, deciding to deal with Jin immediately. His fingers tighten around the magical artifact, intending to use its hidden power to take revenge. Jin, towering over him with a terrifying aura and blazing eyes, exudes a predatory confidence, causing the enemy to tremble in fear. Sweat ran down the warrior in Red's face as he hesitated, sensing the power of his opponent not daring to attack. Tension filled the entire room as both held their breath and the others just watched without interfering. The elder tried to keep the warrior from reckless actions, reminding him of the views of outsiders and the possible consequences. Jin and his companion are surprised to realize that a silent transmission of thoughts is taking place between the opponents, something they had only read about in books. One of the warriors, realizing the awkwardness of the moment and the loss of face, decides to leave the room before the situation gets out of control. Yu Xin Wung, feeling unexpected relief after the recent turmoil, looks coldly at his interlocutor and mentally despises his insignificance, not hiding his inner disappointment. An instant wave of pain shoots through the hero's body, and he contorts his face with a scream as the poison takes effect, revealing his vulnerability. The young servant runs up to Shin Wung in a panic, supporting him by the shoulders, while he, holding his head in his hands, cannot hold back a cry of pain and loses his balance. Internal chaos completely engulfs the hero's mind, and he convulsively clutches his head with his palms, as if trying to hold on to consciousness, which is crumbling from unbearable pain. With a satisfied and dark grin, Yujin Sang holds the vial of poison in his hand, coldly saying that death at the hands of his younger brother would be far more merciful than the fate that followed. Ruthlessly bending over the already unconscious Shin Wung, he pours poison into his mouth, letting out the final phrase, sentencing his brother to die after their father. A bitter memory flashes before his eyes of how Jin, using his power and position, mercilessly mocked him, knowing that Shin Wung did not know martial arts. The next memory is even more humiliating. Jean deliberately seduces a woman who has sworn allegiance to him, destroying someone else's love with an indifferent smirk on his lips. A flash of realization burns through the hero's mind as he realizes that this bastard poisoned not only him, but also their father, destroying everything that was left of the family. Looking at all this, someone looks at the image of Yu Shin Wung with horror and sympathy, realizing how unhappy and broken his fate has been since childhood. The hero, with a tired look, full of despair and pain, says through tears that somewhere nearby there must be a place where many people died, as if it was there that he was looking for a way out of his situation, whose entire world has just been shattered. The companion, with a surprised and confused expression on his face, looking at his sudden tears and strange words, says in confusion not understanding what is going on in his master's head. He bitterly laments his fate, remembering how naively he rejoiced at being reborn as the firstborn of a rich clan, not suspecting how cruel his new life would be. There is a hint of despair in his thoughts. He thought he had drawn a lucky ticket, but soon after his rebirth he found himself on the verge of death, and he cannot believe such bad luck. In a rage, the man with the distorted face raises the vessel above his head, preparing to bring it down with an uncontrollable cry. The clay pottery shatters into pieces with a crash, as if reflecting an explosion of uncontrollable rage. Crouching over the broken fragments, he curses his enemy, not believing that he dared to challenge him. Clenching his fist until it hurts, he hatefully promises to tear the enemy to pieces, and the advisor calmly orders everyone to leave. The advisor, looking around, calmly notes that they are being watched and that they should restrain their emotions. But the ruler, overcome with anger, cannot calm down and with fury remembers how an insignificant enemy dared to attack him. The advisor anxiously wonders how Shin Wung found the enemy's blind spot when he doesn't even have any martial arts skills. Coming closer, another nobleman with a sinister smile advises not to waste energy on the dead man, as if adding fuel to the fire. Smiling coldly, he says that since Shin Wung has died before, no one will be surprised if he dies again soon. His gaze turns icy as he orders preparations to begin for a ceremony that clearly has a dark purpose behind it. With a sly grin on his face, he enthusiastically praises the plan, not hiding his satisfaction with how things are turning out. He walks out of the room with a confident gait, thinking to himself that the bastard was just lucky the first time, but that trick won't work anymore. A thick fog left over from ancient spells from the Great War hangs over the forest, which even the locals avoid. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Yu Shin Wung barely moves across the enchanted land, feeling the weakness of his new body. He grins sinisterly, anticipating how the Forbidden Zone will become the perfect place for his necromantic experiments. Sitting down on the ground, he feels the power of dead souls in the air, confirming that the place where the warriors died is filled with powerful energy. Despite his desire to absorb all spirits, he understands that now only the white ones, the weakest of them, are available to him. Touching the ground with grim determination, he calls upon the soul to rise, directing his intent into the depths of the underworld. A stream of bright energy erupts from the ground, illuminating the darkness as the Death Chi extraction ability activates. The system confirms that the soul is suitable for the skill level, and the process of extracting the soul of the dead begins. He absorbs the soul into his body, feeling the energy of necromancy fill him from within, raising the level of mastery. Suddenly, the voice of the deceased sounds in his head. The psychological shock allows him to hear the cry of the dead man for a moment. Despite his predatory grin and withering gaze filled with madness, the hero does not lose confidence, because opportunities unavailable to ordinary necromancers are opening up before him. Finally, he feels a warm flame of energy flaring up in his chest, and he realizes with relief that his first step on the path to power has been successfully completed. With slight surprise, he clenches his fist, feeling a surge of strength, and whispers with disbelief that he has already raised his level, as if not believing in such a quick reward. He looks at the pop-up menu of abilities, amazed that just one use of a skill gave such a sharp jump in skill, because before he had to kill dozens of monsters. Sitting at the glowing panels, he reflects that accelerated leveling for returning players is a pretty good system, and now decides to test the following hypothesis. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he feels a flow of energy and realizes that, as he expected, there is enough yang mana in the body, but there is catastrophically little yin mana. A light trickle of blood runs down his lip, signaling that his body is still rejecting the magical load, and even simple concentration is given with great effort. Pierced by magical threads of pain, he gritted his teeth as a new wave of suffering pierced his body, like red-hot needles entering his bones. His heart is engulfed in a bright blue flame of energy, and with his last bit of concentration, he screams to himself that he must pull himself together to complete the rebirth. Concentrating all his strength in his heart, the hero directs the energy flows with effort, desperately fighting against the internal pain in order to endure the transformation. Magical threads of energy pierce his heart, weaving into his flesh and filling his entire body with the vibration of primordial power. His eyes widen in shock as his heart flares with a bright light, as if an ancient power had awakened within him, ready to burst forth. Streams of energy rapidly penetrate his bloodstream, covering every vein and causing his body to languish with heat. Amidst the raging magic, a cold flame of yin mana flares up above his head, indicating the awakening of new powers. He realizes that there is enough yang energy in the body, but the yin circuit requires strengthening, without which further development is impossible. Immersed in meditation, the hero understands that in order to strengthen the body, it is necessary to accumulate more yin mana, which is not yet available. From the strain of his internal energy, blood comes out of his mouth, and his face reflects the tension between his spirit and his weak body. Every vein is tense, the body trembles with pain, and with a cry pierced by suffering, the hero fights not to lose consciousness in this flame of power. From a glowing circle with magical runes, a skeleton with a blue glow in its eye sockets appears, clutching a sword in its bony hand, ready to be summoned. The hero looks at his first summoned skeleton with surprise and slight pride, realizing that although it is weak in combat, it can serve as useful reconnaissance. With a sly smile and a confident gesture, he raises 2 fingers, activating the command to test the capabilities of the new summon. The skeleton's eyes flash with a furious light, and it lets out a long, ominous scream filled with magical rage. Under the command of the necromancer, 2 skeletons with burning chests rush into battle, one with a blade, the other in an attack stance. One of the skeletons, enveloped in blue mana flames, rushes forward furiously, swinging for a crushing blow. Streams of energy burst from his eyes, and the sword strike, enhanced by magic, cuts through the air with destructive force. However, the next second, the skeleton's body begins to crumble, dissolving in streams of light and turning into dust right in front of the confused hero. Surprised by the disappearance of the circle and the disintegration of the summoned one, he examines his hand, wondering if he has run out of mana. Looking through the treetops at the night sky, he comes to the conclusion that this world has very little mana compared to the past, which is why the dead here are so weak. Yushin Wung is annoyed to realize that there are no monsters or mana sources around, and can only accept it. He places his palm on the ground, determined to activate his new ability and find strength in a different way. The darkness around him flashes with bright colors as he uses the Death Chi extraction skill, and a stream of sparkling energy rises from the ground. A few days later, the night sky is illuminated by a full moon, and 2 guards stand silently at the temple gates. Yu Xin-wung watches from the shadows, hiding behind a column, his gaze filled with alarm and wariness. Every day he feels more and more acutely how the guards are multiplying around him, as if they are hunting only for him. The evil face of his traitorous brother appears in his mind, and he furiously regrets that he does not have the skill of stealth to kill him. With an effort, he restrains the impulse, decides not to rush to conclusions, and calmly return to the room to think over an escape plan. He looks around tensely, making his way towards himself, trying not to make a sound and listening to every rustle. His eyes widen in surprise when he notices something that makes his heart beat wildly. Gritting his teeth and exhausted from fatigue, he leans furiously on the bench and swears before the gods that he will definitely lose weight no matter what. Exhausted and barely breathing, he drops to his knees, continuing the excruciating exercises as if trying to break out of his own body. In a stream of trembling breath and beads of sweat, his face suddenly reflects wariness, as if something alien had appeared in the room. From the darkness of the room opposite him, as if from nowhere, a dark figure emerges, whose presence chills him to the bone. Without wasting a second, he yanked the mana magic circle into action, feeling the power surge through his body, dispelling the weakness. The guard, unsuspecting, screams in horror as a blurry silhouette suddenly appears in front of him at a terrifying speed. Without giving his opponent a chance to even squeak, he quickly grabs the guard's face with his hand, muffling his scream and pushing him into silence. Seeing who exactly he had grabbed, he opened his eyes in amazement, not believing that it was Wang Sam standing in front of him. Face to face, the stunned guard makes excuses in a panic, and the hero sullenly asks why he entered his chambers without permission. Having calmed down a little, he, trying to speak calmly, asks if everything is okay and why he came at all. The servant boy lowered his head and remained silent with a guilty expression, while Yu Xin-wung was wondering tensely if the order to secretly follow him could have come from Jin Sang himself. A little confused and still not looking up, he barely audibly calls him young master, as if preparing to say something important. With alarm in his voice and a timid tone, the servant steps forward and asks if he has escaped outside the chambers again tonight, clearly worried about his secret exits. Yu Xin-wung, trying not to give away his intentions, remains calm and pretends not to understand what is being discussed, asking a counter-question. The servant, plucking up his courage, explains that in recent days every night he has noticed how his master disappears in an unknown direction, and his anxiety only increases each time. Yu Xin-wung's face shows an internal struggle as he tries to figure out how observant this boy was, and whether his observation will lead to unnecessary suspicions. Realizing that he might have crossed the line, the servant throws up his hands in panic and exclaims that he didn't tell anyone anything and asks them not to worry, demonstrating his sincere loyalty. By carefully observing his expression, Yu Xin-wung comes to the conclusion that he is indeed not lying, and is apparently just worried about what is happening. Suddenly, the boy with an anxious look takes a step forward and, lowering his voice, asks the gentleman to come with him, as if he wants to show something that cannot be trusted with words. Slightly confused, Yu Xin-wung raises an eyebrow while the servant decisively turns around and quickly walks forward, confidently leading him into the unknown. Under the cover of a quiet moonlit night, when the mountains are lost in darkness, a gloomy silence envelops the fortress, as if hiding within its walls a secret that only one should know. The dim light of the moon illuminates an abandoned barn, near which two young men sneak in the night, carefully hiding their steps. With a wary smile, the servant looks around, assuring them that no one will disturb them, because no one has looked into this place for a long time. When the lid of the old box slides off with a dull creak, the boy flinches in surprise, and the gentleman standing behind him watches in amazement. A narrow passage opens from under the floor, hidden from the eyes of others, and the servant proudly says that only a few know about it. He admits that he is not going to ask questions about the reasons for the escape because he believes that the gentleman has good reasons and promises to wait for him here. The main character, with a tense face, understands that if the hole is discovered, the boy will not escape the death penalty. With anxiety in his thoughts, he looks at his faithful servant, amazed at how he, risking his life, does not think about the consequences of his actions. He admits that he is no longer able to trust anyone, but he senses something in this boy that makes him make an exception. The guy with a sincere gleam in his eyes immediately agrees, clenching his fists tightly in a fit of devotion. With a dark expression and a shadow in his eyes, Shin Wung places his hand on the servant's head and coldly warns of forgiveness, which foreshadows something frightening, and the young man, confused, barely manages to whisper, "What?" A bright flame of enchanting purple light flares up around the servant's head. His eyes widen in surprise, and his consciousness slowly sinks into a state of absolute submission. Internally surprised by the strength of the effect, Shin Wung ponders whether the E-rank charm skill should really have such power, especially if it is applied to someone who is already under its influence. Looking straight into the boy's eyes, he asks with cold persistence what kind of relationship he has with Yu Jin Sang, clearly expecting important details to be revealed. The servant, under the spell, as if in a dream, replies that there is nothing between them because Mr. Jin Sang despises him and begins to tell the reason for such hostility. Shin Wung is surprised at how powerful the charm effect is, and suggests that perhaps the locals don't have psychological defenses at all, while the servant whispers out loud, calling Jin Sang a bastard and weakly standing on his feet. Not understanding why he is still helping him, Yu Shin Wung asks a direct, almost suspicious question that awaits a sincere answer. The servant remembers how in childhood his master was a kind and honest man, treated him warmly like a younger brother, but after the death of his mother he changed beyond recognition. He admits that despite being beaten and humiliated, he still believes that one day the master will again become the man he was before. Shin Wung, smiling with sad irony, snaps his fingers, disabling the skill, and says with a slight mockery that anyone who believes in him despite the betrayal of others is just a stubborn idiot. The protagonist leaves the shelter, casting a calm glance at his companion to go into the forest in search of new opportunities to develop his strength. Plunging into the darkness of the forest, he finally reaches level 10, realizing that he has taken another important step on the path to becoming. He is disappointed when he notices that he only receives support skills, while he dreams of destructive power that can break the bones of enemies. However, relief takes over when he learns that his necromancy rank has increased to D, allowing him to absorb energy more efficiently. Looking closely at the bright blue souls, he feels a colossal difference between them and the white souls, which he had already felt before. Thinking back to Yu Jin Sang and Chief Kwok, he realizes that both of them emitted the same energy that he now recognizes as true Qi. He realizes that blue souls contain little yin mana, but each one contains a unique power that depends on the spirit's abilities and personality. Realizing the potential danger, he decides to be careful and try to slowly absorb this unfamiliar power so as not to destroy himself from within. His gaze follows the writhing blue energy as he contemplates whether he can convert it into yin mana. As soon as he touches the soul, his hand is pierced by purple flashes of energy, and it feels as if his whole body is engulfed in a scorching heat. Despite the scorching heat of the burning soul, the hero feels that it does not resist and calmly succumbs to his power. Using the mana circle, he begins to easily direct the energy into himself, connecting it with the yin mana. He concentrates on the bright energy core in front of him, finally deciding to take the next step. A whirlwind of power penetrates his body with incredible fury, piercing every cell and causing his muscles to shudder. The hero's eyes widen in horror when he realizes how powerful the force of this energy was. Blood is pouring from his mouth, and he realizes with horror that his body is already at its limit. The hero feels like the unstable mana circle is about to explode if he doesn't stop immediately. Realizing that he cannot absorb the power in the usual way, he makes a desperate decision to create a new mana vessel. Gritting his teeth, he forms a second vessel, aware of how it strains his body and requires even more energy. Despite the pain and danger, the hero is determined to complete the transformation, because this is the only way he can survive and gain true power. The hero, engulfed in streams of purple energy, clenches his teeth, with his last strength, orders the resisting yin force to stop fighting and stay inside his body to complete the formation of the vessel. A powerful energy whirlpool begins to swirl inside his body, which is about to break out and swallow everything around. Exhausted to the limit and with one last breath of release, he throws his head back, letting his body fall to the ground, exposing his face to the cool night air. The night sky with its twinkling stars seems infinitely deep, and his breathing becomes quieter as he speaks words of victory with relief. Spreading his arms on the cool ground and feeling the tension leave him, he whispers out loud once more that he was able to do it. His eyes sparkle with delight and his face lights up with a smile as he realizes that the source of the energy was Ki, a discovery that fills him with triumph. An information window with his characteristics appears in the air in front of him, confirming the increase in level and successful use of abilities. Looking at the data with surprise and interest, he notices that one type of Ki was indeed sealed in the second vessel, which astonishes him. Lying on his back, he begins to wonder if he can gather different types of Ki and use their power without causing destructive consequences. However, the memory of rumors that mixing Qi could lead to disaster makes him think about the possible danger and put the experiment aside, turning his attention to a new art that appeared on the list, Art of Floating Clouds. The hero carefully studies the information about the Art of Floating Clouds technique, realizing that it is a basic breathing technique that originated in the Yellow Mountain faction, and that mastering it will require a lot of time and patience. Dropping to the ground in front of the glowing magic circles, he hesitantly extends his hand, wondering if he should try again despite his recent failure. However, taking a deep breath, he decides to first understand the mechanics of what is happening, because even the simplest technique almost cost him his life. Clenching his fist, he concentrates his mana and Kai, deciding to see if he can combine these energies and summon the skeletal warrior back to the battlefield. Standing in front of the skeleton with shining eyes, he remembers how he used to only use mana due to the side effects of Ki, and wonders if it's possible that his control power has increased now. Focusing, he directs a flow of Ki from his chest area forward, determined to explore the limits of his new body and capabilities. Suddenly, surprise appears on his face as the flow of energy gets out of control, and a strange glow begins to form in his chest, causing an alarming sensation. The hero is surprised to realize that he did not plan it, but yin mana and Ki began to unintentionally mix, creating an unstable but powerful energy. Looking at his hands engulfed in a purple glow, he smiles with excitement, because what is happening is becoming more and more exciting and intriguing. Touching the ground with his palm, he activates a necromantic circle filled with a new mixed power and confidently gives the command to a new skeleton to rise from the depths of darkness. The hero's face is illuminated by a white light, and black sparks burst from his body, as if the side effect of the unstable power is beginning to manifest. He breathes heavily, looking ahead with a tense expression, not fully understanding what just happened in his body. A huge skull with glowing eyes emerges from the purple mist, its ominous aura hanging over the hero, overwhelming everything around him. The hero, barely containing his excitement, looks at the skeleton that has appeared with a satisfied smile, as if greeting a long-awaited ally. The hero looks at the two skeletons standing in front of him in the night forest with bewilderment, as if trying to understand where such strength came from. With doubt in his eyes, he ponders the strange inconsistency that he cannot explain. A system window appears in front of him with the characteristics of the white skeleton, and he is surprised by its combat performance. A description of a second skeleton appears on the screen, far superior to the first in all respects, and the hero involuntarily feels alarm. His gaze is drawn to just one line in the description, making him wonder what lies behind the words about the required player experience. The hero concludes that creating such a servant is impossible using mana alone, and decides to test its capabilities in battle. A glowing skeleton with an axe charges forward, unleashing a furious attack filled with necrotic energy. His opponent, a black-robed skeleton with purple eyes, charges forward at an alarming speed in response. The white skeleton rises into the air, swinging its weapon to deliver a crushing blow from above. The black skeleton counters the attack by slamming the ground hard, causing a blast wave to rip apart the space between them. During a furious battle, two skeletons with a magical aura circle around each other, exchanging lightning-fast blows, each of which is accompanied by flashes of energy and sparks in the air. The white skeleton dropped to one knee, breathing heavily, holding the huge axe with difficulty, and a determined flame still burned in its eye sockets. The dark skeleton, showing no emotion, tightly gripped the hilt of the sword, preparing to deliver the next crushing blow. Watching the fight, the necromancer noted with admiration the amazing agility of the white skeleton, but immediately thought about his limited stamina, which would obviously soon run out. Gathering his last strength, the white skeleton rushes forward with incredible speed, his axe flashing in the air, leaving a shimmering trail behind him. In response to his advance, the enemy smiles ominously, and purple flames flare up around his skull, foreshadowing a counterattack. Shrouded in dark mania, the skeletal warrior transforms into a swift whirlwind and rushes towards the enemy with inhuman speed, leaving behind a purple trail of destructive force. For a moment, horror flashes in the white skeleton's eyes as he realizes how dangerous this opponent is and that he might not be able to dodge the next attack. Swinging his sword, the dark skeleton releases a wave of energy that cuts through space, and the entire scene is filled with flashes of purple light, as if the night itself was split by his power. A wave of magical attack hits the white skeleton with a deafening sound, and its body is thrown back, engulfed in a furious whirlwind of darkness and magic. The skeleton, engulfed in purple flames, unleashes his spell with force at his opponent, who in turn raises his axe to block the blow, causing a blinding flash of energy to erupt between them. The skeleton's blue eyes widen at the sudden signal, and he realizes that the battle is coming to an end, as the stop command has already been given. Before the protagonist's eyes, two skeletons standing opposite each other are frozen in tense silence when the one controlling them finally gives the order to stop. The necromancer confidently steps forward, raising his hand and using a spell, begins the process of canceling the summoning, causing both skeletons to begin to dissolve in streams of light. He looks at the disappearing creatures with satisfaction, proudly exclaiming character, realizing that his experiment was completed successfully. The hero's stats appear on the holographic panel, and he reflects in amazement that he only used up 10 ki during the entire battle, while the skeletons fought long and hard. Realizing that he still has half of his mana left, the hero comes to the conclusion that its consumption decreases when he uses internal ki, which gives hope for resource optimization. However, he notices that the internal chi does not recover on its own, which forces him to think about further ways to solve this problem. He ponders between two options: either continue searching for ways to restore his ki, or he will have to learn martial arts to survive and become stronger in this new world. Hearing that the conversation turned to martial arts, someone cried out in surprise, and an excited voice echoed over the rooftops of the house, and the sun softly illuminated the ancient building as if hinting at change. The guy with the bandage on his head looked into the distance with distrust, remembering how the main character had avoided any fights all his life. And now, dumbfounded, he tried to clarify what martial arts he wanted to learn. The protagonist thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and, without embarrassment, asked if there were techniques based on absorbing the opponent's ki, hoping that such power would help him survive. His question caused quite a stir among the students, who, trembling with fear, began to hastily dissuade him because even a hint of demonic arts could cost him his freedom due to the law introduced after the war. After comprehending what he had heard, the hero thought with relief that at least the floating clouds technique, which he already possessed, was considered ordinary and would not arouse suspicion, while someone nearby continued to panic fussily. However, deep down in his heart, he kept this knowledge hidden, and his gaze was filled with cold determination, because the art of energy absorption could one day become his hidden weapon. Not wanting to waste any more time on idle chatter, the hero exclaimed that he should immediately be shown the place where the Baek-un clan was training in martial arts, and he was told about a library with ancient teachings. With enthusiasm and complete confidence, he decided that this was where they needed to go, despite the protests of the servant, who was officially forbidden to go there. With a slight smile, the hero assured that everything would soon change, and when he became the master of this place, all paths would be open to his companion, awakening a mixture of fear and admiration in the boy. The servant bowed and wished him luck, and the hero walked lightly towards the exit, humming to himself and rejoicing that everything was going according to plan. The hero suddenly asks a question about the strongest warrior in the entire history of the clan, which confuses the young man. The boy speaks enthusiastically of Lord Yu Il-yang, who united the Baekwoon clan 200 years ago, and a menacing figure with a sword flashes in his imagination. He continues enthusiastically, explaining that after Yu Il-yang became the strongest, he passed on his cloud-breaking strikes teaching to the people. The protagonist reluctantly agrees and leaves, thinking about how incredibly strong this legendary warrior was. Walking along the corridor, the hero remembers that the system of power here is divided into the third, second, first classes, as well as supreme and superior warriors. He thinks that the skeleton he created was only a third-class one, and decides to find out the difference between it and a superior warrior. When he sees someone, he wonders if they have really lost weight and is afraid to look them in the eyes in case they are still drunk. Passers-by whisper that he, as always, is heading either to a brothel or a bar, and one woman even sneers that soon all the prostitutes will be calling him by his first name. With a slight grin, the hero feels how, with the appearance of the second vessel of mana, his body feels everything it is capable of, and understands that the strong always lead. He decides that his reputation, having fallen so low, now gives him freedom because now he can do whatever he wants without fear of consequences. In front of the main building of the library stood guards with stern faces, as if guarding the treasures of the entire clan. The head guard looked ahead with a haughty expression, while his companions peered into the distance in surprise. One of the guards was surprised to recognize the approaching man as Shin Ung and wondered about his purpose. Grinning with feigned politeness, the guard asked the hero why he had come to the library. Shin Wung, assessing the head of security with his eyes, mentally called him a thug and an ally of Yu Jin-sang, and answered out loud that he came to read. The guard noted with a doubtful voice that there were no books like the ones Shin Ung was looking for, but he sharply replied how he knew what exactly he was looking for. The guard chuckled and mockingly suggested that Shin Wung had come for picture books, causing his subordinates to laugh. The guard, feeling internally jubilant, thought that if he humiliated this fat man, then Mr. Jin-san would definitely pay attention to him. Tired of such scenes, Shin Wung sighed, noting that wherever he went, he encountered worthless people who didn't know their place. When the guard angrily asked him if he had called him a loser, the hero confirmed it without hesitation and ordered him to get out. When the guard tried to stop the hero by putting his hand on his shoulder, Shin Wung didn't even turn around, but just reacted calmly, as if an annoying fly had landed on his back. Turning around, Shin Wung looked into the guard's eyes, and at that moment his pupils filled with a scarlet light, emitting a cold rage that instantly made his throat dry up. His gaze pierced like a dagger, something inhuman burned in him, an inner strength, wild, primeval, and dangerous, as if he were a real predator. The guard stood frozen, unable to move or say a word, while Shin Wung silently shook off his hand as if it were dust on his clothes. As the hero confidently walked towards the doors, his gaze remained icy, and behind him, the confused chief of security stood in silent horror, covered in sweat. The guards behind them rushed to the chief in panic, asking why he allowed them to just pass by, and what to do with Chief Quack's order. The chief himself could not utter a word. His face was distorted with fear, his voice was trembling, and his mind was still shaken by what he had just experienced. He could only croak out a plaintive, "Save me," unable to cope with the growing panic, realizing that he was facing someone much stronger than him. The horror reflected in his eyes was the same that he had once experienced when meeting a tiger, and now he recognized it again as animal, instinctive, invincible. The other guards, watching this with shocked faces, exhaled in surprise, not understanding how their unshakable leader suddenly became helpless. One of the guards, overcome with disgust and panic, with trembling legs and a clouded gaze, stands in the middle of the courtyard, while a trickle of fear treacherously flows down his leg, revealing his complete humiliation in front of those around him. Throwing his head back lifelessly, he loses consciousness from the horror he has experienced, and his comrades, looking at each other with concern and sympathy, decide to urgently take him to a doctor, fearing that next time he might not be able to withstand it at all. One of the young fighters looks thoughtfully into the distance, internally struck by the change in his master, and in his head he hears a confused question. Where did such a look come from, cold and bestial, as if after death he became someone else. As if summing up his thoughts, he looks at the retreating youth with cold determination in his eyes and bitterly realizes that before him stands not just a man, but a true son of the tiger, the heir to wildness and primordial power. Against the backdrop of the evening sky, the Red Cloud Tower rises majestically, guarded by silent guards who protect the peace of the Baek-Wung clan. Inside the building, in a semi-dark hall, a figure with long black hair peers thoughtfully at the written hieroglyphs, as if trying to unravel the hidden meaning. He slowly touches the wall with his hand, as if activating an ancient mechanism that opens the way to a secret place. The door opens cautiously, and a man in purple emerges from the bright light with a cold gaze and a commanding posture. Descending a narrow staircase, he finds himself in the darkness of a dungeon, illuminated by mysterious purple spheres hovering in the air. An ominous passage leads him into a spacious hall where lamps are placed on the floor, and several men in red warily greet his appearance. On a stone altar lies a mummified body wrapped in dirty bandages, and next to it hangs a skull with horns, surrounded by bloody patterns, a symbol of a dark ritual. Servants in scarlet robes stand around the dead body, their hands folded in a strange, prayerful gesture, as if preparing for a sacrifice. One of them, with exaggerated calm, addresses the new arrival, recognizing him as a respected shaman who has arrived at a crucial moment. The leader of the Red Clouds faction, Kwak Un-san, himself breaks the silence with a stern voice, asking if they are still continuing to do these dark things. Ha-kyum apologizes for his haste with a slight smile on his face, citing old habits inherited from his sect days, and vows to be more considerate in front of his new leader from now on. Kwak Un-sang's face darkens as he distastefully reports that Yu Shin-wung dared to enter the Cloud-Gathering Library today, thereby violating the boundaries of what is permitted. With his hands clasped behind his back, he frowned as he noted that the young man was acting according to their expectations, perhaps still in shock from his own death and sudden return to life. One of the people nearby remarks with a sarcastic smile that they must have had enough of Yujin Sang, since they were the ones who paved the way for him, which he used thoughtlessly. Kwak Un-sang's eyes flash purple as he mockingly says that the boy's stupidity knows no bounds, and that is the reason they chose him for their game. Ha-kyum smirks slyly, saying that this only plays into their plans because if this clumsy creature suddenly decides to learn martial arts from books, he could suffer from the internal energy of chaos. Kwak Un-san admits with hidden anxiety in his voice that this is indeed possible, but still believes that they should take precautions to avoid any unforeseen consequences. Ha-kyum steps forward and states with a smug smile that he has already taken certain measures, and now all that remains is to complete the preparations. Above the skull-strewn altar, a monster's skull glows in an ominous crimson light, and purple smoke begins to pour out, filling the room with a sense of foreboding. Turning to his followers, Kwak Un-san loudly orders them to begin today, and in response, he is met with a synchronized cry from the devotees, ready to begin the ritual immediately. The man bows his head with a sly smile, finishing a sentence that seems to hide a dark conspiracy for something much darker. All the followers bow down before him in unison, shouting a slogan that expresses fanatical veneration of the red sky. Under the cover of night, the torchlit building of the Baek-Yun clan library rises, hiding the secrets of ancient arts. The two guards converse about the hero's condition, expressing skepticism and ridicule about his presence inside the library. One of the guards, yawning, warns the other not to even think about helping, leaving the hero alone with his searches. The men behind the doors discuss how the library has long since run out of any worthwhile books on martial arts, and advise each other not to interfere in the hero's affairs. The main character, leafing through one of the books, hears their muffled mockery and mentally calls them idiots, without stopping reading. He continues to study the text, realizing that from the outside it looks like he is simply lazily turning the pages, but inside of him, a plan is brewing. When the book activates the hidden information, the description of the Black Wolf Judge art, filled with chaos energy, appears before his eyes. Realizing that the technique is an extended edition of the first class, the hero understands how powerful the book is in his hands, but also how dangerous it can be due to the unstable nature of chaos. Realizing that his own yin mana is not strong enough to not be suppressed by foreign energy, he reflects with concern on how the internal energy instinctively defends itself from being completely absorbed by qi. After 8 hours of continuous study of books in the semi-darkness of the library, he frowns and thoughtfully utters a monosyllabic continuing to read the lines of text illuminated by a cold blue light. Realizing that the choice had been reduced to a single option, he raised his finger to the pop-up window with a slight melancholy in his eyes, internally resigned to the fact that the art of the indestructible heart was the best he had managed to find among the deposits of abandoned techniques. The noise of wooden wheels grows closer and the cart stops next to him, making him wary. His finger freezes in midair, his gaze turning suspiciously towards the unexpected intervention. When the man suddenly straightened up, towering over the girl, she suddenly recoiled in fear, not understanding what was happening. Her eyes filled with tears, and with trembling lips she cried out, trying to apologize for something she herself did not fully understand. The man pointed sternly at the cart of books, and there was a clear note of reproach in his voice, as if he sensed something forbidden in these texts. The girl, still not having recovered from her fear, tried to explain, saying that these were damaged scrolls, which they were replacing with new ones, as was their custom. Without wasting a second, he calmly and insistently demanded that she take him to where all such records were kept, clearly interested in their contents. A girl with shining eyes hands him an old, damaged book that she found among the others, hoping that it will be useful. Slightly puzzled, she asks doubtfully if it is even possible to study art just like that, observing his calm confidence. The man, smiling faintly, offers her a deal. If she finds the best book, he will buy her sweets and at the same time asks her name. Inspired by his words, the girl introduces herself as Dan So-yeon with joyful sincerity and immediately runs off to look for the book. With a beaming smile, she joyfully returns and lifts the tattered book above her head in delight, proudly exclaiming that she found it. Seeing a tattered book, the hero picks it up with curiosity, assuming that it might hide something unusual despite its wear and tear. He suddenly places his hand gently on the girl's head, causing her to be slightly surprised and freeze. With a grateful smile, he says that he will buy her as many sweets as she wants, because she helped him and stayed late. The girl beams with happiness upon hearing his words and thanks him with sincere joy. It's already night outside, and Yu Xin-wung returns to his chambers with the book he found, full of intentions to study its contents. When he activates the technique, information about the destructive art of the Eastern sage, which is capable of absorbing any energy, appears before his eyes. Despite the low combat potential and damaged heads, he feels that it might be a rare treasure. His heart skips a beat with excitement, because the chance to find hidden power seems incredible to him, despite his doubts. He is confident that yin mana will make up for the lack of combat power, and his body will replace the knowledge that is missing from the book. But suddenly, when he begins to direct the energy, he realizes that the connection with art is missing, and a dangerous tension flares up inside him, threatening to tear him apart from within. As soon as the ancient book opened, a thick wave of green, cursed flame burst out of it, swirling above the man's head and forcing him to bend down to the floor in horror, not understanding what he was dealing with. A veil of poisonous energy instantly attacked him, covering his face, neck, and shoulders like a living mass trying to bite into his flesh. He sat frozen on the cold floor amidst the chaos of books and scrolls, his eyes wide as he watched the unfamiliar energy consume his body and dissolve into him. His right hand trembled as a greenish glow suddenly flared up in his veins and began to penetrate his skin with painful persistence, leaving a burning and cold sensation at the same time. With a hidden horror, he realized that the energy was not just attacking, it was penetrating inside him with frightening speed, completely ignoring defenses and resistance. He feels the yin mana within him begin to resonate, drawing streams of power, but instead of releasing qi, his body only fills with unstable and uncontrollable power. At the same time, in another part of the mansion, Yu Xin-wung's brother Yu Jin-sang watches what is happening with a grim grin, confident that it was he who started the chain of irreversible events. He reflects on how the world is not limited to simple martial arts techniques, and that only cunning, calculation, and manipulation will allow him to destroy his brother quietly and effectively. Meanwhile, the protagonist feels a strange, familiar feeling within himself, remembering the power of the hunters from his past life and realizing that this curse is much deeper and more dangerous than it seems at first glance. An ominous shadow lights up his face and he chuckles to himself, realizing that the curse has now become part of his path, one that can no longer be passed without a fight. The protagonist, stunned by what was happening, suddenly broke into a crazy smile, clasping his hands in anticipation, because such an unexpected acquisition of power seemed to him a real gift of fate. Embraced by the bluish flame of mana, he realized with a triumphant smile that he now possessed such an excess of yin energy that he could easily complete the filling of the second circle. With an icy determination in his eyes, he chuckled, realizing that the solution was so obvious. If the mana vessel was too small, it simply had to be forcibly expanded, regardless of the possible consequences. During the ancient ritual in the Red Cloud Tower, the cultists surrounded the altar with the wrapped body and merged into a single stream of energy, filling Yuxin Wung's body with the purest yin mana. Understanding the value of the power he had received, Yuxin watched with admiration as the blue flame engulfed his hand, because for a necromancer, a curse was not a misfortune, but a gift that he did not intend to miss. He focused his mind resolutely, and, using all his accumulated experience and strength, began to form a third circle around the mana vessel to unlock a new limit of his capabilities. With beads of sweat on his face but a proud smile, Yuxin Wung realized that his strength was now comparable to a B-rank hunter, and his yin mana heart skill had risen to C-rank. Remembering how slowly he had developed in his previous life, Yuxin Wung noted with satisfaction that this time everything was going much faster, and something even more significant was already maturing inside him. Surprise showed in Yuxin Wung's eyes as he realized that he had been able to recreate an ancient art that was thought to be lost, changing his fate forever. The system's attention confirmed that the player had reached an unattainable peak by recreating the destructive art of the Eastern Sage, which had changed even his rank and status in this world. After successfully advancing in martial arts and reaching the superior level, Yuxin Wung's physique also improved from the minimum standard to gifted, which was a reward for his hard work and training. Upon reaching level 15, he unlocked several new skills, including Shadow Whisper Mastery, Decay Acceleration, and Bone Wall Summoning Technique, which greatly enhanced his combat arsenal. The art of drifting clouds, originally intended for mind travel, was refined to the point that it could now absorb and use any energy, and Yuxin Wung himself gained the ability to accept and purify all types of energy. Looking at the window and realizing that his body had also leveled up from E to C rank, the hero thought about the influence of natural energy that had become available to him thanks to his new level of adaptation and sensitivity. As the first light of the morning began to shine through the window, Yuxin Wung stretched with relief after a sleepless night of work, feeling refreshed, and then heard someone ask worriedly if he was awake. The servant bursts into the room, breathing heavily and with a worried expression on his face, tells Yuxin Wung that he should prepare himself, as unexpected guests have arrived. The character, confused and slightly perplexed, asks himself again who could have come to him, because he did not expect anything like this at all. The embarrassed servant begins to hesitate and stutter, while Yuxin Wung, maintaining a serious attitude, demands that he not waste time and speak directly. Finally, the confused guy blurts out the stunning news that his fiancée has come to visit him, which completely confuses the hero. Yuxin Wung's eyes widen in surprise, and not believing what he heard, he asks in shock if he understood him correctly. The gates of the Baekhyun clan open to a team pulling an elegant carriage, and passers-by watch with interest as the unexpected guests arrive. One of the guards squints, recognizing the Guillaume family crest on the carriage, and is surprised to note that he had received no news of their planned visit. The driver, having stopped the horses, turns to the window of the carriage and politely asks the lady to get out, announcing that they have arrived at their destination. As if on stage, to the rustle of fabric and the soft light of a lantern, a graceful figure of a woman in formal attire slowly emerges from the carriage, stepping onto the ground with dignity. Surrounded by maids and a tall bodyguard, she appears before the clan's guards, and one of the men, amazed by her appearance, whispers in amazement, "Wow, that's her." The snow-white beauty Guillaume Miho appeared before everyone in all her graceful and elegant beauty, like a flower blossoming in the morning glow. The crowd froze in delight at the sight of the girl, whose beauty seemed to them not earthly, but sent from heaven itself, causing astonished glances and sighs of admiration. People crowded closer and closer, trying to get a closer look at the girl, admiring her sophistication and not believing their eyes, until one of the spectators found himself in the very epicenter of the crush. Trying to push through the dense crowd, the young man leaned forward, craning his neck and forgetting about caution, his eyes burning with a thirst to see the object of universal adoration. Suddenly losing his balance, he fell face down into the mud with a loud splash, becoming a laughing stock amid the general admiration and solemn moment. A man, covered in dirt and with a disfigured face, lets out a cry of pain and humiliation as he kneels in the middle of a stunned crowd. He raises his head with a distorted expression on his face, his eyes full of horror and blood and dirt running down his cheeks, making him look even more pitiful. The indignant bodyguard, unable to contain his rage, shouts at the man, but Guillaume Miho herself turns to him with a calm but firm determination. Her thin hand gently touches the giant's shoulder, stopping him and not allowing him to commit a rash act. Bending over the fallen man, she hands him a small bundle with a kind smile, showing unexpected care and mercy. Behind the onlookers, there is an admiring whisper. Guillaume Miho, the rarest flower of the Guillaume family, turned out to be a person with a great soul. Her face is distorted with inner anger, and she quietly mutters a word that betrays her true attitude towards those who only a moment ago admired her. Meanwhile, the action moves to the Blue Clouds building, where the majestic architecture conceals a peaceful yet tense silence before an important event. A young man, overcome with anger and annoyance, sits at the table and reflects on how this place would have been his long ago if not for Yu Xin-wung. He stares into the void with an angry look, not understanding where his opponent gets such confidence from, and doubts whether he still believes that his father is alive. The silent old man with his eyes closed exudes calm and sternness. This is Do Jin-wung, the White Blade, the vice head of the Baek-wung clan. His eyes open when someone addresses him with respect, and the atmosphere instantly changes. A burly man with a wide smile enters the room, apologizing for his son oversleeping a bit, the head of the Clear Clouds faction, Non-Dai-yeon. The embarrassed young man makes excuses to his father, blaming the other for returning home too late. The enraged father harshly scolds his son for not greeting the vice chief and the other gentlemen, drawing everyone's attention to himself. The son, confused and excited, hurriedly folds his hands in greeting. It is Non-gyun-ho, the vice chief of Clear Clouds. The young man in red clothes watches with irritation as everyone turns to the old man before him, and indignation boils in his head. There is despair in his thoughts, because Non-Dai-yeon cannot be bribed with women, money, or even knowledge, which means he cannot be controlled. With a menacing expression, the leader of the Clear Clouds declares the unshakable rule of his faction, emphasizing that they only obey the strongest and do not recognize weak leaders. Sitting in the shadows, hiding behind an arrogant mask, Do Jin-wung thinks with grim satisfaction about how one day all the clan factions, including Non-Dai-yeon, will be under his thumb. Mo Tai-gil, the leader of the Small Clouds, speaks flattering words with a hypocritical smile, comparing the future leader of the Baek-wung clan to a true example of nobility and dignity. While some of the invitees have not yet arrived, one of the counselors suggests starting the meeting, as the atmosphere is tense and everyone is eagerly waiting for an important decision to be made. However, another elder respectfully objects, reminding them that the senior lord has not yet arrived, and that it would be disrespectful to begin such an important meeting without him. Despite the remark, Mo Tai-gil laughs and pushes forward, making the excuse that Yu Xin-wung is unlikely to show up since he is rumored to be seriously ill. At that moment, the doors swing open and Yu Xin-wung confidently walks into the room, enveloped in light, his appearance becoming unexpected and stunning for everyone present. The faces of the council members reflect a mixture of shock and alarm, because no one expected that he was not only alive, but also looked so confident and unwavering. Du Jinwoong grits his teeth, furious as he realizes his plan is collapsing before his eyes, and watches with tension as his main rival takes his place. Under the gaze of all the participants in the meeting, Yu Shin-woong stands motionless, holding back the storm within and radiating a strength that cannot be ignored. Yu Shin-woong's hand confidently grabs the servant's wrist, silently indicating that he should walk along with him, ignoring those present. Yu Shin-woong walks forward resolutely, leading the confused youth, who looks back at his master with surprise and doubt. The hall fills with a tense silence as the servant, not yet aware of what is happening, silently sinks into his place next to the powerful figures. Yu Shin-woong calmly sits down between the clan elders, showing his strength and steadfastness, while the servant sitting next to him looks even more confused. One of the council members, outraged by what he saw, suddenly stands up, unable to contain his anger at the fact that a commoner found himself in the clan's honorary circle. A middle-aged man, contorted with anger, foaming at the mouth, screams as if his inner indignation is about to break through the walls of the meeting, accusing what is happening of being unprecedented for the clan. The young servant, cowering in fear in the arms of his patron, tries to justify himself by repeating the prohibition of his elders, while his protector restrainedly but firmly warns him to stop pressuring him. The protagonist's face remains calm, but his gaze shows unwavering determination as he demands an explanation, clearly not intending to give in one step. One of the senior members of the clan, losing his composure, indignantly shouts out, "With what right did the servant dare to take the place of honor among the elders?" With restrained calm, looking straight into the eyes of the enemy, the hero declares that his companion is not a dirty servant, but a subordinate who has the right to be near him. The opponent's face distorts with anger, and he begins to shout insults, but at the same moment he stops, as if sensing a threat in the return gaze. The camera zooms in on the hero's face, and his eyes fill with a dark, frightening power, as he quietly but menacingly pronounces his title as the leader of the small clouds. In fear and confusion, the pale elder takes a step back, wondering internally if this is really the same Yu Shin-woong he knew before. With his arms crossed and his intensity still high, the hero sarcastically asks the assembled group if they really think he needs anyone's permission to manage his affairs. The surprised and wary faces of those around them instantly change when it begins to dawn on them that standing before them is not just a descendant of a clan, but a person who should no longer be underestimated. The men in headbands look at each other warily, feeling the tension in the room increase with every word spoken, and everyone now preparing for a possible conflict. After the unexpected turn of events, several meeting participants stood in confusion, realizing that the situation was getting out of control. A tense silence reigns in the meeting room. All eyes are focused on the center, where the question of honor and authority is being decided. The hero leans towards his opponent with a cold expression, forcing him to lower his eyes under the pressure of his confident voice. Sweat streams down the face of a frightened man who, stumbling and trembling, agrees to everything just to avoid the impending conflict. A young man in a yellow robe with a sly smile allows a slight deviation from the rules, as if as a sign of goodwill. He explains with feigned politeness that his older brother is still unwell, and that is why he needs the help of a servant. One of the senior members of the council, taking advantage of the pause that has arisen, calmly suggests that they begin discussing business, hinting that the dispute has been exhausted. Looking away with concentration, he announces that the Guillaume family has graced them with an unexpected visit, causing alarm among the assembled ranks. The hero, with a piercing gaze, realizes that he is being studied and silently calls his opponent a bastard, sensing a hidden threat behind this attention and an attempt to discern his true nature. A clan representative standing in the hall announces that the Guillaume family plans to complete the work of the General Commission, causing surprise and tension among those present. One of the members of the assembly cannot contain his anger and indignantly shouts out why the other side wants to break the agreement that has been in force for almost 10 years. An elderly man in purple robes explains that the Guillaume family expressed dissatisfaction with the workers' actions, although he does not believe that the Baek-Woong faction is to blame. The meeting participants on the other side of the table begin to bristle, wondering how this is even possible, and their eyes show tension and suspicion. The head of the family, with gray eyebrows and a stern expression, remains silent, but his gaze becomes increasingly heavy and piercing. The man in the gray robe, with his hands folded, reports that according to their informants, the head of the Gayom family has begun to meet frequently with representatives of the Hwangrok clan. Junior Representative Baek Woong thinks to himself with a smirk that this is all just a ploy to humiliate Do Jin Woong, since the truth could have been told openly. The angry man with the bandage on his head cannot contain his rage and is outraged that Hwangrok was chosen as the commissioner, as if mocking common sense. The unexpected arrival of Gyeom Mi-ho and her entourage shakes the atmosphere of the hall, and everyone present freezes in tense surprise. Gyeom Mi-ho enters the hall with dignity, leading numerous guards behind her, and her calm but confident gaze makes everyone around her wary. She lowers her eyes gently, bowing her head slightly, and softly speaks words of greeting filled with memories of the past. One of those present silently looks at her with a slight suspicion in his eyes, without saying a word, remaining wary. The council elder watches the situation with doubt, thinking that according to etiquette the guards should have remained outside, but now it is clear that the girl does not trust them. The other side tries to diffuse the situation with light laughter and flattery, saying banal words about how, as always, everything is fine with them, and that she has become even more beautiful. The girl politely bows her head with a slight smile, thanking him for the compliment, which she was especially pleased to hear. One of those present is surprised at the haste of the guest's arrival, since the tea has not yet had time to cool down. The brute admits with a grin that he felt cramped in the waiting room, apologizing for his early appearance. Those present at the table look at him in surprise, realizing how much his figure stands out. The giant calmly suggests not to waste time and move straight to discussing business. The elder, with a cold expression on his face, gives a short and unambiguous answer, allowing the meeting to continue. With a sinister smile and a dark aura behind him, the giant announces the end of all trade relations between the Gyeom family and the Baek Woong clan. An indignant man with a bandage on his head furiously exclaims that they were presented with a fait accompli, breaking all the rules. One of the delegation's representatives reads out a message from the leader, which states that a clan without a leader is doomed to perish. The giant, standing before everyone with determination in his voice, indignantly asks how it is possible to entrust the management of the commission to people who are incapable of establishing order. The young man, barely hiding his irritation, clutches his head, realizing that the family's decision is indeed final. The man explains in a reserved manner that if the problem he has pointed out is resolved, the head may reconsider his decision, and therefore gives him half a month to think about it. The clan members listen intently, and the elder is suspicious that there may be more to the proposal. He frowns, realizing that such an abrupt visit was arranged to put pressure and force them into a hasty decision. Turning his back to the meeting, he watches the depressed youth and mentally concludes that Gyeom Mi-ho and Yoo Jin-sang probably already decided everything in advance. The man in the black headband solemnly announces the engagement of Shin Woong and the young lady as a way of strengthening their union. Suddenly, one of the hands goes up in a request to stop, interrupting the formal announcement of engagement. Yawning and stretching, the guy in the blue robe casually reminds everyone about his engagement, which confuses those around him. The head of the family asks him to speak, and he, with a slight smile, ponders whether anyone can really forget their first love even after death. The black-haired young man raises his eyebrows and looks at the girl with slight surprise. Tenderness and hidden anxiety can be read in his gaze. The girl with flowers in her hair looks up in confusion, feeling something inside her tremble with anticipation. Confused but determined, the young man suddenly announces his desire to break off the engagement, stunning everyone present. With rage and shock in her eyes, the girl gets up from her seat and, barely containing her anger, asks again if he really wants to do this. Gyeom Mi-ho appears in front of the gate, surrounded by guards and servants just as her family arrives. Upon seeing her, Yoo Shin-woong is struck by a familiar pain in his temples, just like when he first met Yoo Jin-sang, but thanks to the circulation of yin mana and concentration, he suppresses the pain and does not let it break his will. A voice appears in his mind, echoing ominously in his head. A memory of Mi-ho once extending a hand of friendship with a smile on her face comes to mind. She asks with childish delight if they are now engaged, and is genuinely happy that they will be each other's first. Guillaume Miho exclaims with rage and despair in her voice that if he had not belonged to the Baek Yoon clan, everything might have turned out differently, and her face distorted with anger reflects the depth of pain and resentment that she can no longer contain. Yu Shin-woong watches with genuine horror the scene of betrayal where Guillaume Miho passionately kisses another man, and at that moment, memories and illusions collapse before him, leaving only the bitter truth about her deceitful nature hidden behind a beautiful mask. Absorbed in a raging whirlpool of feelings, he seems to fall into the abyss of his own consciousness, losing all ground under his feet, and feels his heart breaking from the betrayal that has fallen upon him with frightening suddenness. Coming to his senses after a painful fall into the depths of his own thoughts, he opens his eyes and, not fully aware of where he is, with a tense gaze and inner wariness, looks around everything in search of an answer. Mad with inner rage, covered in soot and blood, Guillaume Miho, with a distorted face, screams that she sacrificed everything for her happiness, and with insane confidence declares that her servants should be grateful for the righteous death that she gave them. Yu Shin-woong watches silently as Guillaume Miho, exhausted and tied up, walks past him, accompanied by guards, and the guard's rough voice silences her, humiliating her with the last words. Standing at the entrance to the room where the mannequins are destroyed, Yu Shin-woong tries to comprehend what he saw with anxiety in his heart, realizing that this vision is not connected to Guillaume Miho's past, but is part of something much larger and incomprehensible. Looking up at the dark sky, he comes to the conclusion that what he saw was a memory from a future that has not yet come, which remains a mystery even to himself. His gaze becomes focused as thoughts of Yu Shin-woong fill him with questions about what other secrets are hidden in the depths of his mind and whether he will ever be able to uncover them all. He moves forward across the unknown surface, realizing that once he can increase his level and strength, he will gain access to even more memories that will become the key to understanding his true essence. Yu Shin-woong calmly, but with firm determination, says that he wants to break off their engagement, and these words make everyone present freeze in surprise, because no one expected such a turn of events. Guillaume Miho stands with her head down, her shoulders shaking with humiliation, and behind her silent submission hides the pain that is tearing her apart from the inside. The hero looks at the girl with a slight smile, surprised by her silence and assuming that she is still in love with him. One of the guards cannot contain his anger and rushes to defend his young mistress with a cry, unable to bear such injustice. The enraged warrior, pointing his finger menacingly forward, shouts angrily in response to the insolent words, demanding respect for the young master standing behind him. Yu Shin-woong, with an indifferent expression on his face, is genuinely surprised by the stormy reaction of those around him, naively asking why everyone is so upset, since they themselves wanted to break off the engagement. The elder warrior's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and his face was distorted by a scream, his patience completely exhausted. Yu Shin-woong calmly puts his hands behind his head, casually noting that there are those among them who have known about the engagement being broken off for a long time. The young man with a dark look and a mark on his forehead barely holds back his anger, gritting his teeth in indignation. Guillaume Miho, shocked and filled with rage, presses her lips together, thinking about the betrayal that painfully echoed in her heart. His bodyguard, filled with rage and a fighting aura, shouts that he will not tolerate any more humiliation towards his mistress. Seeing his opponent's unexpected reaction, he stands in shock with wide eyes, not believing what is happening. Flames of energy swirl around him, but even in this chaos he remains completely unperturbed and does not show an ounce of fear. His face remains calm and even a little surprised, while his opponent panics and wonders why he hasn't fallen, trembled, or even gotten scared. A man in a flame of rage convinces himself that everything that is happening is the limit of the enemy's capabilities and that in a little while he will break. He bursts into blue fighting energy and screams in surprise, not understanding what is happening. A wave of radiant energy envelops everyone at the table, causing even the calmest of people to become wary. The cold-eyed master, surrounded by a glittering radiance, calls the enemy Black Bear Iron Axe, and considers whether this should be taken as the beginning of a war. His eyes flash with light, and he firmly declares that he is ready to fight right here and now. A mighty warrior, overcome with anger, feels the old strength pulsating through his veins, despite the passing years. Standing before the enemy, he clearly states that their anger is directed only at the one who insulted their lady, and not at the entire clan. The response is one of contempt, as attacking the eldest heir is considered a challenge to the entire Baek-un clan. One of Baek-wun's representatives says, with feigned sympathy, that although it was not discussed with the council, they cannot refuse responsibility for their brother's actions. Smiling with feigned goodwill, he hints at the importance of maintaining relations between the Baek-wung and Gyeom clans. In the spacious hall, amidst the tense silence, a proposal is made to resolve the conflict with a duel. Shocked by such a request, the clan elders exclaim in unison only one word: duel. Their eyes flash with shock and rage as they realize the inevitability of a public duel. Meanwhile, one of the council members hides his gaze behind his hand, thinking about how this duel would be the perfect opportunity to make a mistake. Confidently and firmly, the senior warrior agrees to the duel, and his companion smiles contentedly in anticipation of justice. The young servant grabs the table in panic, shouting about the pointlessness of the fight because his master does not know martial arts. The elder, with respectful fury, expresses outrage at the baseness of such a challenge, pointing out the unfairness of a duel for someone who has not been trained in combat. Another elder angrily confirms what was said, calling it a dishonorable and unworthy act. The warrior with the sword smiles ironically and challenges, hinting that the young master must answer for his words. The warrior's gaze turns cold and sinister as he suggests that the young man begin to beg their mistress for mercy before it is too late. The young gentleman silently looks forward, without showing a single emotion, as if he is deciding something important inside. He suddenly rises from his chair, causing everyone around him to freeze and look at him in surprise. Everyone turns to look at him, and one of the warriors exclaims his name with surprise and respect, while another mockingly comments on what is happening. The young man in purple robes looks at his opponent with confidence, grinning with the conviction that this is his end. The guy calmly approaches the warrior and the girl, looking them straight in the eyes, as if he accepts the challenge and is not going to back down. The protagonist confidently walks forward, leaving the hall into the bright sunshine, under the gaze of the stunned crowd. The crowd freezes at the entrance, watching him as he leaves with determination in every step. Against the backdrop of a cloudless sky, he stands in an open courtyard, preparing for the upcoming duel. Stretching and sighing, he irritably expresses his fatigue from the constant words and reproaches addressed to him. He glances back over his shoulder, giving a piercing look that is both challenging and confident. Everyone remains in complete silence, not knowing what to say after his decisive exit. He clenches his fist and with a firm expression on his face says only one word: "Let's do it." The young master concentrates on sharpening the blade on a whetstone, carefully running his fingers along the edge, as if checking its perfection. Drawing the sword out in front of him, he sighs with relief and proudly says that this time he has produced a truly magnificent blade. People run down the street in panic and scream, not paying attention to the astonished blacksmith, who at that time was admiring his newly sharpened blade. Interrupting his work, the blacksmith peers into the distance in surprise, wondering why everyone is in such a hurry and what could have caused such a commotion. One of the passers-by running past in a hurry enthusiastically shouts out that a duel between the elder lord and the Gyeom family is about to begin in the center of the village. Hearing such unexpected news, the blacksmith asks again in a daze, not believing that the elder lord will actually personally take part in the duel. Meanwhile, in the spacious arena of the Baek-wung clan gymnasium, a crowd of spectators had already gathered, buzzing in anticipation of a spectacle that could change the balance of power. One of the influential members of the clan worriedly notes that the situation needs to be stopped urgently before something irreparable happens. His father, looking at the arena with concern, agrees because the young master could be seriously hurt if things continue like this. Many people are discussing in amazement how it could be that Gyeom Mi-ho entrusted her protection to an ordinary warrior because it seems impossible and illogical. Everyone in the area is at a loss because if Yu Shin-wung really fights, he has almost no chance of winning, and this is clear to everyone. The vice chief admits with a heavy heart that even if he wanted to stop the fight right now, it would no longer be possible. The people demand a spectacle, and the clan's honor is at stake. Gritting his teeth, and with determination burning in his eyes, the man, surrounded by blue flames, declares that he cannot stand aside and vows to help his master if he is in danger. One of the observers ponders with tension that no one has the right to interfere in the fight until it becomes clear which of the opponents will win, while realizing that the vice chief's reputation could suffer greatly. Raising his eyebrows and remaining silent, the black-haired youth looks at his companion with restraint, as if assessing the situation and deciding what to do next. The young man with a bandage on his head cries out in despair, begging the gentleman to change his decision at least now, but he indifferently plugs his ear, demonstrating complete indifference to his words. The crowd of spectators tensely watches what is happening in the arena, and one of the older men, not hiding his indignation, loudly shouts that all this is complete absurdity and makes no sense. Smiling a smug smile, the burly man asks if it's time for them to begin, calmly preparing for the long-awaited fight in front of everyone. In response to this, the other fighter, with cold determination, confirms his readiness to begin, confidently climbing into the arena under the gaze of the audience, while someone from the crowd calls out to him in surprise. Surrounded by her servants, Gyeom-mi-ho presses her palm to her forehead and bitterly says that she does not understand how everything turned out this way, while her attendants try to console her, saying that it is not her fault. Clenching her fist and frowning, the girl angrily tears off her mask of weakness after hearing a caustic remark about her game and feels her patience finally snap. With his arms crossed confidently and his gaze looking down on her, Yu Shin-woong mockingly says that she would make a great actress, openly mocking her attempts to gain sympathy from those around her. The angry man clenches his fist and shouts, accusing the young master of insulting their mistress for the umpteenth time without holding back his anger. Black Bear warns against using internal Kai since the fight is taking place outside of Murim, but his interlocutor replies with a grin that he knows this very well. Smiling, he addresses the crowd, inviting anyone who wants to spar with the young gentleman to raise their hand, and several men immediately respond with enthusiasm. In the crowd, young men joyfully raise their hands, dreaming that if Gyeom-mi-ho notices them, their careers will definitely take off. Seeing many raised hands, the man says that only one can be chosen and without hesitation points to Sai-young, appointing him as the participant in the duel. He is asked not to use his internal ki, but he smiles mockingly, thinking that he has a choice at all. The hero looks at the enemy seriously and asks what they are even going to do without expressing any emotions. Confused by the question, the man hesitantly says in response, "Ah, what are you talking about?" not understanding what he was getting at. Pointing his finger, the hero confidently declares that his opponent is not the Black Bear, but the one standing in front of him, inviting him to enter the arena, causing shock among everyone present. Everyone froze in tense silence, and even the sternest faces could not hide their surprise at what they heard. Three men with different facial expressions silently watch what is happening, hiding their inner emotions. An enraged Black Bear angrily condemns Yu Shin-woong's hasty choice, considering his opponent too strong. Yu Shin-woong mockingly doubts his opponent's strength, judging him only by his appearance. One of the observers hurries the start of the fight, fearing that the participants will tear each other's throats out in rage. The signal "Begin" marked the official start of the duel under the gaze of those gathered. With an inner voice, Black Bear orders him not to hold back and to destroy his opponent at all costs. The warrior with the headband enthusiastically enters the arena, preparing to properly teach his opponent a lesson. Yu Shin-woong calmly and confidently steps forward, as if he knew the outcome of the duel in advance. The enemy with a purple aura rushes into the attack, confident of his victory over the young master. With one graceful move, Yu Shin-woong dodges the blow, leaving his opponent completely confused. The elder and the strong warrior look forward with horror and distrust, unable to believe their eyes. The opponent with a concentrated expression releases a furious energy strike, but Yu Shin-woong doesn't even flinch, as if he doesn't see it as a threat. Mad with rage, the fighter rushes forward with a battle cry, bringing down a whole avalanche of fists on the enemy. Yu Shin-woong dodges all attacks with lightning-fast grace, leaving behind blurry images as if he had split into two in midair. One of the men from the crowd, unable to contain his anger, shouts at a participant in the duel, demanding that he observe the honor and rules of the fight. The warrior, realizing that he can't cope with ordinary blows, fills his hands with thick purple energy and prepares for the next attack. People in the crowd watch with growing outrage as one of the fighters prepares to use deadly force against someone they believe is much weaker. The stone beneath the fighter's feet cracks as he steps back, and the tension between the opponents reaches its breaking point. Standing at the very edge of the arena, Yu Xin Wung looks at his opponent with doubt, wondering if he was trying to corner him on purpose. The enemy, driven by rage and a thirst for victory, launches a final attack with the determination to wipe the opponent off the face of the earth. The two men watch the fight unfold with alarm, sensing a growing threat emanating from the arena. The opponent, in a fit of rage, delivers a powerful blow, charged with purple energy, straight into the stomach of his opponent. One of the observers initially grins maliciously, not realizing that the situation is about to change in the most unexpected way. But the next moment his face distorts with horror when he sees something completely shocking and frightening. The defeated fighter falls to his knees, clutching his mangled and bloody hand, unable to hold back a cry of pain. Amazement fills all spectators when one of the participants in the battle stands motionless, looking intently at the defeated enemy. One of the eyewitnesses suggests that the enemy could have placed armor underneath, but another immediately refutes this, recalling how easily he moved. The student looks around the arena in confusion as his mentor explains that they have witnessed a rare defensive art. There is an outburst of indignation from the crowd as one of the men shouts his indignation at the use of martial arts against an ordinary person in a duel. The protagonist looks at the audience with cold detachment, automatically thinking about how tired he is of all this shouting about defensive art. The crowd is furious and shouts accusations, not hiding their aggression, but one of the men dares to remind them that it was their fighter who first broke the rules and used martial arts against the master. The crowd screamed furiously, accusing the enemy of meanness, not hiding their indignation at the use of martial arts in front of everyone. One of the men indignantly pointed out that it was their warrior who first used the technique, and there was no right to blame the master. The people in the background clenched their fists, claiming that the opponent had not even used internal Kai energy, and demanded that he immediately take back his words. The man with a gloomy face and downcast gaze admitted defeat with difficulty, sighing heavily from the bitterness of what had happened. He raised his head and said in a calm but clear voice that they were officially accepting their defeat in this round. The winner, raising his hand with a slight grin, enjoyed the jubilation of the crowd, which loudly greeted his triumph. With a satisfied expression on his face, he thought to himself that his bone armor had worked flawlessly and withstood the blow perfectly. Suddenly, one of the opponents, not wanting to give up, shouted that the fight was not over yet and he did not intend to give in. He confidently stepped forward and declared that it was now his turn to join the fight because a real man does not take back his words. The enraged elder shouted in reproach, asking how dare he, since sending a chosen martial artist to fight against a commoner was madness. Two men with indignant faces stepped forward, one shouting furiously that such a thing is simply unacceptable, and the other, barely containing his anger, asks with contempt how the enemy could even bring himself to distort what was happening so much. A powerful warrior approaches the hero with a mocking and defiant look, condescendingly calling him a bear cub and reproaching him for being too talkative, declaring that it is time for a real man to stop his idle talk and move forward. With a defiant expression on his face and a cold gaze, Yu Xin Wung orders his opponent not to stand there like a pillar but to drag his iron butt closer, not hiding his contempt and readiness to continue the fight. The referee raises his hand with a confident movement, giving the signal for the fight to begin, and both fighters, looking intently at each other, walk out to the center of the arena. The mighty opponent, with an evil gleam in his eyes, clenches his fists and mockingly warns that his opponent will regret his challenge. Yu Xin Wung, with a slightly indifferent look in his eyes, ponders why everyone who says such things ends up defeated. A warrior, full of confidence in his strength, envelops his body with fighting energy, convinced that he will achieve an easy and quick victory. He pushes off the ground with his foot, breaking the tiles beneath him, and rushes into the attack with great speed. As he lunges, he shouts furiously that he intends to crush his opponent with one blow. His fist flies towards Yu Xin-wung at a monstrous speed, but he doesn't even move, continuing to stand there with an unperturbed look. The thought flashes through the attacker's mind that such a powerful blow will be more than enough to end this fight. However, the next moment, Yu Xin-wung easily dodges the attack, mentally acknowledging that, despite his stupidity, his opponent moves quite quickly. When the blow almost reaches the target, the hero slightly raises an eyebrow and whispers to himself with slight surprise, "That's not bad." The hero delivers a powerful kick to the opponent's torso with cold-blooded precision, knocking him down right in front of the stunned crowd. The force of the blow causes a blinding flash and a powerful shockwave that seems to shake even the air around the arena. The enemy panics as the situation spirals out of control and thinks in horror, how is this even possible? There is confusion and fear in his gaze as he realizes that his self-confidence has turned into a disaster. His face is distorted with pain and despair as another attack falls upon him, which he is no longer able to stop. With a slight grin on his face, the hero effortlessly catches the opponent's leg, demonstrating his full prowess. The shocked enemy staggers back, panicking and not believing his own eyes. With fury on his face, he launches into a series of blows, desperately suspecting that this is some kind of trick. The hero easily dodges all attacks, as if dancing among fists, and calmly analyzes the differences between this opponent and the previous one. The spectators watching the fight are perplexed, doubting whether this massive fighter was really chosen as a warrior, and express regret at the loss of time. In the arena, filled with silence and anticipation, the spectators glance at each other with amusement, discussing how the Guillaume family now accepts anyone into their ranks. The enemy, holding back his raging rage, is covered in sweat and lets out a nervous laugh, not believing what is happening. He rushes forward furiously, not understanding how his attacks were so easily repelled, as if it were a magic trick. With a roar and a face distorted with anger, he rushes towards his opponent, while cold confidence sparkles in his eyes. At the decisive moment, the young fighter clenches his fist, in which purple yin mana pulsates, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. A flash of power shoots through the opponent's chest, causing them to roar in pain and despair. A powerful blow lifts the massive fighter into the air, sending him flying back with unimaginable force. His body falls to the ground with dull thuds several times, leaving traces of complete defeat on the arena. The winner raises his hand with a wide smile and confidently says one word, "Easy." The crowd erupts in delighted shouts, throwing their hands up in the air as if they had just witnessed a real miracle. Stunned by the weight of the blow, the enemy falls face down with a dull groan, no longer able to rise. Shock froze in his eyes as the realization of defeat pierced his consciousness, leaving only a silent exhalation. The crowd behind him is raging with delight, while the warrior himself leans on his hands, not believing his humiliation. The moment he wakes up, the enemy's face flashes with rage, the veins on his forehead bulge with anger. With his hands on his hips, the hero looks ahead with a smug smile, as if victory is a normal thing for him. With a loud cry that shook the air, he roared, engulfed in flames of anger that burst from within and burned everything around him. Transformed into a mad arrow, he tore off, leaving behind a fiery arc, as if he were rushing straight from the underworld. With a wild expression on his face and fury in every movement, he rushed forward, swinging his fist with the intention of crushing the enemy with one blow. A sudden flash of lightning-like light illuminated the arena, engulfing the fighters in a blinding radiance that made even the crowd recoil. The girl instinctively covered her face with her hand, wincing from the harsh light that flashed unexpectedly, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The shock on her face turned to genuine horror when she saw the force of the blow and realized how far things had gone. The body of the furious fighter rose into the air as if thrown by an unknown force, and rushed towards the spectators, causing a flurry of screams and panic. With a crash, he crashed to the ground in front of the terrified women, sending up clouds of dust and leaving behind a crater from the impact. Two people stepped right into the arena. A young man, calm and confident, and an older man, surrounded by flashes of energy like the embodiment of lightning itself. The shocked warrior, who sat on the ground, whispered with horror and awe in his voice the name of the one whom even the strongest white blade feared. The stern warrior furiously demands an explanation from his subordinates, indignantly pointing to the attempted murder of their master, and orders the Baek-Woong clan to immediately draw their swords, calling for fair retribution. With a look of determination on his face, he loudly orders all the warriors to stand up for their master, igniting their fighting spirit and readiness to fight. In response, the leader of the opposing side orders the Clear Sky fighters to surround the enemy, demanding full mobilization and decisive action. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the people behind them despair as they realize that because of one man's stupid actions, they are all now in mortal danger. Filled with anger, Guillaume Mi-ho hurls accusations at her enemies with a blazing gaze, shocked by their audacity to point their swords at her. The warrior's comments are not long in coming. They look with fear at her true face, recognizing that she is indeed ready to kill, and sarcastically mock her rage. Insulted and humiliated, she grits her teeth and prepares for action, not hiding the emotions raging within her. Unable to contain her rage, she rushes forward and hits her opponent in the face with all her might, screaming furiously at how such a scumbag dared to tarnish her honor. One of the commanders addresses her in a reserved manner, politely asking her to hand over the culprit to them, trying to keep the situation under control. With a stern expression on his face, he explains that they have every right to force him to pay with blood for the attempt on the life of their senior lord, justifying the upcoming reprisal. The stunned and disarmed enemy, overcome with panic, lets out a frightened question, realizing his impending death. The next second, his body shakes from the impact of the claws, blood flies to the sides, and Guillaume Mi-ho stands behind, shocked, watching the brutal massacre. The killer in white, his clothes covered in blood, turns his head with a predatory smile and remarks that his attack should have been quite sufficient. One of the enemies, in a daze, calls him Ghost Bloodclaw, recognizing him as the legendary assassin. Hearing the name of Gyu Nam Se-young, a group of people led by a young gentleman in a blue robe look at the figure of the killer with apprehension, realizing how dangerous he is. The elder reflects with dismay that his martial arts are barely at the average level, and even that will not be enough against such an enemy. Despite his fear, he decides not to retreat and is even ready to sacrifice his life just to protect his young master. Turning to the young master with determination in his voice, he promises that he will do everything to protect him. However, the young master, with a slight ironic smile, notes that the elder himself looks exhausted and seems to need protection more than the others. The tension builds as they lock eyes while standing opposite each other, with shouts and commotion in the background. The moment before the battle becomes inevitable. In front of a crowd of armed warriors clutching swords in tense hands stands a strong, bearded man with a wary expression on his face, while opposite him, someone bows and radiates a strange grin. Shrouded in an ominous green aura, a young fighter in dirty clothes with iron claws on his hand crouches predatorily to the ground, his eyes sparkling with determination, and the air around him trembles with deadly tension. In the middle of the square, in the oppressive silence, a noble youth in luxurious clothes calmly asks a bearded warrior to step aside, while another man with bloody claws and a sinister smile stands tensely nearby. The angry senior warrior leans forward with a furious look, clenching his fists, feeling the deep injustice of a decision that contradicts his honor and duty. The young nobleman makes a slight gesture towards the back, where his guards and the girl stand with a serious expression, explaining that further fighting is pointless, since the main instigator is already dead. A young gentleman in formal robes, covered in a sweat of fear, looks ahead with wide-open eyes, realizing how everything is catastrophically getting out of control, while an anxious thought about the possible consequences rushes through his head. Among the tense crowd of armed men, the senior warrior shouts words with fury on his face, not understanding how one can justify the actions of those who have just put everyone at risk. A stately young man in a blue robe with an imperturbable expression on his face calmly raises his hand in a gesture of order, demanding the release of the prisoners despite the indignation of those around him. From the heights, a crowd of soldiers can be seen surrounding the captives, and above them all rises the figure of a noble youth, whose unexpected intervention causes confusion among the warriors. The unperturbed young man with black hair calmly looks forward, speaking softly, as if concluding that the current events will be a good and necessary lesson for everyone present. The two senior warriors turn to each other with surprise and alarm in their eyes, unable to hide their confusion at the unexpected turn of events. A young soldier watches the scene with a stunned expression on his face, amazed at how his comrade, who narrowly escaped death, manages to remain completely calm. The group of warriors look at each other in surprise and bewilderment, not believing their eyes, wondering when their comrade managed to master the art of controlling ki. Against the backdrop of pink light and a joyful atmosphere, people's faces glow with friendly smiles, but deep down each of them understands that something important and irreversible has happened to the main character. Grinding his teeth in anger and clenching his fists, the young gentleman in the bright robe looks forward with a face distorted with rage, unable to contain the emotions raging in his soul. Guillaume Miho, illuminated by a cold glow, silently watches his opponent, who is struggling to contain his rage under the flames of his aura. With a slight look of surprise on her face, Guillaume Miho declares that she has no intention of forgiving what happened. The enraged woman screams in poisonous anger that she will never leave what happened unpunished. With her head held high, the angry woman and her entourage walk away under Guillaume Miho's watchful gaze. A barely perceptible smirk appears on Guillaume Miho's lips, behind which lies a quiet, ominous whisper. Under the cover of night, the secluded sanctuary is shrouded in a silent silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves. From the shadows of the forest, fast-moving figures begin to emerge, rapidly approaching the sanctuary. Deep in the forest, a group of men in straw hats appears, carefully making their way through the night darkness. They are followed by other, more experienced warriors, hiding their faces under masks, ready for a sudden attack. One of the men in the hat angrily shouts that the whole carefully thought-out plan has gone to hell, cursing the current situation. The black-clad ninja, with his head bowed, apologizes, admitting that he did not expect events to develop so quickly, and justifies himself by saying that the instigator is already dead, asking for mercy for the rest. The man in the straw hat, realizing the failure of their plan, sighs heavily and asks what they are going to do next after the plan fails. The masked ninja coldly announces that the leader has made a decision, expressing his intention to propose a sword fight under the moonlight. The man in the straw hat understands with horror the meaning of the enemy's words, and his gaze shows tension and inner fear of the inevitable fight. The leader of the group in the hat gives the order to begin the operation in 7 moons, promising to remove the guards and dogs from the main gate to clear the way for the attack. In the silence of the night near the sanctuary, a sharp noise is suddenly heard, as if someone or something is rushing at great speed towards the building. The surface of the ground near the sanctuary begins to glow strangely and ominously, and a mysterious spot of dark energy appears out of nowhere, emitting a threat. The mysterious dark substance begins to stir, swirling as if alive, emitting violet-blue waves of energy into the deathly quiet night. Swiftly sliding across the ground, the ominous energy begins to approach the stone lions guarding the entrance to the shrine, resembling a living shadow. Something dark and elusive, like a gloomy spirit, silently flows around the stone guards as if looking for an opportunity to penetrate into the very heart of the sacred place. At night, under the starry sky, against the backdrop of the fortress walls, Yu Xin Wung's chambers glow, where 2 guards discuss with surprise that the senior master's fighting talent is strikingly similar to the abilities of the deceased leader. Inside the chambers, Yu Xin Wung sits at the table in thoughtful silence, his brows furrowed and his lips slightly bitten in thought. A servant hurriedly entered the room, leaning towards the table and excitedly informing that the head of Clear Clouds and the vice head wanted to know when their meeting with Yu Xin Wung would take place. Leaning back lazily in his chair, Yu Xin Wung listens with a bored expression on his face as the servant adds that even No Kyung-ho had also expressed a desire to see him. The servant perks up a bit and leans forward with an anxious expression, asking Yu Xin Wung if he needs anything urgently. Yu Xin Wung, lazily raising his eyes, replies that nothing terrible happened and he does not feel any threat from this at all. The indignant servant throws up his hands, exclaiming that if the vice chief had not intervened back then, Yu Xin Wung would have faced great danger, while the hero himself nonchalantly replies that he would have easily dealt with the attack. With his head slightly lowered, the servant recalls how his heart trembled when Yu Xinwung was about to fight the dangerous monster. Smiling to himself, Yu Xinwung thinks with a bit of bitterness that his own brother dreams of his death, while an ordinary servant sincerely worries about him. Finally, Yu Xinwung apologizes to the servant with a slight smile for making him worry, but receives an embarrassed retort in return that the master should not ask for forgiveness from a mere servant. With a slight smile, Yu Xinwung confidently tells his servant that he is not just a servant to him, but a reliable subordinate, which surprises and touches the young man. The servant, with joyful sincerity and slightly blushing, replies that the master must be tired and invites him to rest, promising to come to his aid if necessary. Yu Xinwung, with a half-smile on his lips and a slight shadow in his eyes, agrees to the proposal, allowing himself to relax for a moment. Left alone in the silence of the room, he thoughtfully looks into space, as if immersed in his own thoughts, filled with anxiety and anticipation. With sudden determination in his movements, he raises his hand, drawing an intricate sign in the air, activating an unknown power. A ball of black and blue energy erupts from his fingertips and settles on the floor, clouding the space with thick smoke. Yu Xinwung, looking at the spell spreading before him, lowers his hand onto the table and continues to flow into the flow of strange magic. Focusing his gaze on the black vortex, he casts a spell, demanding that it reveal hidden knowledge hidden beyond the world of the living. A dark entity begins to form before him, a black and blue haze like sentient fog rising above the table, pulsating with dark energy. Suddenly, the fog swirls into a violent vortex, creating a portal in front of Yu Xinwung filled with the sounds of whispers and a premonition of revelations to come. Under the cover of purple mist, one of the conspirators cries out in despair that their plan has failed, and dark shadows gather over the ruined temple. The protagonist thoughtfully touches his chin, mentally rejoicing that he managed to cast the Shadow Whisper spell on the enemy, which will allow him to find out all their plans. Having analyzed what he heard, the hero gloomily understands that in a week, when the guards are removed, he will be attacked by a group of mercenaries. Pursing his lips and frowning, he comes to the conclusion that he cannot make hasty decisions until the full strength of the enemy is clear, and decides to prepare thoroughly in the time remaining. His hand grips the doorframe, a plan of action already maturing in his thoughts that needs to be carried out as soon as possible. He looks thoughtfully out the window, not moving from his place, as if frozen in the silence of the evening, immersed in thoughts that take him further and further from reality and closer to a premonition of the future. He looks out from behind the door with a satisfied grin, confirming with his appearance that everything is going exactly as planned. Illuminated by the light of the full moon, the protagonist looks out at the night sky through an open window, preparing to head to the cemetery for the next step of his plan. The hero, standing in the dark forest with a tense expression on his face, stretches his hand forward, activating a magic circle and casting a spell to summon a skeletal spearman. From the glowing pattern on the ground rises an ominous skeleton with glowing scarlet eyes, clutching a spear tightly in its bony hand. Drenched in sweat, the hero says the word characteristics with a serious expression, wanting to assess the strength of his new subordinate. A stat window appears before his eyes, confirming that the spear skeleton possesses incredible strength and skills befitting a B-rank hunter. The hero instantly cancels the summon, allowing the skeleton to vanish into thin air before it can take a step forward. A slight smile touches his lips because the result of the experiment exceeded all his expectations. 5 first-class skeletons appear in front of him in a scarlet glow, each emitting a menacing aura and ready to fight. Clutching the glittering mana in his hand, he ponders the effects of the new abilities he has gained through the art of the Eastern Sage. He proudly reflects that even without the development of intelligence and magic, his characteristics are far above average due to the gift of a gifted body. Finishing his thoughts, the hero enthusiastically trains in the clearing, wondering if he will be able to master other martial arts that are not related to mana. The hero walks thoughtfully along the forest path, deep down realizing that he should focus on necromancy again. Looking around the dark forest, he decisively notes that the first-class dead are finished, and it is time to deal with the supreme warriors. Before his eyes, in a soft glow, a modest grave appears, much smaller than he expected to see. Stopping in front of the grave, he, with a slight sadness in his voice, reflects on his first meeting with its inhabitant. The hero remembers with respect the first lord of the Bakwung clan, the strongest warrior in the entire history of the clan, Yu Il-yang. Reaching out his hand to the grave, he prepares to touch its secret and reveal its hidden power. He notes that an ordinary supreme-ranked corpse would emit a golden light, but Yu Il-yang's grave is completely devoid of any glow. The hero extends his palm forward, tormented by thoughts of the secrets that Yu Il-yang hides, and whispers the spell of absorbing death chi. A bright light flares above the grave as the spell begins to take effect, filling the air with an unsettling energy. In the dark forest above the grave, powerful rays of light suddenly break through, illuminating the surroundings and causing the hero to freeze in amazement. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes as the sparkling glow in his palm suddenly disappeared, as if an unknown force had cut off the absorption process before it was complete. He stared ahead in shock, cursing under his breath as the system informed him that the selected undead required necromancy of an unspecified rank, sending a wave of irritation through him. He clenched his fist in confusion, wondering why the system couldn't determine the exact level, and wondering if even a B-rank necromancer couldn't take on the highest-ranked undead. Gradually realizing the depth of what was happening, he surmised that Yu Il-liang might have been a warrior far beyond even the highest level of martial arts. Looking at the grave with determination and slight disappointment, he concludes that there is some hidden secret in what is happening, but so far he lacks the strength to unravel it. Gathering his will into a fist and narrowing his gaze, he decides that the next step should be to find another grave of the Supreme Warrior, because he cannot stop. As he walks away from the grave, he leaves it behind, not even noticing how energy begins to boil inside, bursting out in the form of a bright blue pillar of light. Before he had taken even a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around, seeing a powerful blue glow flare up above the grave, rushing into the night sky. His face froze in mute amazement as the energy he had been trying to control suddenly came to life on its own and began to act against his will. And now, with panic in his eyes, he cries out, unable to contain his anxiety, what is really happening and what secret has he just awakened? Amidst flashes of magic and crackling lightning, a bright light forms a summoning circle, glowing with mysterious runes and enveloping the land in otherworldly energy. In response to the invisible call, a system window appears, announcing the fulfillment of the condition, the removal of the restriction, and the automatic activation of the necromancer's powerful skill. The hero's stunned look expresses disbelief when he learns that the dead man himself decided to join him and removed all barriers. From the grave rises the shimmering body of a skeletal warrior, shrouded in blue flames, as if reborn from the very essence of dark magic. The system informs that this servant is of the highest rank, and that as the necromancer's power increases, his level will also automatically increase. The hero watches with bated breath as his new ally, the Supreme Swordsman, glows with magical light, revealing incredible combat characteristics and skills. The hero's gaze becomes more and more amazed as he reads the list of abilities and sees almost exclusively A-rank skills, realizing the true power of the skeleton. However, instead of the expected gesture of respect, the skeleton confidently walks forward, radiating an aura of respect that does not require formalities. With flaming eyes, the skeleton warrior looks straight into the hero's soul, recognizing him as worthy and says, "You are an interesting guy." The hero realizes that Yu Il-liang, the legendary swordsman, was not simply summoned, but awakened himself, hearing the call of power and returning from oblivion. The glowing skeleton gently touched the hero's chest with its skeletal hand, as if conveying an ancient oath of allegiance through touch. A cold, rune-covered hand slowly laid itself on the young man's clothes, and electric discharges ran through his body, filling the air with tension. Their gazes met in a silent battle of wills, as the young man anxiously wondered if he could handle such a powerful force. The forest froze in anxious anticipation as the skeleton continued to hold his hand on the hero's chest, and flashes of magical energy surrounded them. In a blazing stream of light, windows of choice appeared before the hero, offering him the opportunity to embrace powerful sword techniques and lightning arts. A moment of confusion crossed the face of the young man, who stood hesitantly with someone else's cold hand resting on his shoulder. His eyes slowly filled with determination as he looked up and made a fateful decision, gritting his teeth in excitement. High above the forest, a dim moon hung in the dark sky, like a silent witness to the coming changes and the approaching storm. Through the night forest, squads of ninjas rushed swiftly, armed and silent, rushing towards the place where the outcome was to be decided. Kicking up leaves and earth, an entire army of ninja rushed down the forest path, charging forward with a cold determination to destroy everything in their path. The grim ninja with a cold gaze calmly orders his companions to take a break, carefully examining the surroundings in the darkness. A squad of masked warriors, caught in the silence of the night forest, stops and warily catches every word of their commander. A disgruntled voice suddenly cuts through the tense silence, forcing the clumsy ninja to line up faster and move in unison. A pink-haired girl with eyes burning with anger irritably pushes away one of the warriors, reproaching him for his slowness and sluggishness. One of the fighters, bowing in a respectful gesture, quietly asks whether the young lady really had to accompany them on such a dangerous expedition. The girl, flushed with anger, abruptly declares that she wants to see with her own eyes how their enemy chokes on his own blood. The leader of the squad looks at the enraged girl with disdain and a slight grin, deciding to himself that such cruelty is quite suitable for studying demonic arts. In a tense conversation, the warriors discuss whether Chief Yujin Sang will feign ignorance once all their dirty deeds are completed. Gritting her teeth in rage, the pink-haired warrior accuses her companions of incompetence, which cost the life of their chief of security. Taking a breath and giving one last irritated look, she orders everyone to stop their useless conversations and get on their way immediately. A masked man, his body engulfed in ominous green flames, with a cold gaze, orders them to stop their useless chatter and set out immediately. The group of ninjas, barely catching their breath, gather themselves and, obeying the order, continue their tense movement through the dark forest. The fighters' faces freeze in fear as a sudden surge of power and a quick dash from someone in front of them makes them wary. One of the ninja, with a grim expression on his face, instantly realizes that they have walked into a carefully planned ambush. A figure armed with sinister claws bursts out of the shadows and rushes towards the girl with terrifying speed, causing her to scream in surprise. A whirlwind of lightning-fast movements rushes through the formation as the attacker strikes, piercing the air with a deadly attack. In panic and horror, the ninja try to cover the girl, but before they can do so, her scream pierces the night silence. In the trembling hands of one of the ninjas, a fragment of a strange bone appears, emitting an ominous energy, leaving him in a stupor. One of the warrior's eyes reflects true horror as he panics and realizes that there is something much more dangerous in front of him than he could have ever imagined. The ninja, his eyes wide in horror, asks himself in disbelief, not believing that he actually had a real bone in his hands. Turning sharply to the side, he tensely tries to understand where this strange threat came from, disrupting their formation. Suddenly, a barrage of bone projectiles comes out of the darkness, tearing through the ranks of ninja and plunging the battlefield into chaos and screams of pain. One of the fighters, overcome with fear, screams desperately, trying to dodge the deadly attack, but becomes an easy target. Startled by the sudden onslaught, the other warrior realizes with horror that several bone spikes have been driven into his chest, and pain and fear distort his face. With his eyes blazing with fury, the ninja, surrounded by green flames, yells at his men, ordering them to focus their Kai energy around their blades and fight off the bone attacks with all their might. Obeying the order, one of the fighters suddenly gathers a purple glow of energy around himself, straining all his strength to protect himself with his sword from the deadly blows. Moving with inhuman speed, the armed ninja deflects flying bones with dexterous and powerful swings of his sword, protecting himself and those around him from death. A shadowy figure watches the battle unfold with a subtle smile, quietly admitting that what he saw was quite impressive. After a bloody battle, the wounded and exhausted ninjas, with anxiety and anger in their eyes, gather in a tight group, preparing for the next attack and not wasting a moment to rest. One of the ninja, tensely bending forward and clutching sharp claws in his hands, rushes at the enemy with a challenge, demanding that he come out of the darkness and open up. From the shadows of the trees, in the rays of moonlight, Yushin Wung slowly emerges, smiling and looking at his opponents with slight surprise in his eyes. Smiling broadly and remaining calm, the young man sarcastically remarks that they themselves are trying to kill him, while calling him a vile attacker. One of the ninja, feeling inner anxiety and disbelief, asks himself with horror how such a situation could have happened. The stunned and alarmed ninjas looked at each other with apprehension, not understanding how such a dangerous opponent could appear behind them. The young man addresses them mockingly, declaring that despite their masked faces, he still knows who they really are. One of the ninja, gritting his teeth in rage and shame, admits that trying to kill their opponent was a very dangerous and reckless undertaking. Another ninja, with his head down and his face hidden behind a mask, justifies himself by saying that they were merely carrying out a secret mission received directly from the head of the Gyeom clan. The hero only smiles sarcastically clarifying that the secret mission meant a direct attempt to kill him. Hearing these words, the ninja girl angrily shouts out that one of their men, Yujin Sang, betrayed them by revealing their true intentions. The ninja despairs at the thought that the two brothers managed to deceive them despite all their precautions and secrecy. Yushin Wung stands in the middle of a forest road and looks around, but no matter how much he strains his senses, he doesn't sense the presence of a single living soul nearby. Looking at the carefree, yawning Yushin Wung, the ninja begin to hesitate, believing that he is either too stupid or completely insane to dare to act alone. One of the ninja, coldly analyzing the situation, concludes that Yushin Wung left behind a trap device that shoots bone projectiles to mislead them. Satisfied with his discovery, the ninja decides that everything has become easier now that the enemy himself has made it easier for them to complete their task. Yushin Wung, with a calm and confident smile on his lips, coldly states to himself that everything is developing exactly as he planned from the very beginning. One of the ninjas, swinging his sword, rushes forward with fury, hoping that after their strike, Yushin Wung will end up in the world of the dead. Yushin Wung activates his bone spear skill, creating two glittering vortexes of energy around himself, preparing to deal a devastating blow to his opponents. Using his power, Yushin Wung summons a multitude of glittering bone spears around him, preparing to strike his enemies with a merciless volley. The horror that distorted the ninja's face was beyond words. His eyes, full of panic fear, trembled as if death itself was reflected in them, and his entire body was gripped by a cold paralysis before inevitable death. Streams of lightning strikes cut through the night. Ninjas fall one after another, not even having time to raise their weapons to defend themselves. The terrified ninja, his eyes wide, screams sorcerer, realizing that before him stands a creature beyond comprehension. Desperately swinging their swords, the ninjas try to break through the glittering arrows of magic, but their movements are full of fear and hopelessness. The dark-haired boy chuckled lightly and exuded a calm confidence, as if this entire fight was just a warm-up for him. In his mind, he notices that the skill consumes a lot of mana, but even that should be enough to strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. The ninja, drenched in cold sweat, realizes with horror that the young man in front of them simply cannot be an ordinary warrior at that age. The other ninja's eyes, filled with fear, reflect his disturbing guess that the demons were somehow involved in Yushin Wung's resurrection. An explosion of green light erupts into the sky, and the figure, engulfed in frantic energy, screams in wild anger and pain. The enemy, with a distorted grin of hatred, exclaims that the enemy must have a weakness that must be urgently found. The two ninjas reflect with tension in their eyes that although the enemy's traps have caused them a lot of trouble, there is still hope to turn the tide of the battle. The ninjas' faces were frozen in a cold expression of determination, their hands tightly gripping their swords, ready to launch a furious attack at any moment. Their ranks grew denser, their swords glinting ominously in the ghostly light of the violet flame, as if foreshadowing the bloody battle that was about to begin. Filled with desperate determination, they are convinced that if they attack as a crowd, they will be able to defeat the enemy even at the cost of their own lives. However, their opponent, with a slight mocking smile on his lips, calmly stated that he was not alone and had not yet shown his full strength. The enemy's eyes flashed with rage and confusion as he felt a strange, disturbing vibration in the air. With a commanding wave of his hand, the protagonist commanded his skeletal warriors to rise from the magic circles, filling the battlefield with ancient horror. One of the ninjas, seeing the impossible with his own eyes, began to tremble uncontrollably with horror, and tears of fear ran down his cheeks. With a panicked cry, the crowd of terror-stricken fighters fled in disarray, unable to comprehend the force they were up against. From the thick darkness, the eyes of a skeleton slowly flared up with fire as it rose from the ground, exuding an inexorable threat and death. One by one, the skeletal warriors rose from the glowing magical seals surrounding them, submitting to the will of their master and preparing for a bloody reckoning. The hero walks forward calmly, surrounded by skeletal warriors, while the cold blue glow of necromancy envelops their figures, and he confidently proclaims that this is the true demonic art. The ninja clutches the skeleton's hand in panic, looking back at his comrades, while the rest of the warriors, trembling in terror, whisper prayers and call upon the mercy of the gods in the hopes of saving their lives. The skeletal warriors, shrouded in a ghostly light, stand motionless under the night sky, their eyes filled with bloody light, silently staring at their enemies, who are choking with fear. A fear-stricken ninja who has spent his entire life shedding blood feels for the first time his heart gripped by the icy horror of the incomprehensible power of necromancy that comes from a simple ritual. A sudden flash of magical light pierces the air, cutting through the body of one of the ninja, who does not even have time to scream from the unbearable pain. One of the warriors, maddened by fear and despair, furiously threatens to kill anyone who dares to try to escape from this bloody night trap. Huddled together, the ninja desperately try to convince themselves that they are nothing more than a pitiful pile of bones, even though their hearts have long been filled with panic. Shouting battle cries, the enemy rushes to attack, but chaos and fear quickly turn their onslaught into a disorderly flight. Skeletons with glowing red eyes, weapons flashing, attack with lightning speed, mercilessly scattering the ranks of frightened enemies. The hero, watching the chaotic scene with a slight sneer on his lips, ironically wonders if they have all gone mad. The hero stands with his arms crossed over his chest and a slight mocking smile on his face, while behind him a skeletal archer with glowing red eyes tensely pulls back the string of his bow, preparing to release a deadly arrow at the enemies who so stupidly missed the chance to escape and save themselves. Masked warriors rush forward through the night with a furious cry, clutching swords in their hands and breaking the silence with their determined stomps. The skeleton's eyes glow with an ominous flame in the darkness as they rush forward with terrifying speed in a furious attack, swords ready to pierce any obstacle. Skeletons and ninjas clash with fierce determination in a merciless and bloody duel, where every sword strike and every move decides who is destined to live and who will fall on this dark battlefield. One of the ninja, suddenly realizing the mortal danger of the situation, opens his eyes in a daze, clenching his fist and sword in a futile attempt to contain his fear. With a lightning-fast movement, the warrior releases a glittering arrow, aiming precisely at the heart of the invisible enemy in an attempt to stop him for at least a moment. A bright flash of light breaks the darkness of the night, and an arrow, fired with all its might, quickly pierces space, rushing towards its target. The ninja, terrified to the point of trembling, understands that he cannot escape from this unequal battle, and his eyes, wide with horror, reflect his own doom. One of the attackers falls back with a scream, struck down by an unknown force, and blood gushes from a deep wound, painting the darkness with a bright scarlet spot. The warrior who survived this terrible second recoils in horror, looking at his fallen comrade, realizing that the next fatal blow may be intended specifically for him. Assessing the situation with a cold eye, the experienced fighter remembers an old trick, realizing that their opponent is using a double-shot technique, aiming the first arrow as a distraction and the second for the killing blow. A skeleton dressed in an archer's armor stands next to its owner, demonstrating the technique of the great archer of Zhejiang, shocking the onlookers. One of the ninjas panics and notices that if you look closely, you can see something familiar in this skeleton. The skeleton quickly unleashes a series of 19 crushing blows with a ghostly one-sided spear, flashing with a terrifying blue energy. The skeleton, without losing momentum, brings down the deadly fist of the black tiger on his opponents, using the ancient technique of the iron tiger fist. The warrior's face twisted in horror as he panicked and realized that all of these skeletons were using the martial techniques of the Zhejiang masters, and he lost control of himself and screamed for help, overcome with fear of his impending doom. Realizing that attacking the skeletons will not be successful, the ninja focuses and prepares to change his tactics by dashing to the side. The skeleton master watches with a satisfied smile as his opponent realizes that he can no longer stop the bones flying at him. Bending towards the ground and gathering all the strength in his body, the warrior, whose hands glow with an ominous green energy, rushes into a swift attack. With a wild battle cry and a mad determination in his eyes, the ninja rushes forward, preparing to destroy the enemy with one fatal blow. The young master watches with icy calm as the enemy, entangled in streams of green energy, rapidly approaches to deliver the finishing blow. Mad with fear, he rushes into flight, feeling how an invisible trap is approaching from all sides, cutting off his last hopes of salvation. A brilliant flash of blue energy pierces the darkness of the night, illuminating everything around with a blinding light and announcing an imminent crushing blow. A powerful stream of light and force, like an explosion, covers the enemy, forcing him to writhe in unbearable agony amidst raging vortices of energy. The necromancer stands calmly in the center of a raging energy storm, while his skeletal warriors are surrounded by an ominous glow and silent menace. The exhausted and scorched enemy, shrouded in ominous green mana, struggles to look up through the thick clouds of smoke. With horror, he recognizes the familiar technique of the Baek-un clan's Sword Lord, which now falls upon him as an inescapable sentence. A necromancer with an icy smile and his skeletal warriors with glowing eyes slowly surround the enemy, depriving him of the slightest chance of escape. In belated despair, the enemy realizes that he himself has fallen into a skillfully set trap where his every step was predicted in advance. An ominous green aura fluttered around his body, and a hopeless fear of the real demon standing before him gradually spread in his heart. The character, gritting his teeth in an evil grin, with his face distorted by madness, stands surrounded by skeletons, and overcome by a final surge of despair, is filled with bitter gratitude to Yu Xin-wun for the fact that it was he who made the last moments of his life so unusually cheerful and crazy. Opening his mouth in a hysterical scream, filled with despair and rage, he poured out all the accumulated pain and fear. Coldly observing what was happening, the main character noted to himself with a slight grin that events were turning out even better than he had expected. Standing amidst the glittering flashes of lightning cutting through the dark sky, the hero reflected on the incredible striking power of the 12 swords of the lightning and thunder god art. Reaching out his hand towards the flowing bolts of energy, he firmly decided that he could now approach his martial arts training with more seriousness and focus. Clenching his fist and looking forward with determination in his eyes, he thought with satisfaction that he now had another supreme skeleton at his disposal. In horror, with her eyes wide with fear, the girl asked herself in bewilderment why her body suddenly stopped obeying and could not take a single step. Being captured by the power of the Shadow Link skill, she froze in place, and the hero calmly approached her and touched her face without the slightest effort. With tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, the girl justified herself by saying that she would never try to kill him, because there was something more between them. Love. Falling to her knees and clasping her hands in supplication, she begged with hope in her eyes to start all over again, believing that not all was lost. With a slight mockery on his face, the hero, watching the girl, notices that she really does have an outstanding talent for acting, and then, coldly squinting, adds that, speaking of her talents, he wonders if she still continues to kidnap and torture random travelers. The frightened girl, her eyes wide open, stares ahead, realizing that any delay could cost her her life, and in her thoughts there is an alarming realization that if her secret becomes public, she will be finished. She jerks her wrist, activating the deadly technique, and at the same moment, an ominous purple light flashes in the air. The girl furiously directs a stream of poisonous energy at the enemy, shouting, "Die!" overcome with a desperate determination to destroy him before he can do anything. Blazing with confident triumph, she viciously makes a victory gesture, unaware that the situation is rapidly spiraling out of her control. Amidst the clouds of poisonous fog, the hero's mocking voice can be heard, coldly informing her that her poison resistance has reached level B, rendering all her efforts useless. Shocked by this news, the girl exclaims with horror and incomprehension, "What?" realizing that her plan has failed. From the thick purple fog, the protagonist emerges with a cheeky grin on his face and energy that compresses the space around him, directing his will towards it. In one swift movement, he pierces the space between them and delivers a crushing blow straight into her chest, leaving no chance for salvation. With a predatory smile on his lips, he whispers that there is one thing he especially loves in this world, while blocking her throat so that she can no longer utter a word. Coming very close, he grins cruelly and says that he doesn't need to worry about the law before finishing off scum like her. The hero activates the deadly skill Accelerate Rot with cold determination, sending streams of dark energy straight into the chest of the terrified girl. Signs of infection begin to appear rapidly on her skin, covering her face and neck with eerie dark spots like harbingers of doom. Clutching her throat with both hands, the girl falls to her knees in despair, trying with all her might to relieve the unbearable pain that grips her body. The hero watches with an imperturbable expression as his spell works on the man without fail, no worse than in battles with huge monsters. Coming closer to his defeated opponent, he calmly and coldly looks at her suffering without feeling a drop of sympathy. Deciding to take advantage of the opportune moment, he silently reaches for the body to take from her the valuable thing necessary for his plans. Her personal belongings fall to the ground next to her lifeless body, the last evidence of her futile struggle for life. The hero, without even looking back, confidently goes deep into the dark forest, leaving behind only silence and the smell of death. With a stern glint in his eyes, he whispers that the next one to feel his wrath will be Yujin Sang. A few days later, a bright blue sky fills the majestic building with light, where new events will soon begin to unfold. An enraged man with braided hair and a crown on his head angrily slams his fist on the table, demanding an explanation for what seems impossible to him. Standing in front of the seated men, he shouts in rage, asking why everyone is silent, and no one has bothered to explain the situation that has thrown him off balance. One of those present, frowning thoughtfully, recalls that the group of assassins sent by the Guillaume family disappeared without a trace into the forest. Another man, stroking his chin in thought, suggests that, judging by the nameplate left nearby, the body found belongs to Guillaume Mi Ho. The man in orange clothes, frowning and covered in cold sweat, reflects on the fact that the nameplate on the killer's body indicates a carefully planned provocation. Clenching his fists in rage, he realizes that the killer deliberately left a threatening message for him to instill fear and anxiety. Without holding back his anger, he shouts that something needs to be done immediately because inaction in the current situation will only worsen their situation. At that moment, in the shadows, the advisor's face twists into a sinister smile, and he whispers a sly suggestion to go to the red light district and relax a little. Under hypnosis, the man in orange, looking forward in a lost manner, begins to mumble that he should really think about drinking. With a slumped posture and a dull look in his eyes, he gets up from the table, repeating to himself that he should go get a drink, while the other two watch him with a mocking grin. The man in red-brown clothes with a serious expression sighed heavily, still not believing that so many problems and difficulties arose for their clan because of Yu Xin Wung. The man with a sly expression on his face calmly remarks that a taut string is very easy to break, casting a meaningful glance at his interlocutor. The gloomy warrior, narrowing his eyes, asks warily what exactly is being discussed, as if sensing danger in the coming answers. His interlocutor, without hiding his mockery, smirks in response and ironically asks what he himself thinks about this. A sinister man with scarlet eyes menacingly declares that if this insignificant person interferes with the implementation of the sect's main plan, then they are obliged to wipe him off the face of the earth, even if it means destroying the entire area. Another dark participant in the conspiracy, with a sinister smile on his lips, reflects on the fact that very soon the Baekwung clan will drown in a bloody massacre. Having received the order, both men, filled with determination and fanaticism, begin preparing for a holy war, planning to unleash a bloody massacre on the appointed day. One of them ominously orders the curse aimed at Yu Xin Wung to be intensified to make it even more deadly, as their enemy has proven unexpectedly resistant to magical attacks. The servant bows with ardor and a flattering smile, loudly assuring that he will immediately fulfill the will of his master. Meanwhile, the young man in green clothes firmly and decisively raises his hand, categorically declaring that it is absolutely impossible to carry out this order. A frightened young man, blinking and wiping sweat from his forehead, looks at himself with an anxious expression on his face, trying to collect his thoughts before an important meeting. In the desperate crowd, people raise their hands in the air, shouting and begging for help, each trying to convey their message to the young master, hoping to be heard. The young servant, with his hand firmly raised in a prohibitory gesture, officially announces that young master Xin Wung has ordered that no guests be received, causing a stir and disappointment in the crowd. The indignant visitors, sighing heavily, angrily talk to each other, grumbling that some dirty and insignificant servant drove them away without even letting them get close. Smiling with relief and nervously wiping away beads of sweat, the young servant thinks with relief that he is about to go crazy from such an influx of people and tension. Young Master Xin Wung quickly puts on his clothes and strictly orders the servant not to let anyone else into the house for a few days, and to pretend that he is still inside. With a slight wave of his hand, Xin-un leaves his faithful servant, who bows deeply and respectfully confirms that he will carry out his will. Against a serene blue sky, rugged rocky mountains rise up, shrouded in a thin layer of fog, giving the surrounding landscape an unsettling sense of mystery. In a dark crevice between the rocks, the entrance to a cave glimmers ominously, from which streams of green light burst forth and frightening screams are heard, like echoes of an ancient evil. From the depths of the cave, illuminated by a frightening green glow, a mysterious dark figure slowly emerges, as if an ancient evil has awakened and is coming out. A young warrior sits in a dark cave in a meditative pose, focusing his energy on a mysterious black substance that emits an ominous green light. A slight look of bewilderment is reflected on the hero's face when, squinting, he notices something strange in the behavior of the dark substance in front of him. A stream of poisonous green energy bursts out from the shadow of the black mass, rapidly rising upward and emitting a threatening hiss like a living creature. Rising to his feet with a slight smirk, the hero reflects with irony on how his enemies began to lose their composure when their plan began to fall apart. Powerful waves of energy begin to circulate through the young man's body. His figure is illuminated by a blue glow, and the very nature around him seems to freeze from tension. Smiling with satisfaction, the hero notes that thanks to the absorbed energy, his yin mana reserves have been fully restored, and now he is ready to test its power. With a flick of his wrist, he activates the spell, commanding the ancient incantation to bring the skeletal killer to life, causing a blinding flash of light. Under the influence of dark magic, the remains of the beast begin to tremble and deform, foaming in crimson energy and gradually acquiring a new sinister form. The hero watches the process carefully, silently assessing what is happening, and his eyes gleam coldly in the semi-darkness of the cave. A skeleton with eye sockets burning with red flame slowly rises before him, exuding the icy breath of death and commanding fear into space itself. Looking at its bones, the young man frowned, noting that the skeleton did not have the black coloring typical of supreme warriors. He frowned thoughtfully as he pondered the creature's origins, at a loss as to who this strange servant could really be. Looking at the skeleton with disgust, the hero caustically noted to himself that even being dead, he still remained just as unpleasant and irritating. Taking a deep breath, he commanded the skeleton to impart all of his martial arts to him, making no secret of his intentions. At that moment, system notifications flickered before the young man's eyes, informing him that a special condition had been met to receive a hidden task. Smiling ominously, the young man came to the conclusion that it was time to put the impudent fellow in his place and remind him who was boss here. Suddenly, dark energy flared up in the skeleton's body, filling the cave with waves of ominous aura that chilled the air. The skeleton's eyes filled with a bright, bloody light, and cracks began to slowly spread across the surface of his skull under the pressure of a powerful force. With a cold grin on his lips, the hero announced to the skeleton that before sending him into oblivion, he would make him experience endless torment. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the young man threw the skeleton aside, deciding at this time to call upon the other skeletons and demand the secrets of martial arts from them. Appearing before the hero, two skeletons, like guardians of ancient secrets, silently watch him, and the system reports the receipt of secret quests Dead Desires 2 and Dead Desires 3. Having realized a new path to power, the hero, with a beaming smile on his face, enthusiastically exclaims that he can obtain the martial arts of any warrior simply by completing his task. With a slight gesture, the hero refuses the two skeletons, explaining that he has no need for their first-class martial arts and sends them back into oblivion. Looking calmly at the skeletons, he asks them not to look so disappointed, because he has already received everything he needs for growth, and now he has no need to linger with them. The hero, having dropped to the ground in a fighting stance with a sword at his feet, breathes heavily, preparing for a new test and gathering strength for further action. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he angrily thinks about how this body he got reminds him again and again of its weakness and demands urgent changes. Against the background of the sound of clinking bones, a mysterious skeletal figure in blue robes appears before the hero, shrouded in a faint, ghostly glow. The hero, leaning heavily on his sword, bent over from fatigue, tries with all his might to justify himself before the strict teacher. I swear that he is trying with all his might. Gripping the hilt of the sword in his sweaty hands, the hero raises it in front of him with stubborn determination, determined to try again, even if slowly. Focusing on his weapon, he carefully begins to accumulate energy, and his sword becomes enveloped in a mysterious purple aura of yin mana, ready to explode with power. The protagonist, straining all his attention, looks intently at the sword in his hands, through which the shimmering power of yin mana begins to flow. His body trembled with tension as the Eastern Sage's key energy began to awaken within him, smoothly enveloping his hands and sword in a purple glow. Bright lightning begins to scatter across his body as the hero activates the ancient art of the god of lightning and thunder, filling himself with destructive power. Roaring like a startled dragon, he raises his sword high, surrounded by streams of lightning, preparing to use the first form of the art of the 12 thunder swords. Gritting his teeth in concentration, he unleashes a devastating thunder slash, slicing through the space in front of him in a white-hot flash of light. The blade crashes into the ground, sending out clouds of steam and cracks as if the earth itself were shaking under the onslaught of its fury. The hero looks at the result of the attack with a frown on his face and bitterly realizes that there is an insurmountable gap in strength between him and true masters like Jiwayu Nam Sayeng. Feeling a strange movement, he suddenly raises his head and notices how a black bony hand quickly flies towards him from the darkness, causing his heart to stop. Turning around in surprise, he sees the skeleton lightly touch his back with its cold fingers, as if in mockery, causing him to flinch in surprise. Frightened and confused, the hero realizes with horror that something completely unexpected is happening, and his eyes widen in anticipation of trouble. The skull with glowing scarlet eyes stared forward silently, emitting a dark and oppressive aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Losing his balance under the influence of dark energy, the hero falls heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust around himself. Behind him, like a dark shadow, a skeleton rises silently, its empty eye sockets piercingly watching his every movement. Realizing that at each of the indicated points he deliberately did not activate his mana circles, the hero understands how thin the line between life and death is. Full of determination, he makes the dangerous decision to try to open all the closed points using the Eastern Sage's Kai severing technique, while retaining the ability to stop if he fails. Closing his eyes in deep concentration, the hero feels how streams of mana begin to flow evenly through his body, filling him with strength and warmth. Glowing system windows appear before his mind's eye, announcing the acquisition of new skills, abilities, and the long-awaited level increase, completing this dangerous ritual. The soft ringing of flashing notifications breaks the darkness, and the hero's eyes slowly open, reflecting a bluish glow of new possibilities, filling his mind with calm confidence and anticipation of power. A smile of self-satisfaction appears on the hero's face as cold beads of sweat run down his cheeks, and a warmth of satisfaction spreads in his chest from the fact that such a dangerous test ended in triumph. The clicking of the skeleton's bony fingers echoes in the silence, and the hero glances over his shoulder with a slight grin, accepting this strange but sincere sign of recognition of his new power. The bright moon, full of mysterious light, flooded the valley with its cold radiance, where Dojin Woon and his companions were temporarily hiding, immersed in anxious thoughts. The old man sat in the very center of the dark room, cross-legged and deeply meditating, trying to reconnect with his depleted powers and restore inner harmony. Beads of sweat gradually covered his tense face as he realized with increasing fear that with each new attempt it was becoming more and more difficult for him to cope with the internal resistance. Streams of cold sweat slowly trickled down his pale face, reflecting a deep anxiety about the unknown source of pain eating away at him from within. A sudden loud knock on the door abruptly tore the old man out of his concentrated thoughts, causing him to open his eyes sharply. Headmaster Nan quickly entered the room, took a close look at what was happening, and noted with alarm in his voice that the situation was becoming increasingly threatening. The sage, trying to remain calm, with a light, encouraging smile on his lips, raised his hands, as if driving away anxiety, and assured that it was all due to the missed dinner after long training. Headmaster Nan, with an expression of bitterness and hidden reproach on his face, noted that the reason for the disastrous state was the old man's excessive zeal in the duel with the senior gentleman. With even more despair in his voice and sadness reflected in his eyes, he added that if he were in the old man's place, he would have done exactly the same thing without hesitation. The old man, squinting his eyes with slight interest, quietly asked the young man if he was worried about the fate of Nangon Ho, who had left a few days ago and had still not returned. The young man, carefully taking the cup in his hands, said with a slight tremor in his voice that he was tormented by anxiety and timidly asked if he was ready to lead such an important and dangerous expedition. With noticeable anxiety in his eyes and internal doubts, he tried to assure himself and the elder that everything would end well and that he would definitely return unharmed, although a light, almost elusive note of doubt still slid into his words. Frowning and adopting a serious, almost stern expression on his face, the young man, without hiding his tension, asked the elder a direct question about whether he had made a final and deliberate decision. The sage, keeping an imperturbable calm on his face, silently and attentively looked at the young man, as if trying to read in his soul what words could not convey. The young man, looking down and sighing heavily, added that he could not shake off his doubts about the older gentleman, whose sudden change in character was causing him alarming suspicions. The boy with a bright red headband, his eyes burning with determination, confidently declared that the Red Cloud faction was now strong enough to adequately withstand any threat from other clans. The elder, pressing his lips together and tensing his whole body, closed his eyes for a moment, tormented by inner anxiety for his younger master, and for the fact that the Red Clouds could seize the clan at any convenient moment while it was weakened. Images of days gone by surfaced in the sage's memories, when at a meeting, immediately after the fight with the Black Bear, he suddenly caught familiar features in one person that haunted him. The face of the smiling man, Lord Yu Ho-El, whom everyone in the clan still missed, remembering his warmth and wisdom, floated before his mind's eye. The youth with the red headband suddenly jumped up from his seat, exclaiming with anger burning in his chest that the Red Cloud faction's actions were too obvious to be ignored. Suddenly, Yu Xin Wung, lightly touching the wooden door with his hand, quietly opens the door, letting in the warm evening light and attracting everyone's attention. Both the old man and the young man with the bandage turned sharply at the sound and, caught off guard, froze in place with uncomprehending and astonished expressions on their faces. Yu Xin Wung stands at the door with a wide, happy smile on his face, genuinely happy to finally see them all in good health. The old man and the young man in the red bandana look at him with wild, almost shocked amazement, unable to immediately realize that he is really standing here, in front of them. The old man and the faithful servant, barely recovering from their surprise, quickly bowed in respectful obeisance before Yu Xin Wung, embarrassedly adding that if he had warned them of his visit, they would certainly have prepared a reception and set the table with treats. The young man, smiling slightly with friendly ease, jokingly remarked that he should in any case lose a little weight, to which even the old man responded with a slight, almost imperceptible smile. The man in the red bandana, his face flushed with anger, immediately concludes that the rumors about Yushin Wung's plight were false, and that he was simply hanging around somewhere doing nothing. The man, with a note of obvious reproach in his voice, asks Yushin Wung a direct question about where he has been all this time, not hiding his irritation. Yushin Wung, frowning and with obvious displeasure on his face, calmly replies that he had too many urgent matters to attend to, but now there are much more important things that require immediate discussion. Looking from one to the other, he asks with a hint of sarcasm in his voice how much longer they are going to continue this farcical comedy. With a displeased expression on their faces and a slight hint of reproach in their eyes, they both turned to him at the same time, not understanding what such a strange and direct remark was addressed to. The young man, with an insistent seriousness in his voice, emphasizes that the old man urgently needs to stop exhausting himself with excessive use of Kai power, otherwise his body will very soon not withstand it and lead to his death. Internal memories come alive in the young man's mind as he recalls that something similar had happened in the past, and that it almost cost the old man his life. The old man, with a noticeable confusion on his face and an awkward smile, hastily assures that everything is not so bad and that his strength will definitely be restored over time. The young man, sincerely not believing his encouraging words, coldly notes that the old man has long been at the finish line of his endurance and no efforts will help him anymore. The man with the bandage on his head, flushed with rage, exclaims that only the young man is to blame for what happened, and it was because of him that the old man ended up in such a terrible state. The young man, slowly getting up from the table, casts a mocking glance at the old man and with a slight grin points out to him that, by and large, he was lucky, making it clear what exactly he was talking about. With a proud and confident expression on his face, the young man calmly explains that if he had not come today to check on the old man's condition, then by tomorrow morning his life would have been cut short completely. Carefully placing his hand on the old man's back, he feels him with eyes wide open in surprise, looking at him in shock, unable to hide his embarrassment. The young man gently and confidently asks the old man to relax, calm down, and trust him completely, because now his life is in safe hands. Yushin Wung, with a look of deep concentration on his face, transmits a stream of his magical power to the old man, and soon both of them find themselves engulfed in a soft, almost ephemeral blue flame that sways in the air and envelops their figures. The old man, distorted with pain, convulsively bends in half and with effort spits out thick, dark blood from his lungs, leaving a trace of mortal weakness on his lips, but a weak spark of life still burns in his eyes. The red-faced warrior with a bandage on his head, overcome with anxiety and panic, quickly jumps up from his seat, tightly clenching his fist and desperately trying to stop the reckless act of the elder lord. In the silence of a spacious room, a young man with a cold and focused gaze raises his hand over a gray-haired old man, around whom ominous streams of black energy swirl, slowly consuming his emaciated body. From under the thick bangs of the black-haired hero, scarlet eyes sparkle, filled with icy determination and silent fury, reflecting the seriousness of what is happening. The muscular warrior, with a frightened expression on his face, falls heavily to his knees, leaning one hand on the floor, unable to hide his confusion and bewilderment in the face of rapidly unfolding events. The young man, sitting opposite in a pose of deep meditation, continues to fill the elder with his pure and powerful aura, allowing light streams of energy to slowly penetrate his exhausted body, giving him new strength and hope for healing. Against the backdrop of a deepening purple shadow, a young man with his eyes closed and beads of sweat on his face ponders how the old man was able to withstand for so long the destructive force slowly tearing him apart from the inside. Standing next to the old man, the black-haired youth with a gloomy expression on his face realizes that if he had been just a few moments late, it would have been impossible to save the old man from certain death. The old man, with his lips tightly pressed together and a tense expression on his face, desperately holds back the uncontrollable outburst of inner power, while the youth behind him watches with concern and respect as he drains the last of his Kai. An alarming question arises in the young man's mind. Why is this old man, despite exhaustion and pain, ready to give his strength completely for the good of other people, without asking for anything in return? The boy, straining every muscle, presses his palm against the old man's back, transmitting to him a flow of his internal energy and quietly whispering that he will cleanse his body of filth and exhaustion. A thin, silver thread of energy slowly passes through their connected bodies, and the young man, clenching his teeth from the effort, decides to transfer a little more of his own power to the old man in order to restore the disrupted circulation and bring life back to the tired body. The old man, with beads of sweat streaming down his emaciated face, exhales heavily, unable to utter a word, as if every breath was given to him with unimaginable difficulty. The man with the bandage on his face, his eyes wide with amazement, watches as the sage slowly but surely fills with new strength, and a question arises in his soul as to how the elder gentleman was able to do something like this. The young man, sitting in the lotus position in the middle of a luminous field, thoughtfully recalls how, at that fateful moment, contact with the ancient skeleton became for him the key to understanding and awakening the sleeping force. Feeling that the process is complete, the young man carefully removes his hand from the old man's back and calmly says that everything is ready, allowing him to feel the fruits of their joint labor. The old man, with a face full of surprise and pupils emitting bluish reflections of energy, remains sitting in complete confusion, not fully understanding what has happened. Kneeling, the elder, as if enveloped in a thin veil of luminous blue flow, emits energy that fills the space around with a warm, soft glow. Silently, with a trembling amazement in his heart, he carefully examines his changed body and slowly realizes that completely new sensations and powers have awakened within him, which he had long since lost. The man with the bandage on his head, not believing his eyes, exclaims with gigantic, almost childish amazement that the elder's chakras have opened again, as if the heavens themselves had decided to grant him another chance. He quickly adds that it seems that the vice chief has managed to achieve a new rank, while the elder is still enveloped in a shimmering stream of his restored and powerful energy. The man, all beaming with happiness, struggling to find words from excitement, excitedly asks how this is even possible, and stumbling over every word with sincere trepidation congratulates Vice Head Du on this miracle. Both of them, overcome with anxious excitement, turn their tense gazes to Yu Xin Wung, not daring to say a word, as if realizing that it was he who was behind this incredible achievement. The young man, with his eyes closed and a deep calm on his face, remains motionless, as if separated from the surrounding world by a thin veil of concentration. He continues to stand in place, without opening his eyes, and a barely noticeable light smile plays on his face, as if he is silently enjoying the result of his difficult path. A new panel of achievements flashes before his inner eye, a shining and long-awaited reward for all the suffering, trials, and efforts to which he has been striving all this time, not allowing himself to doubt the chosen path for a moment. The black-haired youth, with a satisfied smile on his face, sincerely happy with his achievements, mentally sums up the recent events, recalling how, having absorbed the curse before Jinung, he was able to open the fourth circle of mana, complete one quest, start a new one, and get the opportunity to be cured from the harmful influence of the dark force. Yu Xin Wung, with a cold gaze and half-closed eyes, silently watches what is happening, hiding behind his outward calm, his evaluating thoughts about his next steps. The old man, with a noble expression on his face, folded his hands in a sign of deep respect, bows before the Savior with gratitude and sincere respect, expressing his eternal gratitude for the salvation. The young man, with a slight smile on his face, scratches the back of his head like a child, sitting on the floor opposite the old man and the warrior, who look at him with admiration and distrust, trying to understand how he managed to recognize the poison and cure it. Two men, one wearing a red headband and the other with a silver streak in his hair, lean forward with shining eyes and genuine curiosity, asking the hero to explain to them how he was able to perform such a miracle. The young man, with a serious expression on his face and his fingers clenched into a fist, calmly states that he knew about the existence of the poison because he himself was poisoned by the same curse. The warrior with the bandage and the old man with his hair tied up look at the young man in shock, hardly believing what they have heard, while he calmly explains that in fact it is not a matter of ordinary poison, but of a curse placed on them. The old man, with a worried face, frowning and not hiding his confusion, demands that the young man explain where exactly he learned about the existence of such an ominous force, while he remains imperturbable. The young man, with a slight half-smile on his lips, half-turnedly admits that in fact he only accidentally heard about the existence of the curse, and took advantage of the knowledge he received. The warrior with the red headband exclaims in horror and with wide eyes, trying to understand who could have told the young man about this deadly curse. The young man, with a serious expression on his face, confidently raises his hand and begins to explain, reminding that he himself experienced the effects of the poison. Upon hearing his confession, the two men react with shock, one of them screaming indignantly, while the other listens attentively to the explanation with alarm. Sitting opposite them, the young man calmly clarifies that this is not about ordinary poison, but about a curse imposed by someone secret. One of the men asks again with disbelief and tension how he knew about such a terrible curse. The young man, looking away, admits that he himself was not the original source of the information, but merely heard about it. The strong warrior's face is distorted with anxiety, and he asks in panic who told the young man about this. With seriousness in his eyes, the young man slowly and clearly pronounces the word that makes everyone shudder: Father. Both men's mouths drop open in shock, not believing what they've heard, their faces full of horror and incomprehension. Calmly crossing his arms over his chest, the young man confirms his belief by saying that his father was killed by the same curse. With a malicious glint in his eyes, the older man furiously asks who is behind this terrible tragedy. The young man, with a serious expression on his face, tightly grips the hilt of the sword, drawing it from its sheath, and tells how his father miraculously found this weapon. Putting a sword to his face, the young man speaks of a great power capable of destroying everything in its path. Shrouded in blinding lightning, the young man stands with his sword raised, radiating incredible power. The shocked old man cries out in despair the name of the dragon hidden among the white clouds. The mighty warrior, amazed by what he saw, clutches his chest, feeling all the majestic power that flared up before him. Tears stream down the old man's face as he acknowledges with a bright smile that before him is the legend of the 12 Swords of Thunder. A flashback shows a figure of a warrior engulfed in blue flames, holding a sword and pondering why such a powerful technique was forgotten by the Baek-Wung clan. Amidst the gathering crowd, rumors surface about how the art of the 12 swords remained only a beautiful myth of a merchant clan. The young man looks up with pride, illuminated by the flashes of lightning from his sword, and reflects on how it was thanks to his claim to the throne that he was able to master this power. With sadness in his eyes, the young man mentally addresses Yu Ho Yol, asking for forgiveness for using his death for the sake of his own story. The men bowed before the young master, their hands trembling and their hearts heavy, and they bowed their heads, listening to his solemn oath to cruelly avenge them and their fallen sons. With tears rolling down his haggard face, the old man recalls how much pain and suffering the young man had to endure as he fought the curse alone and mastered martial arts with all his might in one night. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists until his knuckles are white, the mighty warrior swears through his sobs that until the end of his days, and if necessary, even after death, he will atone for his guilt for having once failed to believe in his master. With a cold and heavy gaze filled with hidden anger, the young man breaks the silence and says that before he tells them about his proposal, they need to fully understand one truth. Two exhausted fighters with faces wet with tears and dull eyes look at each other in confusion, not understanding where the young master is leading them and what he is going to do next. The young man's gaze, now as cold as steel, drills into the space in front of him, radiating fury and impending inevitable retribution, making the air around him seem frozen. A huge wave of energy, like a raging hurricane, sweeps his hair upward, enveloping his entire figure in a blinding light, as if the elements themselves had taken on the form of a young warrior. With amazement and fear on their faces, the men desperately try to comprehend what is happening, because in front of them stands not just a man, but a living embodiment of lightning and thunder that knows no equal. A slight, almost mocking smile touches the young man's lips as he acknowledges with inner pride that he has managed to simultaneously control yin mana, use the wisdom of the ancients, and master the art of the god of lightning and thunder. Shocked to the core, with wide eyes, the warrior with the bandage on his forehead whispers, not believing his eyes, that this giant, shrouded in lightning, is really their elder master, whom they knew. The gray-haired man, with an anxious look and beads of sweat on his forehead, recalls that only once in his life had he seen such incredible power, and even now that memory evokes fear and awe in him. He remembers with respect and inner shudder the warrior who 30 years ago accompanied them on an important mission and displayed the same crushing power, forever leaving a deep mark in his memory. Against the setting sun, the figure of a mighty warrior in battle robes gleams, and now the great leader of Murim, Damjeong-gun, known as the Sword Emperor, stands proudly with his sword raised, radiating unwavering strength. Stunned and shocked to the core, the man wondered in confusion if the force that stood before them was truly comparable to the legendary might of the Sword Emperor himself. The confident young man looks the two men straight in the eye and, without wasting time on long speeches, decisively and briefly calls on them to join him and share his path. The young warrior, with a fiery gaze and a serious expression on his face, clearly, firmly, and without hesitation pronounces his proposal, inviting them to become part of his great undertaking. The elderly man, speaking on behalf of the vice-chief of the Baek-Wung clan, leans forward decisively, and with solemnity in his voice, swears an oath of allegiance to the new master. Another fighter, representing the Clear Clouds faction, vows with ardent determination to do whatever it takes, and if necessary even more, to justify the young leader's trust. In an atmosphere of general celebration, both men, kneeling and clasping their hands in a sign of oath, fervently assure that under the leadership of Yu Xin-wung, the Baek-Wung clan will once again ascend to the most unattainable heavens. Despite his sincere desire to congratulate his allies on their unification and express his joy, the young leader already senses a new threat approaching deep inside and is preparing for immediate action. Breaking the air with a swift leap, the young warrior fell upon his enemies with fury, leaving behind clouds of dust and debris from the destroyed ceiling. On the floor, crushed by the blow, the uninvited guest was breathing heavily, and those around him looked at him with cold wariness, realizing that an unknown threat was in front of them. At the moment when the old man was holding the spy tightly by the head, the man with the red bandage on his face, barely containing his indignation, sharply noted that before them was a clear example of the use of dirty secret surveillance techniques. A powerful hand roughly grabbed the stranger by the clothes, easily lifting him, like a pathetic doll, above the bloody floor. The spy, his face pale and full of despair, slowly looks up, while the others, not hiding their rage, indignantly whisper about how this traitor is clearly connected to the Red Cloud faction. In a calm but threatening voice, the young man ordered the prisoner to convey to his master the ominous news of his imminent death, and the crunch of bones rang in the air, emphasizing the inevitability of the threat. The scoundrel's mouth, hysterically choking with foam, already foreshadowed his imminent death, as if fate itself was passing its final sentence on him. The man with the bandage, seized with sudden anger, rushed from his place towards the traitor, but the sage, remaining cold and focused, only calmly noted that it was too late to change anything. Exhausted and dying, the spy foamed at the mouth and whispered about the hidden poison between his teeth before his body fell limp on the cold floor forever. Everyone present suddenly turned in one direction, as if they had caught something unusual and ominous that had disturbed the precarious balance of what was happening. Their faces remained outwardly calm, but behind this mask of clarity, deep confusion and tension could be clearly seen in their eyes. As he passed the men, Yu Xin-wung, without slowing down, calmly threw over his shoulder that it would be better for the traitor to admit everything himself and repent. All three, filled with determination and inner focus, walked forward with a firm step, ready for any development of events. The man, with a frightened face, raised his hand in panic, as if trying to protect himself from the impending threat, desperately shouting the name of Sam Bon and not understanding what was happening. A giant with a cold, merciless gaze raises his sword high above his head, preparing to deliver a crushing blow, and in front of him a man trembles in fear, instinctively covering himself with his hands. Without hesitating for a moment, the warrior swiftly and mercilessly lowers his sword, cutting through the night darkness and leaving a bloody trail in the air. Surrounded by a large detachment, the formidable leader, with an unwavering expression on his face, orders his opponents to lay down their arms and surrender, clutching his sword tightly in readiness for battle. The stunned guards, clutching swords in trembling hands, scream in despair and demand an explanation, indignantly pointing to the gross violation of order in the common area. With his face distorted with anger, the warrior, glaring at his opponents, rushed into the attack, his blade flashing in the pre-dawn darkness. With a rasp of rage and despair, the other man with a sword in his hand shouted, not believing the madness of the Red Cloud faction. In a whirlwind of rage, warriors with burning eyes and bloodshot blades rushed forward, cutting through the air with scarlet flashes of rage. Above the dark rooftops, under the full moon, cries of pain and dull thuds echoed in the silent night. Watching what was happening with horror and anger, the fighters screamed, begging their opponents to stop before blood covered the entire square. The Clear Cloud's general, full of determination, and with an angry expression on his face, loudly gives the order to the warriors to stand in battle formation and prepare for battle. The White Cloud warriors, weapons tightly clutched in their hands and determination in their eyes, rush to the aid of their allies, strengthening the battle lines. With a contemptuous grin, one of the opponents loudly ridicules his enemies for their pitiful weakness, and without hesitation orders them to be mercilessly destroyed. Two vast armies, driven by determination and hatred, clash furiously on the battlefield under an alarmingly dark sky. Heart-rending cries of pain can be heard from behind the dark walls, and alarmed residents look out in alarm, trying to understand what is happening. Shocked and horrified, the elders struggle to comprehend what is happening, wondering why the once united clans have begun a fratricidal war. With a sinking realization, the elders notice that the warriors of the small clouds seem to have decided to stand aside and not get involved in the madness of the battle. In the heat of the escalating argument, one of the senior warriors, filled with rage, demands an immediate explanation for the massacre that took place. With a shocked expression, the other elder exclaims that Yu Jin Sang really decided to start a bloodbath just because of rumors, and he doubtfully demands to see evidence. With a cold, sinister smile, the faction leader replies that there is no need for proof, since all of their enemies have long been plotting to overthrow the younger master and take his place. The enraged man in white robes points to the side in despair, loudly exclaiming that there may be innocent people among those people because they are all part of their big family, while his interlocutor, with an indifferent expression, coldly replies that he is starting to get on his nerves. A man with an arrogant grin, dressed in a warm cloak, smirks and remarks that everything could have been much simpler if his interlocutor had obeyed their order without hesitation and had not dared to object. Two figures in white robes fly back with a cry of despair, unable to repel the powerful attack, as if thrown away by a blow of the wind in a whirlwind of torn lines. One of the warriors, gasping for breath, realizes with horror that he cannot escape the iron grip of the enemy, who mercilessly squeezes his throat, not allowing him to take a breath. A man with a red bandage on his forehead, with sincere contempt and a cruel smile on his lips, shouts for his opponents to die, not hiding his triumph in the face of their defenselessness. The terrified youth, clutching his hand, struggles to resist the pressure, while his companion behind him freezes in horror, feeling how the merciless forces gradually subjugate their bodies. A smug man in a long cloak stands among the fallen bodies, while around him, silent and inactive, the warriors of the small clouds watch as their leaders are mercilessly strangled. A man in a red headband sneers at the assembled warriors with a contemptuous grin, claiming that they are the same pathetic rodents as their former leader, casting a cold and disdainful glance at them. With his eyes flashing, the man in the crimson robe defiantly invites his opponents to pretend that they still have a drop of honor left in them and challenge him to a fight, standing against the backdrop of a clearing strewn with bodies. The man with a stern expression orders the White and Clear Clouds fighters not to let up and fight to the end. But deep down he realizes with annoyance that the spy was still unable to eliminate the necessary targets. A mighty warrior with bare hands brings down his blow with fury and force, framed by a sparkling scarlet light. At the moment of the crushing blow, the warrior's face was distorted with tension, and bright flashes of energy flew around him. A thunderous blow from a heavy sword fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and sending sparks flying in all directions. The crowd of warriors with joyful cries and shining faces raised their hands in greeting, meeting their arriving leader. 3 men in different clothes stand confidently next to each other, and their stern faces clearly say that they have come to help their allies. With a serious expression on his face, the warrior in the red bandage says that he sent the strongest fighter, whom even great warriors could not cope with. Smiling maliciously, he mockingly adds that everything that is happening leads to only one inevitable conclusion. They will have to cut off the head of their enemy. The elder gentleman, unable to contain his rage, shouts out insults, outraged at how their great leader was dared to be insulted. With a cold glint in his eyes, the warrior notices to himself that the pathetic bastards from the small clouds have decided to join the enemy. Yu Xin-wung, with a cheeky smile and confidently pointing his finger forward, asks a rhetorical question about whether the one who cursed his father and brother should pay for it with his head. A man in a red headband screams with rage and icy flames around him, indignantly demanding an explanation for the accusation of a curse. The young man with a smug smile coolly hints that the truth will emerge once you go down into the dungeons beneath the Red Clouds faction. One of the fighters, with a frightened face, asks in confusion where they got such information. Whispers and confusion begin among the ranks of the Little Cloud supporters when they hear mention of underground tunnels and a curse. Holding his sword confidently, the young man in green robes explains that thanks to his spy, he already knows all the enemy's secrets. The enraged leader of the Red faction, unable to bear it any longer, orders his men to destroy their opponents. The warriors of the small clouds raise their swords with battle cries, preparing to stand up for their brothers. A fierce battle breaks out, with fighters from both sides clashing in a furious fight and blood staining the ground. In a rage, the Red leader leaps at the enemy with icy force in his fists, threatening to kill him with his own hands. With a slight grin, the young man in green assesses the attack, and internally decides that he will have to deal with this icy Kai. The hero's sword, illuminated by bright blue lightning, repels the enemy's furious attack with devastating force, throwing his body high into the air. The enemy, with a wicked smile, surrounds himself with a multitude of glowing energy hands, preparing a powerful volley to sweep away his enemy. The hero, with a focused and cold gaze, deftly blocks the onslaught of several attacks at once, flashing his blade in a swift whirlwind of movement. With a nasty grin, the enemy watches as his spell of phantom frost imperceptibly binds the hero's body into invisible icy shackles. With a confident smile, the hero tightly grips the sword that emits a blinding blue glow, showing no fear of the enemy's trap. His fingers grip the hilt of the blade tightly, and a powerful stream of energy erupts from the sword, dispelling the darkness around him. The enemy's face shows disbelief and panic when he realizes that the hero remains completely unharmed, despite all his efforts. Engulfed in purple flames, the hero looks at his opponent with a contemptuous smile and dismissively notes that he expected much more from him. The enemy, in shock, thinks about where this killer got such colossal inner strength, surpassing all his ideas. The hero smiles, thinking that compared to the energy of the dead, this power seems to him like child's play. With a furious cry and a face distorted with anger, the enemy rushes into the attack, releasing waves of furious energy forward in a desperate attempt to turn the tide of the battle. Clad in a brilliant blue aura, the young warrior quickly summons the crushing power of lightning upon himself, preparing to deliver a devastating blow like that of a heavenly storm. Frightened and stunned, the enemy jumps back in panic, realizing how deadly the coming blow is, rushing towards him with inexorable force. With a cold grin and unwavering confidence on his face, the young man approaches his shocked enemy, calmly throwing fatal words in his face about his delayed reaction. With a brilliant flash of light, his sword pierces the air, releasing a blinding wave of energy that quickly crashes down on the enemy, completely destroying their defenses. In fear and despair, the old man, his face twisted in pain, screams piercingly, realizing his imminent death as his body begins to shake under the onslaught of a force beyond his understanding. With lightning-fast steps, the young warrior, surrounded by flashes of blue light, rises above the fallen enemy, radiating undeniable majesty and icy calm before the stunned crowd. The assembled crowd is astonished when they recognize the young man as a master of the legendary art of the 12 Swords of Thunder, which once belonged to the god of lightning and thunder himself. One of the opponents, holding back his horror with all his might, tries to inspire his companions with a desperate cry, calling on them not to give in to fear in the face of unprecedented power. Having gathered his remaining forces, the leader announces to the crowd his numerical superiority, assuring them that despite their fear, the outcome of the battle is supposedly predetermined by their numbers. The hero, standing against the backdrop of the lifeless bodies of his defeated opponents and calmly looking around, notices with a slight grin that all his enemies really were birds of a feather, equally weak and pitiful in front of his strength. Yu Xin-wung, with a sinister smile, slowly raises his hand, from which a cold bluish glow of energy begins to flow, and with an unkind squint in his voice, throws out a mocking question by the way, "Which of you is here even more?" One of the warriors, with a sarcastic grin on his lips, sarcastically asks in response what new trick their unpredictable enemy has prepared this time, clearly not believing in the simplicity of what is happening. One of the opponents, his eyes wide with horror, looks ahead, unable to believe what is happening, overcome by sudden fear and a premonition of imminent death. Looking down, the man notices a huge dark puddle under his feet, not realizing that this strange and ominous liquid foreshadows an even greater danger. The next moment, a massive black hand bursts out of the darkness, carrying an unspeakable threat, and the man's eyes widen in horror as he realizes that there is no escape. A terrible figure in a black cloak with eyes glowing red, radiating icy hatred, appears from the thick darkness in front of the enemy, immobilized by fear. Trembling, drenched in cold sweat and unable to look away, the man looks up in horror at the ominous figure, realizing that every second brings his end closer. Ominous, ghostly figures, shrouded in bluish lightning, easily and inexorably penetrate the ranks of enemies, turning them into lifeless bodies scattered on the ground in chaotic disorder. A figure in black, like the embodiment of darkness, ominously swings a sword, from the blade of which comes a frightening blue glow, permeating the air with a sense of impending disaster. In the thick darkness, the sword silently cut through the silhouettes of his opponents, and scarlet splashes of blood, like strokes of death, flew in all directions, painting the night the color of death. Figures in black cloaks, shrouded in a dark aura, ominously and silently walked past the mangled bodies of fallen enemies like shadows coming for their souls. The protagonist, with a cold determination in his gaze, firmly and without a shadow of a doubt orders his warriors to destroy every last one, without showing the slightest mercy. The terrified opponents, realizing the hopelessness of what is happening, try to escape in panic from the approaching shadows in black cloaks, desperately shouting that this is the embodiment of the art of chaos. The two men's serious, sharp gazes meet in silent understanding of what exactly the older gentleman meant when he spoke of unpredictable power. The silhouettes in cloaks turned out to be warriors of the mortal enemies, ruthless defenders whom the father hired specifically to protect his son in the most dangerous times. The young man calmly explains that these creatures will be loyal to him for a whole year, protecting him from any threats, like a living shield created from darkness. With a serious expression on his face, the young man adds that in exchange for their protection, their father passed on to them the ancient ancestral art of the divine technique of lightning and thunder, a secret that cost many sacrifices. The man with the bandage on his head, barely hiding his displeasure, says with a heavy claim that giving the family art into the hands of hired killers is too high a price that not everyone would dare to pay. Yu Xin-wung, keeping a completely calm face, gently reassures them, saying that all of this is just a carefully thought-out lie created for their own good and salvation. A figure in a black robe stands in front of the warrior, and everything is explained by the fact that if you use the Phantom Cloak skill on skeletons, they can hide their bodies under cloaks and merge with the shadows of opponents, becoming invisible. Yu Xinwang, with a puzzled expression, repeats that he had to make everything up on the fly, but fortunately, everything worked out well and gave a great result. The robed figure wounds the warrior with one swift movement, dealing him a fatal blow from which there was no escape. A flock of unknown creatures stands around the fallen victim, exuding an all-consuming fear that makes even the bravest tremble. The crowd of amazed warriors watch in amazement at the might of the future leader's squad, wondering how powerful the leader himself will be if his subordinates are already so terrifying. Natov joyfully shouts words of victory, glorifying the name of Yu Xinwang and celebrating his triumph. Yu Xinwang, with a dark and ominous look into the distance, remembers that he still has to deal with the two remaining degenerates, whom he intends to wipe off the face of the earth. The young man shouts out the order to attack the leader of the Red Clouds in a loud and confident voice, filling the warriors' hearts with determination. The warriors, together with their leader, rush into the attack on the enemy with determination, ready to defeat anyone who stands in their way. Forward through the clouds of fog, the main character rushes forward with determination on his face, and his companions rush headlong after him, ready for any challenge. Stopping halfway, the young man looks around warily, feeling a strange cold creeping into his bones. Not a single figure appears from the thick white fog, and the hero remains alone in the empty, silent square. With a slight half-smile and a squint, the young man touches his chin, thinking about what is happening and preparing to use all his hidden power of necromancy. Before him, in an ominous purple light, rises a huge palace from which a dark aura flows, promising him mortal danger. The enraged mage slams his fist into the ground, causing the floor to crack under his angry power, and a heavy vibration of rage and despair hangs in the air for a moment. The majestic hall, filled with a frightening purple light, seems endless, and the magician, standing in the center, surrounded by rows of silent mummies, notices with alarm that he no longer feels the energy of his subordinates. The mage's face is distorted with uncontrollable rage and panic as he grits his teeth and realizes that even Ha Gyum, one of the strongest, was killed, and no one from the Baek-Woon clan was able to resist the power of the ice key. Clenching his fists in helplessness, the magician remembers with pain in his heart how carefully he thought out every step of his plan down to the smallest detail, but now everything is collapsing right before his eyes. Pictures pop up in the mage's head of how they, being confident in their invincibility, were going to subjugate the Baek-Un clan without much difficulty in order to use its lands to create the main base of the cult. But reality cruelly destroyed their expectations. The man in purple robes frowned and ran his hand across his forehead, angrily thinking that the total strength he had should have been enough for an unconditional victory. The image of Yu Xinwang, the eldest son, appeared in his mind's eye with a cold smile on his face, because it was with his revival that the entire carefully thought-out plan began to crumble. The man, gritting his teeth and narrowing his eyes, thought with rage that it didn't matter anymore, since he could still fix everything. With his face twisted with determination, he declared to himself that all that remained was for him to do was to destroy every single one of them and reduce this place to dust to hide all traces of failure. Fear bubbled inside him because if the world learned of the cult's existence before they were fully established, it would be disastrous for him. Against the backdrop of a blood-red moon and the ominous silhouettes of bats, a dark shadow with glowing eyes and a creepy smile appears, and in front of it, enveloped in purple flames of energy, stands a man with a cold and unwavering gaze, confident that no one can defeat him as long as this power is with him. The man's lips pressed together in concentration, his head turning tensely as his confident footsteps echoed down the stone steps, breaking the silence around him. With a cheerful wave of his hand, the young man with a mischievous smile on his face easily descends the stairs, loudly greeting his opponent and diffusing the tense atmosphere of the meeting. Suddenly stopping at the arched passage, the guy looks ahead with slight surprise and caution, noticing something unusual. A terrifying picture opens before him. Many bandaged figures, like mummies, line up in rows, and their silent presence seems even more ominous against the backdrop of the hero's sarcastic remark that he had no doubt of their madness. A young warrior, standing in the middle of a line of bandaged creatures, screams with indignation and disgust in his voice, demanding an explanation for all this insane chaos. A man with long hair and a cold gaze, slightly tilting his head, offers his opponent an unexpected deal. With a sly grin on his face, he promises to make the young man the new head of the clan, luring him with a tempting offer of power and success. With a wave of his hand, he throws the scabbard of his sword in front of his opponent, warning that he will need to prove his devotion to the cult to do so. The young man looked down silently at the sword lying at his feet, his clenched fists betraying the tension hidden behind his outward calm. The young man, kneeling on one knee, grips the hilt of his sword tightly, looking forward with concentration, ready to rush into attack at any moment. The older man, with a smug smile on his face and a sinister aura behind him, assures that all glory and power will go to the young man if he destroys the remaining members of the clan. His eyes widen in sudden realization of danger, and a cry of rage and despair escapes his lips. The sword flies towards him at lightning speed, cutting through the air and radiating an indomitable threat. With a slight grin on his face, the young man points his finger forward and mockingly remarks that he had been waiting for him to shut up for a long time, hinting that his opponent had a whole speech prepared. The rage that has consumed his entire being bursts out in a loud scream, distorting the man's face, whose maddened eyes and features twisted with rage seem to pierce the surrounding space. The young man, with a mocking grin and a cheeky expression on his face, points his finger at his interlocutor, irritably noticing that he still cannot shut up and seems to be preparing an entire speech. With his face twisted in rage, the enemy screams a curse, his eyes bloodshot, and rage rages in his soul, promising merciless reprisal. The young man, with cold determination in his eyes, sharply thrusts his hand forward, accusing the enemy of endless chatter and mockingly teasing him for his prepared speech. Smiling a confident, almost predatory smile, the young man, engulfed in flashes of lightning, clutches his sword, ready to stop empty talk and move on to a decisive attack. The enemy, grinning ominously and narrowing his eyes, laughs mockingly, surprised by the young man's insolent behavior and trying to guess the reason for his sudden confidence. The man, engulfed in a furious purple aura, puts his palms together in a prayer gesture, promising to show true power. Energy waves swirl from his body, filling a huge hall where motionless guardian mummies stand on both sides. A young warrior with a frightened face and a drop of sweat on his cheek watches in shock, trying to understand where the enemy got such strength from. In another part of the scene, a young man rushes anxiously towards mysterious dark figures illuminated by an ominous blue glow. In the darkness, a bloody mummy-like hand slowly moves, awakening under the influence of someone else's power. From behind the bloody bandages, a single eye suddenly flashed, filled with a poisonous red light and exuding the cold breath of death. The mummies, slowly straightening up and swaying menacingly, began to approach under the howling of purple flames, filling the hall with an ominous rustling. Their disfigured faces and burning eyes expressed rage and hunger, and each of their convulsive attempts to get closer resembled a premonition of an imminent massacre. The hero thought with a cold expression on his face, suspiciously noting to himself that although they could be called zombies, in this world they were called differently. Realizing the nature of his enemies, he charged forward with the inner cry of Jiangshi, slicing through the advancing monsters with lightning-fast sword strikes. From afar, a red-eyed necromancer surrounded by purple mist gives his creations a bloody order to destroy all enemies. A horde of undead, their eyes glowing, rush forward in a mad rage, tearing the air with cries of rage. Filled with dark power, the attack covers everything around, bringing destruction and death in its wake. One of the living dead, with a terrifying face, reaches out with a clawed hand towards a glowing sword, preparing to attack. The sword's blade cuts through cloth and dead flesh, leaving behind a shining trail of light against the bloody chaos. A mummy wrapped in bandages and covered in blood grips a sword with a death grip that emits a cold light. The man with glowing eyes, surrounded by purple flames, folds his hands in a prayer gesture, thinking that even the rare art of chaos will not help his opponent. A creature in a dark cloak with red eyes suddenly raises its sword, clicking its joints, preparing to attack. His eyes, filled with a malicious light, watch his opponents warily as he prepares to deliver the killing blow. Crowds of bloody mummies rush forward with terrifying screams, clinging to the black figure, trying to tear it apart. In the midst of a furious battle, dark silhouettes and bloody mummies collide in chaos, where every blow of a cold blade tears apart crowds of half-dead creatures. The young man thought with a serious look that each of these jianshi possessed the power of a supreme warrior, and realized that it would be incredibly difficult to destroy them in a fair fight. He watches in amazement as the dark figure easily cuts through the ranks of the undead, while the old man himself is not harmed by the opponent's blows. With a keen eye, the young man comes to the conclusion that this old monster is simply trying to buy time by hiding behind the endless attacks of his puppets. Indeed, in the depths of the hall, Kwak Un-san, after awakening, begins to perform a mysterious ritual, scarlet runes glowing beneath his feet as he is immersed in sinister sorcery. Shrouded in the glow of mana, the youth with a cold determination in his eyes gains a new understanding of how to destroy all the jiangshi at once. The old man watches the boy's extraordinary concentration of internal ki with mockery, wondering what kind of plan he has in mind this time. With a grim grin, the young man realizes that his next skill will use up 60% of his total yin mana, but that doesn't stop him. Clenching his fist, he activates a fearsome skill called Corpse Explosion, preparing to crush his enemies with a powerful wave of destruction. On the battlefield, the bodies of the jiangshu begin to shudder and crack, foreshadowing an imminent catastrophic explosion from which there will be no escape. A deafening explosion shakes the mummies' bodies, causing them to fly apart in a whirlwind of blood and light. The shaman's face contorts with horror as he realizes the impending catastrophe reflected in his dilated scarlet pupils. A huge flash of light erupts from the building, illuminating the night sky and turning everything around into a blinding flame. A moment later, the temple is torn apart by a powerful wave of fire, scattering fragments of the walls and collapsing everything inside. Amidst the clouds of smoke and ash-shrouded ruins, a black figure rises with difficulty, shaken by a cough. From the clouds of thick smoke, shadows of mutilated bodies slowly emerge, merging into a black mass. Amidst the ruins, a young warrior struggles to his feet, while dark figures in black cloaks stand around him. Pressing his hand to his chest, the young man thinks with alarm about how dangerous the power of the explosion was. With a slight smile on his lips, he notes that the old man, as always, doesn't care about anything. Looking around the ruins, the hero wonders where the old man Kwak Un-san disappeared to, feeling the remnants of the energy of his ritual in the air. Before the hero's eyes appears a vision of monsters from his past life, whose sinister aura seems to come to life in this world, plunging him into confusion and anxiety. The hero, surrounded by black figures, is horrified by the impending threat, and tension hangs in the air, ready to explode at any moment. A shadow of surprise flashes in the young man's eyes as he senses the approach of a new danger, so sudden and powerful that even time seems to stand still. A crimson column of energy falls from the dark sky with a deafening roar, piercing the ground and raising clouds of rocks and dust into the sky. Bursting with a purple flame, the old man's figure, engulfed in a dark power, bursts into mad laughter, rising above the field of destruction. Engulfed in a mad flame of magic, the man with a mad smile shouts loudly, praising the power of the demon lord and enjoying the fear of his enemies. Grinning sinisterly and flashing his scarlet eyes, he confidently boasts of the power available only to the chosen few, blessed by the demon lord himself. His eyes suddenly widen in horror as something incomprehensible and terrifying appears before him, tearing his confidence to pieces. Against the backdrop of ruins, his chin thoughtfully pressed to his fist, the young man carefully watches what is happening, as if assessing the situation down to the smallest detail. With a surprised but interested expression on his face, he quietly admires what is happening, sensing that something even more exciting awaits him ahead. Gritting his teeth in rage, the man in the purple flames wonders with disbelief if his opponent has gone mad, realizing that he has no aces left up his sleeve. With a face twisted in anger, the demon worshipper menacingly says that his enemy is just a pawn that he will destroy in the name of the demon lord. A shaman flying in the night sky, surrounded by dark flames, watches his opponent, pondering the strange nature of his power. Their gazes meet in a tense silence filled with dull hatred and silent determination. Grinning, the young man promises that he will find out all the answers when he beats the crap out of the enemy. The demonic sorcerer's face distorts with panic and fear as he realizes that he is losing control of the situation. Shrouded in dark flames, the sorcerer hangs in the air with an empty gaze, as if trying to preserve the remnants of his pride. The hero watches the enemy carefully, resting his chin on his hand and assessing his every movement in the cold light of the moon. A cheeky smile appears on the hero's face when he realizes his opponent's weakness and prepares to deliver the decisive blow. The demon-like warrior, shrouded in purple flames, stands motionless with a blank look, as if something inside him had suddenly snapped. His face, distorted with rage and despair, distorts even more when a cry of incomprehension and pain escapes his lips. With a sinister grin and a maddened gaze, he rushes forward, proclaiming the power of the demon lord's own blessing. His body begins to crumble into dark dust, as if the darkness itself is devouring his flesh, but he continues to laugh hysterically. The demon's face, just a moment ago full of malice and pride, gradually disappears in a whirlwind of black dust, leaving behind only a creepy smile. The hero stands among the ruins with a thoughtful expression on his face, surrounded by ghostly silhouettes in dark cloaks, lost in the clouds of fog. The hero's gaze is focused and tense, and his eyes show wariness and hidden determination. The next moment, the hero turns his head sharply, sensing the approach of danger, and his hair flutters in the air. With a slight movement of his lips, the hero pronounces the name of the technique, calling to life the protective bone wall. Drawing his sword, the hero attacks swiftly, forcefully breaking through the growing wall of bone spikes, from which screams and splashes of blood burst forth in response. The half-destroyed body of the enemy is thrown with force onto sharp bone spikes that stick out from the ground, stained with traces of recent battles. The mangled flesh chokes on the thorns, spreading out in trembling waves as if death itself were trying to tear away the remains of life. With an expression of horror and incomprehension on his face, the enemy desperately stretches his hand to the sky, exclaiming what it was, but his body is already treacherously crumbling. Madness and fear fill the enemy's eyes as his body continues to disintegrate, turning to dust under the onslaught of an unknown force. Calm and unwavering, the protagonist stands amidst a swirl of purple energy, as if fate itself had bowed to his will. The hero, with a serious and focused look, carefully watches what is happening, assessing the situation around him. His eyes become even more alert, reflecting inner tension and readiness for action. The hero listens tensely to every movement, feeling how the air around him becomes heavier and heavier. Behind him, hundreds of bone spikes rise into the air with a deafening roar, cutting through the air with their deadly sharpness. The enemy, bloodied and exhausted, convulsively clings to the protruding spikes, his body trembling with fear and pain and despair burning in his eyes. The hero watches with a slight grin as his enemy writhes in pain, pierced by sharp bone spikes. A sinister smile appears on the hero's face as he remarks with cold mockery that if the enemy were just a little to the left, he would have torn out his eye. The enemy, who has lost his composure and is covered in blood, screams in despair, not understanding how this is even possible. The hero calmly explains that low-ranking fog teleportation is always accompanied by mana drops until the spawn point is established. With a hint of disdain on his lips, he adds that he was only concentrating on it a little, leaving his opponent in complete confusion and horror. The demon's face is distorted with anger and despair as he screams, sweating and bleeding in disbelief. The demon lets out a wild cry and raises a purple glow around itself, furiously asking how anyone dared to mock the demon lord. Blood-red streams of energy flare up in the dark space, filling the air with tension and ominous threat. Shrouded in a dark aura, the demon rushes forward with a scream, releasing hundreds of scarlet energy projectiles, piercing everything in its path. A menacing smile twists the demon's face as he threateningly whispers that one hit will result in the complete blood draining of his enemy. The young man stands calm and unperturbed among the ruins, his head held high, while the dull roar of the attack echoes around him. Red blades rush towards the hero, but he, without losing his composure, remains in place, enveloped in clouds of a protective barrier. He folds his arms serenely across his chest and watches as the ghostly curtain of souls easily deflects the swift, bloody blades. The stunned enemy realizes with horror that his deadly blades cannot penetrate the invisible wall protecting the hero. Fearing his own helplessness, the demon decides to change his target and with an angry look plans to satiate himself with the blood of the enemy's servants. Translucent figures in black cloaks stood in rows, as if ready to take the blow of fate. With his face distorted with rage, the demon rushed forward in a furious attack, seeking to crush everything in his path. Red blades rushed from the sky, piercing the shadows, but the hooded figures did not even move. Swift, bloody arrows pierced their bodies, covering their cloaks with many dark spots. The shadows, pierced by bloody thorns, were silent, as if silently accepting their inevitable fate. With wild laughter and madness in his eyes, the enemy absorbs the purple streams of energy, confident in the return of his power. The smile slips from his face as he realizes in horror that something has gone wrong and whispers words of despair. One of the skeletal warriors, impaled by bloody spikes, calmly notes that the attack had no effect. Amidst the dark battlefield, skeletal fighters covered in spikes remain unperturbed, slowly raising their swords. The young hero watches the enemy's attempts with mockery, mentally noting that skeletons have no blood to suck. The enemy's face distorts in wild horror as he screams in rage about the impossibility of what is happening. The warrior's blazing golden aura causes a wall of fire to rise up in front of the enemy, cutting off their escape routes. One of the skeletal warriors swings his sword, leaving behind a glittering golden slash that tears through space. Whirlwinds of golden light rain down on the enemy from all sides, leaving them no chance to dodge. Realizing that he cannot escape, the enemy, in a desperate attempt, begins to disintegrate into tiny particles, hoping to move into the sky. An explosion of blinding light shakes the ground as the enemy's body falls down under the crushing attack. One of the black-robed warriors rushes forward, leaving a trail of energy behind him, while the young man watches him calmly, his arms crossed over his chest. The boy looks up in admiration, shocked by the incredible power unfolding before his eyes. One of the enemies falls, engulfed in icy blue lightning, while the rest watch warily as the unknown power unleashes. A black-robed figure stands unwavering among the rubble. Electrical discharges sparkle around it, and fallen enemies lie on the ground nearby. The young man looks ahead in amazement, stunned by how the old man was able to anticipate and change the trajectory of the blow with incredible speed. The old man's wounded body lies on the cold ground, his face and clothes covered in blood from the crushing blow. The old man, breathing heavily and opening his eyes with difficulty, reflects with disbelief that his transformation was only a temporary transition. The young warrior, looking down with cold determination, notices that the old man's unstable form has begun to drain his life force. The old man, realizing his mistake and on the verge of death, bitterly admits that he should have relied on martial arts rather than illusory techniques. The hero, with a determined look, sharply bends his body into a fighting stance, defiantly throwing words of contempt towards the strength of his opponents. The enemy, lying on the cold ground, writhes in pain, his face distorted with suffering and hopelessness. The hero's cold and calm gaze pierces the night darkness as he asks his defeated enemy with a slight reproach whether he really does not understand what is happening. Against the backdrop of an ominous scarlet fog, the hero lists out loud the abilities that at first glance revealed the true nature of their owner. With fury and contempt in his voice, the hero looks at the enemy and harshly asks how he dared to use the power of the Vampire Lord. The Vampire Lord stands majestically against the full moon, his scarlet eyes and wings inspiring fear and awe at his power. In the thick fog, against the backdrop of ruins, stands a hunter in a strict suit with a cold grin, while a wounded monster lies at his feet, pierced by bloody spikes. With slight nonchalance, the hunter puts the phone to his ear, and despite the gloomy landscape, speaks of the enemy as an insignificant creature, unworthy of serious attention. The hero's eyes light up with understanding as he realizes that Kwak Un-san is using vampire powers, which is confirmed by his tense and insightful expression. Kwak Un-san's distorted face, covered in sweat and blood, expresses despair as he remembers that in his past life, ordinary people could not possess monstrous strength. Rage and destruction warp the minds of the monsters, whose eyes are filled with a bloody light and whose bodies shudder in maddened agony. Grabbing a spear, the warrior panics and shouts at the boy to run away, because those he knew have already become soulless monsters. With tears in his eyes, the boy looks at the director in despair, unable to immediately comprehend the full bitterness of what is happening. Remembering the most difficult moments of the past, the young man sighs coldly, hiding a flash of pain within himself. Leaning over the enemy's body, the hero reflects that only monsters are capable of using the mana of corruption, while people, by maintaining their sanity, open the way to a much greater danger. The hero looks coldly at Kwak Un-san's disfigured face, realizing that he has finally crossed the line of human nature. Kwak Un-san's pain-stricken face twists in horror as he panics and realizes that the power he has taken belongs to the demon lord. With a mad joy in his blazing eyes, Kwak Un-san shouts that after thousands of years of waiting, the Lord has finally chosen them, the Blood Sect. The hero thoughtfully analyzes what he heard, guessing that the demonic sect on Mount Tian mentioned by everyone is that very same Blood Sect. With a thoughtful half-smile, the hero concludes that over the long centuries in the shadows, the Blood Sect has managed to accumulate considerable power, hiding its true intentions. The protagonist rushes at the enemy with unbridled fury, striking him hard in the chest, trying to destroy his Kai and find out all possible information about what is happening. The young man grips the throat of his fallen enemy as he begs for death, and coldly and ruthlessly replies that his suffering is nothing compared to the pain of the innocent victims he has condemned to death. Yushin Wung silently and thoughtfully looks at his prostrate opponent, showing neither anger nor compassion. With his last strength, the enemy whispers that he is wearing a mask that hides his true face. The young man rips the mask off his face with a swift movement, revealing a terrifying truth. With a tense and wary gaze, he continues to peer into the disfigured face, clutching the mask tightly in his hand. The enemy's face is disfigured by bloody wounds and deep scars that exude pain and hopelessness. With disgust and pain in his eyes, Yushin Wung narrows his eyes, unable to look at this whole nightmare any longer. Suddenly, his own body is wrapped in thick bandages, as if he has become a living mummy suspended in midair. Having let go of his opponent, he suddenly grabs his head, realizing that everything that happened was just a painful illusion. The young man's eyes are filled with horror and complete incomprehension. He loses his sense of reality. With a pained expression on his face, he clutches his head, slowly realizing that these were just terrible memories. A man with a sinister smile appears before his mind's eye, mockingly saying how long it has been since they have seen each other. Lying on the cold stone slab, the young man listens in pain as the burned stranger remembers how weak he was before his death and what a monster he has become now. The young man lies there in fear and helplessness, unable to even move, feeling his body fill with a leaden weight. The man rings small bells with a cruel smile, predicting that after the resurrection, the boy will become the basis of a new bloody sect. The young man lies in horror, immersed in despair and complete incomprehension of his situation. Returning to reality after the horrific memories, he begins to understand Yushin Wung's true feelings and realizes the nature of the strange vision about Guillaume Miho. Faced with two alternatives, the young man contemplates the life in which he would never have been reborn into Yushin Wung's body. Holding the weakened enemy by the hair, he tries to find out everything he knows about the Blood Sect. Suddenly, the enemy's eyes fill with blood, and his gaze becomes glassy and empty. The enemy's face is distorted by a painful scream, the veins on his forehead bulge, and the space around him is filled with a thick, bloody aura. The young man realizes, with a grim realization, that a deadly trap has been placed on his enemy's mind, which is now destroying him from within. The enemy's body is torn to pieces, unable to contain the destructive force that he himself awakened. Touching the lifeless body, Yushin Wung notes that the residual power within it was truly frightening. The enemy's disfigured face is forever pressed into the frozen ground, leaving behind only a dead shell. Sitting on the stone steps, Yushin Wung thoughtfully ponders that perhaps there really are beings in this world that are more powerful than him. An information panel appears in front of his face, stating that Kwak Un-san has been recognized as a true monster. Clenching his fists until they hurt and feeling rage boiling through his veins, the young man asks himself with indescribable anger and disgust, what kind of monstrous bastards are hiding in this damn blood sect? Amidst the gradually dissipating thick fog, warriors from various factions with stern and determined faces step forward, preparing to unite their forces and quickly find the future leader who is destined to change their fate. On the cold stone floor, among the broken fragments and traces of a recent battle, a strong hand falls on the tortured body of a young man, in whose eyes life still glimmers, as if confirming that it is he who will lead the remains of a destroyed world. Rushing through the night air like a whirlwind, the warriors rush towards their future leader with enthusiasm and joy on their faces, seeing him as the last hope for restoring order and saving the factions. In a dimly lit hall filled with a tense atmosphere of anticipation, a group of warriors with raised hands quickly approach a young man with blue hair, in whom they unmistakably recognize the one who will lead them through the impending trials. Against the backdrop of a bright sky, in a fit of triumph and fatigue, a young man with flowing hair loudly declares the end of a fierce battle, as if putting a seal on the suffering experienced and heralding the beginning of a new era. Clutching his sword tightly and raising it high above his head, the young man, with a blazing gaze and a triumphant cry, proclaims the long-awaited victory, filling the air with a wave of unbridled joy and strength. The warriors' faces, illuminated by a soft light, melt into happy smiles and cheerful cries as they wholeheartedly share the triumph of a long and hard struggle. In the silence of the night, among the gray stone slabs, a mysterious monument with ancient symbols and a mystical blue substance hovering above it stands alone, heralding the beginning of a new stage in the hidden depths of this world. Along the wall, in the cold twilight, mysterious lights of spiritual entities flare up, quietly trembling and floating in the air, like living signs of ancient power and eternal vows. One of the fiery entities, swaying lazily in the darkness, lets out dissatisfied thoughts about monthly meetings, the fatigue of routine, and the slowly growing irritation in this confined space. Shrouded in flickering blue flames, the entity gleams coldly in the darkness, reminding one that all that is happening is only part of a grand plan conceived in the name of the Demon Lord, requiring one to be careful with one's words. The heated flames, changing their hue to an ominous scarlet, flare up with a threat when one of the entities, in anger, promises to punish its fellow for the slightest display of disrespect. Above the mystical monument, surrounded by flaming signs, a new round of tense squabble flares up, where every spoken word becomes a spark that ignites the flames of conflict between ancient spirits. In the dead silence of the coldly lit hall, a call for calm sounds out, reminding the warring entities of the power of the Demon Lord and the need to maintain respect in his domain. The faint glow of the 6 gathered spirits hovering above the ancient altar causes alarm, as someone notes with concern that the time for the meeting has come, but part of the Brotherhood is still missing. The entity, illuminated by a cold blue flame, slowly states the dubious deeds of Commanders Jin and Gon, preparing the others for the beginning of a serious discussion. There is a silence and a sense of responsibility over the ancient altar, surrounded by 7 flickering flames, as one of the spirits reminds that there is no change in the situation and everything must be completed within 3 months. One of the entities, slightly wavering in the air, admits to a problem that has arisen, hiding in its wavering and anxiety that could disrupt the fragile order of their secret meeting. Focusing on the words, the 2 spirits cautiously ask about the problem, trying to understand its essence and sensing that this could affect their further actions. One of the spirits, illuminated by a pale light, quietly reports on the tragedy in Zhejiang, where the reconnaissance detachment he sent was completely destroyed, filling the atmosphere with an alarming premonition of an impending threat. One of the glowing lights, enchanted in the darkness, reports with alarming seriousness that their reconnaissance squad was completely destroyed by a powerful explosion caused by a mysterious thunder bomb. Pale blue lights dance ominously around a mysterious octagonal artifact with yin and yang symbols, while anxious voices in the darkness weave questions about the extent of the damage caused by the thunder bomb. Another flickering light, trembling in the air with excitement, hastily adds that along with the scouts, they have irretrievably lost the vice shaman, as well as an elite squad of bloody warriors. The 2 lights, flaring up brighter in a fit of indignation, talk indignantly to each other, wondering who dared to commit such a daring and destructive attack. One of them, filled with a vengeful light and leaving no room for doubt, confidently declares that none other than Yu Shin Wung of the Baek Wung clan is behind this. One of the fire spirits shouts out Yu Shin Wung's name, while another begins to taunt him, claiming that he was defeated by some unknown slug, hinting at the imminent replacement of one of the 8 commanders. The 2 fire spirits discuss the situation, suggesting that the incident was most likely due to someone's mistake, but expressing confidence that Commander Tai will soon fix everything. One of the spirits calls on everyone to be more serious, and emphasizes the need to keep the affairs of the sect secret until the right time arrives. After a call for caution, one of the spirits briefly responds that he understands, acknowledging the importance of maintaining secrecy. The spirits decide to end the meeting this month, and one of them, laughing, says that if the next meeting is the same, it promises to be very fun. A cloud of blue flame with the name Tae, filled with anxiety, quietly whispers the name of Yu Shin Wung, as if his fate has already been decided. A burst of furious fire distorts the blue flames into a scarlet storm, and in this fit of rage, Commander Tae vows to tear the enemy to pieces. The bustling tavern is filled with the sounds of patrons, one of whom demands another bottle of bamboo liqueur, while the others eagerly await the continuation of the feast. At a nearby table, men are excitedly discussing the latest news, where one of them reports that the Baek Wung clan's mansion has exploded and the entire Red Cloud faction has disappeared without a trace. Around the round table and, while enjoying steamed pies, asked to tell all the details of the recent coup within the clan. The man pours the aromatic alcohol into a cup, telling how 3 of the 4 clan leaders chose Yu Shin Wung as the new leader, while the youngest son and the Red Cloud faction opposed the decision. The interlocutor recalls with a cold grin how many warriors died in the ambush, including the leader of the small clouds, but one person was still able to crush all the rebels. At the table, amidst a couple of hot pies, the narrator excitedly continues the story of how Yu Shin Wung revealed his martial art, and with one blow of his sword caused a storm, mastering the ancient art of the 12 Swords of Thunder. The man says with a smug smile that Kwakun Sang was destroyed by a hidden thunder bomb in the Red Cloud's mansion, and Yu Jin Sang was captured and rumored to have become an addict. With disgust in his voice, one of the interlocutors shouts out that all these stories are lies, because such an ancient martial art has probably already lost its power. A group of men gather around a table in a noisy hall, and one of them wonders with suspicion and curiosity how the young phoenix was able to perform such feats, while the others mockingly call him a fat owl. One of the guests, smiling, exclaims that he heard that a real nightmare is happening in the Baek Wung clan right now, and the rest stand around him, laughing and making conversation. A rough man with a pie in his hand looks around warily, not understanding why attention has suddenly switched to him. 2 men in uniform approach the man and ask him to step outside for a minute to chat, to which he reacts nervously, barely managing to comprehend the situation. Against the backdrop of the night sky rises a majestic, multi-story tower, gloomy and silent, as if hiding secrets that will soon be revealed. The man falls forward in panic, reaching out in a desperate attempt to grab onto something to avoid his inevitable fall. Kneeling on the cold stone floor, the man tearfully begs his captors to let him go, clasping his hands in a prayerful gesture. One of the guards accuses the man with cold contempt of insulting the young master, threatening him with death if he continues to talk nonsense. Freed but humiliated, the man runs away in horror, not forgetting to mumble in a trembling voice gratitude to his tormentors. The 2 warriors exchange worried glances as they discuss how the Huang Rock clan is spreading bad rumors about them, and how many merchant communities are also trying to cause unrest. 2 warriors calmly discuss the situation in the city, while in the distance a man runs away in panic, and the night wind rushes between the buildings. One of the men, with confidence in his eyes, declares that he doesn't care about the opinions of others, because his faith in the future of the clan remains unshakable, and his comrade supports him with a slight smile. On the balcony of the majestic building, lit by the soft light of lanterns, stand guards in black cloaks, calmly watching the young gentleman who is heading toward the doors. Under the watchful gaze of silent guards, a young man with a serious expression on his face solemnly walks out of a large building as if taking the first step into a new life. With a look of relief on his face, the young man descends the steps, thinking that he has finally settled in the chambers of the clan leader, feeling how the long-awaited peace and recognition of him as the new head of the family is born in the hearts of people. The young man in the meadow looks back at the dark sky with concern, thinking that only 5 days have passed, and the master is already so exhausted that he does not even have time to sleep. The hero, drenched in sweat, breathes heavily with his eyes closed, trying his best to contain the fatigue and tension that has taken hold of his body. Sitting in a meditation pose, the hero, with an irritated and exhausted face, folds his hands in front of his chest, cursing at the stubborn enemies who do not give him peace. The hero breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that the blood sect has finally recalled its spies and is glad that he managed to react to the threat in time. In the illuminated courtyard, 3 figures stand before the gathered crowd, and at the top, text explains that Yu Xin-wung, after defeating Kwak Wung-san, altered the memories of all the eyewitnesses, replacing them with a different course of the battle and the explosion of the mansion. The new skill, memory manipulation, causes a crowd of people with golden eyes to stare ahead in a daze, completely under the control of someone else's will. Having realized the full cruelty and madness of the blood sect, Yu Xin-wung understands that the slightest leak of information would result in the inevitable destruction of all witnesses. With a slight smile on his lips, the hero reflects on the fact that now the general danger has been averted, and only he will become a target for the enemies. Standing in a spacious room, Yu Xin-wung casts a spell that echoes through the air, filling the space with the mysterious whispers of shadows. Streams of dark energy begin to rapidly burst out from the dark corners of the room, sliding across the floor like living shadows. The hero, standing in the center of the room, thinks with relief that without the shadow whisper skill, he would not have been able to react to threats so quickly. The boy raises his hand with a thoughtful expression, realizing that attaching the whisper to all 200 clan members would be impossible even with a full 4th circle of mana. On his open palm, a red stone sparkles, thanks to which he was able to realize his plan, the Vampire Lord's Mana Stone. The hero, with his eyes closed and mana shining around him, ponders why the Monster Stone fell out of Kwakun-san, even though it was the very thing that helped him. While stretching, the boy thinks that since the Blood Sect is a secret organization, it is unlikely that they will dare to attack directly. With a slight smile, the hero sums up his thoughts, deciding to become much stronger before the enemy has time to strike. The dark room fills with tension as the hero sternly orders the shadow guards not to let anyone into his chambers, after which the door closes behind him with a dull click. Standing in front of the lattice wall, the young man raises his hand and without hesitation speaks the command to open the hidden pocket dimension. A powerful stream of energy bursts out from his palm, forming a sparkling magic circle that disperses the air with the vibration of space. A huge purple portal of interdimensional storage opens before him, absorbing his gaze as the hero touches its surface with concentration, preparing to start with a new weapon. The first weapon item slowly disappears into the dimensional spiral, crumbling into mana dust in the light of the portal's glow. The hero picks up the ancient weapon and feels its power, realizing that despite its weight, it fits perfectly in his hand. He makes a sharp, sweeping blow, and a powerful wave of energy emanates from his movement. He is surprised to realize that the artifact belonged to some gifted warrior, and the weapon's inner strength depends on the elements. Concentrating, he decides to simultaneously infuse the yin mana, the chi of the Eastern Sage, and the power of the lightning god into the artifact. The next moment, his body is engulfed in a blinding glow, and the energy absorbed into the weapon awakens something amazing. The surprised young man's eyes widen as a battle scythe begins to shine in front of him in a bright flash of light, radiating incredible energy. With a fascinated smile, he watches as the weapon begins to vibrate in his hands and realizes that before him is a living weapon that chooses its owner. Standing in front of the glowing system messages, he frowns, trying to understand what the mysterious concept of natural energy means. Looking ahead with concentration, the young man gives a command to the system, wishing to reveal the characteristics of his physique. A transparent panel with a description of the gifted person's natural body appears before his eyes, and he quietly reflects on the new source of power with slight surprise. The hero looks at the sword with a concentrated gaze, holding his chin, thinking about how to replenish energy because even having received the weapon, he has not yet been able to control it. He calmly returns the artifact to the pocket dimension, realizing that he is not yet able to control the sword as his body rejects the weapon's energy. Standing in front of the purple portal with his arms crossed, the young man silently ponders the situation, lost in his own thoughts. In his profile, he is determined that it is time to strengthen his fighting strength in order to be ready for the upcoming challenges. With a slight, almost predatory smile on his lips, he confidently says that he will finally be able to get to those very guys who once stood in his way. The hero calmly watches as a vortex of purple energy swirls in front of him in the form of a portal, exuding darkness and power. His voice is confident and cold as he orders the invisible enemies to come out. In a flash of purple light, the portal throws several enemies into the air, like a merciless whirlpool pushing them into judgment. Standing in the middle of the room with an unwavering posture, the young man looks at the defeated opponents lying unconscious at his feet. Among the bodies scattered on the floor, one stands out, a warrior in a red robe who seemed to be the leader among them, but now lies helplessly with his eyes closed. With purple energy in his eyes and a mad smile on his face, the hero extended his hand forward, preparing to begin the necromancer's spell. More than 20 skeletons with glowing eyes and an aura of cold flame lined up behind the magician in battle formation. The surprised young man, frowning, peers at the characteristics of the summoned skeletons, not believing that there really is a magician in front of him. The screen displays detailed characteristics of the skeleton mage priest of Zenith, striking not only with magic, but also with strength and dexterity. The hero, observing the army of skeletons, notes with disappointment that he cannot yet use their combat techniques, since they are based on magic. He walks slowly down the hallway, thinking that if he gets caught using magic, everyone he meets will want to kill him. Sitting in silence, he coldly reflects that turning this bastard into a skeleton would be a waste of time. He stares into the swirling purple portal, thinking that if he got this treat from the system, then he really is dangerous. Lying on his back, he reflects on the fact that the subspace has already been released, everything necessary has been done, and now it is time to act further. His hands reach out to a closed book with a mysterious pattern, as if ready to open a new chapter in the magical art. The time has come for the most important stage, which can affect his entire future and reveal secrets hidden until now. In order to learn more about the Blood Sect and understand their true goals, I need to restore Yu Xin-Wung's forgotten memories, even if it means going through pain. This fiend of hell, with a mad grin, declared that I would now be reborn as the only vessel and become the cornerstone of the Blood Sect, as if it were a great honor. According to the system notification, this item can heal damage caused by mental attacks, and I can finally use the skill I unlocked. As soon as he closed his eyes and allowed the energy to surround him, his consciousness instantly ended, and his eyes turned white, as if he had fallen into the abyss of memory. The white ghostly image of Yu Xin-Wung slowly rises above the body, like a soul separating itself in search of the truth. With determination in his eyes, he quickly returns to his body, wanting to regain control and connect with himself. In the space between sleep and reality, he anxiously wonders why everything around him seems so ominous. He feels that he is once again entering that dark world from which he once could not escape. But even in the darkness of fear, he understands that if he gives in now, he will forever lose the chance to change his destiny. The protagonist's consciousness, blinded by pain, releases a powerful stream of energy which roars upward in the form of a glowing vortex. His eyes fly open with a sudden flash of light, filled with shock and an awakened power that tears apart the boundary between past and present. A purple flash shoots through his body, covering his chest, head, and the surrounding area, as if opening a door to forbidden memories. The hero writhes in unbearable pain, clutching his head with his hands, while a dark pattern of white lines, a symbol of the chaos of his thoughts, writhes around him. And finally, after all this chaos, silence sets in, and the image of a drop falling into the water becomes a metaphor for diving into the depths of the subconscious. The hero, standing in the middle of an icy void under a gloomy sky, freezes in shock as absolute silence and tension reigns around him. He steps across the smooth surface of the water, looking down with an anxious gaze at something strange beneath his feet. Frozen with wide eyes, he realizes that he is seeing a reflection of himself in the form of a past figure, before his death. In amazement and alarm, he peers into the water, where, as if from the depths, his former self is looking at him with a dull gaze and a frozen expression on his face. The water begins to tremble and distort the space around him as memories and reality merge, enveloping the hero in a ghostly wave of the unknown. The boy, with a sad expression on his face, quietly tells that his parents died because of a monster, and since childhood he was forced to move from one orphanage to another, never knowing the warmth of a real home. In the midst of horror and chaos, a grown man, overcome with fear and despair, shouts at Tae-hyun to run away immediately because he himself will not have time, and asks him to survive at all costs. Clenching his fists and looking forward with fury in his eyes, the grown-up Tae-hyun swears that he will definitely take revenge on the monsters for everything he has experienced and for those he has lost. A man in an expensive suit, putting his hand on Tae-hyun's shoulder, asks with interest if he is the immortal king and promises to help find those responsible for the orphanage tragedy and avenge it. Smiling slyly, he admits that by supporting Kang Tae-hyun's desire for revenge, he himself will easily achieve what he has long been looking for. A girl with long hair, standing on the surface of the water, asks the young man with slight surprise in her voice if this strange world is his own. The guy, with a look of relief on his face and a slight smile, says that they have finally met, as if he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. A mysterious figure in white robes slowly approaches him across the water's surface, and he looks at her with tension, trying to understand who she is and why she appeared at this moment. Yu Shin-woong stood in front of the mysterious figure, confusedly saying out loud that there was someone else in his mental world, although only the true soul of the owner could gain intelligence and form here. His gaze became serious and cold, and the young man thought deeply about the fact that now he would have to be extremely careful to preserve his body and not lose himself. The reflection looked at him calmly and, like an old friend, replied that it had no intention of harming him. Then the image added with a slight smile that he did not need anything in return, because he appeared only to lend a helping hand at a crucial moment. With a thoughtful face and restrained breathing, the young man realized that the strange appearance did not carry any hostility, and their connection was explained by the fact that their souls existed in the same body. The stranger from another world said with warmth in his voice that he was going to give Yu Shin-woong what he had been searching for so long, dreaming of the opportunity to change his fate. Suddenly, a bottomless icy abyss opened up between them, sparkling in the frosty light and seeming to invite them to test their resolve. Gathering all his courage, the young man took the first step forward towards the unknown. They both moved forward slowly, sliding between giant frozen rocks, amidst the cold silence of the ancient mental world. With an embarrassed smile on his lips, the young man noted the strength of spirit of the young master, who continued to move without fear. In the icy mirrors of the rocks, he suddenly saw a reflection of the day when he first opened his eyes in the body of Yu Shin-woong. He approached his interlocutor with interest, asking what was hidden behind the edge of this strange reflection. In the dim reflection, he saw the boy lying lifeless on the ground, and the saddened servants bent over him in despair. Suddenly, a mocking grin of their old enemy flashed in the frozen mirror, causing the young man's heart to clench with anxiety. Yu Shin-woong watched in a daze as the eerie scene slowly dissolved into a white haze. The soul of the young man explained that on that fateful day when he was buried and reborn in a new body, their shared world was divided into two parallel realities. With an anxious look and a dull voice, he spoke of the existence of two versions of one world with the same past but different futures. Holding a glowing crystal in his hands, the young man said with heaviness in his voice that it was he who caused the division of timelines, one where he awakened in a new body and another where he remained dead. His former body, with its head bowed, stood in silent grief, as if accepting its fate without further ado. With firm confidence, the young man said that the future he saw was an echo of the memories that Yu Shin-woong had lived. Still standing at the portal of memories, he finally understood which path he had to choose next. His former body bitterly warned him that there would be a high price to pay for this act. The image with alarm in its eyes warned that fear could drag him into the abyss, but the young man only smiled slightly in response, not intending to retreat. The young man resolutely rejected his words and added defiantly that he was ready to fight to the end if necessary. The enemy, with his hands raised and a poisonous grin, said what useless trash they were in life and how their talent had unexpectedly manifested itself after death. Standing over Yu Xinweng's lifeless body, he took an ominous delight in the fact that he was now able to sense the depth of his soul and emotions. However, thoughtfully observing his body, he admitted that he was still far from having complete control over it. With an ominous glint in his eyes, he shouted into the void that the youth would be reborn as the only Senganshi and would become the cornerstone of a new blood sect. After the dull ringing of the bell, the young man suddenly woke up from hypnosis, confusedly trying to understand what was happening to him. Yu Xinweng realized with horror that his appearance had changed, and his thoughts had become unusually clear and independent. He looked at his hands with a cold, glassy gaze, realizing that this was like a real resurrection from the dead. An order rang out in his mind to immediately fall asleep. Without hesitation, the young man closed his eyes and allowed the darkness to completely consume him. The unfortunate man, kneeling, begged for mercy for his child, while the heartless youth looked at him indifferently. The order to kill the innocent sounded venomously from the mocker's lips. With despair in his voice, the subordinate shouted that he did not want to shed the blood of an innocent person. Gritting his teeth, he raised the sword above his head, aiming with a trembling hand at the defenseless victim. Unable to disobey the order, the young man mercilessly dealt the fatal blow. His face was distorted with horror, and drops of hot blood slowly flowed from the tip of the sword. The sorcerer stood behind the devastated youth with a sinister grin, predicting his fate as a bloody murderer. The destroyer's face, distorted by emptiness, added that the more blood the young man shed, the more powerful he would become. Plunged into the abyss of despair, the young man seemed to be falling into the void, realizing the scale of the innocent blood shed by his hands. Amidst the raging, destructive energy, the thought of what kind of monster had brought endless rivers of blood to Murim sounded. Yu Xinweng's cold, soulless face with a cruel glint in his eyes became a new embodiment of horror, nicknamed the White-Sided Demon. Years passed, and as if by the dictates of time, the old ruling clan lost its power, giving way to a new one, whose banners fluttered over the majestic gates of the sectarian city. The elderly elder, holding a cup in his hand and frowning, squinted angrily and said contemptuously that this youth was the very same Senganshi about whom legends circulate. One of those present said with doubt in his voice that it was hard to believe that the best killer was someone who couldn't even hold a sword, and another added that this was the first and only Senganshi in the entire history of the sect who possessed special power. The man with a dark look stated that even if it was true, that guy was still just a servant of the sect. The gray-haired youth with a cold expression noticed that the boy's eyes were filled with arrogance like never before, and asked Elder Quack if he could really keep him under control without any problems. Smiling ominously, the disfigured man confidently declares that there is nothing to worry about because he has completely submitted to his spirit. In the shadows of the hall, a man in luxurious clothing asks how the conquest of Mayan is progressing, and hears in response that almost everyone agrees, with the exception of the shamanic communities in Manhwa. The hero, with a concentrated face, mentally tells himself that he must sharpen all his senses to the limit in order to remember as much information as possible and not give himself away. The character with a dark look realizes that Yu Xinweng's spirit has been completely destroyed and is now filled only with a thirst for revenge. Against the backdrop of a burning building, the hero, clutching a sword in his hands, wonders how much longer he can bear this heavy burden of memories that has lasted for 2 years now. The man, wounded half to death, convulsively clung to the cultivator's clothes, as if in his last hope of salvation, falling at his feet in the dark room. With a fading gaze and a voice filled with anxiety, the old man whispered that he had never seen a clear sky. His body sank limply to the floor, leaving a bloody trail on the clothes of the silent youth who stood above him like a statue. Focusing all his inner energy, the hero lowered his hand onto the enemy's chest, releasing a stream of bright green necrotic force. His face was contorted with tension, and around the hand pressed to the enemy's body, an ominous green flame raged, bursting out from within. Every time he absorbs someone's death, a new evolutionary force awakens within his body, causing his essence to change and strengthen. A poisonous green energy rushes down his arm, penetrating the lifeless body like a stream of power, bringing destruction and transformation. His face was contorted with pain and rage, and ominous cracks began to crawl across his skin, heralding the beginning of an irreversible transformation. A blinding flash of energy tears through the air, and he screams as he rises into the air, emitting waves of frantic power. His opponent is horrified to realize that he senses something similar to a person's natural life energy, and suddenly understands that this is the very power needed to control the ancient treasure. The mysterious man, with a sinister smile, praises Yu Xin-wung for his achievement and rings a bell, preparing him for the next stage of subjugation. The hero feels a new force seething in his chest and realizes that if he learns to control it, he will be able to choose his own destiny. But for now, he is forced to hide his true self, waiting for the right moment to escape and take revenge. Moving into action, the hero with bloody hands rushes through the hall thinking only about one thing: forgive me. He firmly grips the blade in his hand, swearing that even after death he will repent for what he has done. But first of all, he will repay and avenge all the innocent. The hero looks at his hand with a shadow of pain on his face, remembering the years of cold waiting and bitter changes. His gaze suddenly fills with alarm as he realizes that something has gone wrong. The palace is engulfed in flames, and even as the world collapses around it, those who could stop the catastrophe remain on the sidelines. A silent crowd of ordinary people stood frozen in alarmed amazement as they watched the destruction of what had once been their hope. 8 commanders kneel among the multitude of warriors, bowing before the new Lord of Chaos, the demon god. A majestic demon in a scarlet mask with horns hovers above the ground, as if emerging from the shadows, radiating a powerful energy that makes the blood run cold. With cold confidence, he addresses the crowd, pointing to the sunset sky and declaring that the dreams of their sect have finally become a reality. The warriors in red and black robes knelt and bowed their heads in reverence before their new deity, shouting words of allegiance. The demon with the raised hand prophesies the purification of the world, which for many years lived without the blessing of the demon god, and heralds the beginning of the era of salvation. Amid a cheering crowd clenching their fists in the air, one stone-faced man stands silently in the center, exuding an ominous determination. The icy-eyed hero falls from the sky like lightning, stunning everyone with his sudden invasion. Amidst an ominous landscape of bare trees, the masked warriors turn to look at each other, confused and silent. Their silence is pierced by the flash of a lightning attack that appears behind the hero and freezes everyone in horror. One of the masked fighters turns around sharply, trying to understand what happened, and fear is visible in his eyes. His gaze trembles with incomprehension and anxiety as he begins to realize that the world around him has changed in an instant. A warrior with a dark blue mane of fury rushes forward, striking the enemy with a glowing blade, bringing down all his fury on him. The demon's mask remains motionless, but behind it lies tension and unexpected anxiety. In the hero's dilated pupil, an unstoppable determination pulsates, ready to turn into a lightning strike. The stony expression of the mask changes slightly, as if a shadow of doubt or fear flashed across it for a moment. With a furious cry, the hero falls from above and delivers a crushing blow straight to the target, as if tearing apart the space around him. A bright beam of energy crashes into the rock with a deafening explosion, tearing apart the earth and lighting up the sky above the flaming horizon. The boy's eyes widen in shock as his opponent calmly stops the attack by touching the sword with his bare hand. With a dry crunch, the fingers tightly squeeze the blade, leaving cracks in the metal and frightening with just the force of touch. A moment later, the man in the red mask pierces the enemy with one blow, easily intercepting him and tearing apart the space around him. The bandaged arm slams into the ground with force, raising dust and causing a wave of energy to radiate from the impact. The hero, with a furious look, directs a powerful stream of blue energy from his palm, hoping to stop the inevitable. The next moment, his body, torn in half, rises into the air, leaving behind a bloody trail of retribution. The masked knight squeezes the hero's throat, who chokes from lack of air, helplessly breaking free from his grip. Smiling through his mask, the enemy mockingly remarks that Senganshi himself removed his shackles, silently enjoying the result. The demon warrior's eyes narrow in sudden realization as he hears the words that upset the balance of the moment. The masked warrior sneers, declaring that no matter how hard the puny worms try, they will never be able to break his will. The prisoner's frightened gaze meets the cold eyes of the young man who appeared behind him like a shadow of memories or fate itself. The demon's eyes narrow with disdain as he calls his opponent a lowly sacrifice animal. With frightening ease, the demon thrusts the blade from above, driving the victim into the ground with a crash. A powerful burst of energy envelops the demon's figure, raising a storm as a lone figure on the shore watches him disappear in a whirlwind of light and water. The water vortex swirls into a seething funnel, pulling everything around into an abyss filled with magical energy. The hero's body is pulled with furious force into the center of the raging water circle, leaving behind splashes and splashes. Inside the water trap, the hero falls helplessly to his knees, and above him, with anxious determination, a mysterious man appears. The stranger, with an empty gaze, silently watches the hero, as if weighing his fate. It's been a year and 2 months since the last princess was gone, and the blood sect is still plotting its next move in the shadows. Clenching his fists on the table, Yu Xin-wung realizes with fury that these people were far crazier than he could have ever imagined. The blood sect, gathered in the faceless darkness under the leadership of their demonic leader, prepares to wipe out the world in the name of their twisted purification. Yu Xin-wung's sword shines with heavenly light, combining magic, natural force, and spatial power into one divine strike. But even with all this power, he was unable to leave a single scratch on the body of the sect leader, as if he had struck an indestructible rock. The protagonist anxiously admits that if it were him from his past life, he would have lost instantly, because the strength of Senganshi Yu Xin-wung is almost equal to his previous one. The leader of the sect holds the enemy by the throat, and he realizes with horror that in front of him is not a man, but a completely different creature. The hero, with a serious expression on his face, says that there is nothing shameful in giving in to fear, and from now on you need to think only about your own well-being. Yu Xin-wung's gaze fills with anger, and he indignantly asks what nonsense he was just told. The interlocutor's facial expression changes from indifferent to a mysterious smile, hinting at the hidden meaning of what was said. The smile widens, and he coldly adds that only the weak give up, leaving a hint of an even harsher truth in the air. The hero approaches closely with a cheeky grin, contemptuously declaring that fear is for brats, not for him. His gaze is full of confidence as he predicts that 5 years will be enough for him to surpass even the blood leader. The calm and cool interlocutor discusses whether it would be worthwhile to use the victims of the sect, uniting them together, as he expected. In the silence, someone's hand touches the young man, attracting his attention and causing a brief concentration. With a soft smile and hope in his eyes, the man says that his stopped heart beats again thanks to this young man, placing his last hopes on him. The spirit of Yu Xin-wung quietly and carefully holds the young man by the shoulder, at the moment when he, in complete confusion and inner turmoil, tries to comprehend the reality of what is happening. The young man looks warily at the mysterious silhouette, his gaze is full of tension, and his heart convulsively squeezes from trying to understand the whole strange and frightening situation. Their gazes are tightly locked together, and between them, as if in invisible air, sparkling magic swirls, filling the space with inexplicable tension. The silhouette, enveloped in soft light, radiates heavy thoughts and deep sadness, reflecting all the guilt of the hero for mocking the defenseless and innocent souls that he once heartlessly destroyed. The young man, with his eyes closed and an expression of relief and serenity on his face, voluntarily gives his soul to this mysterious figure, as if accepting his punishment and forgiveness at the same time. Suddenly, as if emerging from the dark depths of his subconscious, Yu Xin-wung abruptly returns to reality, waking up in a cold, sticky sweat and breathing heavily. His face, once distorted by the pangs of guilt and inner suffering, finally finds peace, as if the endless reproaches of conscience that tormented his heart have dissolved into nothingness. A look of deep thought was frozen on his face as he pressed his finger to his lips and peered into the distance, trying to recall even the slightest trace of what could explain the incomprehensible and unusual thing that had baffled his mind. The hero sits thoughtfully on the edge of his bed, lost in thought about the upcoming confrontation, while a magical interface flickers in the air in front of him, reflecting his current tasks and system information. His gaze fills with anxious determination as the realization of the threat dawns on him, and he remembers the mistake of underestimating the cult's plans for the Baek-un clan. Standing before a group of exhausted and dirt-covered people with dull but still vibrant eyes, he half turned around, preparing to take responsibility for their fates and not allow the evil to spread again. He walks into the room with a confident step, overcome by heavy thoughts about how the bloody sect has slowly, like poison, penetrated every nook and cranny of the world, spreading its influence everywhere, like a shadow covering everything around. The hero stares ahead, imagining the 8 cult commanders with faceless masks and glowing eyes, who control powerful factions that operate in the shadows under the cover of chaos. Staring closely at the silent masked face, he realizes that he has been able to uncover the identity of one of the main leaders, and this thought penetrates him with cold clarity. Amidst the purple mist, an image of a man with a commanding gaze and exquisite clothing emerges, who has been the head of the province for many years and now leads a dangerous sect of chaos. The calm scene with the teapot, from which the drink slowly pours into the cup, creates the illusion of an ordinary moment, which contrasts sharply with the insidious thoughts that seep into the silence. The hero, with a serious expression on his face, brings the cup to his lips, thinking over a plan to destroy the enemy and noting with relief that he is very close within the region. The hero, with a determined look and a cup in his hand, reflects that until every member of the Baek-un clan, including himself, becomes stronger, he will not be able to act decisively and must start by strengthening his base. A sharp voice breaks the morning silence, and the hero, turning around with slight surprise, notices a servant running in hastily, whose words foreshadow a serious threat. A caravan of wagons and horsemen moves slowly along a narrow road in the night forest, creating the impression of an anxious journey into the unknown under the cover of darkness. Tired men with stern faces walk in a column, carrying equipment and supplies, demonstrating the weight of their burden and the internal tension in the face of danger. One of the guards looks back warily, filled with anxiety, while behind him stretches a long line of carts and warriors, ready for any surprise on this dangerous road. The rider, with a tired expression on his face, slowly leads his horse along the dark road, thinking that there are about 6 hours left to the destination, and the whole group is already exhausted from endless marches. The crowd of warriors and elders walking with the protagonist are filled with dark thoughts about the massacre carried out by the Red Cloud faction, the lack of tasks, and the greedy looks of competitors who dream of taking their place. One of the riders, turning to the elder, suggests making a night stop, knowing that the road is long and it is better to rest until the morning, so as not to exhaust the people. In the dead of night, in the middle of a dark forest, a little boy reaches out to his father with tears in his eyes, complaining of nausea from the long journey, and the worried man gently hugs him. One of the guards silently turns his head and watches what is happening with a thoughtful, slightly irritated look, not saying a word, but clearly thinking about something in silence. In the night forest, a temporary camp has been set up around a fire, where warriors are setting up tents and preparing for a short rest before the next stage of the journey. A smiling girl with a basket approaches an elder, tenderly offering him some food after a hard day. The elder, with a gentle smile, replies that he is fine and that he needs to feed the others first, and then asks the child's name. The girl cheerfully replies that her name is So-yeon, and that she works in the library, and the warrior standing next to her jokingly praises her, saying that she is better than many men. As So-yeon leaves, one of the warriors says that with such a cheerful character, it is impossible not to love her, and the other only chuckles thoughtfully in response. One of the guards looks after her suspiciously, thinking that she shouldn't have experienced any inconvenience, since she was riding in a carriage the whole time. The silence of the night is suddenly pierced by a loud signal, and the guards instantly tense up, realizing that something is approaching. The senior guard's face becomes stern and focused. He thinks that even at such a time, someone dared to disturb the peace and gives the order to evacuate people. In the center of the camp, he shouts menacingly towards the forest for the stranger to come out and explain what he wants from the Baek Wung clan. A dark figure on horseback appears from the opposite side, surrounded by fighters with the deer emblem, sarcastically remarking that he seems to see familiar faces. The words about whether this is a coincidence are spoken in an uneasy silence as the dry sound of the horse's hooves hits the ground. The banner with the image of a deer flutters in the wind, as if throwing a silent cry to those who look at it. The shadow of the rider slowly approaches, and a dull voice asks sarcastically if those present recognize him. With a sly smile on his face, the arriving steed greets Elder No, pulling on the thread of long-standing acquaintance. The warrior with the bandage on his forehead bows politely but warily, asking what brings the deputy leader of Hwanak at such a late hour. Holding back his expression, he remembers to himself how the whole area knows this man as cruel and envious. Indeed, another interlocutor quietly remarks that, according to rumors, people try to stay away from him. The rider proudly declares that their goals here are the same as those for which the Baek Un clan came. The guard's serious gaze pierces the darkness as he points them onward and suggests they find another place to camp. But the frowning guest only grins, clearly not intending to retreat, and mockingly asks, as if in all seriousness, "Is it even worth going further?" The commander asks with fury in his eyes what exactly is meant, as if he senses a provocation in every word. The rider, in a mocking tone, announces that their detachment also intends to set up camp here, contrary to the instructions already voiced. Shock and surprise are reflected on the faces of the entire squad as they realize that conflict is becoming inevitable. The guy with a piercing gaze and fangs flashing in the darkness smiles ominously, as if provoking an open fight. His comrade repeats the same statement about the desire to occupy this territory, as if deliberately fanning the tension. In response, the captain mockingly and angrily denies the wisdom of such a decision, calling it complete nonsense. A white-haired man with an angry face exclaims that someone dared to speak to the deputy leader of Hwanak without due respect. The soldier, without holding back his emotions, points out that in such a situation, blaming disrespect is pure insanity. The young leader, with arrogance in his voice and fire in his eyes, accuses his opponent of having forgotten how his class should behave, and his servant adds an offensive remark. The captain stands at the head of his squad with a tense face, ready to give the order for action at any moment, and the threat of conflict hangs in the air. An alarmed official with a frightened face runs out from behind the trees, not understanding what is happening in the thick of the forest. From the height of the saddle, the rider looks in surprise at one of the people below, recognizing a familiar face, and the man quickly introduces himself in response. With an innocent grin, he twists the name of his interlocutor and hints that they have crossed paths before. One of the men, sitting with a nervous smile, recalls rumors about a clan that tried to take away the tasks, and the others listen warily. Smiling ominously, the young lord suggests setting up camp near the hostile clan, citing the fatigue of his riders. His interlocutor looks at him in shock, barely able to process what was said as the tension mounts. With a confused look, he carefully notes that usually two clans do not set up camp in the same place, as it is against custom. But a sudden explosion of rage falls upon him as the fat warrior screams with demonic fury that he has been equated with the vile attackers. The official covers himself with his hands in panic as a stream of green energy bursts out of the angry fighter's body, realizing that he has hit the wrong person. Then the forest fills with light and a flurry of energy that quickly spreads between the trees, ominously swirling the air. The hero's face is distorted with fear and despair as waves of green energy begin to tear him apart from the inside, causing his entire body to shudder in convulsions. Someone's strong hand suddenly presses against his stomach, transmitting a hot stream of blazing energy inside, as if awakening something ancient within him. He gasps for air, sweating, his eyes full of pain and uncertainty, his lips trembling with fear of the unknown outcome. An orange-green glow engulfs his body, while the warrior with the headband watches with anger and inner indignation, feeling the boundaries of what is permitted crumble. The cold, piercing gaze of the man standing next to him is filled with silent reproach. He cannot accept the fact that combat chi is directed at an ordinary person. A smug smile spreads across the hostile warrior's face as he declares that now that they have permission, there is no longer a single obstacle left for them. With slumped shoulders and a trembling voice, one of the warriors of the Baekwung clan forces out an apology, not wanting to escalate the conflict. The horseman on horseback grins and announces that since permission has been granted, they will shamelessly borrow some coal from the other clan's camp, and immediately orders his men to retreat. Suspicion permeates the Baekwung clan warrior's gaze as he watches the group leave, deep down certain that they are preparing to betray him. Gritting his teeth and looking ahead, he orders his comrade to take the fastest horse and ride without stopping to the clan to immediately report the impending threat. A young warrior with a focused look gives the order to convey to the leader that a conflict with the Hwanak clan is likely approaching, and this information requires an immediate response. He adds that it is necessary to send reinforcements without delay, since any delay could be too costly in the face of the impending threat. The messenger, with a worried face, quickly sets off on his way, while the young man himself mentally calculates that the journey there and back will take at least 8 hours. He realizes with alarm that only if his father and the experienced clan members manage to arrive in time will they be able to cope with even a sudden attack by the enemy, although deep down, he sincerely hopes that these fears will be in vain. 6 hours passed, and under the cold glow of the moon, in the deepest silence of the forest, a small camp was set up. Duakchil, his face twisted in rage, yells loudly at the little girl, accusing her of stealing the clan's things. 3 enraged warriors from the Baekwung clan, hearing the screams, rush to the scene of the quarrel, indignantly asking how dare he treat a child like that. The man, holding the sword on the girl's shoulder, says with a reproachful voice that raising one's servant so carelessly is an unacceptable weakness. The girl froze in fear, trembling barely audibly when she was sharply asked where she had taken the ice jade. The warriors asked with serious faces what ice jade was, while the girl, gasping for breath, desperately denied all accusations. Duakchil, losing control of himself, with his face distorted with anger, yelled at the child, demanding that he not pretend to be an innocent fool. One of the warriors furiously shouted a request to stop yelling at the girl and calmly explain what really happened. The man, squatting next to the frightened girl, gloomily told her that it was when she emerged from the bushes near their camp that the azure ice jade disappeared. He again firmly stated that the girl had clearly stolen the jewel and hidden it somewhere in the forest. The warrior, along with his comrade, sharply denied the accusations, insisting that it was a mistake, and that the girl Soen was kind and honest. Despite the requests of the servants of the other clan, Duakchil continues to stand with his sword, not intending to lower his weapon and retreat from his words. Squeezing the girl's hand harshly, he says with a smirk that they will take her back to the clan for further interrogation. The warrior, his face full of rage and confusion, struggles with himself, remembering that there are only 2 measly hours left before reinforcements arrive. Duakchil offers an alternative. Either they pay the price of the lost jade or give up the girl. Wrinkling his face in anger, he ominously adds that otherwise blood will certainly be shed here. Suddenly, the enemy clan leader's hand twists convulsively, as if an invisible force is trying to knock the sword out of it. Grasping his sore arm and screaming in pain, the commander is stunned and tries to understand what happened, while his faithful servant anxiously asks if everything is okay with him. The warriors of the Baekbek clan suddenly turn around, sensing a strange movement behind them. The girl, in tears but with a face lit up with joy, turns to see the source of the commotion. From the sparse thickets of the forest comes the silhouette of a man on horseback, thoughtfully asking what is happening here. The protagonist's face is frowning and expressing slight irritation as he repeats his question about what is happening. All the warriors and servants hastily surround the clan leader, hoping that with his appearance everything will finally fall into place. One of the warriors asks in surprise how the leader managed to get to the camp so quickly. The man's thoughts are racing with guesses as to whether Yu Xin-wung possesses the art of speed, or whether his secret lies in his unusual steed. The horse with deep scarlet eyes did not at all resemble an ordinary animal capable of galloping without rest. Yu Xin-wung asks his subordinate with slight suspicion how much longer he will stare at him so openly. The man presses the trembling girl to himself with force, not letting her go. Duak-chil, still clutching his hand in pain, watches the events unfold carefully, his face distorted with anger. The young man, along with his servant and the girl, stare at the stranger with distrust, trying to guess his intentions. Yu Xin-wung leans over to So-yeon with concern and quietly asks if she is very scared. The girl, her eyes wet with tears, looks at her savior with sincere delight. The warm embrace of the young man gives the girl a sense of security, and his confident words about safety fill her heart with happiness. The young man, with eyes full of determination and inner strength, casts a firm gaze at his enemies. Duak-chil, immersed in the green glow of his rage, remembers how not long ago Yu Xin-wung was fatter than him. The clan leader's assistant furiously accuses the young man of using a secret weapon. Yu Xin-wung, playfully tossing a pebble in his hand, mockingly asked what other weapon they were talking about. Continuing to play carefree with the stone, he boldly compared the enemy to a mad dog that could only be calmed by a well-aimed throw. All the warriors look in shock at the ordinary stone lying on the ground. The clan's assistant's thoughts raced in confusion, wondering how much their leader had exaggerated his injury from a simple stone throw. A hand grips the hilt of a sword tightly, and a tense silence hangs in the air as one of the warriors braces himself for a possible threat. Bowing respectfully, the Hwanak clan man belatedly approaches the audience, apologizing for the confusion and solemnly stating his name as Duak-chil. But the impudent young man, with indifference in his voice, declares that he is not at all interested in the name of this representative of the clan. Thinking disdainfully about the stranger coming alone, Duak-chil decides that there is no point in being polite to him and begins to act defiantly. Smiling ominously, he brazenly demands that the girl be given to him, rudely humiliating her with words. The protagonist anxiously asks So-yeon if she really stole something, and she fearfully denies it, assuring him that she would never dare. The guy looks at her carefully and asks with distrust if she is really innocent. One of the clan representatives mockingly says, "Does he really believe the words of some servant more than his fellow tribesmen?" In response, the protagonist coldly remarks that he would rather believe her than such a suspicious type as the one standing in front of him. Enraged to the limit, Duak-chil starts to scream, but suddenly another person appears from the shadows and says that he knows something about this ice jade. The man watches the scene with a distrustful grin, his thoughts spinning with the question of how a stranger could know about the treasure of the North Sea, which they only recently learned about. He explains that the Kyeonsa are ancient creatures that live in icy waters, and only from their shells can the priceless ice jade be obtained. With an evil grin, he assures that if the hero is trying to lower the price of compensation with his inventions, then this is a useless undertaking. The hero suspiciously asks the girl if her name is really Chang Dae-chu, and she, a little confused, confirms it. One of the men politely asks another for a flask from his belt to give to the hero. The hero, holding a vessel with liquid, explains that even those who live by the sea do not know that ice jade secretes a unique substance that reacts to alcohol. One of the elders asks incredulously whether this really causes an unusual reaction. The hero explains that when mixed with alcohol, the substance turns dark purple and disappears only after a day. To prove whether the girl touched the ice jade, the hero pours an alcohol tincture on her hands. After a short pause, everyone notices with surprise that nothing has changed. Her hands remain clean, confirming her innocence. The man angrily rejects all of the hero's arguments, loudly declaring that everything he said was a fabrication that he had never heard of before. The hero denies the accusations with a smile, assuring that it is an ordinary drink and offers an honest check. He points to one of the guards, who wipes his hands on his pants in a panic, raising everyone's suspicions. An inspired crowd of men and a girl agree to be tested, ready to start even with themselves. The frightened servant tries to justify himself, begging to believe that everything is not as it seems. One of the men becomes enraged and suddenly draws his sword with anger on his face. His shrill cry pierces the silence of the night as he rushes forward, causing everyone around him to step aside. Shock and confusion fill the crowd as everyone tries to figure out what exactly he is doing. Trying to smooth things over, the man coldly admits that there was a misunderstanding and declares that it is time for them to go. However, turning around, he ominously promises that the disrespect shown will have to be paid in full. The hero's wide-open eyes reflect shock and the lightning-fast realization of an impending threat that can no longer be avoided. The enemy, noticing the flash and hearing the sharp sound, freezes in place, not having time to understand what exactly has overtaken him. The protagonist's sword cuts through the air with incredible speed, leaving behind a sparkling trail and dealing a crushing blow to the enemy. The defeated enemy leans back and looks up at the sky in horror, realizing his complete helplessness in the face of the force of the blow. One of the fighters, having witnessed what happened, cannot hold back a hysterical cry, overcome with horror and panic. The other warriors turn around in confusion and fear, and one of them, with a trembling voice, screams that he has lost his arm. The protagonist, towering over the fallen man calmly and with cold confidence, says that he prefers to take payment in advance. With a barely noticeable, almost mocking smile on his lips, he admits that all this happened only because he was a little impatient. The night sky hangs over the territory of the Hwanek clan, where in the silence a cry of rage suddenly rings out as one of the residents cannot bear it and calls the culprit a crazy bastard. In a spacious room, a wounded man lying on a bed with a bandaged body strictly orders all doctors to leave the room immediately as soon as the treatment is completed. An enraged Do Jung-ak screams at the top of his lungs, indignantly accusing someone of daring to act without his orders, making a serious mistake. His anger intensifies as he angrily accuses the injured man of causing all of Zhejiang to be in an uproar over the Ice Jade scandal, and it is all entirely his fault. While one of the wounded tries to justify himself, another man explains that the value of the artifact has attracted the interest of even another clan, and it was only by a miracle that an open conflict was avoided. The surprised wounded man, hearing the mention of the Kuren clan, anxiously asks again whether this is really the powerful clan that is being talked about, since he had not even guessed about it before. With an anxious look, the same wounded man reminds us that General Yang had a rather reasonable plan of action, which in his opinion should not have led to such a collapse. Another man, with a sad expression on his face, admits that he felt from the very beginning that everything would end in failure, and even tried to stop it, but obviously they did not listen to him. A menacing voice belonging to the elder addresses General Yang with a direct question whether everything said is true, and his gaze is filled with anger and distrust. General Yang, with a guilty expression on his face, admits that he is fully aware of his guilt, and the wounded man, lying on his bed, dejectedly asks himself how he can now live with such shame. The man with the mustache thinks hard, realizing that even though it all started with a misunderstanding, if war breaks out, the powerful Hmong and Quan clans could intervene in the conflict. The angry elder with bulging eyes orders not to think about the opinions of others and to blindly obey his every order without hesitation. The cautious advisor, looking ahead with concern, warns that if they continue to act so boldly, while not forgetting to carry out other tasks, their clan could quickly lose its reputation. The man, walking away through the illuminated hall, hoarsely throws out a phrase that their reputation does not matter, because the world remembers only the winners. Clenching his fists with determination, the clan leader declares that if they become the best in Zhejiang with the help of the Kuren clan, their fame will once again soar to the skies. Exhausted but full of rage, the young man mentally vows to kill Yu Xin-un, even if it means sacrificing everything he has. The headband-wearing warrior slams the table in anger, not believing how the Hwanek clan bastards dared to do such a thing. The man ominously suggests sending someone to protest immediately, insisting that the situation cannot be left unanswered. The young man, with a cold gaze and a raised hand, calmly states that now that the apologies from the enemies who drew their swords have already been received, there is no point in acting further. Against the backdrop of a council table filled with representatives from various forces, Lord Baek Wung solemnly declares that from this day on, a new era begins for their clan. With a cold glint in his eyes and confidence in his voice, the hero declares that now he must think carefully about how exactly he will repay his offenders for their insolence and the insult they caused. Hearing his words, everyone present at the table simultaneously became confused. Their faces reflected surprise, fear, and bewilderment. Unable to contradict, the representatives of both sides bowed their heads and unanimously uttered words of submission. "We obey, sir," recognizing his unconditional authority. The hero orders that So Yeon be immediately relieved of all duties for a while and given separate quarters so that she can recover, rest, and restore her peace of mind. One of the older men, nodding respectfully, confirms that everything will be done exactly as stated and will personally convey the order. The hero turns to the man frozen in tension with a cold squint and quietly but firmly says, "And now, Deputy Leader?" But, taken by surprise, the warrior with the bandage on his head cannot find words and only exhales one short, frightened "Ah," lowering his gaze. With icy calm, the hero reminds that even if the customer gave his permission, this does not justify such a rash decision. Under no circumstances should you set up camp near a potential enemy. Realizing his mistake, the young man bows his head in shame, regretting what he did, and quietly asks for forgiveness for not thinking the situation through properly. Looking him intently in the eyes, the hero clarifies whether he really made this decision, fearing a possible conflict that could harm their clan, which is already in a difficult situation. With a serious and determined expression on his face, the protagonist announces that from now on he takes full responsibility for all actions of each member of the clan, thereby showing his leadership and confidence. He persistently urges the subordinate to stop worrying unnecessarily and to no longer hesitate in making decisions, but to act firmly and confidently, regardless of the situation or the enemy. Despite the mistake he made, the young man with the bandage on his forehead receives unexpected praise for maintaining faith in his comrade's innocence until the very end, which causes him inner confusion and embarrassment. The young warrior, shaken by the attention and words, begins to speak, but his voice trembles and his body bows low, expressing deep repentance and respect. The next moment he falls to his knees with a thunderous sound, demonstrating his readiness to accept punishment and prove his loyalty, despite his fear and excitement. Full of determination, he loudly vows that he will forever remember the leader's words like a sacred mantra and keep them in his heart as the highest instruction. The hero watches what is happening with a satisfied and calm smile, and one of the warriors nearby responds to him with a warm, approving grin, expressing silent solidarity. One of the elders curiously asks how the hero knows so much about the legendary ice jade, to which the hero explains that he accidentally came across references to this artifact while reading in the library. However, in his mind, he admits that in reality, everything was made possible by Yu Xin-wung's memories of the past, when he was in Sengangsha and repeatedly encountered attempts to seize the ice jade. The hero reflects that although he does not know which of the scoundrels belonged to the Kuren clan, they gave themselves away by approaching them first, which played into the hands of his plans and allowed him to understand who they were dealing with. Both warriors sat at the table in tense silence, sighing heavily, with faces that clearly showed anxiety and inner fatigue. The man looked at them with a serious expression on his face, arms crossed over his chest, and thought about how even the most loyal subordinates would not work where they were not paid. A calm voice came from the darkness with a barely perceptible smile in it, saying that everything turned out to be not as bad as he expected. Everyone present froze in tense anticipation, as if time had stopped for a moment, and only a slight tremor of surprise and incomprehension reflected in their eyes betrayed the confusion raging within. Yu Xin-wung, maintaining his concentration and inner calm, continued his speech slowly, carefully choosing each word, and, in a low, soulful voice, asked for permission to talk about his plans for their common future. Everyone suddenly seemed to turn to stone from what they had heard, their eyes filled with horror, their faces turned pale, and without saying a word, they continued to silently look ahead, trying to comprehend the fear that had gripped them. The scientist with the monocle over his eye froze in complete horror. His eyes widened and his face distorted with shock, and he frantically repeated the same incomprehensible words. Against the backdrop of a fiery red sunset, the two-story building with traditional lattice windows plunges into semi-darkness, as if holding its breath before the events to come. A telescope slowly emerges from a slightly open window, its dark eye watching the street intently, reflecting anxiety and anticipation. A girl in a scarlet robe, kneeling on the wooden floor, peers into the distance through the pipe, quietly saying that there are no traces today either, while someone cautiously calls out to her. With careful, almost tremulous movements, the girl puts away the telescope, as if locking up all the suspicions and alarming signs she has seen. Her face is illuminated by the sunset light, and her eyes are filled with suspicion as she whispers that the Baek-Wung clan is definitely hiding something, not trusting either their silence or their actions. An irritated look silently flashes when someone behind her back mockingly sings her name in a stupid song, and the girl's patience begins to crack. She turns around instantly, draws her sword, and pointing it threateningly, looms over the young man with fury, who falls to the floor with a scream of fear. With her lips pursed and her brow furrowed, the girl sternly reprimands her partner for saying her name out loud, since they are required to use code names outside of headquarters. The guy, a little embarrassed, still doesn't lose his humor and, scratching the back of his head, remarks with a smile that it's strange to call each other number 1 and 2 when there are only 2 in the squad. Squeezing the hilt of the sword, the girl firmly says that rules are rules, and he, reluctantly getting up from the floor, grumbles under his breath about the annoying regulations that he still has to obey. Smiling both innocently and slyly, the young man confirms that of course he is obliged to follow the rules, and with feigned obedience calls his companion Mrs. Number 1, trying to smooth over the tension. She, without stopping or changing her facial expression, coldly asks why he called her, and he, slightly confused, spreading his hands, complains of unbearable hunger and offers him a snack. In response to her distrustful look, the guy, without batting an eye, comes up with a philosophical explanation, saying that even ancient ancestors believed that all troubles begin with the fact that a person does not eat on time. Frowning and looking at him reproachfully, she sarcastically asks which ancestor could have said such nonsense, and he, scratching the back of his head, innocently suggests that it was probably the one who died of hunger. With a sigh of weariness and slight irritation, she reluctantly agrees, and he happily suggests going to that very shop nearby, which, according to rumors, serves the best mantu in the entire area. Against the backdrop of the evening market, lit by soft lanterns and decorated with fluttering canvases, the question is asked whether she is still sure that the Baek-Wung clan is involved in that mysterious disappearance. With a serious and firm voice, she confirms her confidence, while her interlocutor admits that he thought that their goal was only to find out the reasons for the fall of the Geum family. An ominous piece of information comes to mind. Those involved in the disappearances go out into the streets wearing masks made from human skin to hide their true identities. In her memories, she again sees the gloomy basement filled with bodies and torture devices, where it finally became clear to them what kind of atrocities they were dealing with. The guy concludes that their squad does not need to dig into the truth at all, because it will be easier to just report everything to the Murim squad, while the higher powers want to put all the blame on the Geum family, making them the scapegoats. She says with a suspicious expression that among the people nearby there is definitely someone who causes serious mistrust and anxiety. The man asks if she means Yu Xin-Wung, suggesting that he seems the most suspicious of them all. Amidst a flash of incredible power, the image of Yu Xin-Wung appears, and the heroes explain that such a sudden increase usually indicates a connection with the dark arts. The woman claims that Geum Miho's death and all the mysterious disappearances are most likely directly related to this dark source of power. She adds that to obtain the necessary evidence, they will have to disguise themselves and secretly infiltrate the clan, risking their lives. The man in fear exclaims how exactly they are going to infiltrate the clan, to which she suggests the idea of getting a job there under the guise of ordinary guards. He protests, pointing out that as a woman it will be difficult for her to get through, since women have never been hired as security guards, especially in a place like this. She firmly declares that she will simply dress up as a man, and then no one will suspect her true identity. He tries to convince her that in field conditions she could easily be exposed, but she calmly replies that it will be exclusively her problem and there is no need to worry. In the end, he tries to somehow cheer her up, noting that with such broad shoulders it will not be difficult for her to pass for a man, but in response he meets her menacing and tense look. He falls to his knees in pain and humiliation, shaking with tension, pointing his hand to the side, trying to explain something, although the words are stuck in his throat. Seeing the crowd gathered in front of the announcement, she approaches with curiosity and caution, trying to understand what caused such a stir. Pushing her way through the crowd, she asks everyone to disperse with determination in her eyes, loudly and confidently declaring her intention to find out what is going on. An announcement about recruiting new members for the Black and Straight Cloud factions appears in front of everyone, every word of which causes surprise and new thoughts. Particularly noteworthy is the bottom line, which states that the Straight Cloud faction accepts absolutely everyone, regardless of gender, age, or skills, which completely breaks the usual expectations. The man behind her, expecting the worst, mentally says goodbye to the plan, but her confident smile suggests that the situation has changed in her favor. The guard's powerful voice orders all those who wish to join the ranks of the Black Cloud Guards to stand in the left row, establishing order among the crowd. And for those who want to join the Straight Cloud faction, there is a separate instruction that they should stand in the right row, which gives hope to those who are usually rejected. Dangerous figures appear in the crowd, including the Five Dogs Bandit group, who mockingly discuss the low level of the other candidates, hinting at the treacherous involvement of the Hwanak clan. Their leader, with a predatory smile, says that if he ruins everything here, the Hwanak clan will generously pay him for the chaos he created, showing his true intentions. A sly smile distorts the face of the servant, who confidently confirms the words of his master, anticipating quick profit. The leader of the bandits looks at the line with a mocking grin, mocking and choosing a future victim among the recruits. Someone in the crowd is surprised to recognize the woman with the child, recalling her past as the famous Hong Nyeon Kisang. The old man's gloomy gaze is directed into nowhere, and someone in the crowd mercilessly calls him the one who will soon kick the bucket. A lone guard walks slowly past, drawing attention with his restraint and silent strength. A blonde with a sharp look and a dark-skinned slave cause surprise among the crowd, which did not expect to see such unusual participants. The robber delightedly announces that the interview will end sooner than he thought and offers to choose what to have for dinner in advance, while his companion mocks the impudent rivals. The main character, unable to contain her anger, turns to the provocateurs and coldly asks if this was an appeal to them, causing alarm among the others. The bald thug with a smug smile claims that today's exam is definitely ruined, and those who interfere with others deserve punishment. The heroine, clenching her fists, breaks into a scream and loudly hurls an insult in response, not hiding her irritation in front of her impudent opponents. With tears in his eyes and his face distorted with fear, the man begs for forgiveness, hoping to avoid the wrath of the girl in yellow. The frightened guy throws himself at the feet of the strong warrior, admitting that he had been chatting incessantly and had spoiled the mood of the respected people. Falling to their knees, several young men stretch out their hands in supplication and cry, humiliatingly asking for mercy. One of them is sent flying head over heels after a rough blow, and offensive curses are heard in the air. The warrior, looking down sullenly, says that no one promised to kill him, causing everyone to shudder from the unexpected calm. One of the guys laughs nervously and pretends that it was all a joke, trying to smooth over the situation. But the bald giant's stern gaze pierces the air, and fear instantly appears on the faces of everyone around. His body begins to tremble. He breaks out in sweat and shrinks as if expecting a harsh sentence. Everyone who was acting insolently just a minute ago now hangs their heads with guilty faces, realizing their stupid mistake. Amidst the general chaos, one of the young men smugly explains to the girl that all of this is just a secret technique passed down from generation to generation in the Jegal clan. The girl steps back in disgust, looking at the grinning young man whose smug laughter irritates her more and more. The young man, with a tired expression on his face, resting his cheek on his hand, says that no one matters except that woman. He calmly announces that all other participants are disqualified, shocking those present. One of the men shouts angrily, demanding an explanation for his possession of the weapon. He points angrily at the girl, outraged that she passed by without even holding a sword in her hands. In the dim light, surrounded by a purple glow, the young man looks ahead calmly but menacingly. The room fills with streams of purple flame, rising in front of the stunned participants and engulfing the figure in the center. In the light of the dark energy, the older youth coldly states that he has seen enough of the enemy's useless skills and tells him to get lost. The enraged participant shouts that they will regret this, and the girl in red looks ahead in amazement. With a serious look, the protagonist orders the girl to take the uniform and appear at the House of the Straight Cloud on the appointed day. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, the girl says that she will give her life for the clan leader. The two servants proudly and eagerly enter the room, while one of them holds back her excitement, dreaming of finally seeing Yu Xin Wung with her own eyes. Seeing his face, she freezes in amazement and mentally wonders if this is really him, the very man they talked about so much. Looking at his confident posture and strong physique, she realizes that such a body cannot be achieved without regular and grueling training. Yu Xin Wung silently looks ahead, with an expression that shows concentration and inner tension. Looking into his eyes, she senses an unusual strength of spirit in him, and comes to the conclusion that before her is a man with a special destiny and a difficult nature. He suddenly asks her a direct question about the purpose of her visit, to which she, surprised and uncertain, answers with a simple what. Gathering her strength, she begins to excitedly explain that she wants to use this chance to fulfill her cherished dream of becoming a guard, despite the fact that she was born a woman and did not have such an opportunity before. Yu Xin Wung, after listening to her carefully, takes a thoughtful pose, resting his chin on his hand and thinking about her words with a serious expression. She and her companion are puzzled by his restrained reaction, wondering why he did not express emotion, despite the fact that his answer was sincere and dignified. Calmly continuing the conversation, he asks about her weapon skills, and she, with slight excitement, reports that she has basic skills and is of Zenith rank. Hearing her declare the rank of Zenith, one of the senior judges frowned and asked again with disbelief, not hiding his surprise. The girl admits internally that at first she wanted to lie and name the lowest rank, but now she hopes that thanks to Zenith's word, they will start persuading her to join. With a serious expression, Yu Xin Wung remarks that with her skill in handling weapons, she will easily find a good job even if she is not accepted into the squad, which causes indignation from the elder. One of the audition participants, visibly nervous, says that he has just reached the first rank, and the girl next to him looks depressed and irritated. When it is announced that only one of them has been accepted and the rest are free to go, the girl in the yellow robe begins to tremble with rage and mentally does not understand why she was rejected. The accompanying man scratches the back of his head in embarrassment and apologizes to the clan leader, trying to smooth over the situation. He insists that she is much more talented than she looks and assures them that they will not regret it if they do accept her. In response, Yu Xin Wung sternly asks if he really won't join the clan if she doesn't pass the selection. The man immediately justifies himself, raising his hands in embarrassment, and says that this is not the case at all, trying to avoid pressure. With a sigh, Yu Xin Wung agrees to leave the girl in reserve and asks if she would be okay with this outcome, causing surprise and confusion in the elder. The enraged girl with a blazing gaze and clenched teeth is shocked to the depths of her soul that they dared to leave her in the reserve team. The man awkwardly thanks her for the decision with a forced smile, claiming that even being in reserve is already good, while the girl turns away in fury. As she is led away, he says a hasty goodbye, saying that they will await further instructions, reserving only cold politeness for himself. The young warrior watches them leave carefully, his piercing gaze penetrating their disguises, full of distrust and doubt. Frowning inwardly, he wonders silently why these people are still here and what they are really trying to achieve. The lights of Hangzhou's best restaurant, Songhyang Guest House, sparkle in the night, and a long-awaited delivery drives through its gates. The courier, irritated and confused, knocks on the closed door, grumbling that they ordered delivery in the middle of the night and now they won't open. A beautiful girl peeks out from behind the door and, smiling slightly embarrassedly, explains that the entire house is rented to one person today. The man asks in amazement who could afford to rent the most expensive guest house, to which the girl with a satisfied smile replies that the new leader Baek Wung is having a luxurious feast today. He continues enthusiastically, admiring the leader's fighting prowess, his ability to bring order to the clan and spend the treasury at the same time, and she whispers with a grin that, despite his changes, it is even more profitable for them. The hero cheerfully waves his sticks, telling a humorous story about how he cut off someone's hand, causing delight among the girls around him. Standing confidently in front of the audience, he laughs loudly, as if enjoying the attention and his own speech. With a defiant cry, he raises his hands, calling on everyone to drink themselves to death and give in to the fun. His overly energetic gesture ends with him comically falling on his back, causing surprise and confusion among the guests. The hero lies upside down on the floor, and the girls watch this with different reactions from laughter to awkwardness. A close-up shot shows the girls discussing with surprise and slight disappointment that the hero has not gotten rid of his old habits. The hero lies motionless on the floor, and the women silently gather themselves and begin to leave the room, as if in disappointment. One of the girls peers out from behind the door suspiciously, while the other looks anxiously at the black hooded figure standing right in front of them. 3 figures in black cloaks stand in the middle of the room, radiating anxiety, while the girls below are confusedly looking for a way out. One of the dark silhouettes with glowing eyes knocks on the door, causing an uneasy silence before the next events. The hero sits thoughtfully on the floor, pondering the situation and deciding to start, since no one else is watching this side. With a concentrated expression, he activates the mist double technique, releasing dark energy around himself. Crossing his legs and with a smooth movement of his hand, he directs the manifestation of the technique, causing energy vortices to emerge from the floor. An exact copy created from fog appears next to the hero, which exists as long as the magical energy is active, but disappears upon the first hit. With a slightly mocking glance over his shoulder, he orders her to remain unconscious until his return. The hero Zosurageno activates the magic skill and purple energy begins to cover his palm, while the defeated enemy lies on the floor, overcome with fear. With a confident movement, he takes out a dark cloak from a swirling portal, shining with the darkness of subspace. Wearing a black cloak and clutching a mask with horns in his hand, he resolutely prepares himself for the upcoming mission. A red eye shines brightly through the socket of the skull mask, foreshadowing danger and death. The young man lying on the floor looks with alarm at the disappearing figure, leaving behind only an ominous shadow. On the outskirts of Hangzhou, an eerie silence reigns in a butcher shop, but something terrible is hidden behind it. Behind a heavy door with an iron ring, a descent opens into a gloomy basement, where neither light nor hope penetrates. In the dim light of the dungeon, desperate captives stretch their hands through the bars, begging the thug for mercy, promising silence and freedom. An emaciated girl, her voice trembling, swears to secrecy if she is released, while another barely audibly whispers that she is hungry. The next moment, the scene is filled with the sound of a blow as someone's hand hits the iron bars with all its force. The rude overseer looks with contempt at the chained girl, who, trembling with fear, lowers her head and cannot hold back her tears. The dark prison hall is filled with the desperate voices of prisoners screaming for revenge, yearning for freedom and cursing the cruel warden. The cold chain slams the cage shut with a metallic clang, finally condemning the prisoners to a hopeless wait. In hysteria and panic, one of the women screams with choking force, trying to break free, her gaze full of horror and pain. Exhausted women crawl along the stone floor, tearfully asking for medicine, trembling with weakness and despair. The gruff guard leans over to the shackled woman and coldly remarks that the drug worked better this time. The other guard looks up warily, surprised by the sudden silence that has fallen over the dungeon. The bald guard looks around in fear, feeling the tension that hangs in the air and makes the heart stop. His eyes are wide open. He realizes that he has gone deaf, and he panics, trying to understand why everything has suddenly gone silent. A sharp stream of energy tears through the darkness, and the guard looks up in horror, not having time to make a sound. The next moment, his body falls to the floor, and the leg of the mysterious attacker appears next to him. A figure emerges from the shadows, wearing a black cloak and a horned mask, its eyes glowing with an ominous red light. The mysterious stranger reflects on his technique of a wave of silence, which can drown out any sounds within a radius of 5 meters. He walks slowly down the corridor past the fallen guards, realizing that there are about 100 women trapped under this butcher shop. The masked hero thinks about how the blood sect's coffers are being replenished through drug sales and human trafficking, and how much he would like to free everyone right now, but he knows that doing so could lead to their deaths. The hero in the horned mask looks ahead with concentration, realizing that first he needs to rid these people of the dark energy left over from the substances. He says goodbye to the captives, promising to avenge them and return, while they remain in the corner of the dark dungeon. The head of the sect asks irritably why the sacrifice is taking so long, while a silent servant stands behind him. In a wary silence, the commander warns his men to be careful, sensing something strange in the air. The camera zooms in on his eyes, which narrow in recognition of the danger before he suddenly shouts out, "Look out!" One of the guards turns around at the noise, not having time to realize that a threat is approaching him. The next moment, he is pierced with such force that his body flies through the air, leaving only a scream and blood. The commander shouts, ordering everyone to take up fighting positions when he realizes that the enemy has penetrated them. Clutching his poison-scorched hand, he screams furiously into the darkness, demanding that the enemy show himself. His hand, engulfed in poisonous green flames, slowly disintegrates before his eyes, but he holds on, not retreating. Realizing the full depth of the possible punishment, the guard thinks in horror that if the leader of the group finds out about what happened, it would really be better for him to die right here without waiting for punishment. With a gloomy expression on his face and a blazing gaze, the commander decides to catch the uninvited guests at all costs and find out how they managed to penetrate the guarded dungeon. From the deep darkness of the corridor, a silhouette in a long cloak appears, his steps echoing on the stone walls, filling the air with tension and ominous foreboding. Emerging from the darkness, a stranger in black, with a terrifying horned skull mask, slowly approaches, clutching a sword in his hand, ready for battle. With each passing second, the commander becomes increasingly anxious as he senses no other energy in the room except one that is frighteningly strong and alien. His lips slowly stretch into a wicked smile, reflecting a mixture of mockery, surprise, and inner malice that is hidden behind the calm of his face. With a sly grin on his face, he hisses that the stranger dared to come here alone, calling him a madman who stepped straight into hell himself. Rising into the air, shrouded in clouds of thick crimson energy, the warrior in the horned mask radiates deadly determination and all-consuming anger. His voice is calm and cold as he declares that he will destroy every single person here with his own hands, without the slightest exception. Standing steadfast, sword in hand, surrounded by vortices of magical power, he pronounces his sentence again, making it clear that no one will be spared. The masked warrior holds his hand in the air with concentration, releasing lightning spears, thinking about how their power has increased to rank A and expecting a devastating effect. One of the guards angrily deflects a lightning strike with his sword, while the rest of the warriors behind prepare for battle, determined to fight to the end. The hero in the horned mask is surprised to realize that these warriors turned out to be stronger than anyone he had ever met before. One of the opponents asks with a sarcastic grin if the mage really thought he could subdue them with his spells, and is surprised that he even brought a sword with him. The hero calmly and with a hint of contempt replies that they are wrong to think that he is simply stalling for time until the next magical technique. Unable to bear the ridicule, the three guards rush at the hero with shouts, raising their swords in a furious attack full of anger and malice. The blades clash in a flash of light, and the warriors' faces reflect shock and fear at a power that surpasses their imagination. The hero strides forward solemnly through the dust and debris, holding a shining sword in his hand and radiating horror and inevitability. Watching him, one of the leaders admits with an ironic smile that he has never met a warrior capable of casting spells, although the enemy himself, according to him, looks like just an inexperienced youth. The commander orders his squad to form a battle formation called the Wheel, attempting to organize resistance in the face of the threat. The hero takes a leisurely step forward, and the sound of his footsteps echoes ominously through the silence around him. Warriors, surrounded by a blue glow of battle energy, surround the masked stranger, preparing to attack. Step by step, the stranger passes through the ring of enemies, as if he did not feel any threat at all. His gaze is cold and unwavering as he realizes that they have all reached the pinnacle of cultivation. He gets to the heart of the enemy's plan and realizes that they want to wear him down with a long battle. The eyes under the mask flash red as he prepares to break the imposed scenario. The strike of his sword releases a burst of purple energy, scattering his opponents like dolls. He leaps into the air, using the power of his absorbed fighting spirit to propel himself forward. Shock and fear appear on the faces of the enemies as the one who was the prey turns into the hunter. The power of the mind, yang energy, and demonic mana merge into one in his hands, striking those who did not even have time to realize their defeat. The sword's blazing flash tears through the darkness, reflecting the hero's unyielding determination and fury in the mask. Thanks to the successful synchronization of skills, the effectiveness of the technique increases, and the hero's body is penetrated by lightning and spiritual power. The frightened warriors in blue camisoles, huddled shoulder to shoulder, clutch their swords and watch the enemy with tense gazes, unable to believe what is happening, and feeling how cold sweat runs down their temples under the pressure of an unknown force. Their bodies tremble with internal tension, beads of sweat roll down their faces, and every look is filled with doom as they line up in a fighting stance, knowing that a deadly battle awaits them with no room for retreat. In a dark dungeon where the light flickers in a swirl of energy, a black-cloaked figure with a demonic mask and horns stands with unwavering confidence, clutching a sword in his hand with a powerful blue-violet aura swirling around it. The hero's blade, engulfed in a ghostly flame glowing with a dangerous purple radiance, seems to breathe living energy, preparing to strike a blow capable of upsetting the very balance of the surrounding space. The warriors look around in panic, their eyes wide, their faces distorted with fear and despair as they witness something that completely shatters their sense of what was possible. A black-robed figure with a demonic mask and horns stands tall with a sword that emanates pulsating flames of blue and purple energy, as if its very essence is beyond human comprehension. The enemy leader, with anger and panic on his face, shouts out orders, trying to suppress the fear that has gripped his subordinates and convince them that they are only facing an optical illusion and not a real threat. The tense warriors, with grim determination in their eyes, prepare to attack, ignoring battle formation and hoping to crush the enemy with one crushing blow of all their strength. The swordsmen's bodies, glowing with fighting energy, rush forward with fury and desperate determination, each of them filled with the desire to deliver a fatal blow and turn the tide of battle. The hero stands calmly in the center of the arena, enveloped in waves of mana, while enemies approach him from all sides, each of them tensely preparing for the decisive clash. The hero, engulfed in sparkling purple lightning, looks forward with terrifying calm and determination, as if challenging all enemies, surrounded by the chaos of his own energy. A blast of darkness and lightning explodes across the arena as the black-clad figure slams into his opponents, instantly shattering their fighting spirit. Near the sinister gaze from beneath the horned mask, the beginning of a new phase of attack can be felt, and flashes of energy gather into a deadly force called the Thundercloud Swords. Cutting through the air with a swift, horizontal strike, the hero releases a wave of energy that causes the world around him to split in half under the weight of the lightning-fast onslaught. The enemy warriors rush forward with horror in their eyes, clutching their swords and trying with all their might to break through the insurmountable wall of lightning mana. One of the swordsmen, overcome with panic, involuntarily slows his movement, realizing that their efforts are in vain against the force they were trying to stop. The enemy's blade cuts through space with terrifying speed, but the hero's eyes, calmly watching the attack, sparkle with cold confidence in his own superiority. From above, a black figure can be seen standing among the bodies of fallen opponents lying in pools of blood, and the entire arena echoes with the lightning-fast massacre. A green aura of fear swirls around the enemy leader as he realizes in horror that an entire battle group has been wiped out by just one enemy. His pupils constrict in tension as the name of the dragon group's leader, Gong Sung Chu, comes to mind, now forced to acknowledge the real threat. The horned masked hero grins predatorily through the darkness, throwing out an insulting taunt, inciting hostility and provoking the enemy to reckless rage. The enemy, engulfed in flames of dark energy, clenched his fists and shouted out angry words, forbidding the mention of his master's name in such a derogatory context. His eyes glow with anger as he raises his battle aura, proclaiming judgment on the enemy as a traitor to the sect who must be destroyed immediately. The hero, calmly watching the flash of power in front of him, notes to himself that this guy is not using real internal energy, but dirty magic. Realizing this, the hero focuses and concludes that the enemy is relying on the monster's strength rather than his own abilities, thereby devaluing his own cultivation path. Suddenly, the enemy's clothing rips with a crunching sound, and sharp spikes burst out from underneath, and his arms and legs begin to distort, turning into massive reptilian paws covered in dark scales. His face gradually degenerates into the vile muzzle of a giant snake, and from his open mouth a forked, writhing tongue protrudes menacingly, exuding an ominous aura. Enveloped in a furious purple energy, the massive serpent rushes forward, its eyes glowing with wild fury in the darkness, heralding destruction. The giant creature rushes at breakneck speed and, pushing off the ground, makes a swift leap straight at its enemy, as if intending to crush him with its entire mass. The warrior in the black cloak and mask runs towards the snake without hesitation, filled with inner strength and unshakable confidence in his victory. A snake with burning eyes and a mouth full of sparkling, sharp teeth pierces the space with its gaze and seems to look into the soul, instilling inexpressible fear. The enemy's eyes suddenly widen in horror at the wild creature, and his soul slowly fades away, as if dissolving in fear and hopelessness. The warrior deftly jumps over the bodies of fallen fighters, directing a stream of mysterious magic at them, shimmering with an alien light. The bodies of the dead suddenly freeze as if their souls were leaving them at that moment, just when the snake takes in everything around with its incinerating gaze. With a furious lunge forward, the monster rushes to attack but freezes in confusion, not understanding how the warrior in the cloak managed to repel its furious onslaught. The hero in the mask with curved horns says with a slight grin that his suspicions were correct, and everything is going exactly according to his plan. The serpent, ready to strike the fatal blow, suddenly falls silent in thought, trying to understand how this warrior was able to repel an attack that even the general could not foresee. The warrior brandishes his sword, engulfed in shining light, and with a solemn expression on his face confirms his guesses, feeling confidence in every movement. The two opponents met eyes, and intense silence prepared for the inevitable clash of two powerful forces ready to tear this world apart. The basilisk, overcome by its own rage, lets out a furious roar and is ready to tear its enemy to pieces in a fit of mad hatred. The masked man's sword shatters with a dull crack, as if it were made of glass, and he freezes in a daze, anticipating a turn of fate. The basilisk watches every movement with tension, warily awaiting the next move of its cunning opponent. Suddenly, a stream of thick, green, sticky substance, disgusting in appearance and stinking to the point of nausea, bursts out of the snake's mouth. The man in black watches in surprise and disgust as the snake continues to spew out the vile liquid, as if intending to poison all living things. With a powerful kick, the enemy throws the monster back and its massive body crashes into the ground with a roar, raising a cloud of dust. Turning towards the tunnel filled with green slime, the masked man thinks about the creature's poisonous breath and the strength of its armor, and a new guess flashes in his mind. The warrior confirms his thoughts with determination in his eyes and realizes with complete confidence that before him is none other than a real basilisk. With a cold grin, the snake looks into the eyes of his enemy and with caustic irony asks what he will do without a sword if he decides not to surrender. The enemy in black, raising his hand and creating a magic circle, calmly and boldly asks the basilisk where he is going in such a hurry in such a state. The sinister look from under the mask reflects inner strength and determination, and the warrior says with a grin that everything that came before was just flowers. A figure in a black cloak with a horned mask clutches a scythe in his hand, shrouded in lightning, causing terror in those who look at him. The reptilian is surprised to see the enemy's weapon materialize out of thin air, wondering about its origin. His gaze is full of rage as he hatefully thinks that it doesn't matter because the enemy will die anyway. An explosion of anger engulfs the monster, which rushes forward with a roar, promising to tear its opponent to pieces. In a dark corridor, a masked warrior destroys his opponents with all his might, leaving them no chance to resist. The reptile, with its mouth wide open, accumulates a green energy blast in its palm, preparing for a devastating attack. With a focused gaze and raised scythe, the masked warrior prepares for the killing blow. The two opponents collide in a head-on attack, sparks and energy exploding in the air from the force of their collision. The lizard's eyes widen in shock as he realizes that the force of his opponent's blow is equal to his own. The dark warrior stands with his scythe raised like a shadow of death, ready to strike again, leaving the enemy no hope. A whirlwind of darkness, hidden within a horned mask, he rushes forward with incredible speed, raising a whirlwind of dust and flashing a deadly scythe that pulses with purple light. In a roar of steel and magic, their weapons collide with deafening force, and each blow seems to rip apart the very space between them. Flashes of energy explode around as the clash of magical currents creates a blinding dome of light and power, throwing away all living things around. With horror in his eyes and clenched teeth, the monster staggers back, unable to believe that his most devastating attack has been repelled, and his opponent even smirks. His anger boils, and with a wild expression on his face, he rushes forward, determined at any cost to destroy the enemy who dared to mock his power. Leaping forward with the fury of a predator, the reptilian swings its claws, intending to tear the enemy to pieces with one blow from above. One of the bodies falls to the pavement with a dull thud, leaving a trail of blood behind it, and dead guards struck down in an instant lie around. The man in black looks mockingly at the enemy through the slits of his mask, coldly declaring that apparently the most dangerous thing about him was only his gaze. Losing his composure, the monster lashes out with a growl and curses full of rage and pain, unable to bear such humiliation. Opening its mouth to its limit, it howls and spews out a multitude of poisonous clots like green rain, bringing death and destruction towards the enemy. The hero's gaze fills with determination, and he mentally decides to end this protracted duel. Using the combined power of souls, he begins to fill his poisonous scythe with deadly energy. The system confirms that the artifact is saturated with natural energy, and the scythe of acid poison recognizes it as its rightful owner. The sealed abilities of the ancient artifact have been successfully unlocked, allowing the owner to gain new powers. The glowing scythe fills with a poisonous light as the hero raises it into the air, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Magical clots of poisonous energy swirled around him, forming a deadly orbit around the blade of the scythe. The enemy's eyes widened in horror. He could not understand how everything had changed so suddenly. Several poison charges are torn from orbit and fly rapidly towards the enemy. The hero calmly holds the scythe, from which a green, deadly mist emanates, slowly covering the ground. Confidence lights up in his eyes as he explains that the divine blood's cruel poison gives him the power to completely control all poison in the territory he controls. The reptilian stands with wide eyes, paralyzed with fear, as the figure with the scythe slowly approaches him, and the cold penetrates his entire body. Wearing a horned mask and observing the enemy, the hero calmly notices that the basilisk's external defense is indeed strong, but an attack from within changes everything. The reptilian, trembling from shock and incomprehension, tries to understand the meaning of what was said, considering it madness. The hero, like an alien from another world, threateningly asks what will happen if he pulls out all the poisonous energy from the enemy's body. The reptile's gaze distorts with alarm as a poisonous mist envelops her head, causing her heart to pound wildly. The dark scythe tears through space, absorbing toxic energy from the reptilian, who screams in helplessness, unable to do anything. The masked hero grins maliciously, amazed by the instant effect of his deadly technique. In despair, almost losing consciousness, the basilisk, covered in a poisonous aura, begs for mercy and compassion. The scythe blade flashes before the monster's face as a cruel command is given to be silent forever. A sinister figure in black with a scythe cuts through the air in a final decisive blow to finish off the enemy once and for all. Having gained the Basilisk Slayer status, the hero stands in the shadows over the defeated monster, his scythe still shining with the marks of the recent battle. The poisonous scythe begins to slowly absorb the remaining energy of the defeated monster, becoming saturated with the acidic power of its enemy. Despite the obvious victory, the hero frowns and notes to himself that now is clearly not the time for joy. Standing in front of the magical portal, he remembers his task and tells himself that not everything is finished yet. He must save those poisoned women. Having arrived at the right place, the hero examines the stone wall and, feeling the surface, comes to the conclusion that the passage must be somewhere here. Running his hand over the masonry, he feels a hidden mechanism, and one of the stone slabs smoothly moves aside, revealing an entrance. A bright stream of light bursts out from the opening space, illuminating the figure of the hero, who decisively takes a step forward. Entering inside, he finds himself in a treasury, where the floor, chests, and even the walls are buried in dazzling gold and jewels. The hero, looking at all this, coldly says that this is only the first of 9 goals that he must achieve. Amid the tense silence, the members of the Council of Elders stood in a daze, and fear, anxiety, and beads of cold sweat were written on their faces, because what they had just heard had completely turned their usual understanding of what was happening upside down. The elders' faces tensed as they heard the unexpected news, and cold sweat began to run down their temples from growing fear. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the office where the clan representatives were gathered, sitting at a long table against the backdrop of the scarlet sky outside the windows. The leader of the Kuryan clan, General Blackstorm, frowned and clenched his fist, coldly ordering him to repeat what he had said, not believing his ears. Second Commander Mung Dong-ho stands up, reporting that the 3rd prison was suddenly and brutally attacked last night. One of the elders reports in a panic that the Shining Dragon Squad was sent to check, as the provisions never arrived. He continues with alarm in his voice, explaining that all the food supplies collected from the 3rd prison have disappeared without a trace. With sharp anger, Meng Dong-ho demands an account of the fate of the valuables that were supposed to be guarded in that place. The elder replies that the substances were burned to the ground, and everything else of value was stolen by unknown persons. The leader's eyes fill with rage and a crimson light when he realizes that the same mistake is being repeated, and a gloomy silence falls over the room. With a voice filled with rage, he loudly declares that the most important thing now is to find the criminal, and demands to know the whereabouts of Gongseong-chu and the Dragon Group. Bowing his head with a guilty expression, the warrior reports that he could only detect signs of a fierce battle, but among the traces, energy of divine origin was clearly felt. Looking away, he confirms that he did not find any bodies, speculating that it is due to Gong Seong-ju using poison as his main move. The clan leader, frowning and crossing his arms, firmly states that an investigation must be launched, assuming that there was a treacherous plot involving a 3rd party. The warriors, without thinking for a second, suddenly stand up and respond in chorus with a loud "Yes, sir," confirming their readiness to act immediately. The leader grimly reflects that unlike the disgrace experienced by the Baek-wung clan, the current incident could jeopardize his position if the truth comes out. With an inner tension, he plans to bribe the new governor as he did before, hoping that if the criminal is eliminated, everything will remain a secret. Having stated directly that one thing is clear, the criminal did not act alone, the head explains that such a robbery cannot be carried out without accomplices. To prove his words, one of the warriors recalls that in one night a huge amount of gold was taken away, which was probably transported on a cart, leaving noticeable traces. In a stern tone, the leader orders everyone to put aside non-essential matters and focus solely on the investigation, to which the fighters once again confirm obedience. At this time, lazily lounging in a chair and picking at his ear, the young guy yawns and jokingly remarks that the leader's finger might come out of his other ear if he continues in the same spirit. Inside the carriage, a servant asks in surprise why they ended up in a brothel instead of doing things to develop the clan. The hero, with a lazy expression on his face, explains that he just wanted to cheer himself up because he is constantly being scolded. The guy with freckles asks, confused and reproachful, why the leader is acting so frivolously. He looks sadly at his leader's behavior, thinking that he has become even worse, and hopes that everyone else managed to escape. With tears in their eyes, the rescued girls promise the hero to repay him for his kindness, filling the scene with heart-wrenching gratitude. In a dark forest, a hero in a horned mask accompanies the girls, wondering if it would be safer if they separated. He decides not to spend the wealth the blood sect has acquired through human and substance trafficking, but to use it to fight. In a menacing silence, with his mask behind his back, he looks forward and vows that he will soon destroy the blood sect. Yu Xin-wung stops in the middle of the road with a surprised expression, while his two companions look at him with confusion, not understanding the reason for his reaction. Standing in the middle of a stuffy and abandoned field, the three of them, Yu Xin-wung, said with a slight smile that this was truly a beautiful place filled with hidden potential. Both servants, exchanging mocking glances, turned to the young man and repeated his words with poisonous sarcasm, declaring that he did not have an eye, but a real diamond. The younger servant, wrinkling his face in displeasure, sharply shouted that this wasteland was nothing more than a senseless waste of money, adding that, unlike his master, he had a more sober view. One of the servants, his mouth wide open in indignation, exclaimed that before them was a barren land on which even weeds could hardly grow, and that they were simply being mocked. The young man, with a slightly embarrassed face, asked them again warily, not understanding where so much negativity was coming from. The merchant, raising his hands to the sky, enthusiastically declared that if this land, which had accumulated fertility over the years, was cultivated, it would certainly yield a rich harvest. Another servant angrily retorted that this was the worst land they had ever seen, but at that moment, Yu Xin-wung interrupted their argument with a stern look. Looking calmly ahead, the young man said that he wanted to buy this wasteland, as well as all the lands they had looked at earlier, and insisted on handing over the money immediately, to which the younger servant responded with a stormy protest. Beaming with joy, the merchant pulled out the contract and hastily handed it over for signature, while an ominous thought flashed through his eyes about how stupid this young man had turned out to be. Yu Xin-wung chuckled and noted that Wang Sam was still stuffy and grumpy, to which he irritably responded that his master was now a rich farmer with a plot of barren land. Stretching with a relaxed look, the young man calmly replied that he had a plan and did not need to worry about the details. While walking around the area, the guy noticed a small forge nearby and, out of curiosity, decided to look inside. Pulling back the curtain with his hand, he asked cautiously, almost in a whisper, if there was anyone inside. A gray-haired blacksmith with long hair, clutching a heavy sledgehammer in his hand, turned to him and asked with interest what was going on. The young man, pointing his finger at a box full of small items, calmly said that he wanted to buy a sword from him. The gray-haired master, with sweat on his forehead and indignation on his face, answered sharply, asking if he really looked like someone who sold weapons in his forge. Yu Xin-wung raised his head and politely but insistently repeated the question, hoping for a different reaction. The blacksmith, continuing his work, chuckled and called the guy a fool, then asked suspiciously if he was the one buying up all the local land. One of the servants, with irritation and warning in his voice, told the old man to watch his words, but at that moment a strange voice was heard from outside. A young girl in a cute outfit turned to her grandfather with a slight reproach, asking why he was arguing with his clients again. With her head down in shame, the girl quietly apologized for her grandfather's behavior and his harsh words towards the visitors. The young men looked at her with a good-natured smile and assured her that everything was fine and that they were not offended. The girl, sighing with relief, cheerfully said that unfortunately they did not have any swords for sale. Then she enthusiastically pointed to the farming tools and suggested that they take a look to see if any of them might be useful. The boy picked up the hoe, examined it carefully, noted its convenience and quality, and the servant asked in surprise since when the head of the clan had been interested in agriculture. Having laid out all the instruments on the table, the young man, with a lively gleam in his eyes, exclaimed that he would take it all without hesitation. The girl, her eyes wide with surprise, stuttered and asked again if they were joking, and if they really were going to take everything. Taking their hoes, they said goodbye, said it was time to go, and promised that perhaps they would see each other again. The gray-haired man looked up and asked irritably why they needed to meet again if everything was already clear. The guy with a confident look and a calm voice said that if fate wanted, they would definitely meet again. The girl asked again with concern in her voice what they were talking about and quickly said goodbye, visibly embarrassed. The old man stared at her with a heavy, steely gaze, hiding some kind of internal tension under a mask of irritation. Late at night, amidst the thick fog and darkness, only the hut glimmered faintly, and muffled voices could be heard from its depths. The women's lips, releasing thick smoke, whispered curiously, wondering what they were going to do next. The gray-haired man, leaning on one knee, wondered with suspicion in his voice whether the young man knew anything about this place and about the godmother. The charming girl, enveloped in green energy and smoke, gently asked Huang Gun Man not to call her that anymore. The man, looking down, not daring to meet her eyes, quietly asked for forgiveness for his insolence. In response, she only looked away and snorted with slight contempt, not wanting to continue the conversation. Baek Li Lan, known among martial artists as the Mistress of Iron Beasts, was the founder of 2 of the 10 legendary Murim weapons. Sitting in the room filled with thick smoke, she thought thoughtfully about how many years she had been living and how everything remained the same, and there was no point in worrying about Yushin Wung. Baek Li Lan asked with interest if she had any connection with the Baek-un clan, but the gray-haired man remained evasive. As she blew out another cloud of smoke, the girl, enveloped in a golden glow, thought with annoyance that she would have to move again and hide forever. The man said with seriousness in his voice that he knew all of her previous appearances and reminded her that she needed to resolve the issue with the young man who had come to them. Thinking back to Yushin Wung's recent visit, the girl suddenly realized that he had only chosen the tools that she had forged with her own hands, and that perhaps meant something. Bowing before her, the man warned that if she killed him, the Alliance and especially the Blood Sect would quickly find out about everything. Looking out the window, the girl said with irritation that she could do nothing in this situation. Confused about what to do, Baek Li Lan orders his servant to send spies to follow Yushin Wung. In the dim light of the room, her fragile, delicate hand slowly touched the window glass. As she continued to stare into the darkness outside the window, she suspected that the young man was not just a spoiled heir, but someone with a hidden agenda. In the moonlight, her face froze in thought as to who this mysterious young man really was who had burst into her lot. The hero carefully examines the weapon in his hand, amazed by its balance and quality, realizing that even from simple iron, a masterpiece can be created. With a smile on his face, he admits that the rumors about the Iron Beast's skill were true. The image of the girl from the forge comes to mind, from whom such bright natural energy emanated that it was impossible not to notice. The hero is relieved to realize that, thanks to the hint system, he avoided a dangerous conflict that could have flared up if he had revealed her nature. His gaze becomes determined as he remembers how he bought the barren land and perfectly selected the tools to cultivate it down to the last detail. Pleased with himself, he reflects on how everything was calculated precisely, and now all that remains is to wait for the results. Watching his companion utter Lady He's name in his sleep, he reflects with mockery on his strange tastes. Smiling out loud, he does not hold back his sarcasm, believing that the guy has no taste in women at all. Looking at his peacefully sleeping friend, he cannot believe that the events of the previous day actually happened. With seriousness in his eyes, the hero recalls that this was only the first step in the plan to destroy the Blood Sect, and there are still many important things ahead to strengthen both himself and his clan. A young man with a confident and determined look stands in a shadowed hall, pondering an important decision that leads him to Mount Tianmu. The next day, the Blue Cloud Hall building shines under the clear sky, and the silence around hides the approaching change. Stern men stand in the hall with an expression of restrained alertness, awaiting the appearance of an important guest. One of the elders reflects with trepidation on the acquired barren lands, not believing that the rumors of change could be true. The protagonist confidently extends his hand to the treasurer, asking for funds for mysterious expenses, causing everyone to shudder in surprise. With a sly smile, he turns away, leaving intrigue in the air and making it clear that everything will be revealed later. The treasurer, with a confused face and a frozen gaze, barely manages to utter his consent to the request. Realizing his weak position, he hangs his head, covered in sweat and fear, admitting his powerlessness before the new leader. The figure of the new clan leader appears in the doorway of the hall, his aura filled with power and authority, causing a wave of respect. One of the elders bows in respect, formally greeting the young ruler and recognizing him as the new head of the Baek-Wung clan. The elders and warriors bow in respect before the new leader, acknowledging his authority in solemn silence. With a determined expression on his face, the leader raises his voice, opening the first formal meeting of his council. The White Cloud faction representative reports on the execution of assignments, demonstrating loyalty and the coordinated work of his subordinates. Realizing the difficult situation of the soldiers, the main character speaks with understanding about their fatigue and merits. Upon hearing the order, the treasurer and elders readily agree, showing respect and submission. The hero orders to strengthen the clan's security, assigning the Clear Cloud faction to patrol the territory around the clock. The Black Cloud faction commander bitterly admits that the new recruits are too weak and do not even have basic knowledge. He explains that most of the martial arts books were lost during the explosion of the Red Cloud building, leaving beginners without proper theory. The treasurer is anxious about the upcoming expenses, fearing that he will have to allocate funds for books again. The leader thoughtfully concludes that this problem could be solved if the clan mastered outstanding martial arts. The hero, with cold determination, declares that he will deal with the problem himself, which stuns everyone present at the table. With a slight weariness in his voice, he admits that it will take time, so for now he will have to work with what he has. One of the elders wonders with surprise and concern whether the hero can really cope with such a difficult situation. The wide eyes of both listeners show shock and disbelief as they ponder out loud the possibility of creating a new martial art. One of the warriors does not believe what he heard, believing that creating a martial art is only possible for natural-born geniuses, and only one absurdity is spinning in his head. Another elder admits with restrained surprise that the leader might actually be capable of such a thing, although he finds it hard to believe. The hero calmly changes the subject and asks about the actions of the Hwanak clan, trying to maintain control of the situation. He is informed that the Hwanak clan has already sent troops to the Mount Hwan sect, as the disciple with the severed arm is now associated with that sect. Inside himself, the hero thinks that their patience is not infinite, and perhaps he should just wait for the chance to appear. The elder, with slight excitement, hands over to the hero the cases that had been put aside for years, emphasizing that they are all between 5 and 10 years old. The man with the bandage on his head, holding back irritation and a bead of sweat on his temple, sullenly reminds that the tasks are actually postponed only in words, and anxiously asks what the leader is going to do with those of them that they have officially abandoned. An elder in a hat with a monocle and a worried expression on his face explains that the implementation of some of the postponed missions could bring in income comparable to the annual expenses of the entire clan, but he doubts that the young leader will risk taking them on. A young warrior with a bandage on his head notes with concern that each of these tasks is too dangerous, and although the reward for them is great, it is still a desperate adventure in which the lives of the best fighters are at stake. The hero carefully leafs through a stack of old parchments, and suddenly his gaze lights up with interest when he finds a task that can change everything. With a slight but determined smile, the hero picks up one of the scrolls and, with firmness in his voice, announces in front of everyone present that this is the task related to Mount Tianmu that they are going to complete. One of the concerned elders, not hiding his excitement, almost pleadingly asks the leader to reconsider his decision, because, according to him, the chosen task is almost impossible to complete. The hero coldly but confidently refuses, claiming that all the necessary preparations have already been made and they are fully prepared to succeed. He looks ahead with unflappable confidence and assures those present not to worry, because this task is the very chance that can save their clan from disaster. After his words, a stunned silence reigns in the hall for a moment, and everyone present, unable to immediately comprehend what was said, only silently exchange glances with an expression of confusion and surprise. A guy with a bandage on his forehead, a desperate expression on his face, and beads of sweat, screams, not believing that someone is ready to give up without the slightest resistance. With contemptuous determination, he declares that all who hope to gain power without effort and bloodshed can immediately get out. His voice is stern and firm as he addresses those who have decided to learn the martial art created by the clan leader himself. Gritting his teeth and tensing his whole body, he proclaims that only perseverance and endurance are more important than any natural talent. The stern mentor emphasizes that internal energy has no value if the warrior's body remains weak and untrained. One of the observers watches the events from afar, noting how calm and orderly everything appears at first glance. Doubts grow when one of the companions approaches Lady Tan with a hint that it is suspiciously quiet here for a villain's lair. He adds that they have only interrogated part of the clan's family, which means they need to continue gathering information without removing suspicion from him. Lady Tang furiously asks not to be called by her real name, and her companion hastily apologizes, hastily correcting his mistake. She sternly warns him to be more careful, and he agrees with nervous confusion, barely concealing his alarm. The young warrior with a serious face looks thoughtfully into the distance, while her companion with slight weariness acknowledges the efforts of the mentors and admires the spirit of this clan. The girl raises an eyebrow thoughtfully and expresses confusion as to why training hasn't started yet. Thinking with a cold gaze, she couldn't understand why he would hire the Straight Cloud Squad guards in the first place. Suddenly, they are interrupted by a stern old man who, in a sharp tone, demands that they stop their pointless conversations. With an ironic grin, the old man quips that he has interrupted the conversation of two lovebirds, which causes confusion and protest. The embarrassed girl apologizes for her words, calling them stupid, and confirms that her name is Huano. The new girl explains that she decided to go outside because it was too boring inside, and also mentions that all the warriors are outside. She adds with a slight smile that she has brewed refreshing tea for the warriors who are tired from training because they are working up a sweat. With sadness in her eyes, the girl talks about the one who took on all the hard work, trying to prove her worth. In response to the blow, the big man with a cup in his hand exclaims in surprise, as if justifying himself from accusations of trying to kill him. The fair-haired youth rushes into battle with fury, calling his bald opponent a dumb, pumped-up boor, while the latter is already swinging a powerful punch. A jump from above with a battle cry cuts through the air as the guy flies towards his opponent, and the girl in the red kimono looks at the fight in confusion, thinking only about tea. A black-haired man with a confident smile approaches the girl from behind and gently offers to take over her case, causing her surprise. The Straight Cloud Pavilion sign appears in the background, and a polite line is heard off-screen about wanting to start with an apology. The hero, with a serious expression on his face and folded hands, calmly explains that he was unable to come earlier due to urgent matters, demonstrating restrained respect. Representatives of the clans gathered at a large table, and one of them, smiling, assures that there is no reason to apologize, because everyone understands how busy the main character is. The two men look at the hero with suspicion and surprise, and one of them admits that he seems to be very cunning and not as simple as he seems. In the meeting room, after a short discussion, one of the senior participants suggests getting straight to the point without delay. A smiling Yu Xin Wung confidently raises his finger, announcing that those present have their first task. One of the students exclaims in confusion that they haven't had a single training session yet and looks clearly concerned about this turn of events. Smiling confidently, the man says that the current skills are sufficient and all the details will be known immediately before the task is completed. A surprised look and restrained anticipation accompany the question about the essence of the first task. A young warrior with a serious face announces that the order came from the Tingyan Bank, causing surprise among those present. The girl recalls with surprise that this is the largest bank in all of Zhejiang, and her interlocutor confirms her knowledge. The tension rises when she asks if this is the same mission on Mount Tianmu that shocked everyone 5 years ago. With a slight smile, the hero confirms that the client is the former owner of Tingyan Bank, named Kilgun Pyong. His figure appears in his memories, entering a shining hall filled with silver because he managed not only to return his investment, but also to rise in status. However, it was not so much luck that brought him real fame, but his boundless eccentricity which distinguished him from everyone else. Kilgun Pyong had a strange habit of throwing all his resources into a new hobby that he found interesting without thinking. And it was for the successful completion of the mission on Mount Tianmu, where one of the 72 bandit bases was located, that an unprecedented reward of 10% of the annual income of the Tingyan Bank was promised. The bandits sincerely believe that the top of this mountain is a sacred place for them, which makes any invasion there not just difficult, but almost impossible without desecrating their faith. Many people had previously rushed into this task, blinded by the promise of untold wealth, unaware of the mortal danger they were exposing themselves to. Having heard all the details of the upcoming mission, those present fell into deathly silence, looking at each other in confusion, not knowing how to react. One of those present begins to suspect that the true purpose of accepting such a dangerous assignment was a desperate desire to improve the deplorable situation of his native clan, even if it means putting everything on the line. They insistently ask him to think it over again, warning that such a task could drag the Bekun clan into completely unnecessary and unjustified danger. The young man, with a slight smile and complete confidence in his voice, reassures the others, stating that they should not worry about some bandits because he will be there and will protect everyone. However, he firmly states that he has no need of warriors who doubt him, and at the first sign of danger, begin to look for an excuse to avoid participation. With cold determination in his voice, he says that anyone who feels unsure or afraid can leave the room right now and refuse the task. Internally overcome with anxiety, some are already beginning to think about escape, hoping to find a plausible excuse while there is still an opportunity to retreat without losses. However, despite the growing fear and mounting doubts, none of those gathered dares to be the first to admit their desire to leave, and all eyes are involuntarily directed towards the one who must make the choice for everyone. A muscular warrior with dark skin and a beaming smile, he happily declares that he loves the mountains, as if these wild spaces have become his home and a source of inspiration. The old sage with a blindfold on his eyes mockingly remarks that he, a man with one foot in the grave, has nothing more to fear. Death itself is already near. A young warrior with a determined look firmly promises to follow the order, and the girl next to him says that she joined the squad already resigned to the possibility of death. The embarrassed blond man with his hands tied reluctantly agrees to join, trying to hide his inner uncertainty and fear. One of the fighters confidently declares that he is with the team, and from behind a desperate cry is heard. Why, filled with anxiety and misunderstanding of what is happening. The stern-faced girl says firmly that she will join in too, and the man next to her mumbles his agreement, after which she asks how they are going to storm the mountain peak. The main character calmly and confidently explains that it is not at all necessary to climb to the very top of the mountain, since there is no need for it. The girl, frowning, remembers how many terrible creatures and monsters live in the forest on the mountainside, and wonders if it is possible to avoid meeting not only them, but also the bandits. A hunch flashed through her mind that this entire mission might be a carefully planned test for the members of the Straight Cloud faction, and if the hero really planned all of this, then he was a real strategist. The hero, with a serious expression on his face, addresses the assembled group and announces that not everyone will be able to take part in completing this difficult task. The characters look at what was said with tense expressions on their faces and obvious bewilderment, not fully understanding what exactly the leader meant. With a determined look, the hero explains that in order to complete the task in a flash, a minimum number of participants will be required, so he will choose only those who truly possess exceptional abilities. With her eyes widened in realization, the girl realized to herself that even the selection of fighters for the Straight Cloud faction was part of a pre-planned plan, and now she anxiously wondered what kind of special talents these people must have. In a traditional room with wooden ceilings and paper screens, two men, one blindfolded and with a gray beard, the other with dark skin and a confident gaze, solemnly pronounce each other's names, acknowledging the beginning of an important conversation or alliance. A man with his head down and his eyes darkened with fatigue sits next to a young woman whose face is distorted with anxiety and inner tension, while in the air there is a crushing silence of understatement and inevitable recognition. The dark-haired girl slowly looks up, her face filled with slight excitement, and the voice calling her name trembles with inner uncertainty and a premonition of something important. The four contestants, lined up in a spacious room with wooden walls and barred windows, listen attentively to the words that not everyone is destined to take part in the first task, and there is a slight disappointment and tension in the atmosphere. At the other end of the room, three people, a man with his hair pulled back high, a young woman in yellow, and an old man with a blindfold, listen warily to the words about the new mission intended for those who remain, feeling the weight of responsibility fall on them. Yu Xin-wung, holding a letter in his hands and standing in a hall with carved windows and traditional decorations, with a serious expression on his face, gives the temporary leader of the group and receives orders to immediately go to Namchan. A man in a blue robe with a determined cry and a stern look clutches in his hand a letter with instructions that he must strictly follow immediately upon arrival at the place. The two participants exchange wary glances with worried faces, realizing that there is more to this mission and they need to be close to the new leader to understand his true intentions. The main character, with a mysterious smile and a cold gleam in his eyes, notes to himself that it is too early to be surprised because the present is just beginning. Against the deep blue of the evening, tall grass sways silently, casting a sense of hidden menace and impending uncertainty over the scene. A lightning attack breaks through the undergrowth in the darkness of the night with a sudden flash of light, leaving behind a trail of tension and hidden threat. From the darkness of the tall grass, crouched to the ground and looking around warily, armed men from the Tianmu Mountain Wolf Squad emerge, each ready to rush into battle at the first sign. The bald leader, with a sullen expression on his face, makes his way through the thicket, muttering under his breath from fatigue, while the rest of the squad follows him, hiding their irritation and exhaustion. One of the bandits, covered in sweat, looks around the forest wilderness with an anxious look, amazed that even they, experienced in the mountains, cannot find their way around this place. Two of the squad, sweaty-faced and restless-eyed, exchange quiet words, realizing that if they go any deeper, they will find themselves in a situation that is dangerous even for themselves. A stern man with a drawn sword turns towards his comrades in the dark forest, angrily reminding them that orders come from the leader and refusing to take on their complaints. A group of bandits, making their way through a night forest, discuss with surprise and irritation the reckless stranger who dared to invade their territory, while having difficulty remembering his name and origin. One of the bandits, his face twisted in rage, screams about the Baekwang clan, recalling the bloody showdowns between the brothers, while the others, with sweaty faces and tension in their eyes, support his anger and fear. The young recruit, with an awkward smile and beads of sweat on his face, reflects to himself on his recent attachment to the squad and realizes that he should have studied the local trails better before following the others. Confused and a little lost, he repeats in his mind what he heard, not fully realizing the situation he himself has found himself in, with a surprised expression on his face. The young man turns warily towards the mountains, persistently trying to understand whether he really heard someone's voice or whether it was just a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, someone's hand grabs his neck. His face, which had been searching for peace, is distorted by panic, and his mouth is clamped shut, preventing him from making a sound. With a predatory grin, the bandit holds his victim tightly, sarcastically asking if he was going to throw himself off the cliff, while the guy haltingly makes excuses, mentioning a strange sound. With a mocking and smug grin, the attacker complains to those around him that the guy dared to contradict him, and the victim, trembling, quietly mumbles an apology. Holding back his irritation, the leader threatens that he is at his limit, orders the youth to stay back and not to anger him, to which he quickly agrees, trying not to get caught in the crossfire. Hanging on a sheer wall, the protagonist clings to the rock with his fingers with effort, holding his breath and not making a sound. He looks up, assessing the distance and thinking hard about how to get out of here despite the danger. Several people continue to fall into the depths of the gorge, and the main character, grabbing the edge, notices that the pursuers have fallen behind. A sigh of relief escapes his lips as he realizes that the danger has passed and he can relax for a while. Embarrassed and guilty, he admits that he is still having trouble with the tiger technique, apologizing to the others for his uncertain use of the skill. A bald warrior and an old man tied to a rope anxiously inquire about the condition of the leader, who leads them up a steep cliff. The leader calmly climbs up the rock wall and assures his companions that he is okay, while the others hold on to the rock and rope with all their might. The hero notes with a slight smile that even without using the tiger technique, his arms and legs seem to merge with the stone thanks to his own strength. The dark-skinned fighter below looks up in genuine surprise, amazed at the abilities of his leader. One of the fighters notices a dark passage below and loudly informs the leader that the entrance is right below them. The hero, confidently holding his comrade in his arms, quickly descends the steep wall and lands softly on the rocky ground, while the rest of the companions follow him with caution and tension in their movements. The 5 companions, standing shoulder to shoulder, stop in the shadow of the rocks, looking with surprise and reverent attention at something hidden in the darkness before them. Their gaze is directed into the depths of the rocky passage, where an ominous and mysterious entrance to the cave opens before them, as if waiting for those who dare to enter. The girl, slightly frowning and not hiding her anxiety, asks doubtfully how the leader could have learned about the existence of this secret place, hidden from prying eyes. With a barely noticeable smile and a hint of sarcasm in his voice, the hero replies that he was about to share, but her constant questions sound as if she is conducting an interrogation every time. The girl's eyes flash with anxiety and tension as she suddenly notices something shocking, while the man next to her freezes silently, sensing a growing threat. Bowing her head in slight embarrassment, the girl admits her guilt in excessive curiosity, but the leader calmly explains that this cave is an ancient refuge prepared by his father many years ago. The young man, with a slight smile, says that although he had known about the existence of this place for a long time, its true purpose was revealed to him only recently. The bald warrior, leaning towards the stone wall, looks at the strange symbols with surprise and admits that he does not know such words, asking someone to help decipher them. All eyes turn to the ancient stone on which a grim warning is carved. Anyone who enters here without due determination will inevitably find their death here. One of the companions anxiously suggests that they are indeed following the path of all natural phenomena and may have chosen the right direction. Another confidently confirms that this hidden path leads directly to the top of Mount Tianmu, revealing an important part of their purpose. The hero enthusiastically tells that 200 years ago the greatest master of traps and mechanisms lived here, and now this cave contains everything connected with his legacy. The torch's flame flares up in the darkness of the cave, casting a flickering light on the stone walls, and the leg of one of the group members trembles traitorously with hidden fear. The alarmed servant clutches a torch in his hand, his face covered in sweat and his eyes wide with horror, which he tries his best to hide, but cannot. The servant, trembling with fear, clutching a trembling torch in his hand, warns with a broken voice that entering this dark and dangerous cave could cost them their lives, because this is an extremely risky decision. His haggard face is frozen in worry as he recalls with horror the old stories of Manhwa, who was supposedly not just a master, but a true genius of traps and mechanisms, who did not forgive his enemies. He continues the story with a depressed expression, saying that there are legends about how Manhwa single-handedly wiped out an entire sect over a trivial conflict, leaving behind a cave full of deadly devices. But the young leader, remaining calm even in such a tense situation, confidently reminds that he chose with him only those in whose abilities he is completely confident, and that they will definitely be able to get through this deadly, dangerous place. One of the men, hearing these words, turns around abruptly, and an expression of shock appears on his face, because he cannot believe the intention to go further. With trembling hands and wide eyes, the servant raises the torch, and, pointing into the darkness ahead of him, exclaims with a stutter and horror in his voice that there is something there. In silence, broken only by the crackling of torches, the group approaches a wide passage in the rock, where the light from the depths of the first hall spills out with a ghostly glow, as if beckoning them deeper. The leader, with a determined smile on his face, turns to his companions and confidently says that it is time to begin, thereby giving the signal for their further advancement through the mysterious cave. At that very moment, a bright flash of blue light bursts out from the dark stone wall, and the surprised members of the squad raise their heads, watching as the mysterious crystals begin to glow from within. One of the companions notes that although the caves are always cool, this piercing cold feels somehow unnatural, which only increases the anxious feeling about the place they have found themselves in. The hero looks intently into the depths of the dark cave, pointing to the first test that will mark the beginning of a dangerous journey through a mysterious system of traps. The man says with alarm that he can see nothing but water spreading around them, creating a feeling of hopelessness. The protagonist, with cold confidence, suggests that the cave was eventually flooded due to natural disasters, while his companion, with a frightened face, suggests going back and looking for another way. With a slight smile, the hero explains that this mysterious lake is part of the test, calling on everyone to take a closer look around. The girl, with a penetrating gaze and a shadow of thoughtfulness in her eyes, noticed a lonely stone in the center of the lake, barely protruding from the water, and squinting a little, said with confidence that one person could easily fit on it if he dared to step onto the surface, hiding an unknown depth. He points to a similar platform on the opposite side and deduces that their task is to get there, which will be a test of their strength and endurance. One of the servants breathes a sigh of relief, hoping that the first test will be easy, while the hero calmly adds that they only need to swim to the rock, avoiding the predatory ghost fish in the icy water. Having heard the task, the frightened man, pressing his hand to his chest, ironically repeats the words about only divine water and ghost fish, clearly not sharing the optimism. The hero explains that the divine ice water is mined in the depths of the northern sea palace and contains the essence of absolute cold, and the ghost fish are monstrous creatures with impenetrable scales and a deadly grip. The servant, sitting on the icy ground inside a gloomy stone cave, silently cried in despair, unable to come to terms with the fact that everything around was flooded with divine water filled with sacred threat. And in the very depths of this shrine, as it turned out, predatory fish lived, ready to tear apart anyone who disturbed their peace. Standing at the edge of the icy lake, Yu Xin-wung gazes thoughtfully into its deep waters, realizing that anyone who has not mastered the yin-yang energy will inevitably freeze in this cursed source until death. He remembers another dark legend. They say that in these waters there lives a school of ghost fish, so ferocious that they are capable of tearing apart even a top-ranking Zenit fighter in an instant. With anxiety in her heart, the girl understands that only those who master the duckweed technique, an ancient art that allows one to walk on the surface of water, can pass through this test, and therefore for them, it is absolutely impossible. Yu Xin-wung, not wanting to waste another second, coldly declares that the explanation is enough, and turning his head slightly, gives the order. Time is running out. Let Marek step forward. At that moment, one of the companions realizes with a dark epiphany. Now everything has become clear. Yu Xin-wung has chosen exactly those whom he will not spare to sacrifice, and gritting his teeth, he places his hand on the hilt of his sword, vowing to destroy him if he makes even one reckless move. The bald warrior, trying to cross his legs correctly, turns back in confusion, while the leader, kneeling behind him, prepares to transfer the energy. A glowing blue energy begins to flow from the hero's palms, covering Marek's body with a soft light and filling the stone cave with mystical heat. An outside observer feels with awe how a force so pure and powerful responds within him that even his internal energy suddenly becomes calm and stable. Surprise crosses his face as he realizes that the young leader has already reached a level of mastery that previously seemed unattainable. An internal shock rushes through Marek when he hears that despite his lack of martial arts skills, all 8 of his Kyungrak bonds are flawlessly pure. The hero reflects that it is thanks to this that his energy will be able to freely penetrate Marek's body without encountering even a hint of resistance. Marek's lips tighten as he feels an immense flow of power flow through every cell of his body, while behind him the leader directs the energy with cold concentration. Yu Xin-wung's inner voice confidently whispers that Marek's body itself is the innate gift needed to pass this deadly test. Raising his hands in a stern gesture of concentration, the hero feels gratitude for the abilities he received during the development of his mortal body, which allowed him to fully realize the potential of his companion. With a shadow of a sly smile on his lips, he looks towards Tan Ha-rin and says that he has chosen those whose abilities will play a key role in the upcoming test. The girl turns around in confusion, sensing an alarming presence behind her, and with horror notices the reflection of her own face, distorted and frighteningly dispassionate. Seriously touching Marek's back with his palms, the hero thinks to himself that thanks to his body, resistant to cold, and the energy of the thundercloud, he will be able to withstand even such a severe test of water power. Marek's eyes flash a blinding white light as a powerful stream of energy suddenly bursts through him, filling his body from within with an unfamiliar power. Marek, still in shock from what happened, looks in awe at his hands, which are slightly trembling from the oversaturation of energy, and whispers words of gratitude to his leader. Filled with deep gratitude and loyalty, Marek kneels, exclaiming with genuine determination that he has met the leader he will serve for the rest of his life. The hero, with a slight smile and calmness in his voice, says that he will accept Marek's gratitude only after completing the test, and slowly takes off his outerwear, preparing for the next step. Seeing this, Tanharin blushes to the roots of her hair and screams in confusion, unable to contain her surprise at the hero's unexpected behavior. Smiling at the corners of his lips, the hero looks at her and explains with slight irony that he would never send his subordinate to the test alone, and of course, he will go with him. Tanharin stands there dumbfounded, not fully understanding what's going on, and only asks, in shock, what? Two half-naked warriors stand side by side, one looking forward confidently with a serious face, while the other, with wide eyes, is clearly shocked by what he sees. With their backs to the others, the two fighters approach the water's edge, causing a mixture of surprise and slight confusion among those watching them. The elder warrior, with his eyes closed, ponders the dangerous technique of energy transfer, realizing that such methods are only used on the direct heirs of the line. The protagonist's focused gaze is directed forward. He is not only confident in his own abilities, but also completely trusts those whom he has barely managed to get to know. Watching him in silence, one of his companions thoughtfully lowers his gaze, admitting that despite all his oddity, he really does like him. From the depths of the icy lake, a terrifying, predatory ghostfish bursts forth with a dull splash, flashing razor-sharp fangs and an ominous gleam in its eyes. Two warriors stand at the water's edge, preparing to jump, but in the head of one of them, an anxious thought pulsates. Will everything really go without danger? With a slight smile on his face, the hero places his hand on his ally's shoulder and, looking confidently into his eyes, says that the fish will not attack, causing him to feel a barely noticeable hope. Looking ahead with concentration, the hero instructs his partner to jump on the count of 3 and not stop, swimming towards the right rock, to which he nods decisively in understanding. One of the observers, frowning, silently condemns the careless words, because even if the body can withstand the cold, how can one cope with the fury of predatory water monsters? The two elders, standing in complete silence against the cold stone wall, suppress their alarm as one of them says Ava, as if sensing something irreversible. The next moment, the frightened faces of all three turn towards the loud sound that cut through the space, and genuine fear of the impending danger freezes on their faces. Clutching a knife in his hand, the hero, without a shadow of a doubt, runs the blade across his own hand, preparing to sacrifice himself for the sake of fulfilling his plan. Seeing this sudden act, his companion exclaims with panic in his voice, rushing after the leader, who rushed forward with determination in every movement. At the command 3, the protagonist pushes off from the edge with cold confidence and dives sharply into the icy lake, without hesitating for a moment. Not wanting to be left behind and overcoming his fear, the companion screams and with furious determination rushes after, repeating the path of his leader. His massive body breaks the surface of the water with a dull splash, and he goes under the surface like an arrow aimed deep. As soon as the water closes over him, a freezing cold pierces his entire body, causing him to let out an inhuman cry of shock and pain. His muscles contract from the unbearable cold. He feels as if all the heat and strength is leaving his flesh, and every cell protests against the immersion. But gritting his teeth and widening his eyes, he says to himself that he has no right to be weak, because if he gives in, he will betray the faith that his leader has instilled in him. Marek, with clenched fists and unbroken will, continues to swim forward, furiously thinking that he will never give up. Confidently cutting through the water, he notices with relief that the predatory fish really do not attack him, as the leader promised. Suddenly he feels a strange warmth coming from the center of his chest and his face fills with surprise. With a golden glow engulfing his body, he feels energy coursing through his veins, driving away the freezing cold. Having emerged and grabbed a stone, he breathes heavily, exhausted, but still full of determination. He crawls out onto the ledge with a weakening body, dropping to his knees, covered in sweat and drops of water. Looking around, he anxiously calls out to the leader, not finding him nearby and not understanding where he could have gone. He looks ahead in confusion, where another rock stands forlornly in the middle of the lake, immersed in silence. The elders and the girl watch him closely, tensely, and silently assessing what is happening. His face shows growing horror as he realizes that the leader has not returned, and he desperately calls for him to get out quickly. Predatory fish with terrifyingly open mouths are rapidly approaching from all sides, but the hero, clutching his sword, confidently swims forward, not allowing fear to lead him astray. With a cold glint in his eyes, he dives deeper into the icy waters, feeling the piercing frost grip his body from all sides. Having sunk to the bottom, he is surprised to realize that he was incredibly lucky. He escaped the deadly trap in just one moment. Amidst the sinister creatures gliding around, he stands quietly with his arms outstretched, contemplating the passive effects of his current status and accepting the power of resistance to the five elements. A bright glow begins to flow from his chest as the fire element absorbs the cold, and he, with a slight smile on his face, absorbs the new strength filling him from within. Streams of blinding energy burst from the hero's body, forming a shining whirlpool of blue and golden light around him, which fills the entire watery abyss. His face lights up with a triumphant smile, and his eyes sparkle as he realizes that he can receive such pure and powerful energy for free. Three elders in traditional robes watch the proceedings in silence and worry, standing at the edge of the water hall in the shadow of the cave. One of them steps forward, breaking the tense silence, as if ready to intervene when the situation is about to get out of control. Resolutely pushing away her companion's hand, Mrs. Chi angrily replies that they can't delay any longer and must save him before it's too late. When the man tries to stop her, she violently pushes him away, screaming that it could be dangerous for her too, but she will not back down. In a panic, the bald guard calls out to the leader, begging him to come outside quickly while there is still time and a chance for salvation. A bright flash of light illuminates the entire lake, bursting from its depths in a blinding stream of energy. The three standing outside look up in amazement and alarm as they see the growing column of light engulfing everything around them. The woman in yellow rushes forward with the others, her eyes filled with worry and her body tense with tension as they try to save the hero. A flash of light breaks the darkness of the cave, and two people raise their heads, shielding their faces from the unbearable radiance pouring down from above. The woman and man's faces froze in frightened surprise as something incomprehensible unfolded before their eyes. A fish carcass falls to the stone floor, its skull glinting in the light, the ghostly fish appearing dead but ominously present. A hand slowly rises from the water, still wet, but already confidently resting on the ground, signifying a return from the depths. The dark-skinned man clenches his fist in delight, exclaiming joyfully as a silhouette appears in the cave, with three observers standing in the shadows behind him. The young warrior, barely catching his breath, leans against the cold slab in the center of the cave, still feeling the vortexes of energy inside him. The hero turns to Merrick in alarm, assuring him that if he feels the floor, he can find an anomalous place hiding something important. Concentrating, both fighters press their palms hard against the stone slabs, and under their pressure, the ground begins to vibrate. Far above them, a strange sound comes from the darkness, and the escorts raise their heads to the sky with hidden horror. A giant water funnel opens before your eyes, the vortex of which sucks in everything around and foretells the discovery of an ancient secret. The water in a deep cave suddenly begins to rapidly recede, revealing a dark bottom and causing surprise among three observers frozen on the edge of the cliff. Staring intently into the disappearing whirlpool, they whisper in amazement about the genius of the creator of this place, while one of them loudly calls out to those below. Below, half naked and with a slight smile, the hero, with raised eyebrows, casually asks again, as if he doesn't understand why everyone is so excited about his appearance. With a hint of mockery, he extends his hand and, slightly ironically, asks not to stare for so long, but rather to give him back his clothes, hinting at the awkwardness of the moment. The heroes go deeper into the cave, where one of them says the name of the place with a slight smile, admiring the difficult path that Man-Sang-Ja paved. A narrow tunnel leads the group to a stone staircase, and the protagonist decisively announces that time is running out, so they need to climb up immediately. With torches in their hands, they move along the stone passage into the depths of silence, and each step echoes loudly in the walls. One of the companions notices with surprise that the cave has suddenly become wider, looking back at its unnaturally widened shape. A large stone slab appears in front of them with the inscription Second Hall, and the hero, holding a torch, confidently proclaims that they have finally arrived. The hero looks ahead confidently, sensing the closeness of the exit, but not losing sight of the danger lurking in the darkness of the pitch-black passage. Turning to his companions, he orders Huano to go first, as it is now his turn to lead the way in the darkness. The silent giant carefully lifts the old man into his arms, taking responsibility for his safety. Having lowered himself to the ground, the old man slowly unwinds the rope, preparing for an important and, possibly, decisive step. Extending his hand, he calmly asks Marek to hand him his cane, which conceals a curved, deadly weapon. The blind old man grips the bow tightly, deftly feeling the string with his calloused fingers. Bending down to the ground, he carefully pulls the rope, as if each of his gestures is the result of many years of skill. A characteristic appears in the blue of the interface, Huano, non-combat type, ultra-sensitive hearing, as if all his power is in sound. One of the companions with admiration recognizes the bow as a rare weapon of Gakun from Korea, and the old man, with slight sadness, recalls his youth, when he often shot from it. The protagonist interrupts the conversation, asking about the special arrow, and Huano confidently replies that he will release it right now. The blind old man abruptly releases the bowstring, and the arrow, with a furious whistle, soars into the darkness, cutting through the air. A moment later, a blinding light pierces the tunnel, illuminating the walls with golden flashes. The magic arrow rushes forward along the narrow passage, leaving behind a glowing trail like a star falling from the sky. The young leader, with a cold expression on his face, orders to pull, and the old man barely holds back the tension, wheezing from the effort. The bowstring snaps with a sharp sound, and the old man falls back, screaming in shock and surprise. One of the companions deftly intercepts the arrow, preventing it from falling, demonstrating an amazing reaction. The others watch in shock and fear as the arrow's magic finally reveals its power. The center of everyone's attention is a huge beetle with a terrifying face pierced by an arrow. The hero, holding a beetle on the tip of an arrow, addresses the group with a serious face, calling on them to pay attention. The young girl sweats with a nervous smile, trying to hide her confusion, and internally wonders why she was the one being asked about the creature. The girl, with alarm and suspicion in her gaze, understands that the young man most likely does know something, since he asked her the question about the insect, knowing that her clan has specialized in these creatures since time immemorial. With cold cruelty, the young man pierces the beast with an arrow, leaving him no chance of escape or resistance. Without hesitating for a moment, the young man steps on the beetle with all his might, mercilessly crushing its body, which instantly flattens on the wet ground. With his arms outstretched, Yu Xin-wung addresses his companions and warns them with a serious tone that behind him lies a cave full of poisonous beetles and sinister insects. The girl with an arrogant expression suggests that perhaps the name of this creature is the Black Death Sand Spirit. One of the servants standing in the circle with a trembling voice and a frightened face exclaims that the spirit of Black Death is the most poisonous of all known creatures in the Great Desert. With alarm and excitement, the girl says that this poison is so strong that it even poisons the air, to which the young man, smiling, replies that this is just an exaggeration. Turning sharply towards Huano, the young man shouts his name with sudden determination in his voice. The girl worriedly wonders if Yu Xin-wung is going to transfer his energy again, since it hasn't even been an hour since the last attempt. Leaning over the old man and passing on his strength to him, the young man whispers that everything is not so simple, because the man is already over 70 and his old wounds lie too deep. Sitting with their eyes closed in a deep dungeon, they both try to concentrate, but are met with obstacles caused by the resistance of the earth itself. Yu Xin-wung strains with all his strength, trying to transfer his energy to the old man, and realizes that he has only one last way left. Overwhelmed with powerful energy, Huano clenches his entire body as if trying to contain the raging force within. Everyone around, watching what is happening in amazement, feels how colossal energy spreads throughout the cave, filling it with a terrifying aura. Suddenly, the girl is plunged into memories, recalling how she only once in her life saw the shaman who wrote the sacred text Heavenly Sword, and now Yu Xin-wung's energy seems frighteningly similar to her. Exchanging glances, the girl and the boy realize that the one they thought was ordinary is actually much deeper and stronger than it seemed before. Suddenly, a soft blue glow begins to pour out of the old man's head, and the young man's eyes widen in surprise at the sight of this miracle. An information board appears above the young man's head with a message about receiving the medicine achievement. The young man briefly wonders why he achieved this achievement so quickly and remembers the moment he saved women suffering from addiction, realizing that it was a sign of his compassion. His eyes sparkled as if he had seen something unearthly, and in this revelation he stood frozen in reverent silence. A blue glow appears above his body, and in his mind he realizes that he mastered the art of Zen the very moment he restored Huano's energy. Leaning towards the old man, Yu Xin-wung says with a firm voice that everything is ready, to which the old man asks with surprise and anxiety how this is possible. In a restrained and confident tone, the young man consoles him, promising that they will discuss all the details later, when the time comes. Looking into the dark and long tunnel, the young man feels that in addition to poisonous insects, other, much more dangerous creatures may be hiding in the depths. Turning to the old man and looking at him with a piercing gaze, the young man strictly orders him to shoot only at those who have no life in them. Huano, gathering all his determination, tenses his body and aims into the darkness, preparing to meet whatever might be lurking in the underground cave. The hero confidently steps along the stone floor of the dark corridor, completely unperturbed as he passes by thousands of tiny glowing eyes hiding in the shadows, as if not noticing the approaching threat. A boundless mass of beetles with poisonous stings, like a living carpet, begins to move slowly, filling the passage with an ominous rustle and the frightening glow of numerous eyes. A cold, barely noticeable smile appears on the hero's lips as, without a moment's hesitation, he gives the quiet, death-defying order to attack. The next second, an army of thousands of insects, buzzing terribly, takes off and rushes forward, creating an inexorable wave of chaos and poison. Standing in the middle of the raging swarm, the hero remains absolutely calm, not moving from his place, as if in front of him there were not deadly creatures, but simply drops of rain. In a matter of moments, his entire body is completely covered in a thick living shell of poisonous beetles that burrow into his clothes and flesh, leaving no free area. Despite the piercing pain and pressure from all sides, there is no fear in his gaze, only cold determination, because he knows that his resistance to poison is still not perfect, and pain is inevitable. In his mind, he notices that thanks to his poison absorption skill, his resistance to poison has reached level S, and the more they try to poison him, the more energy he will be able to absorb. Enveloped in a dense cocoon of aggressive creatures, he finally decides that this sacrifice is enough and is about to move on to decisive action. At that very second, as if on cue, a blinding purple beam cuts through the air, and the hero, with a slight half-smile on his face, looks without flinching towards the source of the new threat, realizing who exactly has come. The hero, clad in a frightening suit of poisonous beetles, turns towards the depths of the cave with a lazy half-smile, wondering if the flash of energy is a manifestation of the restless spirit. The old man with bandaged eyes confidently pulls the bowstring, as if he senses every movement in the air, as if his inner gaze takes in everything around him. Despite being completely blind, he perceives the world around him more clearly than most sighted people, distinguishing the slightest vibrations and sounds. Even without seeing the target, he does not miss, accurately directing the arrow to where it will cause the greatest damage. From deep within the cave, the three warriors watch the motionless figure with bated breath, surprised to see that it makes no attempt to evade the attack. Every rustle and movement around the hero causes the shells of the beetles covering his body to crackle, as if he himself had become part of a living, moving creature. Sensing the moment, the old man releases his breath and, activating an internal mechanism, sends the arrow with deadly accuracy. The gears of the hidden device rotate with a metallic grinding sound, increasing the force of the shot and directing it to the very point. A series of arrows shoot out from the bow like beams of light, cutting through the darkness of the cave and heading inexorably towards the target. Standing right under the rain of energy and arrows, the hero doesn't even move, as if he's deliberately allowing the blows to test the strength of his body. Despite the roar of explosions raging around him, the man with long hair continues to walk forward with an unperturbed expression on his face, as if this whole storm was just a gentle wind. One of the onlookers wonders with concern in his eyes if anyone else is capable of doing something like this, while the other, with a heavy sigh, admits that the blind archer is single-handedly protecting the leader of their clan. Standing with his bow drawn and his eyes closed, the blindfolded old archer holds the bowstring intently, aiming the arrow with astonishing confidence. The young leader, surrounded by poisonous bugs, looks ahead thoughtfully, wondering if the gates had already opened without his knowledge. Turning towards the glowing opening, he notes with satisfaction that he has collected enough poison for further action. His bug-covered hand reaches out to the mechanism built into the stone, and with a slight creak he begins to turn the lever. At that moment, the massive gates burst open with a bright flash of light, and his silhouette dissolves against the snow-white glow, like a shadow entering another world. One of the beetles on his shoulder begins to tremble and pulse, as if reacting to the approach of a powerful energy source. Before our eyes, blue sparks flash on the beetle's body, running along the chitinous shells and creating a feeling of magical activation. The next moment, his entire body is enveloped in blue fire. The flame rises upward, not burning but filling his form with unprecedented energy, and he, closing his eyes, plunges into a trance of power. The hero announces with a smile about the march to the next gate, and all eyes turn to him with surprise and trust. In response to his call, the blind archer and his companions are ready to follow him without hesitation. The group climbs a narrow stone staircase, deepening into the darkness of the cave, where every step echoes with determination. The woman watches thoughtfully as Juano, who was previously carried on her back, now confidently walks on his own and does not look tired at all. Against a backdrop of bright light, the protagonist steps forward, leading his comrades to a new challenge. The heroine's memory is filled with the image of a little boy running with an open smile, reminding her of innocent hope. She looks down sadly, remembering her promise not to give the child false hopes that could break his heart. Having reached the place, the hero announces his arrival with a smile, and his companions stop in surprise. An empty stone hall opens up before them, causing bewilderment and slight tension. One of the participants says that there is nothing here, and the leader, with an imperturbable face, carefully studies the surrounding space. The characters, entering the spacious stone hall, look around in surprise, realizing that there is not a single noticeable trap or secret mechanism inside, only blank walls and silence. The leader, with an impassive expression, confirms that, as Marek had suspected, the place does indeed look completely empty and gives away nothing. Squinting and looking over his shoulder, he wonders with a slight mockery in his voice if there is something hidden behind the illusion, because this emptiness seems too suspicious to him. Covered in beads of sweat, Marek is internally irritated by how much their companion knows, and cannot understand where he gets such knowledge from. After a short pause, Marek reluctantly admits that Man Sanjay probably did manage to hide everything here using a powerful camouflage technique. His thoughts jump from one suspicion to another because at first the leader was interested in poisonous creatures, and now he directly points to the possible presence of deception, and all this seems too thought out. His inner voice whispers with growing concern that perhaps this man has already begun to suspect something about their real goals or even their true identity. He becomes increasingly gloomy, realizing that if the truth comes out, their group could find itself in mortal danger, from which there will be no escape. The protagonist watches the scene with a cold determination in his eyes, coming to the conclusion that the enemy they are facing is probably far superior to them in level and experience. and even those who stand behind him do not look so simple because their strength and abilities should clearly not be underestimated, especially in such a tense situation. A man with a sly smile and a piercing gaze asks a direct question about the possibility of destruction, carefully observing his interlocutor, whose tense and concentrated face remains imperturbable even with his eyes closed. Looking forward with a serious expression, the man confidently declares that he will try, much to the shock of the woman standing behind him, who is in amazement at the fact that someone would actually dare to challenge Man Sang-ja's deadly traps. Sweating slightly, he runs his hand across his forehead and, thinking hard, admits to himself that his opponent had used a carefully thought-out camouflage that skillfully blended in with the natural elements of the cave. His fingers carefully touch the stone, and the idea flashes through his mind that if he turns over this inconspicuous piece of rock, he might be able to activate or disable the mechanism he has just figured out. Concentrating on plucking a yellow bud from its thin stem, he felt that even such a small action could be the key to a complex pattern hidden in the darkness of the stone walls. Leaping with incredible agility, the man struck the stalactite with all his might, calculating the force and trajectory precisely to bring it down to the right place. Yu Xin-wung says to himself that no one present has ever seen with their own eyes what the divine mind of Jae-gal, the heir to a powerful family who is preparing to amaze everyone, is capable of. In the gloomy hall, among the identically dressed men with combed hair and posture, only Jae-gai stands out, his gaze aloof, as if he is forced to listen to people contemptuously calling him the most stupid and irresponsible person in the world, even in his own family. Despite his upright posture, his eyes hide a hidden defiance and an ironic smirk about the label imposed on him since childhood. Jae-gal lounged carefreely on the windowsill, not paying attention to the glances of passers-by, completely immersed in his laziness, despite the fact that his position as the son of a respected clan leader obliged him to discipline and diligence. In the semi-dark hall, against the backdrop of the silent condemnation of his relatives, the young man stands with his lips pressed together and his head bowed, thinking that he was always considered just a mistake in a respected family. When the flames died down and his family was wiped off the face of the earth, Jae-gal, the only one who survived, straightened his back and walked out onto the battlefield, finally showing his true face, full of determination and strength. The man's gaze froze in surprise when the one he thought was unattainable appeared in front of him. And now, recognizing the familiar camouflage technique, he recalls the battle with Huan Shan and realizes that this is the technique that was used again here. The man, with a sly expression on his face, confidently points his finger at the rock, explaining that this particular stone is the key element that supports the entire system of trap camouflage. The young man praises Samagong for his work, lightly touching his shoulder, and he tries to hide his joy with an awkward smile behind a light chuckle. Left alone, Samagong closes his eyes in pleasure and with sincere warmth realizes that at this moment he is truly happy. In the shadow of a rocky outcrop, the protagonist scornfully proclaims that this man is the vile scoundrel they were looking for. And the next moment, with anger and determination in his eyes, he rushes forward, delivering a crushing blow with his fist, tearing the air with furious force. Yu Xin-wung emerges majestically from the clouds of fog, followed by the other members, his determined gaze showing complete readiness for whatever lies ahead. In the dark depths of the cave, the hero notices something mysterious, shrouded in an icy haze, beginning to appear among the walls. A massive gate suddenly appears before them, its appearance accompanied by a dull sound and an uneasy tension in the air. One of the companions admiringly calls Sama-gun cool, but he modestly replies that it's just luck. The question of what message Man Sang-ja left behind makes everyone anxiously await, and the members' faces become serious. The inscription carved into the stone reads only one man, as if warning of the coming test. Another participant reads aloud the second part of the message, ready to die protecting my companions, and asks who will dare to enter the final gate. The girl in the yellow robe suddenly takes a step forward and says with determination in her voice that she will go. Her comrades are surprised, but she calmly says that she has not yet helped in this dungeon and wants to take responsibility. There is a glint of determination in her eyes as she asserts that her decision to enter is the only right one. With anxiety in his voice, the hero admits that of course he brought her here so that she could gain experience, but he never expected that this could turn out to be such a dangerous and high price for her, asking her not to say stupid things. Surprised and slightly confused by his determination, Lady Che holds back her emotions while he, without a moment's hesitation, firmly declares that he will be the one to enter this final gate, taking full responsibility. She, determined to prove her usefulness, begins to object, but he, without stopping or even turning around, confidently throws out that there is no one among them who is stronger than him. Under the silent gaze of his comrades, each of whom realizes the seriousness of what is happening, the hero takes a decisive step forward, clearly showing that the choice has been made and there is no turning back. Holding back her emotions, Lady Che says that in this case she has no choice but to accept this decision and do it her way. Catching her intonation, the hero turns to her in surprise and briefly asks again, clearly not expecting such words from her and preparing to listen to the continuation. With a serious expression on her face, she carefully hands him a small tube of chimton, explaining that inside are needles soaked in a powerful, paralyzing poison that can immobilize even a strong enemy. With cold determination in her voice, she adds that the item could be used as a weapon in a pinch, or even to end one's own suffering if the injuries prove too severe to survive. The hero ponders with inner tension that this chimton is most likely a secret weapon of the Tang clan, intended exclusively for situations where life and death are at stake. Realizing the danger, he understands that if outsiders find out about this, the girl's family could face severe punishment, so he promises to be extremely careful and be sure to return this weapon to her unharmed. Standing before the massive, time-worn gate, he speaks calmly and confidently, telling the others not to worry because he knows what he's doing. With a slight, almost reassuring smile, he declares to his companions that all these worries and trials will soon come to an end. The heavy stone doors begin to slowly slide open, filling the cave with a dull rumble that echoes off the rocky walls. Inside a dark hall surrounded by cold stone, he notices a mysterious winged creature resting calmly on a dais of stone. Looking intently at this strange creature, he whispers without a shadow of a doubt that this is exactly the one he was looking for. Eyes suddenly flash with an ominous yellow light, and it opens them with frightening determination, awakening from a long sleep. The creature spreads its transparent, almost glowing wings, tensing its paws as if preparing for a swift attack. With a deafening roar, it opens its mouth full of sharp fangs, and its forked tongue writhes in the air, foreshadowing its fury. Despite the impending danger, the hero's face remains calm. His hair flutters in a strong gust of wind, and his gaze is full of determination. With an ironic, almost defiant smile, he looks at the monster and speaks with restraint, but with a hint of a bon appetit. From the darkness, piercing the air with the whistle of its wings, the legendary fire-breathing serpent bursts forth, opening its mouth wide and exuding primal terror. The hero, without allowing himself a second of hesitation, clenches his fist, engulfed in purple flame, and firmly decides to go on the offensive. A glowing magic circle erupts from under his hands, on which ancient runes flare up, creating a vortex of mystical energy. In a flash of darkness and fury, a troop of furious skeletons rises from the circle, each radiating battle lust and blind devotion. With a mocking and icy determination on his face, he says, "Aren't you afraid that you are all going against one?" Roaring, the snake rushes into battle, spreading its wings and showing its fangs, ready to tear apart everything in its path. An army of skeletons rushes forward with battle cries, raising clouds of dust and not thinking of retreating even in front of a mythical monster. With fury in his eyes and blue flames in his mouth, the serpent dives into the crowd, unleashing his power on his enemies. In an instant, his jaws close on several skeletons, sending their bodies flying like rag dolls. With the next blow, his tail crashes into the ground, sweeping away everything around him and tearing the undead army apart. The fire-breathing serpent's eyes widen in confusion as he notices something strange in the middle of the battle. The furious skeletons with glowing eyes simultaneously release energy beams aimed straight at the monster. The air flares with a whirlwind of magic as attacks strike from all sides, enveloping the serpent in flashes of lightning and ominous power. From the fire and light, an ominous shadow of a skeleton with glowing red eyes flies out, carrying the power of lightning. His sword, infused with the storm, cuts through the monster's flesh with anger, ripping it open with a flash and leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The serpent, with a final roar, rushes at one of the enemies, trying to sink its fangs before collapsing down. His body rises into the air and he disappears into the darkness above the army of skeletons below. One of the main skeletons silently watches what is happening, clutching a sword in his hand, sparkling with the remains of energy. The creature in the air unfolds a storm around itself, swirling wind and energy into an unstoppable vortex. Lightning roars in the sky, and the hero below looks up thoughtfully, acknowledging the strength of his opponent. A lightning storm of blue light bursts from the sky with a terrifying roar, and a giant snake-like creature, engulfed in flames of energy, rushes down, splitting the rock with its claws. With a face full of determination and anger, the hero shouts out the order to disperse with force, warning his allies of the danger and throwing himself into the thick of the chaos. A column of blinding lightning bursts out from the center of the battle with a roar, covering the area around and knocking down everyone who did not manage to dodge. Sliding across the floor and not losing concentration, the hero rushes forward and mentally admits that without someone who can rise into the sky, they will not be able to continue the battle. Landing on one knee, the hero activates a necromancy spell, and in a chilling voice, into the gloomy silence, he pronounces the command, "Resurrect." The first to emerge from the light are eyes filled with a bloodthirsty gleam, and then a sinister man with scarlet pupils and sharp fangs appears, exuding menace with just one look. Behind him, a giant lizard with green scales, an evil squint, and a purple tongue hissing in the air like a harbinger of chaos rises from the circle. Yu Xin Wung, standing behind him, watches the new allies appear with cold confidence in his eyes, feeling the power on the battlefield gradually shift to his side. With a slight grin and a cold determination in his gaze, the hero looks up, confidently declaring that it is now time to begin the second round of this dangerous confrontation. The hero, surrounded by thick darkness, stands with a cold expression on his face, clutching a blue flame in his hand, and behind him looms a terrifying army of demons with glowing scarlet eyes, filled with rage and a thirst for destruction. He glances at his newly resurrected allies with a slight grin, thinking that he never thought to use the resurrection skill on the likes of them, but Kwak Ju Sang and Gong Sung Ju really were monsters. Turning his head, he warily notes strange changes in the behavior of his servants, and an inner voice tells him that something has been disrupted in their essence. Under the flickering light of the system's level-up messages, he frowns ahead as the word reverse entity appears before him, causing a vague sense of unease. He clasps his hand under his chin and looks thoughtfully at his allies, wondering what the mysterious thing means and whether they are capable of surpassing the limits of a normal monster. Yu Xin Wung, thoughtfully resting his chin on his palm, slowly turned towards the skeleton with blazing eyes, who threateningly waved his finger, negatively moving it from side to side. Hovering in the air, the monster emitted an ominous blue aura, constantly watching the young man and his companions, giving them a sense of impending danger. With a stone face that exuded cold determination, the young man extended his hand forward, from which energy flared, and said ominously, "It's time for you to work." A reptilian creature with piercing yellow eyes looked around the cave warily, preparing for a swift attack. The basilisk, filled with rage and wild energy, tensed, and his eyes blazed with the fire of ruthless determination. The winged creature continued to hover in the air, tensely awaiting the first blow from the enemy. A sudden energy blast knocked the monster off its flight path, and it spun in the air, letting out a muffled roar of pain. Raising his head, the monster noticed with horror the approaching bloody silhouette. The leader of the vampires was flying rapidly towards him, leaving behind a trail of fire. With his eyes closed, the vampire majestically raised his hand, from which bloody daggers flew out, precisely aimed towards the enemy. The werewolf confidently moved forward, spreading his magical weapons to the sides, ready to deliver a crushing blow. The scarlet daggers pierced the body of the flying monster, easily cutting through its shell, causing the beast to rush about and dodge in panic. With a loud crash, the monster fell to the damp ground, letting out an unbearable roar full of pain and agony. Having barely recovered from the vampire's blow, the monster found itself under a new attack. The basilisk rushed at him with its mouth open, ready to tear the enemy to shreds. The reptile's blade-like teeth sank into the beast's body, and thick scarlet blood flowed from the wound. The walls of the dark cave shook from the terrifying cry of the wounded monster, as if the earth itself felt his suffering. A merciless battle ensued in which no one spared either strength or courage. It was a struggle for survival. The skeleton lunged forward, pushing off the ground with his foot, quickly rushing into the attack. The basilisk and the army of skeletons mercilessly attacked the exhausted monster, taking away the last remnants of life from it. The flying monster's eyes flashed with golden light, illuminating everything around with a piercing glow. The beast's body remained lying, and its flaming head continued to emit an eerie light, causing terror in the remaining enemies. The creature's massive limb began to burn, and the charred skin began to peel off, revealing the flesh underneath. Maddened by pain, covered in wounds and engulfed in flames, the creature found the strength to rise and rushed at its offenders with all its might. The silhouette of the beast, engulfed in flames, inspired fear and illuminated the cave with its ominous light, like a harbinger of the end. His evil grin said without words, "This is not the end. The thirst for battle still boils within him." The anger in the reptile's eyes shone with a golden light, filling her body with frantic energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Yushin Wung leaned over the creature and forcefully thrust his sword into its skull, illuminating everything around with a blinding radiance. A blinding bolt of lightning burst from the monster's head, marking the end of its existence. The young man still clutched the hilt of the sword, thrust into the carcass, to be sure that the enemy's soul had finally left his body. Smiling ominously and flashing his eyes, the young man, shrouded in flashes of lightning, gloomily whispered, "Bon appétit." This epic battle, full of fury, lightning, and blood, was forever inscribed in history as the Divine Storm. With a smug grin, the young man watched as the creature's body did not burn completely, because monsters are used as a valuable resource by blacksmiths. Looking up at the ceiling of the cave, Yushin Wung saw an information board flash above him, reading achievement, Acid Poison Scythe. The hero, holding the curved scythe in his hand, watches as its blade pulses with purple energy, and is surprised to see that the weapon has changed, incorporating a power capable of absorbing the life essence of defeated enemies. He reflects with relief that if the snake had attacked with full force from the very beginning, the battle would have turned out to be a much more difficult test for him. But the enemy underestimated both him and the strength of his resurrected allies. Standing in front of the body of the defeated monster, the hero calmly examines the prey and thinks that it is time to start dismembering the body in order to extract something useful from it. His gaze changes dramatically when he notices something suspicious in the monster's body, and an inner voice whispers to him to stop, forcing him to think about his next steps. The hero drops to one knee in concentration, placing his hand on the ground and uttering the magic word, "Resurrection," while both allies stand majestically behind him, ready to support the ritual. The bright glow of the activated magic circle illuminates the cave and a sharp sound resounds in the air. The summoning has been completed successfully. The thick stone shell begins to crack with a dry grinding sound, and from underneath it slowly emerges the shining body of a huge creature. With a thunderous roar full of ancient fury, the legendary serpent spreads its wings and demonstrates its awakened power. A message appears in the background of the system stating that a fire-breathing serpent has been added to the list of available monsters, and the hero himself watches this with cold confidence under the tense gaze of his servants. The snake, with a predatory roar, rises into a swift dash, cutting through the air like lightning, directing its powerful attack at the enemy. Carefully touching the hard scales of the snake, the hero feels a light energy radiating from his palm, transmitting the warmth of the connection between the ruler and the monster. A window with characteristics pops up in front of him. Legendary fire-breathing serpent, level 68, king of all reptiles, possessing unbearable flames and capable of using the skills of its master. Lightly patting the snake on the head, the young man discreetly notes to himself that it is time to finish here and get out. Looking at the flickering glow of the barrier, he doubtfully recalls that the blood sect's report said that the barrier would disappear immediately after defeating the monster. As he slowly walks around the arena, step by step, he wonders if the delay is due to the other resurrected creatures, or if it is because he has tamed this snake, because everything points to something more being hidden in this place. By touching the wall with his fingertips, he feels its structure and senses the presence of hidden energy. By placing his palm, the hero allows natural energy to flow through his hand to feel the structure of the cave and sense the flow of forces. Streams of green light swirl into a vortex, concentrating in one place on the rock where a mysterious portal is hidden. With a bright flash of magical power, he destroys the wall, opening the way forward with determination on his face. As he walks through a new passage deeper into the cave, he wonders if Mansang Ja's power or the book of his martial prowess is here. The hero's face distorts with surprise when he senses something strange, and a drop of sweat rolls down his cheek. He stands in the empty stone hall, looking around carefully, sensing that there might be something more hidden behind the apparent emptiness. The inner voice irritably denies the possibility of a find, comparing the search to a miserable rummage in search of food. At this moment, a mysterious silhouette appears in front of him, surrounded by a strange flame, from which an alarming and unfamiliar energy emanates. The hero freezes in tension, anxiously realizing that his secret about reincarnation could have been revealed, and the unknown person is not human at all. The old man, shrouded in clouds of mist, sits in deep meditation, and his piercing gaze, directed straight ahead, radiates the calm confidence of one who already knows the truth and does not require confirmation. As the ancient spirit calmly tells of the vision he received when he sensed divine energy and the disaster he avoided by not leaving his ashes here, the young hero listens attentively while feeling that there is not a drop of hostility coming from him. The old man's gaze becomes softer, his facial features become smoother, and a barely noticeable spark of warmth appears in his eyes, as if he recognizes in the young man someone close or reminding him of something important from the distant past. The protagonist, with a tense expression on his face, stares at the spirit, completely focused, because he understands that their meeting is not just an accident, but something fateful, capable of changing his entire future path. The elder, with a serious expression on his face, says that he dislikes the power that disturbs the peace of the dead and treats them as a tool, but admits that sometimes there is no other choice when victory over a truly great evil is at stake. The elder, standing in front of the young man, asks in surprise whether the power that has opened up before him really does not arouse in him any admiration or desire to accept it. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, slowly approaches and decisively takes the old man by the hands, preparing for something important. Suddenly his body shudders from a wave of energy transmitted through the elder's palms, and a bright aura engulfs both of them, illuminating the space around them. The spirit of the ancient master, standing behind the hero, blesses him, touching his shoulders, because only in this way can he pass on his knowledge to him, dividing the teaching into two parts so that it becomes feasible for comprehension. Completing the ritual of transmission, the elder announces that now the hero will be able to gradually master all the techniques that were collected in this world, starting with the foundation that he just handed to him. A sly smile appears on the young man's face as he remembers the request to pass on the book with secret knowledge about traps and mechanisms to someone whose abilities can match his own. Standing with a sword in his hand in the middle of a stone hall, the hero listens to the last words of the spirit, who, with sadness in his voice, conveys the future of this world to a stranger from another dimension. Despite the anxiety and tension of the moment, the young man with a determined look makes a promise to stop the blood cult, raising his hand in a farewell gesture. Following his oath, he rushes forward, leaving behind clouds of dust as the walls of the cave begin to crumble. As soon as the hero leaves the dangerous place, his comrades run towards him with relief, asking if everything is okay with him, and he turns to them with a serious but confident look. A calm and confident smile appears on the young man's face, which contains both satisfaction and a firm intention to act. The summit of Tianmu Mountain has two features that allow you to fully enjoy the power of nature. A lone tree crowning a high cliff bathes in the rays of the setting sun, rising above the landscape as a symbol of strength and solitude. One of these features is a large mountain lake, which is called the bridge between heaven and earth. And the second is a mighty tree that has survived hundreds of winters and has no equal in grandeur and beauty. From a dark crevice in the mountain, a soft blue glow slowly spreads, as if inviting travelers to pass through the portal between worlds. In clubs of mysterious light, the heroes emerge from the cave one after another, tired but whole, ready to greet a new dawn. Looking around, one of the companions anxiously suggests that they hurry and bury the box before the robbers get on their trail. The leader stops and silently peers into the distance, his face serious and focused, as if he sensed something was wrong. When the heroes look up, a field opens up before them, strewn with gravestones, illuminated by the rays of the setting sun, as if nature itself were mourning the dead. They all stood wary at the top of the hill, not fully understanding how exactly they had gotten here and what force could have brought them to this strange, silent place. Still looking at the place where they have arrived, they exchange uncertain glances and stammeringly ask each other if this is really the place where they were supposed to come. The massive wooden slabs gleam in the sunlight, and the warriors squint in confusion, wondering how anyone could possibly hide a box in such an open space. With a confident look and inner fortitude, the young man categorically rejects his comrades' concerns, declaring that there is no way the Qinyan Bank will be able to find out that this is where they buried the box. One of the servants suggests breaking off a branch from a nearby tree and heading back, but Yu Xin Wung, with a stern expression on his face and cold determination in his voice, firmly rejects the idea. The man, squinting his eyes with excitement, asks worriedly how they will then prove to the bank that the task was actually completed. Suddenly, one of the companions freezes in alarm, listens, and asks the others if anyone else hears this strange, growing sound from afar. A whole column of fighters bursts out of nowhere and rushes towards the heroes with fury, raising dust, breaking branches, and scattering everything that gets in their way. Their faces are distorted with malice, their eyes sparkle with uncontrollable rage, and their every step is filled with aggression, as if they are driven only by the thirst for poverty. With a look of panic on his face, Marek suddenly turns to the cave and cries out in confusion, not understanding how this is possible, since the gates behind them suddenly slammed shut. The young man, with a determined face and a cold confidence in his eyes, takes a step forward, towards the advancing pack of warriors, thinking to himself, "Well, at last you have come." The angry leader is furious to realize that the youth from the Baek Wung clan have surpassed them and reached the top. The enraged leader, his face distorted with anger, shouts, demanding an explanation of why enemies have appeared on their land. With his sword raised, the bandit loudly calls for battle, ordering that none of the strangers be allowed to escape. A squad of bandits, weapons in hand, respond in unison, preparing for an attack. The protagonist's team takes up defensive positions, looking intently at the approaching enemy. The hero reflects with a slight smile that most of the enemies are above Zenith's level, and the remaining ones are at his limit. From the center of the warriors, Do Nam Gan shouts out an order to disperse, his commanding voice tearing through the air. Recognition flashed in his eyes, because before him was the leader of the bandits from Mount Tianmu, Windstorm Tiger. Do Nam Gang appears in front of the crowd, wearing a leopard robe, exuding confidence and power. His energy flares up like fire, and he rushes forward with a fury like a clap of thunder. A flame of fighting power surrounds the hero's allies, each of whom is frozen in sweat and tension. The young man watches his opponent in amazement, mentally noting the incredible strength and high natural energy emanating from him. The young man stands in the very center of a raging energy vortex, and a powerful blue aura blazes around him, testifying to the awakening of a force capable of changing the very essence of the world. Standing proudly atop a cliff, the bandit leader unleashes a blinding stream of fiery energy towards a group of cultivators, who respond by sending a glittering wave of icy power into the sky, preparing for a violent clash of elements. Windstorm Tiger's face is distorted with rage. He gnashes his teeth in anger, unable to believe that all his strength was powerless to resist the enemy's determination. He is amazed to realize that the enemy's energy does not fight his own, but gently pushes it away, leaving behind calm, clarity, and unshakable confidence. The protagonist confidently steps forward, his radiance illuminating everything around him, and his companions, holding their breath, follow him, amazed by his unwavering aura and inner light. Within the energetic tension, covered in sweat, the young girl mentally struggles with herself, realizing the danger and wondering whether she should reveal her affiliation with the Murim Union. Gripping the hilt of her sword and gathering all her resolve, she bitterly wonders if her life is worth preserving the honor of the Union, knowing that this choice could condemn her to an eternal stigma. Standing in the light of blue energy and facing imminent danger, a young warrior with a serious expression sacrifices his own honor to save Marek, Huang No, and Yu Xin-wung, who stand nearby, united in silent determination. Yu Xin-wung announces himself as the leader of the Baek-wung clan with a loud and decisive cry, causing everyone present to fall into stunned silence and shock. The leader in the leopard cloak greets this statement with a dismissive smirk, as if he does not attach any importance to either the clan or the young man's words. With a gesture full of defiance, Yu Xin-wung throws the box down, and it falls to the ground against the backdrop of the crimson evening sky, as if a harbinger of the upcoming battle. But at the last moment, someone's hand suddenly intercepts the box in the air with such precision and force that everyone freezes in surprise. Smiling with unwavering confidence, Yu Xin-wung calmly walks forward, and his companions are amazed to realize that such a technique is only available to masters of the highest rank. Clutching the box and anger flashing in his eyes, the leopard-cloaked leader accuses the aliens of insulting the sacred land, swears revenge and promises that they will pay for it with their lives. Against the backdrop of a fiery orange sky, Yu Xin-wung calmly explains his actions with a slight smile, as if he doesn't feel the pressure of the situation. With a sinister glint in his eyes and a tense hand, the leader in the leopard cloak clutches the box fiercely, not hiding his anger and fury. Standing face to face, Yu Xin-wung firmly and confidently refutes false assumptions, and his opponent, stunned, does not immediately understand the essence of what was said. With a slight, almost mocking smile, Yu Xin-wung stares into his opponent's eyes, as if preparing to speak the words that will change the course of the battle. With his brows furrowed and his face full of disdain, the man in the leopard coat mockingly brushes off his words, refusing to believe in their sincerity. Filled with anger, he violently throws the box into the air and orders everyone to stop the idle talk and start the fight. With complete internal readiness, Yu Xin-wung slowly draws his sword from its sheath, accepting the reality of the inevitable battle. Beaming with blue energy, Yu Xin-wung offers to tell his story between rounds with a playful smile if his opponent manages to stand up. With his face twisted in anger, the leopard-cloaked leader furiously shouts out a challenge, not believing that Yu Xin-wung will have enough time to utter a single word. Mad with rage, the enemy throws himself down from the sky, intending to crush Yu Xin-wung with one blow like a clap of thunder. With a burst of fiery energy, he activates a deadly technique, unleashing a barrage of flaming blows from above on the youth. Shrouded in lightning bolts, Yu Xin-wung grits his teeth and tensely endures the furious attack, barely maintaining his balance under the onslaught. Do Nam Gan, filled with rage and malice, extended his fist forward, filling it with energy, and with a powerful thrust struck, trying to wound the enemy. Yu Xin-wung, without giving in a single step, flashed a blinding light of his own power and restrainedly repelled the attack, resolutely fighting back. The two clashed in a frantic battle for survival to see who truly had the most technique and skill. The warrior in the leopard robe, overcome with anger, furiously called the youth a brat, not believing that such a young man could fight on equal terms with him. The boy gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and began to strike mercilessly, firmly declaring that it was time to put an end to this fight. As they watch the furious battle, Do Nam Gan's allies mockingly wonder if the boy has the strength to defeat a real god. Yu Xin-wung's team says with anxiety and fear in their voices that this whole quarrel looks simply ridiculous. A giant warrior with a bandage on his face and a weapon on his back confidently declares that his leader is only holding back his power for now, otherwise there would be nothing left of everyone here. He watches his leader with admiration and says that even now, fighting 3 times weaker, he remains unsurpassed. In the whirlwind of a brutal battle, the warrior in the leopard cloak realizes that before him is not just a youth, but an experienced opponent who cannot be defeated without full strength. Yu Xin-wung, gritting his teeth and looking ahead with a frown, realizes that his opponent is much stronger than he expected. With his knee on the ground, he admits that without the skills he had learned earlier, things would have been much more difficult for him, and in that moment, he activates the ancient power. Cruelty and a desire for revenge appear in his gaze, which awakens from the depths of his soul. A blue aura envelops him, and the sword begins to emit electrical flashes, all thanks to the energy of the monsters he killed. With disheveled hair and covered in the dust of battle, he mentally calculates. He only has 12 minutes left to hold out, and his effectiveness has now increased by 1.5 times. The warrior, whose leopard robe fluttered in a magical aura, renewed his attack with hatred, not expecting such power from the youth. His gaze becomes cold, and he decides to no longer hold back his strength. It's time to fight seriously. Du Namgang thrusts his hand forward and directs another wave of furious attack, his eyes lighting up with a piercing light. The hero stares at one point, accumulating his power into a giant energy ball. An expression of fear appears on his face. Wide eyes, beads of sweat, and a tense grimace instantly distort his features. He leans his back against the tree, raises his sword, and prepares to take on the oncoming energy flow. Losing his balance, he soars upward, and uncontrollable energy carries his body into the sky. The young man hits the rocks with a loud bang, and his comrades shout his name in horror, not knowing if he survived. Overcome with pain and despair, Yu Xin-wung cries out a plea to stop the fight. His allies cower in fear, gritting their teeth in horror at what they see before them. Du Namgang approaches the exhausted youth with a solemn expression, demonstrating his strength and superiority. Almost resigned to defeat, Yu Xin-wung folds his hands on the hilt of his sword and weakly says that his men are very valuable, each one worth 50 common soldiers, and asks for just one more word. A man with a thick beard looks around warily, listening attentively to the situation. The leader points to his comrades and offers to hand them over to the enemy as payment for his sins. The enemy evaluates the young man's actions and, impressed by his sacrifice, agrees to the deal. Yu Xin-wung lowers his head in despair, immersing himself in silent, heavy thoughts. With a stern expression, he orders everyone to lower their weapons. His comrades shout indignantly, not understanding what he is doing and what his plan is. Fuming with anger, Yu Xin-wung shouts out an order to obey immediately and hurry. In an instant, they throw their weapons to the dusty ground and fall silent, standing in tense anticipation. The enemy leader calls one of his servants and orders him to lead Yu Xin-wung's team to their camp. The servant anxiously asks again whether he will really be left alone and receives a confident confirmation. Yu Xin-wung's allies step by step along the path that the enemy army has parted, plunging deeper and deeper into the unknown. Their faces are full of anxiety and despair. They still can't believe that Yu Xin-wung had to hand them over to the enemy's power. Two rivals stand face to face among old graves against a golden sky, preparing for a decisive clash that will determine their fate. Two warriors exchange words of respect under the setting sun, acknowledging each other's strength, loyalty, and courage. The older man's lips tremble slightly, betraying mixed feelings and an internal struggle before the inevitable end. Smiling, the hero raises his hand and offers to start all over again, feeling inner peace and confidence for his friends. The man in the leopard robe laughs mockingly and challenges him, assuring him that the boy will not be able to withstand the full force of his blow. With an abrupt change of tone, he points to the box floating in the air and demonstratively declares that it is empty and of no value. When the lid is opened, it becomes clear that there really is nothing inside, and the hero explains with a grin that the bank's founder simply fooled everyone. Du Namgang throws the empty box aside with a sad look and admits with a bitter smile, even in death, the one who left it forced others to risk their lives. Standing calmly with the open box in his hands, the young warrior sternly orders his rival to take the people and leave the mountain, leaving the empty box as a lesson for future generations. Yu Xin-wung looks at the box with a slight smile and quietly says that he can't do that, hinting at the deeper meaning of the message he received. An enraged man in a cloak, engulfed in flames of rage, screams in anger, demanding an answer as to why his words have not been heard yet. Feeling incredible pressure, the young man steps back and understands. He must tell the truth as soon as possible because before him is a powerful enemy, wrapped in a whirlwind of power. The elder warrior's face is full of anger and inner tension, his eyes glowing with unwavering determination. With pain and firmness in his heart, the young man recalls how the eldest son of a noble Chinese family passed the imperial exam and decided to marry his beloved girl. Threats made her disappear, and when he found out about it, he cursed his family, renounced everything, and went to look for her. He realized that he needed money to search, and in desperation he rushed to earn it, gradually losing himself. Exhausted, with his head down, he stands among gold and shadows, and although he sought any path, even the most insane, his soul remained empty. And only when death was already breathing down his neck, he learned that the beloved he had banished was carrying his child under her heart and died alone in the mountains. Left alone, he went into the void, hoping that someday, in another world, he would meet her and their child. Donamgan stands under the golden sky, speechless, unable to utter a word. A confident young man with a sword emerges from the shadow of a tree, accepts the challenge of a mysterious stranger, and promises to prove the truth. The elder's face is distorted with tension and mistrust. He squints and asks a question in which a threat can already be heard. The man in the leopard robe stares intently at the sword suddenly thrust into the ground in front of him, not hiding his anxiety. With a fiery gaze, he coldly asks what the hero will do if he cannot convince him. The young man answers with concentration that he is ready to bear the consequences if he does not prove the truth. With defiance and determination, he places his hand on his heart and says, if he does not convince, let him be killed on the spot. The amazed crowd looks ahead in amazement, not understanding what is happening before their eyes. In the middle of the crowd, bound prisoners are lying on the ground, and someone is shouting angrily that he came running right after the order, and now everything is like this. The worried fighters discuss that their leader is next to the stranger who controlled the captives, and they understand that everything could turn into a disaster. The people look towards the palace with alarm. Panic is in the air. If even the newcomers manage to penetrate their shelter, then this is the end. Du Nam Gang sits on the throne with grim determination, knowing that after everything that has happened, the death sentence is inevitable. Yu Xin-wung and the gang leader sit silently across from each other in the temple, a heavy silence hanging between them. The young man's gaze is full of determination. He waits for an answer without looking away. The leader solemnly explains that those who live in these mountains have fled from the big world, hiding terrible secrets. The hero firmly says that he has lived in these mountains since childhood and does not belong to either side. The elder, in shock, admits that he was also born here, and his mother died in childbirth, not knowing who her son would become. The young man leans over and says that his mother was abandoned, left alone with a baby, and that is all he knows about himself. His voice trembles with pain as he recalls the suffering his mother went through. From behind the leader comes a harsh voice demanding that he confess whether he made up this story for the sake of salvation. The guy, with trembling lips but a calm look, quietly says, everything said is true. The man in the leopard robe says with disdain that this story is true about the bandit chief and his mother, and his voice is full of rage. His face contorts with indignation as he continues, arguing, then the real hero of this whole story must be... The young man with a determined face confirms that he is talking about Kilgun Pyong, the founder of Tingyan Bank. Realizing the truth, the man looks ahead in horror, realizing that the founder of the bank is his real father. His fist trembles with anger and pain, remembering how many times over the past 5 years he cursed the one who gave him life. Du Nam Gang dismisses what was said with disdain, calling the hero's words ridiculous nonsense. The man's face contorts with tension as he admits that he feels strange and cannot believe what he has heard. Focused and confident, the warrior looks forward and says that he will prove the truth as he promised. They sit silently opposite each other, and when the commander asks how he will prove what he said, the tension reaches its limit. The hero firmly points his finger forward and says that the proof is in this box. The man in the cloak holds the box in confusion, fear, and amazement on his face. His gaze becomes sharp and suspicious. He says that the box is empty and there is nothing in it. Looking forward seriously, the guy admits that the box is indeed empty, but not without meaning. He extends his palm to the one sitting on the throne and says that, despite its outward simplicity, this thing has its purpose. The ruler, exploding with anger, throws the box away, but calmly agrees to give it a chance. Okay? The hero catches the box in the air with a slight smile and says words of gratitude. Turning to the ruler, he politely asks for a brush and ink, which causes a puzzled question why. With a mysterious look, the young man replies that before explaining, they must see something with their own eyes. Yu Xinwung calmly, and with utmost concentration, paints the surface of a wooden box with a thin brush, sitting opposite the high windows through which daylight softly streams, filling the room with warmth and turning each of his careful strokes into part of an ancient, almost sacred ritual. Confused and irritated, the man in the leopard coat frowns, carefully watching every movement of the young man and with obvious irritation in his voice, asks what kind of nonsense he is trying to create now, not understanding the depth of the hidden meaning in his actions. An ominous, slowly spreading smile appears on the hero's face, as if a harbinger of the imminent revelation of a hidden truth, and it becomes clear. The truth hidden inside the box is about to break out, and then the opponent will no longer have a way to retreat. The hero, frowning and looking intently at the tree, bends over the box and carefully writes ancient hieroglyphs, as if with each stroke he is freeing something hidden from the depths of the wood, something that has been sleeping in silence for a long time, waiting for its time. The clan leader, not hiding his irritation, closely watches every movement of the young man, his gaze filled with anxious tension, and wincing with displeasure, he sharply asks what other ridiculous trick he is going to pull right before his eyes. Horrified by the glowing letters that appeared on the surface of the dark wood, the man in the leopard cloak screams and jumps up from his throne with a sharp movement, not taking his eyes off the brush that, as if alive, reveals ancient, long-forgotten symbols stored in the wood. Bright runic signs suddenly flash in the air. Blinding flashes of light bring to life the magical engravings hidden in the thickness of the wood, and a shocked voice, full of disbelief and amazement, sounds out in the deafening silence. Is this really it? With a beaming, almost enlightened expression on his face, Yu Xinwung holds the box in front of him with both hands, and explains with firm confidence that the special ink helped reveal a message his father once left for the ruler of Bandit's Den. Du Nam Gang, carefully clutching the mysterious box in his hands with a concentrated expression on his face, remarks that the true meaning of its contents will become clearer if his imprint is transferred to paper, and casually mentions all the other boxes that they have already managed to find and decipher. Watching what is happening with a serious and concentrated look, the man quietly says that probably it was through these mysterious objects that his father wanted to convey something extremely important, perhaps fateful. The protagonist, standing among the boxes and surrounded by splattered ink, raises his brush with determination in his eyes, as if preparing to apply the final symbol that will reveal the hidden truth of the wood and blood. The enraged ruler suddenly rushes forward, unable to withstand the tension of what is happening. But the young man, remaining calm and collected, confidently intercepts him, as if the spirit of the past itself is guarding a secret that is about to be revealed. Focused and calm, the hero applies mysterious symbols to the surface of a wooden box with a brush, as if writing into it words that carry an ancient truth that can only be understood by those who are able to look behind the veil of everyday life. With a dull thud, he places both hands on the two boxes in front of him, demonstrating a firm determination to see it through to the end, no matter what, as if with this gesture he were sealing his own oath. Kneeling among the scattered boxes, the hero picks up one of the sheets with trepidation and reverence, and this unexpected gesture makes the man in the leopard coat freeze in amazement. Deeply moved, with a trembling voice, the man says with difficulty that the father never forgot about his son, and always kept the memory of him in his heart, despite all the hardships and fates of separation. Against the background of an engraved image of a young woman on wood, he sadly adds that his father even retained the face of his bride in his memory and transferred it to the surface of the box, as if protecting the most precious thing. The young man holds out the portrait with trepidation, and the older man accepts the image of the woman with deep, silent respect, as if touching a memory that has lived deep inside him for many years. Standing in silence on the crimson carpet, he looks thoughtfully at the face of his beloved, plunging into distant and painful memories that again emerge from the depths of his soul. Running his fingers over the fine lines of the engraved image, the hero sadly admits that he once forgot his mother's face, and only a hazy image of pain and loss remained in his memory. Slowly lowering his gaze, the man whispers that he finally remembered, and his face fills with a heavy realization that mixes shame, relief, and deep tenderness. Tears roll down his cheeks as he loudly exclaims that he now remembers that sweet smile of his mother that once filled his heart with light and love. The hero, with a sly smile and a sparkle in his eyes, rejoices inside, glad that his carefully thought-out plan worked and gave exactly the result he expected. Do Nam Gang stares at the drawing in awe, gradually realizing that it is indeed his own face, frozen in the wood like a recorded memory. The hero's internal monologue reveals an alternate version of the future in which the blood sect secretly incites another bandit leader to seize power, paving the way for chaos and destruction. Amidst the bloody battle, it becomes clear that it was the blood sect that sparked the war between the Tianmu mountain bandits and the Tingyan Bank, skillfully sowing chaos, mistrust, and hostility between the parties. The bloody battlefield takes place in the distant past, when the blood sect secretly provoked a conflict between the Tianmu mountain bandit squad and the Tingyan Bank fighters, pushing both sides towards an inevitable massacre. A grimace of pain and suffering distorts the man's face as his consciousness is overcome by a burning feeling of indelible guilt for not being able to protect what is most precious to him. From behind, proudly holding a scroll and looking intently at the young man, the older man explains in a restrained voice that all his actions were aimed only at changing Do Namgan's fate. Standing before the young man in white robes, he admits with bitterness in his voice that he needs this guy to prevent the impending catastrophe that only he can stop. The majestic man suddenly stops and looks in front of him, asking in surprise what they are trying to get from him. Hearing the words about the reward, the young man bows respectfully before him, emphasizing that he carried out his task by the will of heaven and not for personal gain. With his palms folded in a gesture of respect, the young man begins his answer with a cautious introduction, preparing to say something truly important. The young man, unable to hold back a slight smile, respectfully folds his hands and admits that his only current desire is simply to quench his thirst after an exhausting journey and battle. The chief leans forward with a stern look, asking in surprise if this is really all he wants, not hiding his doubts about the sincerity of his words. With a slight smile and a calm tone, the hero confidently confirms that this is indeed all, ending the conversation with a short but firm phrase. The senior warrior's compressed lips betray a restrained, almost invisible reaction, behind which are hidden mixed feelings, slight surprise, sudden relief, and not yet completely extinguished distrust of what is happening. With a barely noticeable but sincere smile and a calm, confident look, Yu Xin-wung confirms his simple intentions, and with this gesture relieves the tense atmosphere in the hall, as if with a light breeze taking away the recent anxiety. Outside, in front of the majestic palace, a crowd of anxious men gathers, watching with growing concern the strange sounds and mysterious events that begin to unfold inside. The surprised looks of Yu Xin-wung's allies, among whom the white-haired warrior stands out in particular, with his eyes wide with amazement, freeze in silent stupor, unable to comprehend what just happened. In a fit of strong emotion, the military leader, arms outstretched, rushes forward, his movements filled with determination, awakened by a sudden inner strength that pushes him to act immediately. Turning to the crowd with a solemn expression on his face and an authoritative voice, he orders them to listen attentively, and without delay orders all the alcohol to be taken out so that a sumptuous feast worthy of the great day can begin. With a joyful, wide smile and a cheerful gleam in his eyes, the man in the leopard cloak loudly and sonorously announces that he has found a younger brother in spirit, and with an oath on his lips, declares that today they will drink until dawn, until the victorious end. Under the evening sky, in the soft glow of lights, on the spacious grounds of the palace, there are festive tables, at which guests have gathered, having lively conversations, laughing and enjoying the warm, almost fairy tale atmosphere of the celebration that has begun. One of the warriors, with a cheerful expression on his face, holds a raised cup in his hand, laughing loudly, exchanging jokes with his comrades, while friendly voices, the clink of dishes, and the hum of a carefree festive atmosphere are heard around. One of the contestants suddenly and sharply grabs the hand of his opponent, crashing it with force into the wooden table, causing it to shake with a roar, and this sound, together with a loud cry of tension, pierces the cheerful silence of the feast. But the very next second, the same fighter winces in pain, grabs his hand and steps back, and the crowd joyfully greets his unexpected and humiliating defeat with ridicule, laughter, and loud comments. The muscular fighter proudly raises his voice, loudly boasting of his strength, recalling the legends of the Kunlun warriors, and with undeniable confidence in his eyes predicts his own victory, causing approving cries and admiration from the audience. Raising his index finger, the man, with a smug smile, tells how they managed to defeat the poisonous bugs and pass the second test with honor, emphasizing the importance of his contribution to the team's triumph. In a cozy courtyard, lit by the soft light of lanterns, several men at a large wooden table are discussing with keen interest the exploits of Man Sang-ja, and each of them notes with surprise that even such a young guy was able to pass a severe test worthy of heroes. With a beaming smile and his hand pressed to his chest, he emotionally recounts how the spirit of the great Man Sang-ja appeared before them at the final gate and shared his knowledge with them, imparting a piece of wisdom accumulated over the centuries. A girl with a concentrated expression on her face watches her interlocutors attentively, and in the background, a cheerful man with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes raises his cup, offering to continue the lively conversation after another portion of the strong drink. In thoughtful silence, she gazes into the distance, where two men are sitting calmly behind a transparent partition, having a leisurely conversation over a cup of drink. The young man holds out the cup, smiling, a hint of mockery in his eyes and a hint of a deeper truth in his thoughts. The girl watches the proceedings warily, feeling an alarm signal in her heart and mentally convincing herself to remain vigilant while the feast continues around her. With suspicion and inner tension, she assesses what is happening, trying to understand who this mysterious man really is, whose nature remains foggy for her. The young man, noticing the intense gaze, looks away in irritation and mentally asks her to stop staring, feeling as if his face is being burned right through. Du Namgan greedily pours alcohol straight down his throat, not hiding his enjoyment of the strong drink. With a jug in his hand, he solemnly exclaims that over the course of decades he has drunk a whole sea but has never felt such a sweet taste before. Slamming the heavy clay jug down on the table with satisfaction, he enthusiastically exclaims that the drink went down like a charm, as if every sip penetrated into the very soul, and it was, without exaggeration, the best taste he had ever experienced in his entire life. Leaning towards the cup, the man in the leopard cape looks sideways with a predatory, piercing gaze, and as if carefully weighing each word, slowly pronounces the mysterious, "However," causing a slight chill of anxious surprise in the young man. The woman, with her eyes closed, elegantly raises the cup to her lips, maintaining absolute composure, while her companion, with a cheerful mockery in his voice, loudly remarks that the faces of the two guests today do not seem to be their own at all. At a round table, surrounded by refined architecture and the warm light of lanterns, two men continue their friendly feast, and one of them, laughing merrily, admits with slight embarrassment that, frankly, he was a little nervous before this evening. Yu Xin-wung's serious, focused gaze reflects the inner tension he is trying his best to hide as he, slightly embarrassed, respectfully asks the older man to ask his question. Du Nam Gang, laughing heartily and casually, holding a vessel of wine in his hand, pompously demands to be called brother, but the young man only smirks sarcastically to himself, noting with irony that he is already too old for such familiarity. Raising the cup, the hero gives in to the demand with a slight grin, and in order to avoid awkwardness, still calls the man brother. In an atmosphere of friendly conversation, a man in a leopard cloak invites the hero to join him on a journey to Tingyan Bank. A man in a leopard cape looks into the distance with concentration, filled with determination to carry out his long-planned plan and personally go to an important place. A young man with dark hair speaks thoughtfully about unfinished business, and an internal monologue emphasizes the importance of the mountain river Donham, which has a special meaning for his journey. In a cozy wooden pavilion, two men are having a serious conversation, and at some point the elder, dressed in a leopard cape with a slight hint of mystery in his voice, announces that now it is he who will ask the question. The man in the leopard cape suddenly raises his head, looking with reproach and alarm, as if realizing that the words he said could change the fate of the heir. Yu Xin-wung closes his eyes with a slight mockery on his lips and takes a slow, leisurely sip, as if hinting that the answer had already been given a long time ago and there was no point in repeating it. Hearing a firm, albeit sad, answer, the man in the leopard coat freezes, gloomily lowering his gaze downwards as if trying to hide mixed feelings of disappointment, bitterness, and a barely noticeable shadow of respect. He understands that when news of this spreads, he will be made a laughingstock and branded as a thoughtless man who only cares about money. It is obvious that this will have a negative impact on both his subordinates and himself, and the hero bitterly notes that his brother is more concerned about possible shame than about his own honor. Turning his back, the older brother admits that he is only worried about all this because he is very worried about the younger one. With a tense face and raised hands, the man in the leopard robe bows in respect, expressing sincere gratitude that echoes through the hall like thunder in the hidden silence. Shock and panic appear on Yu Xin-wung's face, his eyes wide as he realizes that his brother has fallen into a deadly trap that he failed to predict. Standing before the calm figure in the cloak, the hero tries to express respect and confusion with excitement in his voice, but in response he hears a cold reproach about the shame hidden behind his older brother's back. A kick, brought down with force and determination to the ground, creates a blazing circle of fire around the body, bursting into a bright flame and instantly engulfing the space, filling the air with an anxious premonition of an impending battle from which there is no escape. Bright streams of energy with a booming whistle cut through the air, enveloping the powerful figure of a man in a leopard robe, standing in a fighting stance, while opposite him, his opponent, full of anxiety, determination, and tense anticipation, prepares for a fight on which their future fate will depend. Among the crowd of students filling the ceremony hall, some have expressions of confusion and fear, others of shock and bewilderment, as a sudden flash of light breaks the calm atmosphere of the ceremony and brings with it chaos and excitement. With the lights flickering and the silence tense, the two brothers stand before the assembled crowd, one of them proudly and emotionally proclaiming the sacrifice of the other, who, for the sake of preserving the honor of their clan, refused the reward and willingly took upon himself the shame to defend the family name. With his face twisted in anger and implacable determination, the elder brother throws his words into the center of the room in blazing anger, demanding justice for the younger, insisting that if they remain silent now, they will forever tarnish their honor and turn into common bandits, unworthy of respect or the power they wield. Standing at a slightly detached angle and observing what was happening, Yu Xin-wung listens with a slight amazement in his eyes to his brother's passionate and loud speech, sounding in front of everyone, and gradually realizes how much he is ready to go against anyone for him, even if it means challenging the entire mountain community. Amidst the golden reflections of the evening light penetrating through the wooden beams of the hall, a man in a leopard robe, with a solemn intonation and dignity in his voice, loudly announces to the assembly that from now on, Yu Xin-un has been accepted into their ranks and is given complete freedom of movement throughout all the mountains subject to their clan, as a brother and equal among the chosen ones. Yu Xin-wung's face shows genuine confusion and surprise as he listens to the words of recognition, realizing that the award he received exceeded all his expectations, becoming not just recognition of merit, but a true symbol of trust and acceptance. With their heads down and determination in their eyes, the many disciples, as one, loudly shout out words of agreement, folding their hands in reverence, while in Yushin Wung's soul, a quiet inner voice sounds, reminding him of the great Donam River, which connects the three provinces and symbolizes the unification of destinies. Yu Xinwun's two companions try to comprehend the scale of what has happened with worried expressions, while everyone around them has already folded their hands in respect, and a premonition of impending change is in the air. Looking up at the night sky, Do Nam Gang thoughtfully realizes that the White Cloud Squad will no longer be serving on the dangerous border. With a slight smile, Yu Xinwung admits that the fight against the bandits once required a lot of effort, but now everything was resolved as if by magic. The thought dawns on his mind that the Bak-un clan will be able to go beyond the borders of Zhejiang province, and he himself says with warmth that this is all that he could give them. With a sincere look and a hint of pain in his voice, Do Nam Gang asks not to turn away from him, admitting his guilt and weakness before his brother. The hero clenches his fist and confidently replies that the trust they have shown him is the most valuable reward he could ever receive. With an open smile, he folds his hands in a gesture of gratitude and expresses out loud his sincere gratitude filled with respect. Bursting into genuine laughter, he turns sharply to the young man, and his face shines with carefree joy, full of pride for this long-awaited moment that has finally brought light into their hearts. The man lifts the painted vessel high above his head with delight, his eyes glowing with enthusiasm, and his voice sounds like a bell, calling on all present to drink to the exceptional occasion that unites their destinies. The hero, with a serious and at the same time warm look, carefully holds the cup with both hands, preparing to share the festive drink, while the older brother, with a raised hand and a proud smile, calls him his younger brother in front of everyone. Do Nam Gang, holding his cup high, proclaims a toast full of joy and sincere fervor, and his voice rings out over the assembled crowd like the call of a united heart, urging everyone to raise their cups and celebrate the evening. Smiling broadly, he laughs infectiously and admits without embarrassment that he is unable to hide his happiness, and then with a warm intonation, he addresses his younger brother, as if transferring a piece of his warmth to him. Looking solemnly at the young man, he loudly declares that this evening his younger brother shares this joy with him, and in response the latter bows his head respectfully, continuing to hold the cup tightly, ready to drink together. At a table strewn with scrolls and papers sits a grim-faced man with a stern gaze, his arms crossed over his chest, his mind lost in anxious thoughts about the growing crisis that hangs over the clan. The documents laid out before him clearly indicate the leader's growing financial costs and the increasing number of denunciations, each of which penetrates deeper into his mind, pushing him towards anxiety. He looks away grimly, mentally analyzing how quickly the Hwanak clan is gaining strength among new recruits, while his own people are leaving the organization, leaving a trail of loss and disappointment in their wake. He walks slowly across the carpet in the hall, each step echoing dully, and there is anxiety brewing in his eyes because the long table in front of him seems to be reaching for inevitable changes. He stares ahead, and there is hidden pain in his voice as he admits to himself that he is most worried about the leader who went to Mount Tianmu, risking himself for others. His fingers tighten around the sheath, and in his head there is a silent plea for fate to protect those dear to him and bring them back alive from the coming storm. His eyes burn with determination, and his body is filled with a wave of energy as he lets out a battle cry and thrusts his sword forward like a blazing wave of fury. He raises his sword high, flames escaping from it, and in that moment he remembers how he was on the brink of death and how someone he respects gave him a chance to start over. Clutching the hilt of his sword with determination in his heart, he swears to himself that he will be by his savior's side until the end, even if that path requires blood. Hearing a sharp sound behind him, he flinches, tension permeating his entire body, because the scream and noise that burst into the silence seemed to be harbingers of trouble. Hearing an alarming cry and a dull rumble, a man with a stern face quickly approaches the closed doors, behind which something terrible is unfolding, and a shadow of doubt flashes in his eyes, as if the storm has already begun. One of the servants, sweating and breathing heavily from panic, looks around in horror as a menacing man with a drawn sword approaches from behind him, rudely demanding an explanation. The older man's face contorts with anger and alarm as he screams in rage and fear, "Who the hell are you?" realizing that he was facing a danger he did not expect. From the cloud of dust and among the fallen bodies of the guards, two strangers slowly emerge, one massive and menacing, the other with a cold and sinister smile. His eyes widen in horror, his forehead breaks out in sweat, and his heart beats faster as he finally realizes who he is dealing with. The stranger's smile, revealing sharp teeth, is full of mockery and insolence as he demands a name, not hiding the threat. The enraged man, with a mad glint in his eyes, loudly shouts out Yu Xin Wung's name, challenging him to a meeting, as if he was eager for an immediate confrontation. In the midst of a crowd gripped by tension and hidden fear, a bold stranger with his head down and his ears cocked mockingly imperiously orders Yu Xin Wung to immediately appear before him, kneel down and humbly admit his defeat in the face of a new, unknown force that has come to crush the old order. Gripping the hilt of his sword with fury, the mighty warrior in scarlet and black robes issues a grim challenge, declaring that he will take only one life, while his elder brother, standing next to him, watches the proceedings tensely, containing the hostility that burns in his gaze. The hand that clenches his fist until the knuckles turn white trembles from the internal tension, and the swordsman's eyes rage with rage, because his consciousness refuses to accept the fact that someone dared to call their respected leader a guardian of the underworld, thereby casting a shadow on his entire honor. A man with a white strand in his hair, surrounded by raging fighting energy like a flame, steps forward with an indignant cry, his eyes sparkling with anger, and his body, tense as a taut bowstring, exudes an unshakable determination to respond with force to the insolence addressed to their clan. A warrior in a scarlet band, his mouth open in a battle cry, gives an order with powerful fury, and his voice, like a clap of thunder, breaks the tense silence, awakening in the hearts of the soldiers a thirst for battle. A countless army, weapons gleaming, moves forward under the leadership of 3 leaders with swords raised high, and right in front of them rises the shadow of a mysterious enemy, whose presence seems to freeze the space. A smug smile spreads across the portly man's face, while his silent companion, with a cold, serious expression, studies the field, inwardly surprised at the number of those who have stood in their way. A frown filled with distrust pierces the tense air as the man with the white streak in his hair narrows his eyes, realizing that the enemy could not have appeared here without support hidden in the shadows. The sudden cry makes him narrow his eyes, the muscles in his body instantly tense, as if the very premonition of danger had cut through the fabric of his confidence and exposed his fear. With raised eyebrows and a scowl, the man menacingly demands the name of the one who dared to raise a sword against his students, while his comrades, wary and alarmed, turn around in search of a threat. A figure in white slowly emerges from the shadow of the building, its calm stride a sharp contrast to the tension hanging in the air. The leader with the white strand freezes, recognizing the person who has appeared, and an anxious excitement flashes in his eyes. The elder stands at the front with a stern expression, his gaze downcast while the students behind him tense up, ready for action. Master Chansu looks at the enemies in the smoke with an icy smile, and in a calm voice demands that they immediately lower their weapons. The appearance of the elder from Mount Huang stuns the enemy, who in a panic justifies his insolence before him. The clan warriors raise their swords, but the anxious look in their eyes betrays doubt about the outcome of the coming battle. The boy steps forward with a sneer, showing contempt for the opponents who have surrounded him on all sides. Among the students with weapons, a figure appears with blazing anger in his eyes, not having come to terms with the loss of his brother. Rage grips the elder warrior's heart, his face set in tension as he turns to face his enemy, realizing that Master Chansu's words are not a fearsome bravado, but an unwavering promise to deliver justice. Master Zhongsu's face is icy determined, and despite the suspicion that the Huanak clan may have paid him to eliminate their opponents, he calmly replies that he cannot turn a blind eye to the demon mutilating his student. At the edge of rage, his jaw twisted with anger, the warrior with black and white hair spews out an accusation, his voice laced with bitterness. He will not forgive the insult to the leader and considers the words about the demon to be vile blasphemy. With its silver blade flashing, Master Chonsu's sword whistles through the air, releasing a flash of blinding energy that, like an arrow of lightning, rushes forward, causing everyone around to hold their breath. The master's concentrated face exudes unwavering determination, and his hand, driven by an inner force, confidently leads the sword forward, causing a seething stream of energy that cuts through space with a dull, ringing sound, leaving behind a blinding trail of radiance, as if splitting the sky itself. The enemy's eyes widen in horror as the shining blade comes rushing closer, reflecting in his pupils like an inescapable sentence ready to fall from the heavens without mercy or delay. Against a piercing blue flash, the camera lingers on the deputy leader's trembling fingers as they cling futilely to his sword, the force of the blow causing his hand to spasm and awaken primal fear in those watching. The sword, flashing with a blinding light, crashes into the enemy's weapon with crushing force, forcing him to squeeze the handle painfully, and large drops of sweat roll down his tense forehead, revealing a tension close to the limit. Two warriors from the clan rush forward with a shout, calling out the name of the deputy leader, their faces distorted with alarm and determination, their weapons already raised in the air, ready to meet the blow. The deputy leader, sweating and with his face twisted with rage, tries his best to defend himself, barely parrying the furious blow that cuts through the air with the force of a hurricane and threatens to crush his defense. The two opponents mockingly order the warrior not to interfere, considering it none of his business, and look at him with disdain. The leader's deputies furiously warn that if anyone dares to take a step, he will not survive, their faces distorted with anger and determination. The leader, with anger on his face, loudly orders everyone to retreat, hoping to stop the disaster that looms over everyone. The defender's angry cry echoes throughout the hall. He desperately tries to stop the fight because an elder is rushing towards them with a sword, his eyes flashing. Despite his friend's shout, the stubborn warrior grits his teeth and replies that he can handle it himself, while his comrade cannot hide his excitement and calls him by name. With a blazing gaze, the elder attacks with fury, accusing the enemy of pride, which, according to him, has long since crossed the line of what is permitted. With disdain in his voice, the elder says that the servant was only supposed to bring the leader, but instead dared to challenge Mount Huang. The opponent, with genuine self-satisfaction and defiant determination, grins, looking into the face of his rival, and mockingly declares that his arrogance has already crossed all conceivable boundaries. With a deafening burst of raging energy, the white-robed elder, like an angry whirlwind, rises into the air and disperses the space around him with a furious cry, bringing down a blow that knocks the enemy off his feet before he can even raise his sword. Filled with rage and arrogance, the elder in light robes clenches his fists and makes a loud threat, demanding the immediate appearance of Yu Xin-wung, otherwise promising to crush everyone before their time comes. Against the backdrop of cracked earth, a trembling warrior with a challenge in his voice replies that their leader is busy with matters far more important than meeting an imposter, and his time is too valuable for empty words. An elder with a snow-white beard and eyes burning with determination coldly and sternly demands that the enemy immediately stop their daring actions and leave the clan's territory, holding back the storm of rage that is about to break out, subjugating everything around to its power. With a sinister grin, in which one can read contempt and dangerous calm, and a sparkling light in his pupils, he slowly says that battle is the best medicine for those who have long lost the line between courage and stupidity, and are no longer able to understand where their place is in this world. Enveloped in a whirlwind of fighting energy, the elder raises his sword above his head and with terrifying determination promises to teach the impudent brat true manners once and for all, putting into each swing of the blade a force capable of crushing mountains. From the heavens, like the wrath of the gods themselves, the deadly technique Moon Sword Thunder descends, and instantly blood explodes in sprays, painting the battlefield an ominous red. Under the blindingly bright sky, through the anxious silence, a stifled cough breaks through, like a last desperate breath, dissolving in the muffled afterword of a recent storm. Wounded, exhausted, and morally crushed, the warrior falls to his knees, unable to resist any longer, and, with a trembling body, admits defeat before a force that cannot be surpassed. The master, with a piercing gaze, sits on the dusty ground, still holding the sword in his hand, showing that he has not lost the will to fight. The leader, towering over the defeated enemy with cold arrogance, says that if he wants to save his life, he should immediately bring his leader. Gritting his teeth in rage, the warrior scornfully declares that he would rather accept death than undergo this humiliation. A man with a long gray beard, swinging his sword, says that he no longer has any other choice. Closing his eyes and emitting a wild aura, he mentally rejects his opponent's choice, deeming him unworthy. Sweat runs down the old man's face, and his eyes freeze with submission and fear from the realization of impending disaster. Suddenly, the sage's eyes widen and his eyebrows rise in bewilderment and shock. Yu Xin-wung suddenly swings his sword to protect his brother, leaving everyone amazed. The leader amazed everyone with his unexpected appearance, and his opponent was especially shocked. The guy with a bold and stern look, squinting with slight contempt, throws out with a grin, "Hold your horses," as if ridiculing the enemy's haste. The warrior with a thick beard covered in sweat from the effort, again anxiously wonders how the enemy leader managed to appear so suddenly and unnoticed. Their blades clash in a fierce and merciless battle, each blow reflecting the willpower of hidden conflicts. Thoughts again overwhelm the old man, and continuing the fight, he realizes with difficulty that even the most skillful technique may prove powerless before fate. The old man swings his sword with sudden fury, throwing the youth back, blinding him with a blinding light, like a punishment from heaven. Yu Xin-wung is sent flying before he even realizes how the powerful blow sent his body arcing through the air. The young man's allies stare at him with concern in their eyes, ready at any moment to rush forward and stand next to him in battle. The young man, with a smug grin and a sword on his back, steps forward and proudly declares that the leader they have been waiting for has finally returned. The old man, with a furrowed brow and an icy look from under his brows, assesses the enemy, calling him an uninvited guest whose presence violates the ancient order. Yu Xin-wung, standing behind him and keeping a wary gaze, quietly but with deep concern in his voice, asks his ally if he is okay. The old man, his head bowed in shame, does not dare to look up, because he knows he is not worthy of meeting the leader's eyes after everything that has happened. The young man, carefully holding the man by the shoulder with gentle insistence, asks him not to move and to conserve his strength so as not to worsen the condition. Yu Xin-wung activates his healing skill, pressing his hand to the wound, and calmly states that the pain will soon subside and the damage will begin to heal. The blue aura emanating from the young man's hand envelops the space with soft light, and the sage, with his eyes closed, feels how the internal pain gradually subsides. In a subdued voice in which one can hear anxiety, the boy says that this treatment will be enough for now, and that with time his health will definitely improve. A warrior with a long gray beard, clenching his fists in impatience, watches what is happening intently, ready to intervene at any moment if necessary. Yu Xin-wung, filled with rage, begins to glow with a blue light, and with a dull determination in his mind, threatens his opponent that he will tear him apart if he dares to take another step. The enemy, flushed with rage, illuminates everything around him with a bright red glow, and with a face distorted with anger, exclaims how insolent one must be to behave like that. The master's apprentice, thrusting his sword forward, cries out in rage, "How dare he say such a thing?" and his eyes blaze with anger. The warrior in green robes utters derogatory words towards Yu Xin-wung with mockery and disdain, not hiding his contempt. The hero's haughty smile and stubbornly raised chin reveal his nature, and his inner thoughts confirm his determination and strength. The hero in the robe firmly orders the young assistant to step back, because now he himself intends to step forward for the sake of his teacher Jung-soo. The master thinks to himself that behind the mask of virtue the young man hides a raging rage and cruelty that cannot go unnoticed. The hero, without looking away, calmly says that any humiliation towards him is tantamount to a death sentence. The old man, raising his sword, illuminated by blue light, sternly warns the enemy not to even think about deceiving him, otherwise he will be destroyed immediately. A figure in a long white robe surges forward with fierce determination, sword in hand, the shadow of an inescapable threat looming behind her as each swing of cold steel makes the air shudder with the merciless force of the blow. Two bandaged fighters, their faces twisted in terror and stained with blood, stagger back, trembling before an invisible attack whose speed and power go beyond human perception. The old man, with his brows furrowed sharply and a chilling amazement in his eyes, freezes in place, paralyzed by sudden insight when he realizes that the enemy's lightning-fast movement has broken through all the boundaries of his predictions. The enraged elder, his gaze blazing, charged forward through blinding flashes of lightning, releasing destructive waves of energy that rumbled through the air, leaving no time for his opponent to escape. The hero, with a cold, piercing gaze and flowing black hair, stands in the very center of a storm of glittering blades, as if the storm itself had submitted to his unwavering will, and his posture reveals a ruthless determination and absolute confidence in his strength. With his face twisted in rage and a predatory grin, the swordsman breaks away from his place in an uncontrollable impulse, channeling all his hidden hatred into one crushing blow that cuts through the air in front of him, as if tearing the fabric of reality itself. A wide-open eye filled with shock and disbelief freezes in silent recognition at the very second when the realization comes that control over the situation has slipped away, and everything has gone according to an unpredictable, frightening scenario. In the silence, broken by flashes of lightning, the hero looks up to the sky with an expression of calm, almost serene determination, as if time had slowed down so that he could meet the oncoming attack head-on without looking away. With a cold stroke of light and the sharp sound of a cutting air wave, he takes off, leaving behind a bright trail of lightning and the silent amazement of the enemy, who did not even have time to realize how quickly everything had changed. Yu Xin-wung, hovering in the air with a focused and calm gaze, slowly lowers his fingers downwards, as if directing an invisible net of divine punishment from the heavens, ready to fall upon the opponent who dared to challenge him. The old warrior's face, surrounded by glittering ribbons of lightning technology, reflects anger and despair as he tries in vain to break through the trap that defies both his brute strength and will, tearing his pride apart. The master's face freezes in helpless rage as he strikes with desperate force, but he is met not with panic, but with the cold calm of a young warrior, as if he already knows how this fight will end and who will win. In the midst of a furious battle, the observer suddenly realizes that the enemy is using the water vapor technique, and according to the natural laws of the elements, using the thunder swords against him is not just a mistake, but a deadly recklessness. Yu Xin-wung grips the sword's hilt with both hands, and at the same moment, flashes of electricity run through his body, ripping through the darkness and heralding the beginning of a new technique, filled with power and silent menace. With unwavering determination in his gaze, the hero raises his sword, proclaiming that his blade is imbued with a deadly cold, mined from the icy crystals of the sky, and will strike the enemy with a blow capable of freezing his very soul. The blow hits the target, and the old man's face instantly distorts with unbearable pain and silent horror as he realizes that the battle is lost, and the forces he believed in have betrayed him at the most decisive moment. The elder's body is engulfed in an uncontrollable whirlwind of lightning, flashing with blinding fury, and his eyes roll back in pain and shock, reflecting the strength of the enemy that he so carelessly underestimated. Yu Xin-wung completes his devastating attack, his figure enveloped in a vortex of heavenly energy that shimmers like the breath of a storm, while the old man's body freezes, twisted in a final death cry, caught in eternity. The witnesses of the battle scream in amazement and horror, unable to comprehend what is happening. Before their eyes unfolds a scene that they considered impossible even in their wildest dreams. Trembling with shock, Yu Xin-wung's allies stand in stupefied silence, unable to tear their eyes away from the fallen elder, whose fall marked the collapse of his proud authority. On the cold ground, heavy drops of blood echo dully, falling one after another into the tense silence that followed the lightning attack, like a harbinger of the end of a long-standing reign. The wounded and bloody old man, breathing heavily, leans his trembling hand on his staff, looking up with despair and distrust in his eyes, trying to understand how everything could have ended so suddenly, irreversibly, and shamefully. The heroic youth, surrounded by a shimmering aura of blue twilight, stands in silent majesty with a sword in his hand and a cold determination in his gaze. In this moment he has surpassed himself and become unattainable for all who have ever doubted his strength. Turning his back on his fallen enemies, Yu Xin Wung sneers as they stand shattered and shocked, unable to comprehend the extent of their defeat. The elders, exhausted and depressed, hang their heads, admitting defeat before the young but ruthless conqueror. With cold determination, Yu Xin Wung warns that their only chance for survival will disappear from his sight immediately. One of the defeated starts to scream, trying to preserve the remnants of his pride, but his voice already sounds desperate. The master grips his sword, his face contorted with anger as black energy seeps from the wound, sapping the last of his strength. With his eyes burning and a purple swirl behind him, he cries out through his teeth that he cannot believe such a blow simply could not have been accidental. The young man looks coldly from under his brows, holding his sword on his shoulder, and mockingly throws out a phrase about execution, mentally equating the enemy's energy to an insignificant breath, unworthy even of fear. Drawing his blade, Yu Xin Wung addresses his opponent with irony in his voice, as if acknowledging his strength, but his gaze betrays that he has already passed judgment. In flashes of energy, they rush at each other, filling the space with a thundering force that tears through the air like a harbinger of destruction. The hero's eyes are blazing with determination. He does not look away, ready to meet the blow in all its fury, as if he is looking for his destiny in it. The warrior's eyes burn with fury and cold determination as he swings his sword down, filled with deadly attack power. And at the very moment when the blades were about to cross, lightning falls from the sky with a dull crack, standing between them as a sign of heavenly will. A clap of thunder tears through the air, and the opponents are sent flying as a karmic bolt of lightning falls between them, ending the fight at its most intense moment. In the center of the explosion, only a smoldering trace of the spear remained, surrounded by swirls of white smoke, which, like an invisible wall, pushed both opponents in different directions. The young man stares at the spear, engulfed in divine light, silently comprehending the heavenly intervention that had turned the tide of battle in an instant. The old man's face was distorted with horror and amazement. He recognized this power, and icy fear instantly gripped his thoughts, forcing him to forget about rage and pride. A pillar of light and thunder envelops the arrow, marking it as a messenger from heaven and an incontestable decree sounding through the heavens like a sentence from above. Tall and still, the arrow stands in the very center of the arena, its bright red shaft standing out sharply against the bright sky and the growing silence that has descended upon the battlefield. A sage with gray hair at his temple stops in front of the arrow and, bowing his head, quietly pronounces its meaning. This is a message from the Tang clan, calling for an immediate end to the war. The warrior, his eyes clouded, slowly turns around, suddenly realizing that even his rage and inner strength were unable to shake the unbreakable will of the clan elder who had lowered his mark. In the eyes, widened with horror, a silent cry of disbelief freezes. Is this really the intervention of the Tang clan itself, whose power extends beyond the bounds of reason? And so, through the clouds of smoke and silence, 4 of Yu Xin Wung's men appear before the assembled group, among whom stands out a figure in a yellow robe, holding a holy lightning arrow in his hands. The young woman in the golden dress, with an impenetrable and cold gaze, makes everyone suspicious and internally tremble whether they really belong to the great Tang family. One of the guards, not hiding his excitement, loudly exclaims that the Straight Cloud Squad has returned, and with them that same young man in blue, whom they had not seen for a long time. The rest of those present, exchanging glances, confirm that these are indeed representatives of Baekung, and their return brings a new order to this tricky balance of power. The girl in yellow looks closely at the arrow in her hand, and a cold determination sparkles in her gaze, as if she is seeking confirmation of her connection with the great family. An emaciated man in dirty clothes throws out words with contempt, calling the guests naive, while clutching a piece of paper in his hand as proof of their deception. Flaring with anger, he suddenly raises his hand and demands names, his eyes full of fury and his face distorted with intolerance of lies. The disciple loudly declares that the arrow of indomitable thunder belongs only to a true descendant of the Tang clan and cannot be used by anyone else. The mentor nods silently, agreeing with the argument, but reminds them that the truth still awaits them, who those who came really are. As the tension increased, the girl in yellow lightly nudged her companion with her elbow, and he screamed, breaking the silence that hung in the air. Both of them, exhausted by what is happening, simultaneously grab their foreheads, as if hoping to disappear from this scene, full of absurdity, nonsense, and uninvited revelations. The old man and his student jerk sharply from the sudden cry, and the expressions on their faces are a mixture of disbelief, shock, and strange annoyance, as if reality had violated its usual order. The very next second, the girl furiously grabs her companion's face, squeezing it with such force that a cry of pain bursts from his chest, spreading throughout the yard as a warning to everyone around. The warriors from the squad of the leader of the Pek-un clan stand in a stupor, with their eyes wide open, unable to believe what is happening, because the truth that they were so afraid of is now blazing right in front of them. The crowd freezes, staring in amazement at the girl in yellow, and suddenly someone shouts out a stunned question, full of disbelief and hope. Is it really her? Against the backdrop of dancing petals and shining light, her face flashes with a vivid memory, and in the silence, the name once spoken echoes again. Tan Ha-rin. The young warrior turns towards Tang Ha-rin with a confused look, and a whirlwind of thoughts torments his mind. Does she really belong to the great and mysterious Tang family, about which legends were composed? Standing next to him, with a tense and serious expression on his face, the young man internally admits that he expected more common sense from his opponents, and could not have imagined that they would so carelessly reveal their identities to everyone. The senior mentor, with his forehead darkened with anxiety and a shadow of doubt in his eyes, could hardly contain his excitement, suspecting that this was a real lady from the Tang family, but not understanding how she could have ended up in such a place. The two young warriors bow respectfully, their voices clear and sincere as they state their names and lineages, explaining that they only intervened to stop the fighting. The girl from the Tang family, with a gloomy look and suppressed anger on her face, loudly proclaimed the name of the mission, as if challenging everyone and confirming her determination. The elder answers with a tense expression, trying to hide his anxiety, but doubt is already pulsating in his thoughts. Is it really the heiress of Tang in front of him? He grips the sword so tightly that his fingers turn white, knowing that despite his power, he cannot ignore the power of a name spoken with such calm. Two young clan representatives walk side by side with concentrated expressions, mentally replaying how the feud between their clans, which has lasted for 7 generations, could turn into a catastrophe if someone saw personal interest in their actions. Against a blood-red sky, tensions rise as one of the elders watches the heirs of the great clans with an anxious gaze, knowing that one mistake could destroy the entire Murim alliance. The elder, with his lips pressed together and his voice showing an inner tremor, pretended to be unaware of the Tang family's negligence, hiding his growing anxiety and desperately seeking a way out of the dangerous situation. With a face twisted in anger and a furious accusation, the elder sharply points his finger at the silent hero in white, loudly declaring that he is the demon, while in his voice there is not only malice, but also a hidden fear of the unknown. Keeping his composure, Yu Xin-wung looks straight ahead, and in his thoughts, with cold clarity, he compares the power of the accuser to the darkness of hell, convinced that he has every right to be here. With his back to the cloudless sky, he addresses the crowd in a subdued but challenging voice, asking how they could believe he was fomenting discord, emphasizing that he does not deny the problem or the existence of the warring faction. Tan Ha-rin, looking straight and firm, calmly states that he is only doing his duty to protect the assistant from the Piandan group and the old benefactor to whom the Tan clan owes an unpayable debt. Hearing these words, the shocked man slowly turned around with trembling lips, and horror flashed in his eyes. The one he tried to humiliate turned out to be a person of great merit to the Tang clan itself. From above, a tense picture opens up. Dozens of figures frozen in silence on a stone square, and a chilling thought pops into the villain's head. Everything is collapsing, and events are irrevocably slipping out of control. Yu Xin Wung, without looking away and radiating confidence, loudly declares that the assassination attempt on the benefactor of the Tang family is a threat to the clan itself and warns the Mount Huang faction against the foolishness of testing their limits. The elder, distorted by rage and fear, breaks into a scream, assuring that even a benefactor can be a demon, and threatens those gathered with punishment if the enemy is not destroyed right now. Grinding his teeth and sweating, he horrified at the disaster that would come from feuding with the Tang family, with whom Mount Huang has lived in a tense feud for 7 generations, and gradually realized that defeat was inevitable. A young woman with a determined and cold gaze asks a question as straight as an arrow, requiring a clear choice from the older warrior, and then, without flinching, utters a short but weighty, "Yes." With a gloomy face and inner turmoil, the senior master, broken by circumstances, slowly bows his head, as if swallowing the poison of responsibility that falls on him in front of everyone gathered. From the crowd, a calm but confident voice of a young man comes forward and firmly states that Leader Baek Wung is not a demon, but a worthy man who is trusted and respected. Tan Ha-rin calmly says that this is all a misunderstanding and suggests ending the conflict before it is too late. The man standing with his back turned tries not to tremble, but in his mind he admits that his stubbornness will only make the situation worse. The leader with the earring, overcome with doubt, admits that he is losing control and does not know how to restore respect. Clenching his fist and gritting his teeth, he reluctantly admits that there really was a misunderstanding between them. With a downcast look and inner bitterness, he says that he is obliged to retreat by the will of the Tang clan and the Murim alliance. The leader orders the weapons to be lowered and turns around silently, while his subordinates carry out the order without hesitation. The panicked apprentice lets out a piercing scream, desperately begging the master to turn around, but the latter, without slowing down a single step, is already leaving the courtyard with cold determination. With a low, ominous whisper and a burning gaze, the master interrupts the plaintive cry, instilling such fear that the voice freezes in the poor man's throat. The old man casts an evil glance and furiously threatens to cut off the other hand, causing the student to freeze, frozen in horror under the weight of his anger. The heroes watch in tense silence as the enemies, one after another with their heads down, silently leave through the open gates under the clear sky. In the shadows of the hall, the enemy leader, with trembling lips, realizes his inevitable defeat, while his companions, clenching their fists, silently accept the bitter outcome. A jubilant cry is heard from the rooftops, announcing the retreat of the enemy. The Baekun clan has won a brilliant victory, restoring honor before everyone. A young warrior with dark hair and a determined look gives a calm order to help the wounded and put everything in order, confirming his leadership. The two allies, exhausted and stunned, look around at the scene, and their voices sound confused about the unpredictable future. Tan Ha-rin looks ahead with sadness in her eyes and bitterly admits that everything is destroyed. Her silence speaks louder than any words. With a tired sigh and a slight reproach, the girl remarks that they should have hidden until the end, but fortunately there were no troubles. Seeing familiar shoes, the girl in the yellow kimono freezes in fear, and the guy next to her tensed up, warily peering at the approaching figure. Yu Xin Wung, with a slight smile, sincerely thanks his companions for their help, expressing gratitude after the difficult ordeal. The guy scratched the back of his head with relief, awkwardly listening to the praise, and the girl next to him remained reserved, still digesting what had happened. The hero points out the need for a serious conversation, and in his calm but firm voice, one can feel the weight of the coming decision. Tan Ha-rin looks ahead with a surprised and slightly tense look, repeating the question as if trying to catch the truth between the lines of whether they should really intervene. In a majestic hall where a multi-headed dragon twists and turns on the wall, the three sit in tense silence, as if the atmosphere itself is pressing on them, forcing them to avoid direct eye contact. Behind the silent owner of the room, the young man's thoughts are rushing about in panic. The 10-minute silence seems like an eternity to him, and next to him, the girl is struggling to hide her growing inner anxious heat. Sitting in concentration, Yu Xin-wung is outwardly calm and motionless, but deep in his mind there is a desperate desire for someone to finally break this oppressive silence. Looking straight ahead, the hero allows names not to be mentioned, as if offering an invisible refuge in a space of trust, where truth is more important than titles. The couple opposite tenses up at what they hear, but the girl, with icy determination, points out that their real names are already known, making it clear that there is no point in lying any further. With her head slightly lowered, she discreetly apologizes for the late revelation of her identity, but the hero calmly interrupts her, assuring her that an apology is not at all necessary. Yu Xin-wung, sitting at ease and with a slight smile, spreads his hands as if revealing a simple truth, and says that he has known for a long time who they really are, causing them to flinch in surprise. The confusion on the faces of the two companions reaches its limit. Their eyes are wide open, their eyebrows are raised, and a surprised expression escapes their lips, as if their secret was securely locked away. With a slight smile and a confident tone, the hero reminds them that they themselves should have guessed. He will understand everything, because traces of the truth have long pointed to the solution. Manhwa, a little confused but still keeping her composure, admits that she had guessed the hero's identity from the very beginning, but her voice sounds genuinely surprised at how he was able to so easily uncover the carefully planned masquerade. With a sly smile and a slight movement at his temple, the hero casually declares that this is just an innate gift, and the girl at that moment is shocked to realize that no one else saw their deception except him. Her eyes are wide open in surprise. Her pupils are trembling with anxiety, because even the cruel bandits did not notice the trick, while this calm young man saw right through them from the very beginning. With his arms crossed confidently and a wry smile on his lips, he looks away, considering how unusual his interlocutors are, and gently steers the conversation in a new direction. Slightly embarrassed, but trying to remain calm, the companions ask a direct question about why he decided to reveal their secrets now, when everything could have been settled differently. With a cold insight in his eyes, Yu Xin-wung looks straight ahead, as if hinting between the lines that the actions of his companions were either a sincere desire to help the faction elder or a subtle calculation to instill a sense of moral duty into his soul. Manhwa replies with icy confidence, looking forward, that she needs no gratitude or debt, adding with a hint of disdain that she doesn't care whether the hypocrite lives or falls. There is a glint of prudence in her gaze as she states that the alliance will only benefit from her stopping him from killing an influential figure, since such assistance is not a gesture of goodwill but a sober calculation. The young man, thoughtfully touching his chin and with an ironic half-smile, reluctantly agrees, as if admitting that everything was done solely for his own benefit, although his tone betrays doubt. With cold directness in her voice, the girl notes that if it weren't for her intervention, the hero's sword would have long ago cut off the head of the enemy, whose fate in a different outcome would have been absolutely obvious. She continues with the same calm confidence, claiming that in a fit of rage he could wipe out not only the enemy, but all his people, causing those around him to freeze in horror and silence. Smiling with a hint of recognition and slight irony, Yu Xin-wung confirms that the girl's words are not just a guess, but an accurate, almost prophetic analysis of what could actually happen, acknowledging her insight. With a hint of rage in his voice, the guy suddenly admits that he seriously considered destroying everyone without exception, and horror echoes in his thoughts. He really was on the verge of murder. With a self-confident half-smile, the young man asks if he seems reckless, to which the girl firmly replies that even Chansu, no matter how impulsive he may be, bears responsibility as the leader of the clan union. In a serious tone, the hero notes that killing an enemy could trigger a chain reaction, provoking the intervention of other clans and resulting in a bloody conflict. The warrior's stern face reflects the awareness of the full gravity of the catastrophe, which was miraculously avoided because just one wrong move could have led to a massacre with many innocent victims. When he finally admits that defeat at the hands of all of Murim would be the worst possible outcome, there is respect in his voice, as it was the very reason she decided to intervene. In an atmosphere where tension is gradually fading, the hero stands in the center of the room and with a solemn expression on his face suggests moving on to new questions, openly giving the floor to his interlocutors. With a focused gaze, the young man turns to those nearby, asking about the reasons for their protection, and in response hears a confident confession. He is the benefactor of the Union, whom they sincerely respect. Grateful for his rescue, the Allies openly admit that without his intervention they would have died in the dungeon or become victims of bandits long ago. And even the old rumors about the strength of the Tang clan turned out to be true. The next question, asked by Yushin Wung, hangs in the air, causing both scouts to freeze, as their mission to the Baekwung clan contains a dangerous and difficult truth. Tan Ha-rin lowers her eyes, takes a deep breath, and gathering her courage, gently but firmly declares that she is ready to speak frankly, without holding back a single word. With obvious alarm in her voice, the woman reports on recent disappearances in Zhejiang province, and directly expresses her suspicion that the leader himself may be involved, causing his sincere surprise. The guy, frowning, suggests out loud that these two were probably on the trail of the blood sect, and the man, smiling awkwardly, hastens to assure that now they do not consider him guilty at all, because the investigation began after the threat was eliminated. Raising 3 fingers in a light, almost playful gesture, the hero, with a sly smile, announces the third and final question, as if finishing a game in which he himself sets the rules. Holding back an internal tremor, the girl with her eyes closed asks a direct and difficult question about why she is now above suspicion, and her voice sounds like a quiz with an unpredictable outcome. Opening her eyes and looking forward, she clearly and intensely pronounces the single word readiness, as if challenging everything that might follow. Yushin Wung holds out the fruit with a slight grin and asks, "Cooking?" Unaware that the girl, seething with irritation, furiously shouts that it is not about food at all, but about the willingness to sacrifice oneself. In a dark cave, covered in poisonous bugs, the hero stands silently like a statue, while a memory plays in the background of him diving into icy water to save his comrades. During a rapid attack, the hero encounters an enemy, and an inner voice tells him that observing his actions, it is difficult to believe that such a person is capable of being a criminal. The girl, with a serious expression on her face, listening to her feelings, firmly says that her intuition trusts this man, which causes sincere surprise in her companion. Smiling and crossing his arms over his chest, the man in light clothes ironically remarks that if the girl's intuition is wrong, then he is a natural actor, and grinning wider, asks if he should thank her for such a compliment. The young man in white clothes, with a slight smile, praises his interlocutor for her frankness and promises to share valuable knowledge that may be useful, while her companions tense up with caution from his words. Upon hearing the unexpected confession about the investigation into the disappearances, both companions freeze, unable to hide their shock, their eyes wide and their mouths slightly open in astonishment. Against the backdrop of general stupor, a figure with loose hair calmly recounts how, step by step, he tracked down the culprits, unraveling a complex tangle of deception and lies. With hope in her eyes and a tremor in her voice, Tan Ha-rin takes a step forward, begging for the truth to be revealed, to at least lift the curtain of secrecy a little. With a shadow on his face, the hero quietly says that the truth he is about to reveal will be the point of no return, and therefore every step now must be conscious. His determined gaze and barely noticeable smile speak for themselves. He does not intend to retreat, and the consequences of the revelation can change everything forever. Shocked and frightened by his words, the two listeners look at each other, not knowing if they are ready to hear the truth that could turn their understanding of reality upside down. The full moon breaks through the broken clouds, flooding the dark valley with a cold blue light, and fog rises between the mountains like a harbinger of tragedy to come. The cartwheel turns slowly along the damp forest road, creaking under the weight of the night and breaking the silence with the dull sound of something approaching and ominous. The night's peace is broken by the measured steps of mysterious figures in black hooded cloaks, who silently move through the forest, like a procession of shadows bringing death and darkness. Under the shade of the trees and the disquieting light of the moon, hooded figures surround the cart, from which a muffled sob can be heard faintly, as if the night itself were embodying the cry of a doomed soul. An exhausted, pale hand is pulled out from under the dark blanket with effort, falling to the ground with a dull slap, and an intermittent groan escapes from the mouth, like the cry of a soul that is still clinging to life. A full moon, shrouded in ominous clouds, is suddenly cut by a flash of scarlet energy that pierces the night, heralding the awakening of an ancient horror. The bloody brush falls with a dull sound onto the damp ground, leaving an ominous imprint as if space itself were shaking from its touch. The hooded figures freeze in shock as they notice the severed arm, and one of them rushes forward with a dagger, sensing the approach of mortal danger. Someone's hand carefully lifts the severed limb, squeezing it with such force and trembling, as if trying to reclaim a lost part of itself. One of the dark priests, pressing his palm to his chest in a sign of respect, silently bows before the body, from which the dead hand falls again as a reminder of the unfinished ritual. As if by silent signal, all the figures simultaneously raise their heads towards the full moon, whose icy glow seems to call for an inevitable verdict. Dressed in black, they stand frozen among the trees, looking up at the sky without words, and the silence between them breathes with an anxious premonition of trouble. The bloody hand, stretched out to the sky, trembles in its last impulse, while the procession of hoods disappears into the night darkness, as if taking death itself with them. Under the light of the full moon, wounded warriors lie on the damp earth, their breath weakening, their blood soaking into the darkness like the remains of a lost battle. A creepy smile emerges from beneath the hood, sharp teeth flashing in the night, promising a new victim in a silent ritual of fear. Among the figures hidden in the shadows of the trees, ominous glances flash, and the very air seems thickened by the presence of something ancient and dangerous. In an underground passage, lit only by the flickering fire, one of the followers hoarsely orders them to wait for their master to complete the ritual. In the dark night, under the watchful gaze of the full moon, dark, hooded figures listen to the voice of an elder who demanded that they take the carts and follow as if he were planning something sinister. By the dim light of torches in a deep stone cave, a mysterious hooded man leaned over a cart, hiding its contents while others hid silently in the shadows. One of the exhausted servants sank down onto a stone in relief, finally allowing himself to breathe deeply after the grueling journey through the darkness of the night. The men, wet with sweat and fatigue, pull down their hoods, complaining about the sleepless night and the hard work, not knowing that the worst is yet to come. Casting a wary glance at the three strangers in black robes, one of the men asked who they were, but his companion immediately assured him that they were simply reinforcements from a neighboring camp. Holding a clay jug of drink in his hands, the man with a kind smile invited the new arrivals to join in the rest, while the others had already sat down by the stones, tired but happy. One of the warriors extends a jug to the stranger in a friendly gesture, but he only stares ahead silently, creating an oppressive feeling as if an imminent threat hangs in the air. One of the guards laughs, trying to ease the tension, and with a slight mockery explains that all this chaos started because of some dragon lord, justifying the endless daytime fuss. He opens the flask and takes a sip, not noticing how a shadow silently thickens behind his back, carrying with it intentions far from peaceful. The mysterious trio in hoods slowly approaches, and one of them asks about names with a barely noticeable grin, his voice full of ominous hints. Hearing the answer Reapers, the bald man freezes in amazement. Because of all the possible names, this is the most frightening one he could imagine. The next second, horror flashes in his eyes as a blinding light cuts through the air, and a moment later he shakes in his death throes. A flash of crimson blood and a sharp blow tore through the silence of the night, painting the space around with a hoarse echo of merciless death. In panic and horror, the cloaked monks scream, fall to the ground, and look around in fear, realizing that a bloody massacre has begun in their ranks. One of the cult's followers, dressed in black, watches in horror as the glittering blade, like a flash of lightning, flies towards him, his dilated pupils reflecting the terror of death. A hero with disheveled hair and a confident smile steps forward with his comrades, calmly clutching his sword and saying, "We are the Reapers." A huge man, his face twisted in rage, roars out the order to fight, his eyes full of shock, and his voice like a thunderclap pierces the tense silence. The man with the horn in his hand raises it sharply to his lips to sound the alarm, every muscle in his body tense with the urgency of the moment. As his cheeks puff out to inhale, a sudden flash of light pierces his face, and his eyes reflect the growing awareness of his impending doom. A moment later, a furious blow cut through the air, piercing the enemy with devastating force and leaving behind a fiery trail that made the earth tremble. The sudden attack from the cloaked cultivator sent the confused enemies with swords jumping back, not having time to realize how lightning had passed through their ranks. A brave girl with a determined look rushes forward, leaving behind a golden wave of shining energy, as if personifying heavenly punishment. The armed monks desperately try to understand who they are dealing with, but the strangers opposite silently radiate confidence and strength, as if they came from the very abyss. Yu Xin-wung, with a mischievous smile on his lips, eagerly says that he will finally be able to appreciate the true power of the seven sects, while his companion maintains an icy calm. The dark army in hoods, swords at the ready, tensely watches the developments, realizing that the enemies are fewer in number, but their strength is undeniable. Turning to his comrades, the hero asks about their readiness, and although the woman responds with a confident look, the young warrior behind him cries out in panic, "What?" With her arms outstretched and a battle cry, she charges into the midst of the black-cloaked swordsmen, not giving fear the slightest chance to get through. Tan Ha-rin, with a determined look, rushes forward like a meteor through the swirls of light, confident that she can hold back the fury of the advancing enemy. A crowd of cultists, weapons at the ready, rush towards her, shouting, preparing for a furious and bloody clash. There is determination in her eyes, and the light breaking through the darkness reflects the tension of the moment before the inexorable blow. A vortex of energy explodes around her as she focuses her power forward, cutting through space in an icy blue stream that seems to pierce the very fabric of reality. Her movements merge with the element of lightning itself, and each swing is filled with black petals and flashes of deadly magic, as if darkness were blooming in battle. A sudden burst of energy cuts through the air as the girl, her face set in concentration, releases a punch, leaving behind a sparkling blue trail of lightning. Tan Ha-rin rushes forward through the storm of power, her eyes burning with determination, and her sword guides her precisely, cutting through space with the precision of a heavenly arrow. Watching the battle, the young man squeezes the hilt of his sword with a slight smile, mentally assuring himself that he doesn't have to worry about this flank. The eye, filled with anxiety, harbored not just fear, but the awareness of complete isolation. He was left alone, surrounded by a hostile and icy silence. Turning around, the hero notices with horror how his companion is attacked by an enemy with a cry of rage, and an alarming thought pierces his mind. Will he be able to cope with this alone? The exhausted warrior, his face twisted with tension, internally acknowledged that if it weren't for the Ji-gal family's secret steps of heaven technique, he would have fallen long ago. Yu Xin-wung, with a slight smile and a hint of irony in his voice, admits that he can't do it alone, and, raising his palm, begins to transmit energy, illuminated by a blue glow. The stunned youth feels an incomprehensible force flowing into his body, and in his amazed gaze, the thought of the sacrifice that his comrade is ready to make appears. The young man watches with excitement as his palms light up with powerful blue energy, and feeling an unusual strength, he exclaims in amazement that he has never felt anything like it. The enemy, his face distorted with rage, raises his hands above his head, preparing to deliver a crushing blow, while the young man, without turning around, senses the approach of a new danger. A sweeping fan of blue flames slams into the enemy's face, causing a burst of pain and rage, leaving them with no chance to defend themselves. Frozen and breathing heavily, the young warrior in traditional garb looks at the bloody fan in horror, realizing the magnitude of the force he just released. The hero, without noticing it, pulls an iron fan from his belt and strikes, shocked by the wave of power that suddenly bursts from his hands. With a confused expression, he turns around, as if trying to find an answer, and with quiet amazement he says the word leader, as if something inexplicable had happened. As he watches the figure walk away, He wonders with concern in his eyes what other spells this mysterious man could have cast on him, not knowing what to expect next. The leader looks over the fallen enemies lying in the dust with cold calm and calmly notes that the danger on this flank has been eliminated. Turning confidently to his companions, he inquires about their condition after the battle, and hearing that everyone is safe, he calmly sums up the victory. One of the students, embarrassed, comes closer, as if he wants to say something important, and the leader turns to him with slight but attentive surprise. One of the fighters exclaims with delight that he has become stronger, as if by magic, while the leader only calmly looks away, not giving in to emotions. Walking ahead with an impassive face, Yu Xin-wung reveals that he has the magic passed down from Mansang-ja, and his companions are amazed to realize that it was in the cave that he inherited his art. Clenching his fist on the hilt of his sword, the hero resolutely says that there is not a minute to lose, because something truly important awaits them ahead. Turning his head with concern in his eyes, he bitterly realizes that the slower their path, the higher the price of delay will be. With every step, there could be someone's life at stake. The team rushes rapidly along the wooden flooring of the cave, not allowing themselves a second of hesitation, seized by an urgent determination to break through. An ominous chuckle comes from the darkness of the tunnel, and the anxiety on the companions' faces deepens, while the leader's gaze becomes even harder and more focused. The girl, with horror in her wide-open eyes, covers her mouth with trembling fingers, begging for help, as if her last strength is keeping her on the brink of consciousness. An agitated man with beads of sweat on his temples and clouded pupils screams for salvation, sensing the approach of something monstrous and inevitable. From the womb of the swirling darkness, surrounded by shadows and the bodies of the fallen, a witch emerges majestically in the crimson light, the Lady of the Earth Dragon, Mi-wol-hwa. Twisting, thorny vines imbued with dark energy burst from the ground with a roar, and the witch's voice whispers with dark joy that this is even more interesting. Shrouded in clouds of bloody manna, standing among the bodies, the witch, with a mad gleam in her eyes, enjoys the moment and whispers that she was just missing a meal. The writhing spikes slowly reach out to the three heroes, frozen at the entrance to the cave, while an ominous voice floats through the air about how delicious they are. With a devilish smile, the witch watches through the intertwining thorny vines and promises to save their necks to present as a gift to her king. The companions, weapons in hand, take up combat positions behind the leader, calling the enemy a monster who has mastered demonic techniques and await orders. The alarmed girl turns sharply to her companion, hearing the unexpected proposal not to engage in battle, and her surprised expression is pierced by tension. Yu Xin-wung turns over his shoulder with a slight smile and calmly says that he has just the task for them, as if the impending threat does not concern him. The sudden cry of the youth makes the witch flinch, and her gaze, directed through the thorny vines, is full of unexpected shock from what she heard. The young man approaches the witch indignantly, pointing to the vines growing out of her body and demanding an explanation, stunning her with an unexpected direct question. The guy with the wooden sword stops in front of the demonic woman entangled in ominous red stalks and exclaims in surprise at how strange this whole scene looks. Yu Xin-wung looks straight ahead coldly and tensely asks if it would be a problem if he trimmed those creepy tendrils a little. The witch, with disheveled hair and a mad grin, furiously rushes into the attack, shouting that his thirst for death will be satisfied. A wild curse rang out, and the thorny vines rushed forward with a furious whistle, cutting the air with scarlet and black lines like an explosion of damned wrath. Entangled in branches, the fiery red-haired hero hangs in midair, his eyes full of killing intent, and his smile twisted in agony as he hurtles towards his enemy, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Twisted into a deadly ring of thorny vines, the protagonist looks his enemy in the eye with unyielding determination as one of the branches already touches his throat. With a determined cry, he delivers a powerful blow, dispelling the darkness of the dungeon and cutting through the thorny vines, his sword glittering with the radiance of power. Rising into the air with a determined look, the hero scatters many thorny stems with bright arcs of his sword, radiating anger and energy. Entwined in vines, The young warrior watches with a cry of despair as his attempt to break free fails, while an evil voice proclaims the futility of resistance. Yushin Wung strikes again, cutting through the air and bloody stems, but the witch only smiles mockingly, allowing him to cut as much as he wants. Finally, the witch bares her teeth with a mad grin and a fanatical look, declaring that her vines are capable of growing forever. Sweeping away another wave of thorns, the hero can barely stand on his feet, while someone's voice hoarsely asks how much more he can endure. The dark sky is illuminated by a purple flash as one of the poisonous tendrils tears through space, blazing with a power that frightens even seasoned warriors. The hero watches the movement of the thorny vines tensely, knowing that even one piercing blow will be fatal. These creatures will suck all the energy out of him. Feeling death approaching, he concentrates and gathers his last strength, refusing to give up while determination still pulses through his veins. Yushin Wung fights off the thorny vines with all his might, trying to stay on his feet as the red-haired witch watches him from above with a cold smile. The sinister scarlet-haired sorceress admits with mocking interest that his self-confidence amuses her so much that she is willing to let the spectacle continue. With sweat on his forehead and a tense gaze, the hero angrily realizes that her barbed words are only an attempt to provoke a mistake and humiliate his fighting skills. The witch's face contorts with irritation, her eyes glowing scarlet and her bared teeth bared in a furious grin as she screams that the battle has already tired her out. Yushin Wung, with blood on his face and his body pierced, looks forward with a look full of rage and shouts that it is time to end this fight. The next moment his body is pierced by a massive thorny shoot, and with a face distorted with pain and a dull groan, he collapses down in powerlessness. The hero's eyes flash with alarm and rage as he realizes the inexorable speed of the approaching threat. Gripping his sword with all his might, he deflects the blow with a tension on his face that is coming with a fury that could tear apart stone. But the next moment, a deadly spike pierces his chest through and through, blasting the air with a cry of pain and a splash of scarlet blood. The witch, overcome with mad triumph and bloody anticipation of victory, breaks into a sinister grin, solemnly declaring the inevitable end of the enemy. The hero, gritting his teeth and with his hand pierced, shouts a curse through the pain, promising to wipe his opponent into ashes down to the last spark. A sudden look of confusion flashes across the vampire's eyes as an unexpected turn of events shatters her confidence in a quick and easy victory. Mi Wolhua looks at her hands in despair, not understanding why her strength is leaking away, and dark vines are growing behind her back, absorbing the rest of her energy. Her gaze falls upon the lifeless bodies of the victims scattered across the ground, and in confusion she asks herself why, even after she has had her fill, she is growing weak. The next second her eyes widen in horror as the realization hits her mind that everything has gone catastrophically wrong. She looks at the exhausted girls in confusion, unable to understand why the victims no longer feed her, although she has absorbed them to the last drop. Horror pierces her to the bone as she turns sharply to see those she thought were her prey being carted away under cover of darkness. Entwined in sinister vines, she screams a curse at the fleeing ones, her voice shaking with rage and madness. At that moment, she breaks free from her bonds, screaming for the fugitives to stop immediately, and her body pulsates with demonic energy, distorting the air around her. She orders the villains to stop, raising the remnants of her power above her, which swirls in the air like a final shield of despair. However, right in front of her stands a hero with a sword, engulfed in tongues of solar flame, like punishment itself coming for her at the final hour. His figure, bathed in hot light, approaches with imperturbable confidence, and in his eyes there sparkles a sinister smile, saying that this game has bored him. The witch asks him to stop with a desperate expression on her face, her voice filled with fear mixed with madness. Smiling contemptuously through the flames, he throws out ice-cold words. She is so boring that there is no point in playing with her anymore. Shrouded in darkness, the witch screams with a maddened expression about her thirst to destroy everything to the last, her body trembling in anticipation of the end. Yushin Wung, with a focused gaze, cuts through the space with a whirlwind of flames that spirals around his sword, dispelling the darkness before him. Burnt by the fire, the woman lets out one last scream, her voice distorted by rage and pain before her silhouette is consumed by the blinding light. Cutting through the darkness with a flaming blade, the hero delivers a crushing blow. The witch's body rises into the air, and the remnants of her magic explode in fiery sparks and smoke. A magnificent explosion blinds everything around, and the flow of energy violently destroys everything in its path, causing the walls to tremble from the force of the blow. Sparks strike the roof of the cave, illuminating its top, penetrating into dark crevices and ancient cracks that have been hidden for centuries. Manhwa, with her mouth open, chokes on her own blood and makes merciless sounds of suffering, as if death itself had shrunk into her scream. Yu Xin-wung, towering over her fallen body, says with cold confidence that things have gotten much better without those poisonous sprouts. The red-haired witch, gnashing her teeth in rage and pain, begs the young man for death to stop the torment that is tearing her apart from the inside. The young man, holding the sword behind his back, firmly declares that, of course, he will take her life, but only when he considers it necessary. His hand, illuminated by a soft golden glow, slowly reaches out to the witch to fulfill her last wish. The witch looks with alarm at her hand, which suddenly flares up from the alien energy running through her veins. Her face is distorted with anger. Her eyes are burning, and her lips with sharp teeth scream with fury, demanding to know what he is doing to her. Yu Xin-wung, smiling ominously and raising his sword to strike, does not even deign to pay attention to the witch's desperate pleas for mercy, continuing to carry out his plan with frightening calm. With a sharp, precise movement of the sword, he cuts off her arm without hesitation, and the air is filled with a piercing cry of pain, mixed with the sounds of gushing blood and despair. His gaze is focused on the glittering blade reflecting the crimson light, and a frightening smile spreads across his face as he quietly says that he can heal her at any moment if he wants to. The red-haired witch watches his every move with a frightened look, and her face, already distorted with pain, is filled with genuine horror before an unknown fate. The full moon pours a cold light over the valley, filling the ominous cave with a ghostly glow that makes even the stones seem like living witnesses to a nightmare. 3 wounded warriors lie exhausted on the frozen ground, their breathing ragged, but in their thoughts there still burns the pride that they saved women who were still breathing. Tan Ha-rin leans over one of the girls with concern, her face reflecting hope mixed with fear, and in her eyes a desperate desire to help. Her gentle palm slowly reaches out to the woman's exhausted face, and a soft, glowing warmth flows from her fingertips, trying to breathe life into her. The girl, with a confused and sad expression on her face, whispers that this is not a simple physical wound at all, and none of her efforts will help, and the young man standing behind frowns, unable to hide his bitterness and disappointment. The exhausted women, emaciated and almost lifeless, lie on the cold ground, and in the air hangs a silent question whether there is even the slightest hope for their salvation. With heavy hearts, the young man and woman silently look at the dying victims, their eyes full of pain and helplessness because there is nothing they can do to help. Their gazes, tense and full of expectation, are directed towards the long, dark cave, hoping that their leader will emerge from it at any moment. The girl drops to one knee and clenches her fist, touching it to the ground, bitterly asking herself how they could not notice the horrors that were happening right under their noses. Tan Ha-rin stands with her head down, a single tear rolling down her cheek, and in her thoughts there is a dull doubt whether she is worthy of being called part of the Tan family and being a member of the Baek clan. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice emerges from the darkness, and both heroes turn sharply, their bodies frozen in wary tension. A stranger's foot slowly steps onto the illuminated ground, and a calm, hoarse voice is heard, in which mocking praise is heard for the allies for a job well done. Yu Xin-wung, standing up straight and holding his head up proudly, takes a step forward and states with firmness in his voice that everyone knew their role and performed it flawlessly. Tired but overcome with a wave of relief, Yu Xin-wung approaches the group with a warm smile, glad that they are safe, while the companion in the hat, his eyes wide in shock, cannot believe that everyone actually survived such a terrible battle. The three allies look in tense silence at the wounded men lying motionless on the ground, painfully aware that they are teetering on the brink of death, their own light scratches no longer seeming to matter. Tan Ha-rin, worried and in a hurry, explains that she managed to provide first aid, but the wounds of the victims are too strange and incomprehensible, and the hero, giving her an encouraging smile, gently replies that this is quite enough, hinting that he has his own plan. The hero slowly, almost solemnly, takes a cylindrical vessel out of his bosom, as if preparing for a most important step, and his unhurried movements breathe determination, and his face remains calm, focused, and confident. Holding the vessel in his hand, the protagonist firmly declares that from now on he will take healing into his own hands, and his gaze sparkles with unwavering determination, and the soft glow that embraces him seems to fill everyone around him with hope. The two students watching Yushin Wung's actions are amazed to recognize a chimton, an elegant needle tube, in his hands, and despite their fatigue, without further ado, they agree to take a short rest after the horror they had experienced. Bending over to the wounded man, he gently touches his forehead with his palm, clearly feeling that it is in the chimton that a special power is hidden, capable of healing even the strangest and most dangerous wounds. The hero, radiating a dazzling golden glow, simultaneously activates two powerful techniques, reverse purification and white omen, immersing himself in an aura of light energy and inner power. A radiant energy envelops the girl's body in a gentle flow, displacing the poison and returning her even breathing, and the hero's face reflects the quiet joy of the healing achieved. Yushin Wung, straining his will and maintaining full concentration, ponders how to bring everyone out of their grave condition, while the system reports an increase in the effectiveness of healing skills and the awakening of a new ability. Having completed the healing process, he straightens up with a slight, almost solemn smile and says, "Done," looking at his companions, who are watching him closely. The women who had previously been unconscious are now breathing calmly, their faces relaxed and peaceful, and a caring voice from above commands that they be handed over to doctors as soon as possible. The danger to their lives has passed. The faces of the young man and woman reflect both confusion and anger, as they, shocked, try in vain to understand how these women could have become victims of such a monstrous poisoning. Yushin Wung asks the reason for their condition with a worried shadow in his eyes. And at that very moment, the cruel truth, like a cold blade, cuts through the silence of this substance. A white-robed character explains with grim seriousness to the shocked students that the substance used is addictive, even more so than opium, and horror at what they hear freezes in their eyes. The hero, with a grim determination in his voice, says that these women were turned into commodities while they were under the influence of drugs, and his condemning words burn with righteous anger and contempt. Shocked to the depths of her soul, the girl suddenly realizes the scale of the tragedy. An entire key battalion of the cult of chaos has been engaged in human trafficking all this time, and now the authorities can no longer turn a blind eye to it. Outraged with anger, Yushin Wun's companions declare that they cannot remain silent about the crime, and the hero himself confidently confirms his readiness to act. Keeping his cool, Yushin Wung speaks of the need to urgently inform the Union and unite with the government to destroy the Kuryan battalion. Tan Ha-rin anxiously asks if there is anything else important, but the hero sadly replies that without proof the Union will not react. Yushin Wung explains with a serious look that even directly appealing to the authorities will not help. They have neither influence nor evidence. The girl wonders out loud in horror that perhaps both the Murim Alliance and the government are involved, her eyes full of fear and distrust. The young man looks straight ahead with firm, unshakable confidence and answers briefly, "That's right," finally confirming the bitter truth that sends chills down everyone's spines. Realizing the scale of the conspiracy, the young warriors freeze in silent shock. They have just learned that someone in the Union knew about the actions of the Kuryan battalion and deliberately turned a blind eye. The boy reminds his companions that there is no turning back and firmly says that the time has come to make a final choice, standing before them with a determination that exudes strength. Under the pressure of truth and a moral dilemma, The young man and woman repeat what was said in confusion, trying to understand whether they can still trust the Union, possibly involved in the crime. With a slight, almost sly smile, Yu Xin-wung invites the others to make a choice and trust him, hinting that truth and actions now depend on their faith in him. Tan Ha-rin lowers her eyes, deep in thought about the shocking discovery, and whispers anxiously about betrayal within the Union that could upend their idea of justice. The hero, with a serious expression on his face, tells the bitter truth about the spread of substances in 2 provinces, and this phrase makes his listeners realize with hidden fear the scale of the disaster. Upon hearing the names Zhejiang and Anhui, the heroes are horrified to realize the breadth of the forbidden network, and the shocked expressions on their faces underscore the significance of what they have said. Yu Xin-wung calmly explains that Zhejiang has long been under the control of Kuryong, where the Union's influence is almost non-existent, while in Anhui, things are complicated by 2 strong factions that Murim relies on. Tan Ha-rin speaks with a serious face about the Namgung clan, one of the leaders of the 7 clans, noting that it is unlikely that they are involved in substances since they once lost a son from an opium overdose. The girl, clenching her fists and opening her eyes wide, realizes in fear that after exposing one faction, only one remains, and this thought pierces her like the icy breath of fate. Against the backdrop of an ominous scarlet glow, the figure of a stern man with a beard and a gloomy look appears. Everyone immediately recognizes him as Master Jiangsu, the leader of the Mount Huang faction, whose appearance foretells trouble. In the reflection of the red glare in the hero's eyes, determination flashes as he internally prepares for the inevitable fight with Master Chansu, on which the outcome of the coming events depends. During a violent confrontation with Master Chansu, the hero intensely analyzes what is happening, realizing that this turn of events did not occur in his memories of an alternative future. Enveloped in darkness, Master Jiangsu stands in the rain with a fiery, almost insane gaze, radiating a dangerous power comparable to that of a true monster. The hero, with a dark expression in his eyes, senses the same demonic aura that emanated from the other traitors, and comes to the conclusion that Chansu made a deal with the blood sect, gaining evil power in exchange. Yu Xin-wung, standing with his back to his allies in the dark passage of the cave, exudes calm and determination, urging them to put aside their pride and trust him in order to save many lives in the future. Jae Gal-gun, focused and silent, calls out his name with inner confidence, finally making the decision to act together with the hero. And Tan Ha-rin, with a determined fire in his eyes, calmly introduces himself, firmly supporting the hero's call and proving his readiness to take the path of battle. The hero turns around with a small, confident smile, extending his hand forward, and a light sparkles in his gaze as he asks if they are ready to follow him to a new future. The 2 young warriors bow in respect, kneeling before the hero, acknowledging his strength, wisdom, and right to lead them forward as a true leader. They bow even lower in a solemn oath, promising to give all their strength and follow him to the very end, even against the whole world. Tan Ha-rin, with her hands folded in front of her in submission, loudly exclaims that they are ready to destroy the demons together without retreating a single step. Yu Xin-wung says with a smug smile on his lips that this is great, because this is exactly the kind of determination he was waiting for. The young man, looking at the servants bowing before him, calmly declares that he will borrow their strength for a short time for the decisive blow. A dim ray of light slowly emerges from the dark tunnel, dispelling the darkness and heralding the beginning of a new stage. Throwing a dark object onto the burning ground, the young warrior, against the backdrop of a bright, blinding light, adds that this thing will be a message for those who must learn the truth. The skull of the horned creature is an ominous reminder of the brutal reprisals against enemies, as if a warning to those who dare to go against them. A bright glow pierces the valley, and its reflections flash on the wooden windows, illuminating everything around with a ghostly light. The masters gather around a large table to discuss the most important issues that determine the future of their clan. The elder sitting in the center of the table says with alarm in his voice that the 3rd and 9th prisons have been completely destroyed. Thoughts of suspicion and irritation seem to wash over the horned skull left on the ground. making one wonder why the guards had not taken the threat seriously and ignored a direct order. The sage, flushed with rage, jumps up abruptly. Anger flashes in his eyes, and with a crash of the table, he sternly asks again, did he really say something wrong that they dared to disobey his will? The two servants suddenly clutch their throats, their eyes widening in horror and their bodies drooping in the piercing blue light, as if an invisible, unearthly force were slowly strangling them. The men fall to their knees, covered in cold sweat, choking on their own breath, making hoarse, desperate sounds as if begging for mercy. The bearded warrior casually tosses a horned skull, shrouded in a shimmering blue glow, into the air and smirks that it should be left there as a mockery of their incompetence. Clenching his fist so hard that his knuckles turned white, the man uses all his spiritual energy and crushes the skull into dust, angrily grumbling that they still haven't figured out who dared to leave this ominous message. With eyes blazing with rage, the old man slowly rises and, clenching his fist, accuses his subordinates of the fact that it was their negligence that led to the catastrophe, and now the whole burden falls on him. One of the servants, his face covered in sweat and distorted with fear, cries out that the day before the disaster, the head of the Baek-un clan, Yu Shin-un, left Mount Tianmu, and this seems too strange a coincidence to him. The man's pupils narrow sharply, his face darkens with worry, and he whispers tensely that he will immediately find out what this young man was doing that very night. Without a drop of doubt or compassion, the old man draws a long sword, and with one lightning-fast movement, cold-bloodedly cuts off the head of the servant who conveyed this news to him, as if tearing out the very cause of his anger. The terrified allies watch in horror as Ki-ik's bloody head rolls across the stone floor, leaving a trail of blood behind it. The leader, with a cold and stern expression on his face, turns to his subordinates and menacingly asks if anyone else would dare to repeat such stupidity. One of the servants, overcoming his fear, reports that the sunfire technique was used in the 9th prison, and they have already begun checking everyone who owns it and has visited Zhejiang in the past 10 years. He also adds that other traces were found in the prison, which suggests that the break-in was not carried out by one person, but by a group. The old man gloomily notes that the poison was most likely left by Gong Seong-chu, who was promised gold and power for it. He has no other candidates. The sage confidently states that this is about the basilisk poison, and only those who have reached the level of zenith can use it. Such warriors are few and far between. The man with a frowning face says that only one person has reached the 6th level of zenith and possesses the sunfire technique, and this narrows down the circle of suspects. One of the servants exclaims in surprise and, barely able to overcome his confusion, says that a person with such skills has long been on bad terms with them and can hardly be an ally. Out of nowhere, amidst the blazing aura, a warrior's shadow appears. It is the fire monster Yang Guangzhuo, whose appearance makes hearts clench in alarm. The red-haired warrior with a frightening smile reached the zenith level 30 years ago and mastered the sunfire technique. And now there is a reward for his head, because he killed the messenger who tried to lure him into the sect. The sage pauses for a moment in thought and, frowning, says that if Yang Guangzhou is really alive, then all their fears and suspicions were not in vain. The man realized that the fire monster's attacks were not stopping, and although the threat was still real, they would now act much more carefully, preparing in advance for a possible attack. The old man, clutching his staff in his hand, commanded in a commanding tone that security be immediately strengthened in all remaining halls and prisons, and the servants, bowing with respect, firmly replied that the order would be carried out without delay. Looking up thoughtfully and holding his breath, he asked where the provincial minister's daughter was now, clearly sensing that her presence was of strategic importance. One of the servants, bowing respectfully, confidently replied that she was under reliable protection, and at the moment there was no reason to worry. The leader, looking away with cold determination, said in a quiet but firm voice that as long as she was with them, they still had a chance to hold off the enemy and turn the battle in their favor. A tense line is heard above the neat wooden ceiling of the spacious hall, filled with soft light. At this moment, a late participant enters, and his apologetic voice sounds tired and anxious. His stern gaze, full of disdain, clearly reveals his enmity with the Chaos sect, and he crosses his arms as he exhales, revealing his deep-rooted dislike. In the warm light of the hall, two elders sit at a low tea table, and although one of them bows politely to apologize, there is a sense of tension and latent conflict between them. The man with the bun leans forward slightly and asks the question with tension in his voice, as if the entire course of the meeting depends on the answer. Under the tense arch of his thick brows and the compressed gaze that pulses with the lust for power, he contemplates absorbing forbidden energy, hoping that this desperate move will help break through the boundaries of the mortal world and reach a level beyond understanding. His face, drowning in half-shadow, reveals not only a painful internal struggle, but also a deeply hidden fear. A drop of sweat rolling down his temple emphasizes how dangerous and unpredictable the path he dared to choose is. The corner of his mouth trembles in suppressed tension, and the hesitant breath that escapes from his tightly pressed lips betrays the confusion, before giving an answer that could change not only his fate, but also the balance of power among all the sects. Sitting by the window, outside which the scarlet light of the evening lanterns trembled, a man with a serious face and a shadow of determination in his eyes, reminded that only complete devotion and a willingness to sacrifice everything opens the way to power that exceeds the boundaries of the ordinary level. A clenched palm, pressing into a dark volume with a crunch, reveals a storm of suppressed emotions, and the word zenith, emerging in thoughts, becomes a symbol of a lost chance and a summit that once seemed so close. His eyes, looking into the void, are filled with bitter memories, because in his youth he was the center of attention of the strongest factions, and everyone predicted a great future for him as the youngest warrior capable of reaching the pinnacle, inaccessible to anyone in the history of Merim. The years passed one after another, a year, 2, 10, and although he tirelessly continued to move forward, dreaming of zenith, the path to it only lengthened, moving away, as if mocking his aspirations. His back, tense and bent by the shadow of disappointment, trembled in the semi-darkness of the hall, and a bitter thought kept ringing in his mind. It was not his fault that everything that had happened. His eyes were blazing with resentment, and his thoughts were raging with anger because it was all due to the poor skills of the Mount Huang faction, which only held back his growth, despite all his efforts and sacrifices. In anger and despair, he screams, convincing himself that he did not reach zenith only because he ended up in the wrong faction, and that fate played a cruel joke on him from the very beginning. Gritting his teeth until his jaw hurts, he furiously blames his master, considering him the main reason for the fall that robbed him of his chance at greatness. Clenching his fist so hard that his fingers tremble, he says with bitterness in his voice that he would have been at the top of zenith long ago if his path had turned out differently. A man in a white robe with his hair tied tightly in a bun freezes in complete stupor, eyes wide open, when something incomprehensible suddenly appears before him, awakening a primal horror. An ominous, scarlet blood energy thickens in the air, permeated with ancient runes emanating from the figure of a man standing with his back turned, while another watches in horror, unable to look away. A red glow fills the master's stern face as he, like a demon from the depths, declares with cold fury that the true source of their limitation of power has always been an invisible wall that keeps them at one level. There was an unspeakable menace emanating from his face, and his glowing crimson eyes seemed to pass judgment. The wall that held back the student's growth was only the beginning of the real test. With tears in his eyes and a mad gleam in his pupils, he imagines how he will throw off the shame of weakness, reach the pinnacle of strength with lightning speed, and force everyone to bow before him with respect. With a fierce determination in his eyes and a scream in his mind, the old man prophesies that the strongest clan will not be Namgung, but the Mount Huang faction, feeling a dark force enveloping him from within. At the moment when his mind is consumed by the lust for power, a vivid image of Yu Xin Wung emerges from the darkness of his memories as a living reminder of the one with whom the score has not yet been settled. The man, his face dark and full of hatred, looks down and mentally vows that he will punish with particular cruelty the one he considers the greatest threat. Grinning ominously, the scarred warrior slowly bows his head forward and speaks with grim determination, as if this is the moment he has been waiting for his entire life. The elderly man, rushing forward in a fit of greedy determination, with a cry bordering on madness, exclaims that he is ready to give absolutely everything for the sake of the desired power. Outside the palace, a majestic three-story building rises in the golden glow of the sun, shrouded in a heavenly silence that hides the storms that raged within. In a spacious hall, under the gaze of an engraving of a multi-headed dragon, Yu Xin-wung sits at the head of a long table, calmly observing his allies and advisors, each of whom holds their breath in anticipation of his word. Focused and calm, he crosses his arms and, breaking the silence of the room, inquires about the condition of Deputy Do, expressing both concern and strength in his voice. A powerful warrior with a stern look announces that he has just visited a doctor. His voice is even, but there is a sense of tension in it, as if he is carrying important news. An elderly man lies on a dazzling white bed with a bandaged forehead, and although his face is pale from fatigue, light appears in it. The wounds are still deep, but his condition is clearly improving. A smile appears on the warrior's face when he shares the words of the doctor, who called it a miracle that such severe wounds were not fatal. The hero, with a serious expression on his face, calmly states that there is now no reason to worry, and notes to himself with relief, the healing hope technique worked. One of the council members, leaning forward in surprise, asks warily whether something extraordinary had happened, since the meeting had been called so urgently. With a slight smile, he takes a thick envelope out from under his clothes and calmly says that before continuing, everyone should take a look at this. The hero's hand forcefully lowers the envelope onto the table, and the expressions on the faces around him instantly change. Surprise and alarm flash in the eyes of those gathered. The two officials in their caps suddenly lean back with a surprised cry, not believing their eyes and gradually realizing the seriousness of what they saw. The hero watches their reaction with slight satisfaction, confident in himself and inwardly glad that everything is exactly as he expected. An official document with a seal is unfolded on the table, stating that the emperor's decree is to be carried out by the provincial minister, and the relevant clans can nominate their candidates through trials. There is a hushed silence in the meeting room as it is read that the government has prepared 3 separate assignments to be given to the clans that have been selected, and the minister of Zhejiang province formally names Kang Wei-su as one of those selected. One of those present turns to the leader with obvious indignation, demanding to explain how the Kuryan clan allowed this to happen, since previously all government assignments were carried out only by them. The protagonist reflects with inner confidence that he expected such a turn of events, because now the Baek-un clan will be able to take the place of the most powerful clan in the province and reach the imperial level. One of the warriors points to the proclamation with surprise and alarm, calling everyone to pay attention to something important that he has just noticed among the lines. His finger pauses at the very end of the imperial decree, where the deadline of 1 month from the date of the announcement is clearly stated, and this causes a new wave of tension among everyone present. The elders, their gaze darkened, sigh heavily, realizing that the demand for 3 chests of gold is too great. Their treasury has long been empty, and the ice is running on sacrifices. The warrior turns to the leader with a worried expression, admitting that the government assignments could be a chance for their clan, but adding with regret that they do not meet any of the given criteria. The hero looks straight ahead with a barely noticeable smile and ironically asks if they were really given a month out of pure generosity of spirit, thereby challenging the absurd conditions. Clutching the hilt of his sword firmly, he confidently declares that this time is more than enough to sort out all the problems, and his voice sounds relentless readiness for action. In a bright flash of blue light, the hero appears with a naked sword, shrouded in an aura of power, and a wave of energy flying away from him seems to announce the beginning of a great battle. The elders step back in horror, their faces distorted with fear of a force they never expected to see within the walls of this hall. The clan warriors exclaim in amazement, "Is it really possible that before them stands a leader capable of such an amazing display of combat power?" With cold determination, the hero looks forward and calmly says that now they need another warrior of the transcendental level, and then nothing will be able to stand in the clan's way. The protagonist is concentrating on squeezing the hilt of his sword, blue energy is flowing down his hand, and a menacing promise is heard in his thoughts. This month will be a reason for enemies to regret their arrogance. One of the warriors suddenly shouts out, "Report!" And the leader, slightly surprised, silently turns his head towards him with a short, not understanding the reason for such a sudden intervention. A warrior with short hair and a sword on his back confidently enters the room, loudly declaring that he, Shinju Tae, has successfully completed the leader's order and returned with the result. The hero, with a confident and open look, steps forward between two comrades, radiating calm strength and a warm smile that makes those around him admiringly acknowledge his greatness. Bowing with concentration and respect, the warrior delivers the report, and the leader accepts it with a slight nod. In this gesture, one can feel trust and inner confidence in the duty accomplished. As the scroll slowly unrolled in his hands, the protagonist's gaze lingered on the familiar symbols, and a satisfied irony flashed in his eyes, while the stunned companion behind him tried to comprehend the depth of what he saw. A gaze filled with shock and barely restrained amazement rested on the scroll, and the heavy silence was suddenly pierced by a trembling cry, in which the alarm and scale of what had been revealed were revealed. A thick shadow of tension hung over the room as the scroll was opened fully, and the astonished companion, with wide eyes, tried to comprehend what he saw, while the hero already sensed the approach of a new round of events. A calm confidence showed through in the predatory grin of the protagonist when he, looking back at the commotion that had flared up, said with slight satisfaction that one of the problems had already been solved, as if everything had happened exactly according to plan. A few weeks ago, the usual bustle of trade reigned in the market of Jiangxi province, and nothing foreshadowed any change. Even the shadows then still fell as calmly as always. A wave of alarm suddenly swept through the dense crowd of shoppers and traders, and people's faces changed dramatically. Some turned pale, others froze in confusion, as if something enormous was already approaching in the air. A powerful column of loaded carts rumbled along the pavement, raising dust whirlwinds, and like an avalanche, burst into the heart of the city, bringing with it the tension of the unknown and a premonition of change. A rider from the Baek-un clan confidently leads his group through the astonished crowd, and even through the ringing of hooves one can feel how their appearance has broken the usual silence of the provincial town. The sunlight brightly outlines the contours of the empty cart rolling down the street, and this reinforces the disturbing impression that those who arrived did not bring goods, and therefore did not arrive in peace. The man with a stern face and a hardened gaze peers ahead, wondering if the clan's visit is really just about buying rice, or if there is something much more serious behind it. The hero, shrouded in shadow and determination, hands Ju Tae a letter with orders to follow every word while he goes to the cave of all natural phenomena, placing some of the responsibility for what he has planned on him. The two merchants glance mockingly at the carts, calling them useless junk, while the crowd behind them looks at each other with disbelief and contemptuous snickers, not believing in the success of such a strange deal. The warrior, with a serious expression on his face, loudly names a high price for each cart, which immediately causes indignation and laughter among the onlookers, who consider this proposal impudent and ridiculous. Hearing the cry of, "Get out!" the man shudders tensely, not understanding why the leader entrusted him with such a strange task, which only causes ridicule and bewilderment from passers-by. Standing before the steps of the trading pavilion, he ponders with doubt that he has not sold a single cart in the last 2 days, even though he strictly follows the order to appear at the appointed time every day. The man looks away thoughtfully, remembering that if he sees someone being beaten, he should immediately turn back and cannot help but wonder at the strangeness of this warning, as if the leader knew what would happen. Suddenly, his attention sharpens and he turns around sharply, having caught an alarming noise somewhere very close. His gaze opens to a scene of an enraged woman humiliating a beggar who is kneeling and begging for mercy. The next moment, she raises her hand in anger and knocks him down with a powerful blow, leaving him lying on the ground with a broken face. The hero, looking at what is happening from the outside, realizes with alarm that everything that was discussed in the letter is now unfolding right before his eyes. With a heavy heart and a downcast gaze, he turns and silently walks away, leaving behind someone else's cruelty. Returning home, he silently locks the door with a bolt, fulfilling his last instructions to spend 3 days in complete solitude without seeing anyone. Opening the door a crack, the stunned man looks out and looks in amazement at the noisy crowd at the threshold, not understanding why all these people are looking for him. Before him appears a roaring stream of men with mad faces, shouting that they want to buy carts immediately, pushing and vying to attract his attention. One of them, raising his hand, loudly declares that he will give 10 gold pieces, but the others, in a panic, shout him down, assuring him that they arrived first and have priority. The man, with a shocked and confused expression on his face, hears the crowd increasingly insistently offering money, asking to sell the carts, and with horror he realizes that something strange and inexplicable is happening. The calm interior of the house contrasts sharply with the tense atmosphere at the door, and a surprised question is heard behind the scenes, because even those traders who used to laugh are now feverishly buying up carts. Sitting at a table in the semi-shade of the room, the hero asks what happened during his absence, and the interlocutor, throwing up his hands, exclaims that the entire province is in turmoil, and the situation has gotten out of control. Still stunned, he hears the narrator, with panic on his face, say that at dawn at Lake Poyang there was a powerful explosion that destroyed the usual order. The hero, with frozen horror on his face, asks again about the explosion, and another man with gloomy seriousness answers that all the ships with grain that were moored at the shore sank to the bottom. One of the men, kneeling before the elder, fearfully and loudly reports that the cruel lightning demolitionist is to blame for everything, whose appearance brought real chaos to the province. The hero, his face tense, repeats the name Lightning Demolitionist with alarm, realizing that he possesses one of the 8 forbidden combat techniques known only to a select few. His eye reacts sharply to what he hears, shock flashing in him, and an instant awareness of the mortal threat hidden behind this name. He recalls the events of 3 days ago at the trading pavilion, when he did not yet suspect that he would witness a conspiracy that could change the course of history of the entire province. The girl, in anger, hits the old man in the face with all her might, realizing the terrible truth about her true identity and the bloody deeds hidden in her past. The man, with a devilish grin and a shadow on his face, clenches his fingers, hoarsely whispering the word demolitionist, as if this news ignites a mad admiration in him. The hero, with a worried look, is deeply immersed in his guesses, and cold sweat runs down his cheek as he wonders how the leader could know about this forbidden art. Dropping to one knee and with a trembling voice, the young man warns that the worst is yet to come, with rumors that dozens of other explosive devices may be planted at the bottom of the lake, making the waterway deadly dangerous. Turning to the young man, the man explains in a measured tone that after the explosions, all traders were forced to switch to land routes, and that is why they are fighting so fiercely for transport. Inside the room, where the tension hangs heavy, a man in a blue robe sits calmly at a table, while outside the crowd cries out in alarm, demanding that the carts be sold to them immediately. A real competition for purchase breaks out in the market, and the crowd flares up with shouts and raised hands when one loudly offers double the price and another beats him with a bid of 13 gold pieces. One of the men looks over his shoulder suspiciously at the angry shouts and asks with concern in his voice if they are being mocked as the tension in the air reaches its breaking point. The merchant strokes his chin with confidence, realizing that in conditions of shortage, he can dictate any price, because this deal is capable of going down in history as the most profitable in the entire existence of their clan. Clutching the scroll of orders, the warrior with a tense face reminds himself that his duty is to follow the will of the leader, not his own greed, and tries his best to silence the inner doubts. Reading the text thoughtfully, he realizes that the moment has come to carry out the third assignment, and a cold determination appears in his gaze, mixed with an anxious premonition of the future. Shock and confusion overwhelm the young servant when he learns of a new objective: to find Ho Ja Peng, an influential head of a trade association whose name he never expected to see on the order. The representative of the trade association asks with surprise whether the heroes really want to sell all the carts to them, and in response receives a short but firm confirmation: true. A frightened man with a worried expression explains that they can only pay 5 gold pieces for each, but the woman standing in front of him confidently utters a single word, nothing. The determined warrior, looking straight ahead, declares that he will sell the carts at the original price of 5 gold, leaving the final decision to the buyer. The merchant, shocked by such generosity with wide-open eyes and blushing cheeks, exclaims that these are truly generous people standing before him. Without hiding his emotions, he folds his hands in a sign of deepest respect and gratitude, promising that he will never forget their noble deed. The hero, looking away with a slight mixture of modesty and a sense of duty, calmly says that this deal is important to them, but he is only following orders. Bowing with sincere gratitude, the man vows to personally take care of the leader if he ever visits their province. The chest, filled to the brim with sparkling gold coins, speaks for itself. All the carts were sold, and the profit reached 200 gold. Looking at his comrade, the man says with seriousness in his voice that it is time to begin carrying out the leader's 4th assignment. Bright green leaves of different shapes and shades are neatly laid out on the table, each of which shimmers with freshness and seems to promise something truly valuable. The turbaned merchant, sweaty and tense, bows his head, his shadowed eyes betraying his inner tension as he quietly asks if the time has come to make a final decision. The plump merchant waves his arms with delight, insistently praising the rare tea leaves, which, according to him, you won't find even in distant Persia, while the turbaned customer silently studies the goods without showing a drop of emotion. The blond man, looking at the seller with unperturbed calm, declares that he wants to buy up all the tea in Namchan. But the turbaned merchant hesitates because of the high price, while the second insists that there will be no better offer. Approaching the counter, the blonde politely apologizes to the customer and directly states that the seller's words are complete nonsense, because he knows exactly the true value of these leaves. Without hiding his irritation, he adds that the seller deliberately inflated the price, taking advantage of the fact that the foreigner does not understand the local language well, and the merchant's face is already distorted with anger. The hero, with a determined expression on his face, declares that he speaks Persian and is ready to help, causing surprise in the merchant and confusion in the swindler, who immediately begins to justify himself with awkward laughter and words about a misunderstanding. Touched by such a gesture of support, the Persian bows low in gratitude, and his new acquaintance calmly replies that this does not require gratitude, maintaining an atmosphere of respect and sincerity. The foreigner explains with a grateful smile that he has arrived from Persia for the first time and is glad to find someone here with whom he can talk, to which the man, with a slight bow, introduces himself as Chu-da-il and confirms his willingness to help. The Persian asks the young man's name with genuine interest, and he calmly replies that his name is Mahabji, while his gaze shows respect and openness. The man with the sword, watching their conversation from a distance, smiles slightly, thinking that this meeting was surprisingly successful, and silently agrees with the thoughts, "Good." However, his expression suddenly becomes serious, and an inner voice clearly tells him that it is time to begin carrying out an important task. In the present tense, a majestic blue building with several floors is depicted, which seems to rise in itself as a symbol of the most important events. A man in a red headband reads excitedly from a scroll. Someone sold all the carts, spent 4 chests of gold to buy back all the tea, and then resold it to a Persian. Both men look at the paper in delight, not believing that this is not a dream, because there is now even more gold than is needed to submit an application. The amazed servants exclaim admiringly in praise of the leader, recognizing his genius, and he, turning his back to them, modestly replies that all this became possible only thanks to joint efforts. The leader glances at Treasurer Gok with a barely noticeable smile, emphasizing his contribution to difficult matters, and the latter, embarrassedly looking away, quickly waves his hand, as if trying to hide his awkwardness. The official, in a festive mood, folds his hands in gratitude and, beaming with joy, expresses his gratitude to the leader with sincere delight, not hiding his emotions. Yushin Wung places his hand on the treasurer's shoulder with a slight smile and assures him that now that the treasury has stabilized, he must continue to take care of the clan's wealth with the same dignity. Looking forward with confidence, He reflects that if they continue to carry out their assignment so successfully, they will be able to further strengthen the economic power of their clan. Suddenly remembering something important, the hero stops abruptly and clenches his fist, and the two men behind him look at him in surprise, not understanding what is happening. Yushin Wung, smiling broadly and standing in the doorway of the open doors, solemnly announces that from this moment on, their clan has received full rights to use the trade routes through Mount Tianmu by the will of the bandit leader himself. Everyone present listens to the unexpected news with surprised and confused faces, trying to comprehend the scale of its consequences, and tensely asks again whether they understood everything correctly. Stepping out into the bright afternoon sun, the hero waves goodbye, concluding his speech with words about a job well done, and one of the students asks, confused, what exactly he meant. Under the night sky, bathed in the glow of the full moon, Yu Xin-wung finally reaches his destination, overcome with memories of the journey he has already taken. As he walks along a path through the dark forest, he pensively talks about how quickly time has flown since the last important event, as if the weight of the past weighs on his every step. Suddenly, a blue glow flares around him and powerful energy begins to burst out of his body, as if the night itself was responding to his inner call. Under a hazy night sky, he stood in the center of a mystical circle surrounded by blue flames and ancient symbols, as if nature itself had recognized his power and was preparing for the beginning of something great. The passing of time left only a light whisper in the air, and the mist, slowly creeping along the ground, reflected the invisible anxiety of long-forgotten years. Peering into the gloom, he winces reservedly, feeling how everything around him has changed beyond recognition, and holding his breath, tries to understand whether there is poison in the air or whether this is the cry of a disfigured earth. A lingering sound echoes through the forest, humming ominously through the dense vegetation, heralding the presence of a power that still slumbers in the depths. Yu Xin-wung folds his hands in a conscious gesture of a sage, clearly feeling that only by reaching the level of zenith will he be able to detect the invisible poison permeating the air around him. With a gleam in his eyes, he focuses his energy, knowing that the next steps may be dangerous, but there is no turning back. With a loud splash, he releases a stream of energy forward, and the forest is illuminated by a wave of light tearing through the darkness and thick fog. But the air is again filled with heavy clouds of steam, and regret flashes through his thoughts. If only he had the skill of internal breathing, everything would have gone differently. Despite the difficulties, he notices with relief that after the powerful release of poison, there is a little less of it in the air, and the path is at least partially cleared. A crowd of skeletons enveloped in an ominous purple flame appears before the hero's eyes, and he understands that it is time to regain strength after grueling battles. He looks seriously into the distance, realizing that he cannot strengthen himself otherwise. He needs to summon even more creatures, and the decision in his gaze becomes as hard as steel. But the behavior of one of the monsters makes him stop. The young man becomes wary, feeling that something strange and unnatural is happening. The revived corpse in dark clothes slowly bears two swords, and dark purple energy swirls around him, immediately revealing him as a gold-class warrior, the most dangerous of all. The young man concentrates on activating his power, realizing that the dead are incredibly powerful in front of him, and although regret is already brewing in his soul, it is too late to retreat. The skeletal warrior with an icy gaze swings both swords in a swift motion, releasing a deadly wave of energy that cuts through the air with a piercing whistle. A powerful stream of energy erupts around the black-cloaked skeleton as the hero attempts to activate the energy drain ability, but the system fails, flashing an error message. The high-level undead's face, with purple flames streaming from his eyes, reflects a silent fury, and a system notification states that his power can only be extracted through a special, as yet unknown skill. Yu Xin-wung looks at the dark figure of his opponent with a slight grin and his hand on his waist, ironically admitting that he had initially expected exactly this turn of events. A young warrior with a determined look and pursed lips prepares for a powerful attack, causing a glow to form around his palms, as if filling them with deadly energy. Raising his hands up and concentrating the entire flow of power, he pronounces the name of the technique, True Destruction, and his face freezes with calm confidence and inner unshakable power. Yu Xin Wung's eyes widen in sudden shock that something has gone wrong, and he watches in complete amazement as the unexpected turn of events unfolds rapidly. Feeling the fog begin to clear, the hero stares into the distance in amazement as the system suddenly reveals a vulnerability that has long been hidden from all view. His gaze becomes focused and cold as he considers the new name Bloodless, sounding frightening and awakening an uneasy feeling inside. Standing alone in the middle of the forest, he watches the dead silence as the system solemnly announces that for the first time, the true nature of the Bloodless has been revealed, the secret that was hidden behind the veil of the unknown. Looking seriously at his own hand engulfed in a mysterious blue flame, the young man realizes, even in his memories of the future, there was no hint of these creatures, clans, or the blood sect. His gaze is filled with determination, and he clenches his teeth as he firmly says, if he can get to the true essence, this skill will help him find out any truth in this world. With the night forest as a backdrop, the hero looks forward in shock as a system message appears right in front of him, activating the hidden effect True Destruction, immediately followed by a new effect True Restoration. Yu Xin Wung reads the detailed description of the skills, which mentions the additional effect of restoring the truth, and looks down at his hand, thoughtfully wondering if it is possible in this world to restore the destroyed truth. Clenching his fist with determination in his eyes, he firmly resolves to get to the bottom of the truth, no matter how dark and frightening it actually turns out to be. 200 years ago, 3 Shaolin monks, a shaman and a courtier arrived at the Changmujin Palace, and in a bloody massacre they awakened the magic that gave birth to the Bloodless. This is the real truth. The boy stands with his arms crossed over his chest and ponders in concentrated silence. It is impossible to reveal the truth of Murim without understanding the laws of magic, because since the truth was hidden, the world has been covered in a poisonous fog of lies. Deep in thought, he bows his head and admits that it is almost impossible to reveal the essence, because it is so cunningly hidden by enemies who are capable of distorting even the very concept of truth. Against the backdrop of flickering magical light, silhouettes of 3 mysterious figures emerge. A shaman, a monk, and a courtier, each possessing their own colossal power that holds the keys to the secrets of the past. A bright glow engulfs his hands as he realizes with surprise that the fiery energy is beginning to bend to his will. Deep down, the hero understands that he will be able to master this power, which he so needs for future battles. With every second, his confidence grows, because the new skill will make all his actions unpredictable for the enemy. However, every step is not easy, and he warns himself that it is too early to rejoice. In the silence of the night forest, he forms a magic sign and clearly pronounces the spell Restoration, awakening in himself a power capable of destroying lies and burning deception to the ground. In response, an ominous voice bursts out from the darkness, filled with a thirst for blood, calling to battle the spawn of horror, the bloodthirsty Bloodless. The forest freezes in an alarming silence, and multicolored streams of energy, as if alive, glide between the trees, foreshadowing a quick and inevitable collision. Standing amidst the clouds of magical fog, the young man confidently declares that it is his actions that will transform the legend of the Bloodless into something even darker and more terrifying. With an enigmatic smile and a glint of determination in his eyes, he looks straight ahead and, as if in response to time itself, asks if the time has come to get to the main point. In the middle of the night forest, immersed in mysterious silence and shrouded in a light blue fog, a black funnel gapes like a bottomless wound in the earth, left by an ancient force that awakened from a centuries-old sleep and disturbed the balance of the world. Under the silvery light of the full moon pouring through the treetops, Yu Xin Wung stands at the edge of a gaping abyss and calmly peers into the darkness, sensing that something ancient and devastating will rise from the depths of this funnel. Against the backdrop of the night sky, where the moonlight glides across the leaves, he stands with a slight smile on his lips, as if he is facing not the consequences, but the fruits of his own power, knowing that from now on he is able to control even that which lurks beyond fear. A chaotic vortex of ominous purple-black energy erupts from the boy's back, in which the distorted faces of dead souls flicker, rushing out, as if they were summoned from the very heart of the afterlife. Streams of dark energy rise from the ground, glittering with the terrifying faces of fallen warriors, once serving as skeletal fighters, and now, under the influence of a new power of necromancy, ready to take on an even more terrible and powerful form. The hero's hand, engulfed in the radiance of blinding divine mana, rises into the sky with determination, representing the transition to a level of power capable of subjugating the creature standing on the very threshold of zenith. Holding out his hand in the tense silence, the hero senses the presence of 4 invisible beings hidden in the darkness, and with cold calm he prepares to meet each one, choosing the one who dares to attack first. His eyes, focused on the inner flame, reflect determination and steely endurance, for everything in his appearance suggests that the time has come to use energy absorption as a final act of complete control. The moment the system alerts the summoning of a zenith-level skeleton warrior and the wrath of the dead, the young man's eyes widen in shock as he senses the approach of a power beyond comprehension. At the epicenter of purple clots of energy, the hero freezes as disturbing vibrations fill the air, and the scarlet warnings of the system speak of the deadly hostility of the awakened, whose rage is disturbed by the interference in their peace. Powerful streams of energy burst forth from all sides and crash into his body, causing him to tremble under the onslaught of a force that exceeds his usual limits. From a dark abyss filled with curses and ancient darkness, a giant skull suddenly emerges with eye sockets glowing with purple flames, one glance of which is capable of paralyzing even the bravest warrior. A huge skeletal hand, entangled in sinister streams of energy, suddenly appears from the depths and with furious force grabs the hero by the leg, lifting him into the air as if death itself decided to join the fight. With its jaw bared and an aura of deadly fury pulsing, the skeleton unleashes a powerful blast of energy filled with darkness and anger, as if oblivion itself were falling upon the enemy. From a fissure in the ground, engulfed in purple flame, rises an ancient skeletal warrior, his glowing eyes burning with 1,000-year-old malice, and his shadow-shrouded body exudes power beyond the reach of mere mortals. Against the backdrop of the dark sky, the hero's frozen face expresses amazement because something unknown and frightening materializes before him, making his heart beat faster from a premonition of the inevitable. The skeleton, shrouded in purple swirls of magical energy, majestically raises his hand upward, and in the next moment, a storm of light and shadow erupts around him, heralding the onset of destructive force. A sinister warrior in scarlet and white robes rushes out of the darkness with a bone spear, and in his eyes a purple flame of rage burns, ready to pierce all living things. Yu Xin-wung, with a serious face, looks on in amazement as the skeleton rushes up from below at an unimaginable speed, like lightning from the underworld. A stream of purple rays whistled through the air as they rushed past the skeleton, leaving behind a whirlwind of dust and sparks, like a harbinger of impending horror. The hero stood wide-eyed and frozen in shock, not even having time to fully react to the deadly speed with which the attack was approaching. The warrior, who looked like a living corpse, clutching a bone weapon, rushed into battle, releasing a wave of purple energy that cut through space with inexorable power. The confused master watches the skeleton with alarm, its body glowing with purple flames, realizing that he is facing an opponent superior to any monster he has ever encountered. Yu Xin-wung, with a determined expression on his face, tightly grips the hilt of his sword, preparing to pull it out at any cost to face the oncoming force head-on. His gaze burns with unshakable confidence, and his thoughts are ablaze with determination. Whoever this enemy is, he will not be able to overcome his will and strength. At the decisive moment, the hero rises into the air with a sword sparkling with blue energy and brings it down with furious force, causing a blinding flash of light and the roar of colliding elements. The young man stares ahead, determination burning in his eyes, and the skeleton with purple lights in its eye sockets rushes forward, filled with a merciless thirst for destruction. A powerful wave of energy explodes in the night forest, merging purple and blue beams into a blinding vortex that tears apart the space around the two fighters, heralding the beginning of the decisive battle. The hero's sudden dash leaves cracks in the ground as he rushes forward with lightning speed, cutting through the silence of the night with a swift throw on the brink of life and death. Easily dodging the blow, he moves with confidence and grace, and the pure energy flowing through his sword emits a glow that even the enemy senses as something incomprehensibly unusual. The skeleton, surrounded by a purple glow, watches the enemy closely, wondering why he uses a simple stick instead of a weapon, and his thoughts return to the times when warriors served the shaman clans 2 centuries ago. The hero freezes for a moment upon hearing the fateful die, and his eyes suddenly widen with a sense of an approaching threat hidden in the depths of the darkness. A cry of darkness erupts from the enemy's mouth, demonic rebirth, and his silhouette is instantly enveloped in an ominous purple flame, heralding a transformation. A skeleton with eyes glowing with a curse takes a fighting stance, preparing to deliver a fatal blow that should forever end someone else's life. In the darkness of the night forest, enveloped in purple flames, he thoughtfully watches the battle, wondering if even the dead can reach a transcendental level, stepping beyond the boundaries of death and fate. His eyes flash with a cunning light as he whispers about the need to adjust his plan, as if he senses how an invisible thread of events will draw his enemies into a prepared trap. The hero, with his hair down and a calm smile, gently presses his lips together, simultaneously thinking through his next move, like an experienced strategist considering the placement of pieces on the battlefield. Yu Xin Wung activates his combat technique with a cold glint in his eyes, ready to wipe the enemy off the face of the earth, leaving behind only an icy void and the echo of destructive power. The skull with flaming eyes responds with no less fury, with a hoarse roar promising to break every bone of the enemy, and its angry cry breaks the silence of the night, like the howl of an ancient curse. The dark-filled skeleton takes off, its movement swift and merciless. It flies forward like a deadly shadow, determined to strike a blow that could take everything from the hero. A blow illuminated by purple light cuts through the air, and in a bright explosion the forces of their bodies collide, and the hero notes with an ironic thought that feng shui energy clearly flows through him. The skeleton continues to advance with a maniacal grin, completely absorbed in the battle madness, as if enjoying every moment of the clash and blazing chaos. Amidst the glittering flashes and falling petals, the hero bitterly realizes that his blows do no damage, despite putting full dedication into every move. Pressing his lips together and focusing his gaze, he realizes that the previous technique didn't work, and pushing down his fear, decides to use another ability, knowing how dangerous the situation has become. Enveloped in blue light and streams of energy, the hero suddenly thrusts his hand forward, activating the grab technique, and begins to drain the enemy's strength, channeling his spiritual power with relentless determination. Thorny vines hiss as he shouts out the name of a deadly technique that will deal poisonous retribution to anyone who dares to stand in his way. In response to this technique, the skeleton tenses. Its eye sockets flare with purple flames, and the bone weapon in its hands trembles with rage and magical tension. Yu Xin Wung confidently leans on a vine pulsating with an emerald aura and smiles cheekily, as if inviting his enemy to make the next move in this deadly game of chess. The green vine, laced with glowing thorns, shakes, releasing its power and revealing the true potential of the technique, capable of crushing even the most resilient opponents. A powerful slash of golden energy pierces the space between the fighters as the hero rushes forward, enjoying his superiority and sarcastically throwing out words about the pathetic helplessness of the enemy. The skeletal warrior, his eyes blazing, staggers back in agony, clutching his broken weapon as green, flickering flames burst forth and disintegrate around him in a convulsive swirl. A fiery explosion rises across the night sky, destroying everything around it, sending up clouds of flame and shadow, as if the awakened spirit of battle had descended upon the arena with all the fury of an ancient war. A silhouette of smoke hangs in the air, barely perceptible and ghostly, like an echo of a faded soul that dissolved after a blinding explosion. From the thickening fog of smoke, the figure of a hero confidently emerges from the darkness, holding a vine on his shoulder and looking ahead with the recognition that the fight was hard, but the victory is his. Yu Xin-wung looks at the skeleton with a grin, calmly holding the weapon over his shoulder and radiating unshakable confidence, mockingly watches as he finally loses the will to resist. Engulfed in purple flames, the skeleton kneels with his head down, silently accepting defeat, and in the depths of his mind a dull question sounds, "So what now?" The hero turns his head with a slight half-smile as if he didn't immediately realize that he was being addressed, and asks indifferently, like a person who had already made a choice long ago. The skull, illuminated by an ominous purple light, bows its head in the darkness, trembling with internal shock, realizing for the first time that it feels fear that should not be there. The young man looks at the servant with a warm but insightful smile, recognizing in him something that is not found in others, a spark of a special gift that could one day change the course of any battle. The emaciated and humiliated skeleton with its dull eye sockets slowly lowers its head, losing all will to resist, and silently begs for death to put an end to its suffering. Inside his mind, like a final burst of pride, there is a furious cry that it is better to die than to beg the demon for mercy, and in this mental cry there is a desperate attempt to preserve the remnants of dignity. In response to this plea, an ominous red light flashes in Yu Xin-wung's eyes, and his quiet voice cuts through the silence. Alas, he is not a demon, although his cold-blooded cruelty is more terrible than any spawn of hell. Yu Xin-wung calmly holds the weapon over his shoulder, accepting this desperate choice with a mocking half-smile, as if acknowledging that even a plea for death can be an expression of strength. Shaman Chanpunj, with a confident smile, concentrates the radiance in his open palm, and the air around him fills with ancient symbols of power, as if the world itself is responding to his spell. The skeleton's eyes flash purple as he fearfully realizes that he is being turned into a summoned subordinate creature whose will dissolves into the master's command. Bright purple flames flicker in the skeleton's eye sockets as he looks away, shocked by the magical energy that permeates his body and makes him forget about death. The master watches his reaction with a slight half-smile, mentally noting that this skeleton is too unusual, as if there is still something alive in it, hidden behind the appearance of a dead man. From the top, where the leafy twilight merges with the wind, he slowly lowers his hand, leaving in the air a barely noticeable shimmer of determination that dissolves in the evening silence. Above the dark abyss under the starry sky, a dull hum is heard, reminiscent of the sigh of a bygone century, while the moonlight silently glides along the cliffs, having become a witness to the end of the ritual. Clenching his fist, the hero emits a blinding blue glow, mercilessly piercing the enemy with streams of magical energy, and his body dissolves into light in the middle of the silent night forest. A satisfied smile appears on the hero's face, and in the depths of his gaze a proud thought lurks. He is in complete control of the situation and is already anticipating the outcome. His fingers close into a decisive fist, and this gesture seems to seal an invisible deal. Everything is under control, and even fate seems subject to will. The wooden ceiling creaked weakly above his head, and every hoarse breath that escaped his lips only increased the oppressive, almost dead silence of the room. His whole body was shaking with weakness and horror, his face was covered in sweat, and his half-open lips broke into an anxious groan, as if death itself was gliding somewhere nearby. The old master's gaze flashed with a sharp light as he suddenly opened his eyes, as if awakening from a nightmare or sensing imminent disaster. The elderly man opens his eyes with difficulty and looks around in confusion, not recognizing the environment in which dancing shadows paint fear on the walls. His heart squeezes painfully in his chest, and his palm involuntarily falls on his ribcage, seized by a sharp pain, as if the sky itself had disturbed him from the depths of oblivion. Barely focusing his gaze on the cozy room, he mentally asks himself how much time has passed since the moment when his consciousness plunged into impenetrable darkness. In the twisted haze of memory, he sees himself, sword in hand, exhausted, wounded, but still burning with determination and a thirst to continue the fight. The mighty elder looks at his defeated reflection with cold determination in his eyes, standing with a blade at his throat and realizing how close he was to eternal darkness. At that fateful moment, When the metal crashed into the enemy blade, the leader, who was on the brink of death, received a chance to survive thanks to the swift attack of the young fighter. The old man appears at the door with an expression of amazement, his eyes wide open when he notices that the wounded man, in spite of everything, has regained consciousness. The young warrior, with a confident, calm smile, reports that the condition has stabilized, and at the same moment the old man, recognizing him as a savior, exclaims his title with relief. The master sits barefoot on the edge of the bed, looking up in confusion at the young man in long robes, who asks with concern in his voice if he is okay after everything he has been through. Yu Xinwang looks away with a slight smile and a calm voice, confidently stating that he did not receive a single scratch, as if the battle itself passed him by without leaving a trace of pain. The gray-haired man, with a mixture of anger and humiliation in his eyes, is having a hard time realizing his defeat, painfully wondering how such a young opponent managed to break his strength and pride. Bowing his head before the leader, the elder regretfully admits that his defeat was the result of his own bad habits, to which the latter, with a good-natured smile, only confirms the truth of the confession. The young man, his gaze downcast, can barely contain his emotions as he hears the sincere praise, which sounds unexpectedly warm, making him think about his own worth and inner strength. The young man, with a soft, sincere smile, calmly says that true modesty lies not in the elder's techniques, but in his actions, hidden from glory, but full of greatness. Turning his back, he respectfully explains that the reason for stagnation is not the lack of talent, but the narrowness of the path, which has not yet been completed, and the old man, listening silently, feels the bitter truth in the words. Looking gloomily ahead, the old man, with a concentrated expression on his face, admits that he is aware of the meaning of every word spoken, and this fills him with a new sense of determination and shame. Without looking back, the young warrior commands with firmness in his voice to follow him, leaving the old man with a choice to remain a prisoner of the past or move towards change. Yu Xinwang looks over his shoulder with a mysterious smile, and as if opening a new chapter, says that it is time to set off on a journey where trials and revelations await them. Bright daylight washes over the facade of the majestic pavilion, proudly rising against the backdrop of a cloudless sky, as if keeping within its walls the silence of centuries and the secrets of ancient wisdom. Under an ancient lantern trembling in the silence, a servant asks with doubt in his voice about the purpose of his arrival. But the leader's restrained and short answer immediately cuts off any objections. An old master with an upright posture and a focused expression sits in the center of the room and calmly orders a student to sit opposite him in the lotus position to begin the path to inner enlightenment. The student listens attentively and, having assumed the same pose, meets the teacher's gaze, and the latter strictly orders them to begin meditation immediately, preparing both for immersion into the depths of consciousness. In silence, the teacher joins the fingers of his hands in a symbolic gesture of wisdom, initiating the first stage of meditation, where every movement is imbued with meaning and inner energy. The teacher's face shows tension. Beads of sweat roll down his temples, and he sighs deeply, feeling the weight of time and the importance of the current moment. Yu Xinwang, with a determined look, says to himself that there is no more time to hesitate. The moment has come, and now is the time to act without looking back. The hero firmly places his palms on the carpet, plunging into deep concentration, preparing to take a step on which his entire future fate will depend. A powerful wave of green energy envelops the body of the young man kneeling before the elder, as if nature itself had submitted to his will, filling the air with light and tense anticipation. With a focused, almost piercing gaze, Yu Xinwang activates the ability to transmit experience, choosing the path of saturation with yin energy, and at that moment the space around begins to tremble, as if reality itself responds to the call of his power. Streams of energy pierce the room from all sides, and the old man, sitting in the lotus position, slowly absorbs the powerful flow, enveloping his body in a green glow and causing awe in every corner of the room. The old man's face is distorted by sudden pain. A muffled groan escapes from his lips, and his wide-open eyes reflect horror at the power that is already beyond the limits of normal perception. Streams of thick green energy, writhing like snakes, weave around the room as the young warrior standing opposite the elder concentrates his power, the glow emanating from his palms, seeming to cut through the space between them. Amidst the chaos of magical waves, the elder freezes in meditation, allowing powerful streams of yin to penetrate every cell of his body, turning the room into a real whirlpool of magical currents. The man with beads of sweat on his forehead struggles to contain the surge of energy raging inside him, and the realization flashes through his mind that the technique this hero uses is completely different from Yu Xin Wung and makes him rethink the essence of martial arts. Yu Xin Wung, with a serious look, surrounded by swirls of green energy, is concentratedly preparing to convey the innermost essence of martial truths, weaving it directly into the consciousness of the interlocutor. In a moment of enlightenment, his eyes widen as the system heralds the creation of a new SS-class magic truth ability, and the space fills with the glow of unleashed potential. The elder's face shows tension as the flow of energy reaches its climax, and the system coolly records his increased skill level. The young man realizes with a slight, almost amazed smile that in the process of transferring knowledge, he unexpectedly acquired a new, powerful technique, supreme wisdom of the SS rank. Upon completion of the calculation of the skill system, the transmission of a colossal energy impulse begins, which envelops the elder in a bright stream of green power and the vibration of wisdom. Yu Xin Wung, with his palms folded and a satisfied smile, directs the energy with precise dosage, knowing that Do Jin Woo will gain invaluable experience, but that if he exceeds it, it could cost him his life. In the silence that follows the ceremony, the young man calmly announces the end of the process, reminding that too much power could simply tear the student's body apart from the inside. Shocked by what happened, the older man looks at the leader with awe, not believing his eyes and suspecting that he has witnessed something truly impossible. With a slight smile on his lips, the young master offers a sincere greeting, because the result exceeded expectations and rightfully deserves respect and recognition. The elder warrior, stunned by what he heard, widens his eyes when he learns that he has become the second in the Baek Wung clan to reach the transcendental level, an almost unbelievable achievement. Shocked by this realization, he repeats the words second warrior to himself over and over again, as if trying to come to terms with the unexpected truth and comprehend the weight of this title. A tense silence falls over the room as the elder slowly approaches the young man, who sits on the carpet with surprise and slight excitement in his eyes, sensing something important. Concentrating to the limit, he smoothly puts one of the swords back into its sheath, maintaining an outward calm, but in every movement one can feel the hidden power and inner harmony. The elder, enveloped in a bright stream of blue energy, freezes in a fighting stance with two swords in his hands, and his gaze burns with determination and strength awakened by transcendental ascension. The old man, his eyes wide open, stares straight ahead, whispering of the unimaginable power he had just felt, and this energy was clearly beyond his understanding. His hand tightly grips the hilt of the sword, from which a blue glow emanates, penetrating deeper into his body, causing awe, admiration, and a slight fear of the unknown. The young warrior, with a barely noticeable smile, utters a warning that it is too early to rejoice, and at the moment when the old man turns around in surprise, a new wave of tension begins to thicken in the room. The young man, with a slight smile, hands the scroll to the surprised elder, as if offering to look into the very essence of the hidden knowledge. The older man, reading the lines with growing excitement, suddenly recognizes the legendary technique of the Hurricane of 18 Swords, and his voice trembles with sincere amazement. With proud equanimity, he claims to have found the scroll on his way here, as if it were a trifle, although there is a hidden purpose lurking in the depths of his gaze. Soft sunlight gently floods the facade of the luxurious pavilion, behind whose doors, perhaps, destinies are already being decided and new trials are being born. Yu Xin Wung sits on the carpet with his gaze downcast, immersed in silent contemplation, as if awaiting a decision that will change the course of the future. In his imagination, the senior master declares with firm determination that he will immediately begin mastering the Hurricane of 18 Swords, while the young one, looking away with concern, thinks that he could do with another short rest. The youth gently touches his sleeve, thoughtfully realizing that now, having reached a transcendental level, his ally is able to master a powerful technique. Kneeling in the silence of the room, he mentally acknowledges that it was not all in vain. The transfer of experience justified every bit of effort invested. Smiling with slight satisfaction, the hero confidently says that he will receive in return exactly as much as he himself gave, no more, no less. Yu Xinwang looks down, realizing that he can't defeat the bloody sect alone, and his eyes flash with determination to find allies for the Great War. His imagination flashes with the power of those who are ready to fight side by side for victory, and this feeling of unity fills his soul with hope for the future. Against the background of the crimson haze, the face of the villain and the shadows of demons appear, and standing in the midst of fire and darkness, the hero understands that only through this can he prevent the coming of true hell. With determination in his eyes, he realizes that even small steps taken today bring him closer to a great goal that could one day change the whole world. His gaze stops on the quiet interior and the lamp under the ceiling, and in his thoughts there is a sincere confession. No matter how the circumstances turn out, he is glad to be here. Yu Xinwang stands with his sword raised, contemplating the difference between the 18 Swords Hurricane and Moonblade Thunder techniques, knowing that once he masters them, there will be no enemies left that can defeat him. The guy with a confident look clutches a sword in his hand, standing in the room, and clearly understands. Changing existing martial arts is much more difficult than creating completely new ones. A message flashes on the screen in front of him about reaching the gold rank for the first time. A dead person has been added to the list of those available for summoning, opening up limitless horizons of power for the hero. In the bright glow of heavenly light breaking through the dark branches of the trees, a silent phrase sounds. This is how his double life began, full of secrets, battles, and a chosen path. In the silence of the night, when everything around was falling asleep, he would go without hesitation to the bloody monsters hidden in the darkness, because only in this was there an opportunity to temper his strength and get closer to the goal. Amidst the magical flow of purple energy, a skeleton warrior with a staff appears, his eyes glowing with a bright light, and the hero clearly realizes a fight with gold-rank monsters is a test that can break even the strongest. The hero admits that the victory over Chanpeng was possible only thanks to his own character, and only this inner core gave him a brief respite in the unequal battle. With lightning-fast determination, without wasting a second, he changes strategy and releases a barrage of purple magic arrows straight at the enemy, giving them no time to dodge. Yu Xinwang draws his sword with determination in his eyes and prepares to stop the final attack of the undead, feeling the weight of the moment and knowing that there is no room for error now. His hand, engulfed in shining energy, reaches out to the skeleton's skull, and he clearly understands that in this fight, endurance and impeccable calculation will decide everything. There are only 3 enemies left, and so he chooses the path of strategy. Destroy one every 7 weeks, not giving them the slightest chance to unite and fight back. With a slight smile on his face and a clenched fist, the hero confidently looks into the distance, realizing that his main goal is now to increase the number of summons and prepare for even greater battles. When the dawn sun breaks through the clouds, he returns to the clan and begins his usual day, outwardly calm, but filled with determination and new strategies. While silence reigns in the room, the hero remembers how it all began, thinking over the path he has taken and building a new order of actions in a familiar everyday environment. Yu Xinwang, sitting at the table with his arms crossed, stares at 2 books of martial techniques, thinking about how to combine them into a unique strategy to train his clan. His eyes flash with determination, and he proclaims aloud the beginning of a new combination of techniques that will soon be honed by the fighters of his line. A book called The Teachings of Shaolin Quan is placed on the table, and it is to become the basis of a new fighting system that will strengthen the fighting spirit and strength of the entire clan. The hero shows the second book, Concentrated Qigong, which will serve as the second part of the combined technique aimed at increasing the internal power of warriors. The golden evening sky illuminates 2 fighters dueling in the middle of a field with training staves. while a voiceover explains that Qigong has become the foundation of the teachings, but even masters face its natural limitations. Yu Xin Wung smiles slightly as he considers the decision and strategy to combine different styles to create a solid foundation for the clan students to grow in skill. The young man folds his hands in a magical gesture, speaking of the possibility of merging two techniques that flash with a blue glow, and his face reflects determination and hope. His voice is calm but confident as he continues the magical incantation, and the glow around his palms grows brighter, as if the techniques themselves are beginning to merge into one. Sitting with his back to the darkened room, he is completely immersed in the streams of energy that rise upward in luminous waves, filling the room with the shimmer of power and ancient words. Reading the new lines carefully, he learns that the martial art he created was called Buddha's Mind, and this name amazes him no less than the content itself. The boy, with an unrolled scroll in his hands, turns to his friend, asking his opinion, and the surprised student, running his eyes over the lines, admits with admiration that this is much more than he could have imagined. The confused warrior is sincerely amazed at the depth of the martial art, saying that although it does not require special knowledge to understand, creating such a perfect technique is a real miracle. Yu Xin Wung says with a serious expression that it is time to teach the clan warriors basic skills, and in response receives a decisive, "Yes, leader." When the assistant is about to leave, the main character stops him with a slight movement of his hand and calmly says that there is one more task. With a smile and a confident look, he asks to pass on a message to a friend to come to him personally, with a hint that it is something important, and very personal. Against the backdrop of the palace, bathed in the warm light of the setting sun, there is a silence that foreshadows the important meeting that is to take place within these ancient walls. The boy with moles on his cheeks carefully opens the door and, slightly nervous about the responsibility, addresses the leader in a quiet voice. The servant respectfully informs him that the guest has arrived immediately after being summoned, and the leader, without losing his resolve, orders him to enter first alone. Wang Sam, bowing his head in respect, listens attentively to the strict order of the leader, which sounds immutable. Do not allow anyone near the hall, not even for a step, not for a moment, under any pretext. With his arms crossed over his chest and standing firmly at the entrance, Yu Xin Wung delivers the order with a cold expression. The leader requests you to enter, thus opening the beginning of a new, meaningful conversation. There is determination and concentration in his gaze, and in these eyes one can read an internal decision that can change the entire course of future events. Respectfully crossing the threshold, the young man enters the hall, and the leader, sitting in silence under the calligraphic scroll, watches him carefully, preparing for the fateful conversation. The blond man with a serious expression folds his hands in a greeting gesture and clearly says, "Shin Judel greets the leader, paying his deepest respects." Standing in front of the table and maintaining a reverent posture, he says that he heard about the leader's desire to see him, and the latter silently watches the guest, a look full of hidden meanings. The blond man with the mustache turns his head slightly in confusion, not fully understanding what is happening, and quietly says a confused, having caught something alarmingly new in the voice of his interlocutor. The leader, not hiding his satisfied grin, looks straight into the eyes of his guest, and in this look there is a subtle hint, as if every reaction had been predicted by him in advance. Yu Xin Wung, slowly rising from the table, places his palms on its smooth surface and with a predatory shadow on his face looks at the visitor's back, coldly saying, "And now," as if opening the curtain on the inevitable. A stunned Judal freezes, eyes wide as the leader's unexpected and frighteningly accurate phrase pierces the usual order of their communication, causing his heart to clench. He quickly raises his hands in refusal, begging not to speak to him with such respect, as if those words weigh heavily on his conscience, and the leader, watching him, remains outwardly calm and stern. The name Judale appears on the system screen, hidden behind mysterious symbols, ranks, and unknown characteristics, all pointing to his special role in the events that are just beginning to unfold. With a serious expression on his face, the young man calmly but firmly answers that such a thing is out of the question, because before, strangers could have been watching them, but now everything has changed, and there is an intention behind every word. Judal, flushed with embarrassment and inner tension, suddenly raises his voice, claiming that he does not dare to address the leader of Hao Moon without due respect, since his very position requires respect and reverence. Against the backdrop of swirling fog emerges a dark group of outcasts. Thieves, dancers, vagabonds, and murderers gathered in a place whose very name whispers of the oblivion and despair that reigns within its walls. From the dark veil of fog emerge the figures of the Low Gate followers, their faces hidden, but each of them holding an invisible weapon. Information that they collect, sell, and protect as if it were their own lives. Judale's face fills with icy determination as he thinks back to the days when he led this shadow organization that lived in the underground whispers and ruled the streets with invisible strings. But the very next second, his face changes, and putting on a mask of confusion, he smiles feignedly, saying that he doesn't understand what they're talking about, hiding his real self under this mask. Yushin Wung says with unperturbed confidence that he only recently heard the name of the Hao Moon clan, but immediately admits that from the very beginning he had a strange feeling that it had been heard somewhere before. Hearing the name of the stranger from Suchang, Judal's eyes widen involuntarily, memories flashing like lightning and squeezing his throat with disturbing images from a long-buried past. Holding his breath, the young man stares at Judale, doubt laced in his voice before he corrects himself, firmly naming the leader's real name, Xin Wu Yang, as the final clue to the truth. The enraged opponent, his face twisted in anger and his golden hair flying, snarls as he strikes downwards, trying to break through the defense of Yu Xin Wung, who stands before him calmly and motionless, like a rock that is not subject to the storm. The next moment, as the cold blade almost touches his skin, a bloody gleam of concentration flashes in Yu Xin Wung's eyes, and space itself freezes, shrinking under the weight of an invisible force. Steadfast and calm as the spirit of the sword itself, Yu Xin Wung's expression remains unchanged even as an explosion of energy erupts around him, tearing through the air and sending his opponent flying back like a karmic response to his rage. The blow that should have been decisive turns against the attacker himself. With a crunch of flesh and a splash of blood, he flies back, not realizing that he has already suffered a crushing defeat. The enemy, with a panicked glint in his eyes, flies away, not even having time to clutch his weapon, when a wave of energy crashes down on his body like an inescapable blow of fate, returning to him the full cost of his own rage. The clash erupts in a flurry of blows as Yu Xin Wung breaks through his enemy's defenses with cold precision and graceful technique, the air filling with alternating flashes of red and blue energy. The enemy's body crashes into the floor with a dull thud, leaving behind cracks and debris, as if a silent admission of complete capitulation to the cultivator's unbending will. Tension hangs in the air as both opponents, frozen in their fighting stances, stare at each other, knowing that the coming clash will decide not only victory, but also the fate of the truth hidden in their past. With a face that is a mixture of anger and resentment, the enemy speaks his last words with a gleam in his eyes, trying in vain to hide his fear of the one who has penetrated into the very depths of his being. Yu Xin Wung's gaze carefully glides over the blade shimmering in his opponent's hand, and with slight surprise, he realizes that the opponent has already managed to take out his legendary silent blades, leaving no trace for the eye. With a challenge and fury in his voice, the enemy stands with his daggers raised, as if hoping to make up for his weakness with anger. But in Yu Xin Wung's cold gaze there is no fear, not a shadow of doubt. Clutching the handles of his silent knives until his knuckles turn white, he prepares for one last, desperate step, believing that he can force his enemy to reveal the truth to the end. Shrouded in the crimson light of battle energy, focused and filled with rage, the enemy raises his weapon in both hands, as if swearing to erase anyone who comes close to the forbidden truth. A look full of anxiety and mistrust hides behind anger. He convulsively squeezes the blade, trying not to reveal the fear that grows through the mask of hostility in front of the one who wordlessly exposed his insides. Yu Xin Wung stands still, exuding calm and firmness as his words slowly penetrate his opponent's mind, revealing the frightening knowledge that he sees more than an outsider should see. With a focused gaze and teeth clenched painfully, the man raises the dagger to his face, uttering words of blackmail through his rage, hoping to turn the tide of events before his secrets become the property of strangers. A barely noticeable smile plays across Yu Xinwung's lips as he delivers a warning with a piercing confidence that makes his opponent doubt his own resolve. The enemy, with a tense gaze and a weapon clutched in both hands, reacts sharply to the opponent's calm, not realizing that he is facing a force that cannot be comprehended by the ordinary mind. With his arms crossed and his voice free but firm, Yu Xinwung reveals the true nature of his intentions, not conquest, but a hidden agenda that is inaccessible to those who think superficially. His gaze darkens. Sparks of irritation and confusion flash in his pupils as he, barely holding back the internal whirlwind, asks himself a silent question. What does all this mean, and what will it ultimately lead to? Determined and focused, Yu Xinwung looks straight ahead and with icy clarity in his voice, declares his intention to form an alliance between the two powerful clans, as if laying the foundation stone for a new era. Stunned by the unexpected turn of events, the man grips the hilt of the dagger with a tense face, unable to believe that this is about the alliance between Baek Woon and Hao Moon, an alliance that seemed impossible. His lips curl into a dry smile, and with bitter contempt he says, "What nonsense," not hiding the irritation that poisons his thoughts. With inner tension and a shadow of doubt in his voice, he expresses his suspicion that the hero actually only needs the knowledge of their clan, but receives direct and fearless confirmation of this. His gaze grows cold, a forced smile appears on his lips, and by refusing to answer, he demonstrates that he considers this conversation a waste of time. A light wind sways his hair and tension flashes in his eyes as he suddenly realizes something that could change the entire course of the conversation. The leader, with a barely noticeable but firm smile, repeats his words, and in this calm intonation there is something that makes the interlocutor wary and freeze. Yu Xinwung looks at his opponent with carefree confidence, while the latter, crossing daggers, defiantly demands to reveal the location of their hideout, as if unaware of who he is actually challenging. Anxiety is growing in the heart of the man with a mustache. The name of Yu Xinwung sounds in his thoughts like a bad omen, and he already understands that before him is not just a person, but a force capable of changing the order of things. His inner monologue is filled with respect mixed with fear. To his own people, he is a good-natured ally, but to his enemies, Yu Xinwung is a ruthless demon with a smile that hides an imminent threat. The fair-haired warrior, noticing the cold confidence in his opponent's eyes, dilates his pupils for a moment in surprise and confusion, as if a truth he was not prepared for had been revealed to him. Yu Xinwung, with a slight smile and a calmness that penetrates to the bone, says that he knows what his opponent is thinking, and with these words, knocks the ground out from under his feet. Without looking away, the opponent clenches his teeth, trying to maintain his dignity, and quietly declares that he is not so shameless, although his trembling lips betray an internal storm. In response, Yu Xinwung calmly raises two fingers, as if marking the boundary between words and actions, and at that moment, silence hangs in the air, heralding new conditions for the game. Hearing about the mysterious disappearance of the Hao Moon members, the man's eyes widen in horror, and in that look, fear, bewilderment, and an inner premonition of trouble are mixed. With resentment and growing suspicion, he demands an explanation, unable to understand where his interlocutor got such information from, and why it is being said right now, in this moment of silence. His forehead was covered with sweat, and confusion trembled in his pupils when a direct, soul-piercing cry sounded in the air. "Didn't you come because of their disappearance?" Suddenly gathering his strength, the blonde firmly voiced the second condition. He promised to return the missing members of Hao Moon, and from these words the room seemed to become cooler. Smiling calmly, the hero says that the terms sound fair, but in response he hears a disdainful remark about the worthlessness of his clan, and this cold tone cuts through the atmosphere like a blade. With a subtle smile and a fiery gaze, Yu Xinwung asks a direct question, as if challenging him. Does he really believe that he can save all his people alone? With a serious face and a worried shadow in his eyes, the man grips the hilt of his blade tighter, wondering whether this battle will lead to the fall of one province or mark the decline of the entire state, because for victory it is not strength that is important, but a precise plan. The hero confidently announces an ambitious plan to establish a Hao Moon Bureau in each province, where the best of the Baek-un clan will serve, and this daring idea instantly knocks the enemy off balance. Yu Xin-wung declares with determination in his voice that he is ready to teach martial arts even to fugitives, putting them on par with the elite of his clan, and these words do not sound like mercy, but a survival strategy. Shocked and confused, the man silently looks away, trying to soberly assess the scale of the threat and the depth of the plan that sounded too true to be a simple bluff. His fingers tremble on the hilt of his sword, and his thoughts are filled with panic. Is he really capable of bearing the weight of this agreement without betraying himself? With a tense face and a look in which the last spark of principle burns, he utters a warning. Any betrayal of the younger brothers will be atoned for at the cost of his own honor. A calm confidence lights up his face as he adds quietly, "It is better to give hope to those who are forgotten than to cling to pride that has long meant nothing." In response to this, Yu Xin-wung's hand reaches forward confidently, without hesitation, and a short but unshakable phrase hangs in the air, "Decide." Extending his hand with unflappable confidence, he calmly stated that he had made enough offers, and now it was someone else's turn to decide, and there was not a shadow of doubt in his voice. A suspicious man with his fingers clenched on the handle of his gun asks defiantly if Yu Xin-wung is really confident that he can open a bureau in all the provinces, as if challenging fate. In response, his gaze becomes sharp as a blade, and the single-word month sounds like a sentence before he solemnly pronounces that in a month, Zhejiang will belong to him. Despite the bitterness of doubt, the man with a tense face is forced to admit that he cannot refuse a deal that could change the fate of his clan once and for all. Looking intently into each other's eyes, the two men clasp their hands tightly, and a loud clap resounds through the air like a hammer blow, sealing the birth of a new union. In the spacious courtyard of the palace, bathed in sunlight, dozens of dancers in pink clothes whirl in weightless movements, like petals in a morning whirlwind, filling the holiday with magical charm. Against the backdrop of the rich decoration of the hall, in the soft light of the sunset, graceful dancers in pink robes whirl in sync, like cherry blossoms falling under the light breath of spring. In the rhythm of harmonious movements, the flowing ribbons in their hands create magical patterns in the air, giving the celebration a touch of sophistication and unearthly beauty. The distinguished guest raises his cup high above his head with a satisfied smile, making a pompous toast to the splendor of the holiday, while his companion silently watches what is happening with a slight shadow of anxiety in his eyes. The host, with a stern expression on his face, hiding his latent suspicion behind a mask of politeness, raises his cup with restraint and thanks for the visit, as if every word was measured down to the last drop of patience. His gaze shifts tensely to the side as he makes excuses about affairs in distant lands, but deep down inside there is a caustic thought that he would never dare to say out loud. Watching the celebration, the guest hides his inner wariness with a polite smile, thinking about the insidious intrigues woven by the organizers, and only out loud utters flattering praise for the Korean clan. Wine slowly pours into the cup to the muffled murmur of voices as someone quietly mentions stability in Zhejiang, words that sound too calm to be true peace. Two men in festive clothes cheerfully report to the distinguished guest about the work they have done, forcing their smiles to shine despite the internal trembling from the impending pressure. The gaze of the strict inspector of Zhejiang Kang Wei-so pierces the hall like a cold blade, and without words it becomes clear. His visit is not part of the holiday, but a warning, clothed in a solemn form. The camera focuses on the tightly pressed lips and quivering chin of a worried man, whose face betrays a growing tension, a mixture of suppressed fear and rage seething in the ringing silence. An elderly man with a serious look leans sharply towards his interlocutor, his voice piercing the air, demanding an answer about the fate of the submitted application, and the interlocutor flinches, caught off guard by a reminder that cannot be avoided. The man in brown robes, with a hint of pride in his voice, announces that 2 transcendental-level warriors have been accepted into the clan, but immediately adds that caution has now become not a luxury, but a necessity. The man with his hair tied up in a bun is firm and commanding, as he says that under the current circumstances, only the Hwanok clan is worthy of remaining the strongest in Zhejiang, and his eyes are filled with a determination that can suppress any objections. One of the interlocutors fervently promises to fulfill the will, but the man sitting next to him in a rich outfit only silently lowers his gaze, unable to hide his distrust. He knows that these words will not get him far. Focused and wary, he reflects on the fact that before entrusting everything to this boar, he needs to prepare properly. He knows too well what games are hidden behind polite smiles. One of the elders, with a stern face and holding a cup in his hand, reports that he heard important news on the way to the palace, and his interlocutor immediately tenses up, catching the alarming subtext. The news that the Baek Wung clan has also applied causes an outburst of anger as Yu Xin Wung's impulsive actions jeopardize fragile calculations and long-term plans. Another elder silently looks into the distance with a heavy gaze, not saying a word, but his silence seems to ring with tension and discontent, restrained with difficulty. The confident, stone-faced man grips the cup tightly and casts a suspicious gaze forward, declaring that Baek Wung's wealth and power are most likely fake, and there is a hidden anger in his words. One of those gathered, completely confident in his rightness, suggests simply eliminating the opponent, but the other, looking down with cold concentration, calmly replies that there is no need for this. He already has a plan. The plump man's face contorts with shock and alarm. His eyes widen as he tries to process what has been said, and a drop of cold sweat rolls down his temple, a harbinger of impending trouble. Squeezing his glass with a predatory grin, he mockingly says that there is no point in stopping a fool from watching him destroy himself. It is much more fun and spectacular. He turns his gaze to Kang Wi-so, and their eyes meet in a silent confrontation, full of hidden pressure and tension frozen between the two camps. Kang Wi-so's lips are pressed tightly together, and his stern gaze speaks of the seriousness of the order as he commanded them to prepare for an official investigation, leaving no room for doubt. With a majestic raise of his hand, one of the men receives a scroll containing secret data that could change the course of history, while the others silently watch the gesture with growing alarm. In the semi-dark hall, the document is being transferred. The movements are unhurried, but there is already a feeling of inevitability in the air about the events that are about to fall upon all those present. The judge carefully unrolls the scroll containing the statement, his eyes running over the lines, and an anxious premonition of something much more than an official formality appears on his face. Suddenly, shock flashes in his gaze, his eyes are wide open, and an alarm sign lights up above his head, as if reality itself was shaken by the content of what he read. One of the girls in a bright pink outfit exclaims indignantly, not holding back her resentment, because the new test seems to her a cruel farce, devoid of justice and common sense. An excited voice rises from the room where the official is reading from a crimson scroll, and guests on both sides are anxiously hanging on every word, sensing the approaching danger. A burst of indignation breaks the silence as the monk and the young warrior suddenly stand up, loudly protesting the monstrous injustice that has befallen the participants under the guise of a test. In response to their cries, an icy verno sounds from behind the high-ranking official, uttered by ominously smug guests, as if they had long been waiting for chaos to engulf the hall. A cold determination flashes across the man's face, behind which the red background flickers, and he says with grim calm that he will destroy anyone who dares to take part, as if he had already pronounced a death sentence. A shocked official, overcome with horror and inner turmoil, hears an order to become an executioner in a bloody massacre, and this voice paralyzes his will. His gaze is full of fear and painful resistance when a cold, ironic voice sounds nearby, asking if the very thought of killing innocent people makes him happy. A subtle, barely perceptible tension slips through the movement of his hand as he clasps his fingers behind his back and coldly asks if the other dares to doubt his words. Turning his piercing gaze to the official, the man with the scar on his face slowly says that he will help make the right choice, and in every word there is a threat disguised as politeness. In the silence that follows, his hand slowly opens, revealing a strange greenish claw that exudes an ominous energy, as if ready to become a weapon of blackmail or pain. Sweat runs down the official's forehead as he looks at the green ring held out to him in his palm, and he understands that before him is not a choice, but a sentence disguised as an offer. With a threatening movement, squeezing the jewelry in his fingers, the man says in an icy voice that if a decision is not made, the blood of his own daughter will be spilled first, and his gaze becomes unbearably heavy. With his head lowered into the darkness of doubt, the official silently presses his lips together, unable to hide his internal struggle and the burning shame for his own weakness before the cruel choice. Many flags flutter under the cloudless sky, shimmering with all the colors and symbolizing the gathering of the great clans and sects who have arrived for the decisive event where the fate of the entire cultivation world will be determined. To the rustling of banners and the ringing of bells announcing the beginning of the ceremony, majestic warriors and elders with stern faces enter the main square, bringing with them silent pride and tense anticipation of the decisive hour. The crowd, gathered from all over the country, hums and sways like a living ocean of bodies and energy, where every glance seeks answers and every breath is permeated with a premonition of the coming storm. In the ominous lighting that highlights the beads of sweat on his skin, the crooked grin on the cunning man's face hides not only a mockery, but also a carefully hidden threat, ready to burst out at the most unexpected moment. The unexpected appearance of a large group in dark green robes causes shock and anxious amazement among those gathered, because their arrival was not predicted by anyone and breaks the usual order of the ceremony, like a storm in the middle of a clear day. The grim and merciless expression on the face of the renowned warrior, nicknamed the Bloody Knife of Rain, Heo Jun Guan, clearly speaks of his deadly reputation, turning his very presence into a warning to those who would dare to upset the balance. In a strict formation with faces full of unyielding determination, the disciples of the Qingshui Temple solemnly enter the square, making everyone present feel the heaviness of the moment and the breath of history that hangs in the air. In the crowd heading towards the arena, the students' gazes are full of intense concentration, because each of them is aware of the fierce struggle ahead, where at stake is not only the honor of the school, but also the right to write their name in the annals of great battles. A satisfied and sly grin spreads across the face of the plump, sharp-featured youth, and looking at his rivals, he already imagines how the strength of his clan will humiliate even the most formidable fighters of the Qingshui Temple and the Dragon Force squad. The wide-open eyes on the pale face and the beads of sweat sliding down the cheek reveal the true shock of the young man when he realizes that Baek-un himself, the legendary clan whose appearance is capable of turning the course of the entire ceremony, has arrived in the arena. The crowd of participants freezes in tense silence, turning to look at the new arrivals, among whom a young man with blue hair and a commanding posture stands out, from whom comes an invisible strength and unshakable confidence. The Baek-wung clan delegation, led by Yu Xin-wung, strides forward resolutely, and each step they take is accompanied by a deep silence and a wave of surprise rolling through the ranks of those present. The trembling voice recognizes Yu Xin-wung, and in the words that escape from his lips one can hear fear, anger, and a warning, because with him comes an unknown threat that they are not ready to resist. The enemy grins ominously, declaring that no one will help the hero now. But Yu Xin-wung calmly casts a glance at him, in which there is not a drop of fear, only cold indifference. An angry and defiant cry escapes from the opponent, that this day will be the last for Yu Xin-wung, but he only responds with a confused look, as if he does not take the threat seriously at all. With slight surprise and genuine interest, Yu Xin-wung directly asks the question, "Who are you?" And this is enough for the opponent's confidence to crumble like dust in the wind. The tension reaches its climax as an enraged Qin Shui is about to strike the killing blow, but the sudden triumphant announcement of An Chalsa's arrival pierces the hall like a clap of thunder and stays his hand. Everyone turns around at the sound, and Qin Shui freezes, taken by surprise, confusion and fear mixed in his eyes, while Yu Xin Wung calmly watches what is happening with icy confidence. And Chao Sa rises majestically onto the pedestal, his steps unhurried, his gaze full of silent power, and his very appearance makes the crowd freeze in silent respect. All the participants of the scene line up in perfect order before the high official, each realizing that any words can now change the fate of not only himself, but also the entire clan. The dignitary's gaze is stern and motionless, but it is his silence that weighs more heavily than any shouts, like a sentence for those who have just allowed themselves to be reckless. The offended man finally realizes the stunning truth. In front of him stands not just a rival, but an envoy of the Baek-un clan, and all his bravado melts away like snow under the scorching sun. The elder's inner voice acknowledges with a tired sigh that this young man is too young for such gatherings, but there is something in his gaze that makes him worth taking into account. One of the guards sternly states that only clan leaders and appointed representatives are allowed to enter, leaving the young fighter and his opponent under the weight of anticipation. The new official walks past the guards with unwavering calm, throwing over his shoulder an order for the others to wait outside, thereby emphasizing the exclusivity of the upcoming conversation. The soft light of the lanterns gently envelops the vaults of the hall, while a solemn voice is heard from above, announcing the beginning of a fateful event that will change the alignment in the world of clans. Seated behind the dais, the dignitary addresses the assembled company with icy formality, proclaiming that they are all admitted to participate and have the right to fight for the honor of lightening the burden of His Majesty. The official, with a stern expression on his face, turns to the hall and announces that due to the urgency of the matter, he will immediately voice its essence, and the representatives of the clans, tensely catching every word with special attention. He says that everyone will have to pass 3 tests, which will be determined by the results of today's selection, and his voice, honed by power, rolls loudly through the hall, leaving no room for doubt. As the official lists the task for the clan that came in third, Yu Xin Wung listens attentively, his gaze calm but focused. The flowers from Mount Anton for the Imperial Palace have already become the first challenge on the road to victory. With formal severity, he announces that the second clan will be tasked with raising the morale of soldiers fighting Japanese pirates in Zhejiang, hinting at an honorable but dangerous mission on the front lines. Addressing the young man in the azure robe, the official adds that it is he who has been entrusted with delivering the provisions and items personally donated by the emperor, emphasizing the level of trust and the importance of the assignment. The official paused and spoke with concentration about the task for the clan that had taken first place, as if the weight of these words should make everyone hold their breath. In the silence that follows, the news is heard. The victors have been tasked with transporting the priceless relics of Princess Cho Hai, who died 10 years ago, and an anxious tension immediately lights up in the eyes of those present. One of the listeners excitedly asks again if this is about the very princess whom the emperor loved so much, and recalls how the ruler did not come out of mourning, crying for her for several days and nights. The crowd begins to whisper. Everyone understands that this task is not only the most honorable, but also the most dangerous, because it promises an unprecedented reward and can open the way to eternal glory for the entire clan. With barely noticeable anxiety on his face, the strong young man hints that if they fail, their mission is doomed, and his words sound too light for the abyss that hangs over their heads. Amidst the anxious hubbub in the crowd, another man, with horror in his eyes, says that then not only will the entire clan perish, but 3 future generations will be mercilessly branded, as if the shame already echoes within the walls of the palace. The protagonist's focused and determined gaze speaks louder than words when he mentions the risk of losing or damaging the imperial relics, realizing that from now on their path is a game of life and death. The official turns to the side with concentration and begins to explain the conditions of the exam, and his voice rings with the importance of the upcoming test, which can change the fate of each of those gathered. With his back to the hall, he solemnly speaks of the main goal of each clan, the ability to protect its property in the face of threat, and the tension in the room reigns, as before a battle where honor is at stake. Listening attentively, the main characters tense up when it is announced that all 6 clans are required to take part in a test where they will have to prove not only their strength, but also the honor of their clan. A man in formal attire, turning to the participants of the competition, seriously declares that the essence of the test is a battle between clans, where everyone is obliged to defend their property to the last drop of blood. In the crowd, some men whisper among themselves in confusion, not understanding what exactly this battle means and what rules they will have to accept, as if they have a premonition that everything will not go according to plan. Hearing this, one of the participants grins evilly, enjoying the thoughts of the upcoming clash, while the young warrior next to him maintains his focus and cold determination in his eyes. The official raises his voice, announcing that each clan will be given the same item, thus leveling the playing field and forcing everyone to fight solely with skill and strategy. His voice becomes even sterner when he says that he has only 4 hours to complete the task, during which he must not only hold on to his item, but also withstand attacks from his opponents. A dull hum fills the room as those present realize that from now on, everyone is not only an ally, but also a potential enemy, capable of striking at the most unexpected moment. For stealing a medallion, the team gets 2 points, and for capturing an opponent's item, 50, after which the results will be tallied, which will determine the winners and losers in this merciless game. The excitement is growing. The participants are starting to panic. No one expected that the test would be so cruel, where not just points are at stake, but the fate of the clans. One of the representatives of another clan steps forward with a predatory smile, looking at everyone with disdain, and says with a grin, "This will be a real massacre finally, like adults." The official frowned and looked at his raised hand, and a tense silence fell in the air as everyone waited to see if he would allow them to speak. The young man, with an anxious expression on his face, raises his hand and with a trembling voice asks if the fight will really be fought with real weapons, and fear immediately lurks in the eyes of those gathered. One of the warriors interrupts sharply with a contemptuous grin, shouting that the question is stupid, as if laughing at the weakness of those who are not ready to shed blood. With a cold sneer pursing his lips, the man bitterly said that everyone already knew how pathetic the Mengjing clan was, and added sarcastically, "Are they really going to spare the enemy and wave wooden swords like children at school?" With a bitter look in his eyes, one of the participants admits that now it will be clear to everyone which clan will fly out first, as if signing up for the defeat in advance. The judge nods soberly and agrees that it is pointless to limit weapons in such a serious test, since honor and survival are at stake. He concludes with stern seriousness that everyone has the right to use their personal weapon, because a real test of strength and spirit awaits them. In a cold tone, the official warns that all the wounded will be counted in the results, making it clear that there will be no mercy, and this test will become a real massacre for many. The official, with a concentrated look, expresses the hope that each of those present will be able to prove themselves in this harsh and dangerous test, because it is here that the forging of fate becomes inevitable. The room fills with a heavy tension as the judge announces the end of the rules explanation and orders the contestants to immediately head to the testing area, as if the very air is shaking with the coming fight. The sun's rays break through the treetops and illuminate the flat area of the camp, where the tents are pitched in strict order, and the figures of the participants freeze in anticipation of the first call. In the bright daylight, the participants quickly settle into their new location, pitching tents, checking weapons, laying out equipment, as if every gesture they make is already part of the upcoming battle. The adjutant proudly reports on the fortified perimeter, assuring that no one will penetrate through the mountain range, and receives a restrained but sincere thank you from the senior, who keeps a close eye on the horizon. The assistant, arms crossed and with a barely noticeable smile, modestly waves off the praise, saying that he is only carrying out the orders of the courier, and passes the last word to others as a sign of the end of his mission. In the oppressive silence, the fat warrior with a grim expression silently clenches his fist, trying to contain the storm of emotions that flared up inside him after hearing this, and ponders what his next move will be. With a malicious determination, the young man with the earring looks at the camp with disdain, mentally cursing the Baek-woong clan and convincing himself that this time they will not be able to escape just punishment. His face is distorted by a malicious grin. Hatred is burning in his eyes, and a poisonous thought is pounding in his head. Kuryeon has bribed all the judges, and now Baek-woong will finally lose his protection. His clenched fist trembled with tension, and a thirst for revenge was brewing in his soul. As soon as the test began, he would strike the blow he had been waiting for since the moment of their humiliation. Suddenly, a loud roar of approach pierces the air, and both officials start, raising their eyes to the sky with alarm, in which lies a question that no longer needs an answer. The ground shakes with the pounding of hooves, raising clouds of dust as the riders rush forward, bringing with them a storm that is ready to pierce the silence of the camp with relentless force. The frightened adjutant turns sharply at the cry, and the other officials with anxious faces approach him, feeling that something is approaching that can no longer be stopped. Sweat pours down the boy's face, and he points with a trembling hand towards the forest, where a threat is brewing that could destroy the fragile order they have worked so hard to maintain. The next moment, the official, his eyes wide with shock, finds out who exactly is approaching and cannot believe what he sees, as if fate itself had decided to intervene in the course of events. The armed guards react with alarmed cries to the appearance of the horsemen, indignantly asking who they think they are and where they came from with such insolence. The camera pans down to the horse's hooves, and in the silence, the rider's menacing voice proclaims that this land is under the emperor's protection and everyone is ordered to retreat immediately. The warriors step aside in alarmed amazement as a horseman in a leopard cloak appears before them, whose shrill voice scornfully hurls accusations of insolence straight into the faces of his opponents. The guards freeze with wide eyes and beads of sweat on their temples, realizing that before them stands not just a stranger, but a man whose appearance can destroy the entire established order. Sitting calmly on a black horse, the menacing man with a sharp gaze declares that the entire land of Jejeong belongs to him and accuses those present of trespassing without permission, exuding confidence and absolute power. The figure on a black horse wrapped in a leopard cloak seems vaguely familiar to someone, and one of the spectators, amazed, recognizes in it Windstorm Jaguar, not understanding what he is doing here and why he is addressing someone as a younger brother. From beneath the alien's heavy cloak, a boot confidently steps, raising dust from the trampled ground, while a tense silence hangs over the arena in anticipation of the next step. With his eyes shining and his arms outstretched, he proudly declares that he learned of his brother's upcoming test and rushed over immediately, while around him there are whispers of confused people who do not understand who they are talking about. One of the officials, and a stocky warrior with ears reminiscent of an elf's look ahead in bewilderment, when suddenly a loud voice is heard from the crowd, calling for an answer if anyone can hear it. Surrounded by stunned onlookers, Jaguar greets the hero with a wide smile, calling him brother, and his unexpected statement sends a wave of surprise through the crowd. In the shadows of the trees, two men watch the approaching figure with concern, whispering that perhaps only the Hwanak clan can rival this man in strength, but even that is hard for them to believe. The fat man's face is tense, a dark aura swirls around him, and his astonished gaze reflects a mixture of shock and disbelief, as if a threat he didn't expect to see here had suddenly revealed itself before him. The two warriors look at each other in dismay, unable to believe that the mighty Jaguar could call someone so inconspicuous a brother, and the more they doubt, the more confusion grows in the crowd. Pushing aside the ranks of armed men, a tall man in a leopard cape stands in the center of attention, thundering his voice into the sky and eagerly searching for his younger brother among the confused faces. Yu Shin-woong greets the unexpected guests with playful confidence in his eyes, raising his hands in the traditional greeting gesture, as if to make it clear that his appearance here is not an accident, but part of a pre-planned plan. With a sly pride on his face and a wide smile, the fat man with intense eyes laughs loudly, reminding everyone that he is the one who controls the Jejeong Mountains and could not miss such an important event. The two men, facing each other under a bright sky and lush greenery, exchange calm but meaningful words. making it clear that the coming test promises to be more than just a spectacle, but a turning point for everyone. One of the elders, shocked and overcome with inner indignation, cannot believe his eyes. The brotherly bond between Yu Xin-wung and Jaguar seems like absolute nonsense to him, and watching their ostentatious friendship, he only purses his lips in indignation. The green-clad students mutter in surprise, not believing their ears. The news that Yu Xin-wung is Jaguar's younger brother sows confusion as the crowd around him buzzes, turning the young man into the unexpected center of attention. Someone is seething inside, gritting their teeth in anger, because everyone expected that everyone's attention would go to the Hwanak clan, but now the entire discussion has been reduced to Yu Xin-wung, and this causes not only envy, but also burning disappointment. When he suddenly feels the piercing gaze of the powerful Duak-chil on him, a cold fear pierces him to the very bones, words freeze in his throat, and the air around him begins to tremble with growing tension and hidden threat. The official, his expression tense, loudly announces the start of the test, trying to maintain strictness and control, although his voice sounds uncertain about what is about to happen. Against the backdrop of a clear sky where light clouds float leisurely over the horizon, crimson banners flutter in the wind, announcing the beginning of a test that will split into two paths, each testing the participants' fortitude, endurance, and strategy to the limit. In the open space, bathed in soft light, the clans erect tents and build camps, preparing to make a choice between defense and attack, a decision that will determine their fate in this ordeal. In the crowd of warriors gathered under the flags, the representatives of the Hwanak clan, with smug expressions on their faces and confident posture, demonstrate their numerical superiority, forcing the others to tensely reevaluate their chances before the upcoming battle. Rows of serious and focused fighters with massive shields stand shoulder to shoulder, choosing a defensive strategy, and each of them is ready to hold the object at the cost of his own blood, and if necessary, go on the offensive for an unconditional victory. At the head of the entire squad, the ominous figure of the confident commander from the Hwanak clan stands out, standing among his seasoned fighters with a cheeky grin, radiating cold-blooded determination and a ruthless readiness to crush anyone who stands in his way. The group of main characters with concentrated faces and confident gazes confidently walk forward, led by Yu Xin-wung in a light robe, each of them exuding strength, dignity, and determination to meet any threat head-on. The face of one of the enemies, distorted with hatred, half hidden in the shadows, tensely watches Yu Xin-wung, whom he fiercely envies, holding back a storm of rage and humiliation that is ready to burst out at any moment. A man in a leopard cape stands in the ranks of the clan, proudly crossing his arms over his chest and looking ahead with icy disdain, while the other fighters steal glances at each other, realizing that they have found the means to deal with the beast. But in this fight, they will have to cope without him. A sinister grin stretches across the face of a plump man against the backdrop of a crimson banner. His smugness is filled with cunning and a hidden threat, because he is not trying to follow someone else's path, but, on the contrary, is imposing his own game on everyone. Representatives of the leading clans of Hwanak, Kuryan, and even the Hwan sect stand in tight ranks, with cold looks and tense bodies, where behind the external calm hides a deep competition, pride, and a thirst to dominate the upcoming battle. An anxious anticipation hung among the ranks of the Hwanak clan, where each warrior clutched a sword in his calloused hand. Warriors seasoned in previous battles were ready to withstand any test if necessary, at the cost of their lives. Not a muscle moved on the judges' stern faces, but the accusation of corruption sounded like a bolt from the blue, because even the Jaguar of the Windstorm would not save where the rules had long been bought. Hiding a malicious grin, the man silently plans a treacherous murder under the guise of an accident, because he is sure that among the mercenaries, there will not be a brave man who can stand in his way. The judge announces the start of the test with a loud cry, and in his voice, in addition to the composure, there is an alarming echo of the future chaos that will soon engulf the arena. A piercing sound of a horn cuts through the air, gathering all participants into a single whirlwind of battle. It seems that even the treetops have shrunk in anticipation of a bloody storm. After the signal, the squad of fighters rushes forward, raising dust and cutting the air with their blades like a deadly wave, ready to sweep away everything in its path. The commander, with a desperate cry, orders preparations for defense, and his soldiers, wiping the sweat from their foreheads, grab their weapons, ready to meet the enemy face to face. The enemies rush forward with cries of rage, swords flashing in the air and their eyes burning with the thirst to break through any obstacle, destroying everything in their path. The squad with shields rushes forward against the backdrop of a blinding sky, cutting through the enemy ranks in a coordinated and furious manner, and a command cry thunders over the entire field. "Forward!" The sword cuts through the air with a dull roar, piercing the warrior's body, who only manages to scream before a stream of blood fills his chest. One of the opponents rushes forward with fury, striking from below with his sword, and the other, noticing the attack too late, only manages to instinctively jerk to the side. The battlefield is strewn with the bodies of fallen soldiers, their hands clutching at their wounds in convulsions, and the cries of pain and the roar of blades merge into a single symphony of bloody carnage. The judge recalls with concern on his face the oaths of the imperial family regarding the safety of the participants, but doubt has already crept into his heart. The atmosphere is too dangerous even for an exam. The field is shrouded in a bloody fog. The fighters are locked in furious clashes, and even those who were only supposed to be simulating a battle are now fighting as if their own lives are at stake. One of the officials notes with icy confidence that the AJU and Zhonghua clans have already received compensation for their losses, since the concession to Huanak was a foregone conclusion. Victory is only a matter of time and political will. One of the judges turns his head in mild surprise, noticing something that breaks the usual course of the battle, like a subtle crack in the mirror surface of expectations. The other officials also look around warily, and in their hidden glances, a disturbing premonition flashes, as if an unknown threat is gathering over the arena. The Huanak clan warrior, eyes wide and face twisted in a mixture of rage and fear, exclaims in confusion, not understanding why their power is suddenly losing its hold. The power emanating from Huanak binds entire ranks of enemies, and they, despite their numerical superiority, cannot move. Their bodies are pressed to the ground by an invisible oppression. In a panic, the warriors with the sign of the deer on their chests shout about their majority, but not feeling any support under their feet, they desperately rush forward, as if they themselves do not believe what is happening. Despair grows in the ranks of the other army. Even with spears and shields in hand, blows glide into the void, and horror comes with the understanding that not a single enemy can be killed. His face is distorted with rage, and his eyes are filled with hatred, as the enraged opponent tears Yu Xinwung's name from his lips, as if trying to curse the one who ruined their entire plan. The realization of the sudden change in tactics stuns the fighters, and anxiety pierces their ranks. The enemy has suddenly gone into an impenetrable defense, behind which a new threat is hidden. Doubt flashes in the eyes of the observer, although he recognizes the art of defending the enemy. An inner voice whispers that something is wrong here, because numerical superiority does not bring results. Confident Yu Xinwung, surrounded by the cold glow of necromantic power, smiles as if an invisible but indestructible wall has risen between him and his enemies. A neatly lined-up squad of skeletons with glowing eye sockets stands motionless, emitting a purple aura and creating a dead citadel right in the middle of the battlefield. With a thunderous cry of "Forward!" Yu Xinwung leads his undead army into a furious attack, turning defense into a deadly offensive. Amidst the chaos of battle, where orders thunder over the dust, one squad suddenly rushes forward, throwing up earth and blades to seize a target while the enemy is distracted. A warrior in armor with a deer on his chest freezes in surprise before his sword splits in half from a sudden blow, leaving him unarmed. Horror is reflected in the eyes of another soldier as a blade comes hurtling through the air from above, ready to strike him with inexorable force. In panic and confusion, one of the fighters exclaims, not understanding how the battlefield has changed so abruptly, and terrified that the Huanak clan may lose. As Kurin's group anxiously discusses the sudden change in circumstances, one of the warriors confidently states that if things continue like this, Baek Woon will definitely win, but another desperately objects that this is impossible. The Hwangsan clan members watch the action tensely, and one of them, gritting his teeth, shouts that Hwanek is beating Agu and Zhonghua on points, and the advantage in the battle is changing dramatically. In the whirlwind of a bloody clash, the sword rips through the air like lightning, and the enemy from the Deer clan freezes at the last moment, not even having time to raise his blade to defend himself. A sudden command tears away the curtain of silence, and through a dense wall of smoke emerges an army, rushing forward like a storm, ready to sweep away everything in its path. The commander, with a fire of determination in his eyes, orders to forget about clan intrigues and direct all fury to one goal, to crush Baek-un at any cost. The enemy army freezes in horror, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier that had frozen its movement and deprived it of the will to move forward. Shock and confusion gripped the soldiers who had just rushed into the attack. Their numerical superiority was crumbling before their eyes, without bringing the slightest success. The warriors try in vain to break through the defense, but the blows seem to be lost in the void, and horror grips their hearts, and not a single goal is achieved. The commander, his face twisted in rage, yells at his subordinates, hurling insults and orders, demanding an even more furious attack to change the course of the battle. In desperation, he shouts that anyone who surrenders will lose their head, and throws his people into the meat grinder like a madman who sees no limits to sacrifice. Meanwhile, Baek-un's warriors, gritting their teeth, hold on to their shields with all their might, feeling the full weight of the mad onslaught fall on them with every step. The heroes, exhausted by the endless pressure, begin to lose strength, and one of them, bent over and breathing heavily, whispers bitterly, "I can't hold them back any longer." In the heat of a fierce battle, a group of clan warriors, covering themselves with shields, hold the line with their last strength, and a voice in the hero's head whispers with shock that even Kuryeon and Hwansan are now among the attackers. Cheers of joy cut through the roar of battle as the men rush forward with raised weapons, breaking through a fresh gap in the enemy's defensive line. With a battle cry, swords flashing, the heroes rush into a frontal attack, crushing the front ranks of the enemy and furiously clashing with the defenders chest to chest. Hundreds of warriors in yellow robes rush forward with shouts, raising clouds of dust that, like a storm, cover the battlefield, foreshadowing the final wave of a furious assault. In the bloody chaos, one of the fighters in blue receives a crushing blow to the shoulder, the sword cutting into the flesh, and a grimace of pain and amazement freezes on his face. The warrior in brown, consumed by rage, plunges his sword into the body of his enemy, tearing through the flesh with a roar, while the fiery glow of the evening sky lights up the field. The pressure intensifies when the commander, striking a blow, loudly announces the collapse of the enemy ranks, and the fighters, inspired by the cry, rush into a new attack. A flash of scarlet light illuminates the blue warrior as he delivers a precise blow to the enemy's gut, pouring all his pent-up fury and determination into the move. The moment the enemy turns around in panic, the warrior shouts, "Now it's our turn," and a shadow of determination covers everyone standing behind him. A group of mighty fighters led by a woman with golden eyes rushes forward like a storm, sweeping away all living things in its path and turning the enemy's front lines into chaos. A golden glow cuts through the space as the woman crosses her arms with fierce determination, the deadly metal claws on her fingers glittering in anticipation of destruction. A powerful explosion of light and energy erupts from the center of the impact, and space shakes, flying apart, as if reality itself could not withstand the force of the onslaught. The opponents, caught in a furious wave, rise into the air, lose their balance, and fall upon each other, knocked down by an invisible but inexorable force. With a flourish of his battle fans, the green-clad master unleashes a deadly wave, breaking through the enemy formation and causing them to retreat in panic. The warrior's eyes widen in horror as a sudden blow knocks him off his feet, cutting off the cry frozen on his lips into a muffled scream of pain. A bald fighter with blazing eyes breaks through the crowd with fury, carrying with him a tornado of energy capable of scattering an army with just one onslaught. Amidst a hail of arrows, one of the fighters falls to the ground, pierced by several shots, and nearby, a desperate voice tries to shout over the battle to stop the merciless advance. The blind archer, blindfolded, calmly draws his bowstring, aiming an arrow into the thick of battle, as if he sees the target with his heart and not with his eyes, and in every movement he feels an unwavering confidence. A dark figure with a stern expression shouts a battle cry, and the cry echoes across the field, awakening in the hearts of the warriors nearby a determination to fight to the last. A dark aura thickens around the warrior with a cold gaze, and clutching a sword blazing with otherworldly energy, he freezes in a fighting stance, like a ghost of retribution, ready to split the world with one blow. The silhouette of a warrior in a black cloak freezes in the air, and a deadly stream of energy bursts from his sword, tearing the earth apart with a storm from which the enemies retreat in horror, seized by panic and despair. The mage's eyes flash with fury, and with a roaring cry he brings the blade down, releasing a wave of purple light that erupts from beneath his hands with the fury of a hurricane. The victims of the strike are thrown into the air, their bodies twisted in agony, and purple slashes of force cut through space, leaving chaos, screams, and trembling in the souls of those still living. The commander, his face distorted with horror, breaks into a cry for retreat, while in his mind one single question seethes: what kind of demonic force stands before them, crushing everything in its path? He watches in despair as Hwanak, Kuryan, and Hwansan suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of the incredibly powerful five-man force, whose rapid advance scatters their opponents like dry leaves in a storm. With a cold confidence on his face, Yu Xin-wung stands with his arms crossed, radiating calm and strength, while his inner voice firmly says that the enemies will not be able to move even a hair from his head. He calmly says a restrained, "Okay," and then, squinting, adds that there's no need to rush, demonstrating absolute control over what's happening and firm confidence in the next steps. His fingers suddenly close in a precise gesture, and the click that sounds in the silence becomes a signal for a powerful and irreversible action, as if the curtain is opening on a new, decisive phase of the battle. Yu Xin-wung, focused and unwavering, activates the powerful S-Rank ability Shadow Shelter, and a dark energy swirls around his body, creating an aura of invisible menace that makes space itself freeze. One of the enemies watches in a daze as his flesh crumbles into purple dust, not even having time to understand where the fatal blow came from. Everything disappears into the soundless darkness. Another soldier looks back with a cry of horror, but it is too late. The shadowy haze swallows his arm and half his body, leaving behind only emptiness and an echo of pain. Dark energy tears through the air, tearing it into black fragments, and a purple ribbon rushes through the field, leaving only destruction and horror in its wake. Streams of lightning attack cut through space like arrows of a storm, and the enemies in panic shouted that he was moving faster than the human eye could catch. The hero's eyes, illuminated by white light against the scarlet sky, glow with unbridled power, and his cold smile pierces the hearts of his enemies, like a harbinger of the inevitable end. A sudden shock flashes in Yu Xin-wung's eyes. His face changes in an instant, and confidence is replaced by anxious surprise, as if he saw something beyond the plan. With a decisive wave of his hand, he releases a destructive stream of energy that tears through space with a roar, bringing destruction to everything that dared to remain in its path. Against the backdrop of the night sky, the hero's energy blades rush forward, ripping through the darkness, while the enemy standing on the ground feverishly raises his weapon, unaware of the true scale of the impending threat. Rising from the dust clouds like a whirlwind, Yu Xin-wung stands before the enemy with unwavering determination, like a living wall of the Baek-wung clan, ready to crush anything that gets in its way. A sinister grin curls the lips of the older opponent, and the sword in his hand is slowly drawn, accompanied by resounding words of contempt, in which one can hear a mockery of the future victim. Shrouded in flashing lightning, Hua Sang-pa, nicknamed the Blue Storm, majestically approaches with sword in hand, declaring that he is now the strongest and the field is his. Yu Xin-wung finds himself in the very center of a ring of armed enemies, but he stands there, holding his sword with restraint, without fear, as if the entire threat was just an illusion, unable to shake his spirit. The enemy, His face distorted with rage, raises his sword threateningly, his gaze blazing with hatred, and every movement is filled with the intention of destroying everything in front of him. Yu Xin Wung, without flinching, calmly looks away with a slight irony on his face, as if he had just heard something so ridiculous that it wasn't even worth a response. His gaze changes abruptly when something strange causes internal alarm. Emotion breaks through the mask of calm, like a flash of lightning in a clear sky. Watching his approaching opponents closely, he suddenly recognizes familiar features in them, and the anxiety inside squeezes his chest, forcing him to tense up to the limit. With obvious irritation and a shadow of misunderstanding, he looks at the armed group, uttering sharp words filled with sarcasm, and at that moment the air seems to freeze with tension. A cheeky grin never leaves Yu Xin Wung's face as he stands confidently among the fighters, making a sarcastic remark about the shame that their actions could bring upon their own mentor. In response to the provocation, the older man's face distorts with anger and bewilderment, and gritting his teeth, he furiously asks what nonsense this impudent boy dared to speak. Yu Xin Wung spreads his arms with mocking ease, as if demonstrating his superiority, and at the same moment the enraged opponent rushes forward with a scream, unable to withstand his impudence. Jumping up in a fit of rage, he screams that the hero is humiliating the honor of the Namgung clan, unable to bear the ridicule of what for centuries was considered the pride of all of Anhui. With an unperturbed smile on his face, Yu Xin Wung lazily asks if the opponent really thinks he is the strongest in Anhui, while using a gesture to show feigned indifference and disdain. The enraged man grits his teeth, unable to contain his anger, and at the same moment he recognizes the insolent man as his old opponent, shocked by his composure and mockery. Exploding with anger, the opponent rushes into the attack, shouting threats and thirsting for revenge, while Yu Xin Wung remains calm and simply watches his useless rage. The enemy's face is distorted with hatred, and as he rushes forward with his sword, he suddenly receives a crushing blow that knocks him off his feet and throws him into the dust like a rag doll. With a slight, almost lazy smile, Yu Xin Wung accepts the challenge, allowing the enemy to play by his rules, as if everything that is happening is just entertainment on a boring day. Surrounded by enemies, the hero remains calm and steadfast, while the opponents, having closed the circle, with heart-rending cries of despair rush into the attack as if driven by their own fear. Yu Xin Wung's eyes flash with a cold gleam and a scarlet glow, heralding the awakening of a power that could change the entire course of the battle in an instant. One of the enemies raises a sword, blazing with green flames of energy, preparing to deliver a crushing blow, while the protagonist, soaring high into the air, remains in absolute control of what is happening. A powerful vortex of energy erupts from the sword of an enraged enemy, who rushes forward with a battle cry, spilling waves of furious green power across the field. The young man's eyes glow with a fiery red light of rage, and the blade of his sword, sparkling in the reflections of lightning, rushes straight at the enemy, embodying uncontrollable anger and determination. A bright flash of lightning tears through the sky and crashes into the ground, sending up an explosion of blue flames that shakes the area and causes enemies to recoil in terror. A warrior with a tense face and wide eyes looks up at the sky, while next to him, a sweaty, confused comrade asks anxiously if there was an explosion, trying in vain to comprehend the scale of the impending disaster. Another fighter, confusedly stretching out his hand with a sword, assumes with horror that the epicenter of the explosion fell exactly on the place where Master Bluestorm was, and behind him, warriors stand in a daze, paralyzed by silent shock. A sinister smile blossoms on the face of the wily man, and wiping the sweat from his forehead, he whispers about the long-awaited Bluestorm, as if anticipating the beginning of the destruction that will cover everything like the predicted storm. The beaten and exhausted fighter breathes heavily, but a frightening guess emerges in his thoughts. Everything that just happened is nothing other than the return of that very blue storm, about which ancient legends circulated. One of the enemies, Falling to his knees with his face distorted by fear and hatred, lets out a desperate cry, with the last of his strength ordering the death of the mysterious enemy who had destroyed their superiority with one blow. The defeated enemy lies on the ground with eyes wide with horror, not believing in defeat, painfully realizing that this is the end, and no one will save him from his fate. Yu Xinwung stands among the scattered bodies of his enemies, calmly holding his sword, with the sky cut by lightning in the background, and in his thoughts he thinks quietly but confidently, "I hit the target right on target." A glow of electrical energy outlines the figure of a warrior, clutching the hilt of his sword with focused determination, and in his silence lurks a silent question. Why me? The hand, clenched in fear, goes numb on the hilt of the sword, emitting a purple glow, and a panicked thought flashes through the enemy's head. What the hell is he? The calm and confident hero stands with his sword raised, staring at the enemy who has fallen to his knees, and in silent surprise, he hears a mental cry. How could he repel the attack? Filled with rage and purple fighting energy, the enemy, with a mad expression on his face, calls the hero a devil and, hysterically shouting that he will no longer be able to repeat his tricks, rushes into the attack, driven by despair. Carried by a flash of lightning, the 12th Twilight Sword trembles in the hero's hand, releasing unimaginable power that eclipses the very fabric of reality with its light. With a slight smile on his lips and a sword in his hand, he looks down on everyone, as if he already knows that his power is capable of destroying everything it touches. Mad with rage, the man rushes forward screaming, hoping that blind rage will overcome the fear that is rooted deep inside. In the midst of the battle, the swords of two warriors collide in a crushing blow, and an explosion of energy tears through the air, and a single thought pierces the consciousness. Is it worth revealing your true strength to the enemy? One of the fighters, with a desperate and furious cry, raises his sword above his head, intending to deliver a decisive blow with the full weight of his body and hatred. At the moment of collision of two powerful streams, the aura explodes in a blinding flash, crushing everything around, and one of the fighters falls to the ground without strength, while the other remains standing with a tired but triumphant look. Surrounded by flashes of electrical discharges, Yu Xinwung rushes towards the enemy with indomitable power, piercing the enemy's chest with lightning speed, as if the thunderstorm itself had descended on the battlefield. With a cry of despair and rage, the wounded man, pressing his wound with a trembling hand, screams towards his opponent, his face distorted with pain, hatred, and refusal to accept his own defeat. In response to the insult and in the agony of anger, another warrior soars into the sky with a sword above his head, wanting to deliver a fatal blow, in which the thirst for revenge burns, filling the sky with scarlet light. Having risen into the air, the hero falls down with inhuman speed like a punishing thunder to finish the fight and immortalize the glory of his clan. Yu Xinwung's face lights up with a magical light, and his gaze burns with determination as he says the name of the 12th Twilight Sword technique out loud, filling the air with a powerful aura. His hand tightly grips the hilt of the sword, around which electrical energy swirls, and the name of the technique, Form 5, is heard across the field, like a harbinger of the coming strike. The youth, like the voice of the storm itself, soars his sword to the sky, and the thunderstream flares up around him, blinding lightning flashes down, splitting the earth and air with the fury of the elements. The warrior in the leopard cape, arms crossed over his chest, with an involuntary smile acknowledges the power of what he has seen, not hiding his respect for the art of lightning-fast technique. Standing in the crowd with a stern expression, he assesses what is happening and calmly says that all of this is just the result of one blow, hinting at the truly terrifying level of skill of the hero. Blinding flashes of divine power tear through the skies as the elder brother silently approaches his fallen foe, who stands frozen in awe before his majesty. The smoke slowly clears over a field strewn with bodies, where every warrior of the Hwanak clan lies defeated, destroyed by one crushing blow. With pride and unwavering strength, the hero stands under the bright sky as a voice rings out across the arena. It is his younger brother, and his triumph is just beginning. Yu Xinwung, His eyes wide in shock and his fingers flickering, looks at his hand as if trying to comprehend the power he just unleashed and the destruction it brought. The hand, through which the remnants of lightning energy still run, trembles in the air, until the hero realizes that even without revealing his full power, he erased everything around him. Against the backdrop of a blazing field strewn with bodies, a figure with fiery red hair freezes in silent shock, seeing before him the hell created by a single swing. The guy with a confident look clenches his fist, feeling that he has already reached the level of a real warrior and thinking about how else he will show his strength. The ground is littered with fallen bodies, emitting residual discharges, and one of them shudders with a final hoarse breath. One of the wounded enemies reaches out to the sky with a trembling hand, begging for mercy, while chaos, death, and the knowledge of the end reign all around. The battlefield is littered with the bodies of fallen warriors, lying in disarray among the dust and broken weapons, like a silent testimony to the destructive power that has befallen the Hwanak clan. A phrase full of cold admiration escapes the mouth of the armed man with a thick beard. He finds what is happening fascinating, as if he is watching a performance created personally for him. Seated majestically on his throne, draped in a leopard skin cape, he recalls the previous battle, acknowledging that even then the enemy's skills were frighteningly skillful, and now they have become a true threat. Surrounded by soft light and shimmering particles of energy, he looks forward thoughtfully, clutching his sword in his palm, realizing how quickly his younger brother has risen in his fighting prowess. With a mockingly confident look, the bearded warrior in a leopard cape prophesies that the rest should start worrying, because the real battle, according to him, is just beginning. Although the smile on his face expresses genuine joy for his brother, there is a slight hint of rivalry lurking deep in his eyes as he stands in the glow of his aura, connecting the past with the present in one intense gaze. The warrior lies motionless with a glassy gaze, and behind him, almost merging with the shadow, the leader of the enemies hides, holding his breath in a deadly silence. The leader of the enemy clan kneels among the fallen, his hands shaking as he leans on the ground, fear and guilt weighing heavily on his chest. Under a bloody sky, the battlefield has become a cemetery, where among the dead with the symbols of Hwanak lie the bodies of all who tried to resist. The panic-stricken man's eyes were frozen with the realization that their faith in victory had been shattered by the merciless force of the enemy, leaving only fear. Looking out over the field strewn with bodies, the man, his chin trembling and beads of sweat on his face, silently whispers how all this could have happened, unable to comprehend the scale of the tragedy that has just occurred. The survivor's narrow eye, glistening with fear and sweat, suddenly widens as a strange voice pierces the silence of the dead field, breaking the ominous peace after the massacre. Standing under a cloudless blue sky, Yu Xin-wung watches with a slight grin as the surviving enemy's back trembles, realizing who wiped out his clan with one move. Trembling with fear and retreating back, the man kneels before the young warrior, whose back, turned towards the viewer, seems to press with a silent demand for submission and the surrender of all the treasures of the family. Under the bright sky, holding his sword on his shoulder and not changing his cold expression, Yu Xin-wung looks at the enemy with disdain, as if deciding whether he is even worthy of torment in hell. Eyes wide and contorted with panic, the man retreats screaming, gripped by a primal terror of the inexorable force that had destroyed his clan and was now coming for him. Leaning back in fear, the clan leader raises his hand, his eyes wide with despair, begging for mercy, while Yu Xin-wung, with cold determination, slowly walks forward with his sword, carrying out the inevitable retribution. With a scarlet aura of anger and retribution, Yu Xin-wung, with a maniacal smile and a glint in his eyes, raises his sword for the final blow, leaving no doubt that there will be no mercy. A face filled with fear and despair, and a piercing cry from the last of his strength, tearing the air, a futile attempt to stop the swift and inexorable approach of fate. In response to the unexpected intervention, Yu Xin-wung's eyes instantly narrow and his gaze becomes intense as he abruptly turns towards the new source of threat. Against the backdrop of a clear sky, a group of warriors led by a stern man with a sword appears between Yu Xin-wung and the frightened clan leader, whose arrival changes the balance of power in the tense scene. Upon recognizing the new arrival, the leader, who had just been on the brink of death, begins to smile blissfully, hoping for salvation, as if he had just been given a second chance at life. Choking with relief, the leader, recently humiliated on the battlefield, rushes hopefully to his new ally, confident that his appearance means the end of danger. Yu Xinweng, with a smug smile, calmly listens to the threats that the Kuryan clan will allegedly take revenge for the insult, but his indifferent expression shows absolute confidence in his own strength. A cheeky smile distorts the fat man's face as he excitedly approaches his comrade, unaware that in his mind the latter considers him absolutely useless. His cold gaze narrows as a firm determination takes hold in his mind. He can no longer passively watch what is happening, even if it goes against his instructions. Looking into the eyes of his opponent, he understands that he must fight Yu Xinweng with grace, demonstrating strength through outward condescension, because everyone's attention is focused on them, and every careless step can cost him dearly. A focused gaze of cold determination pierces the silence as a stern and powerful question rings in his head, filled with inner strength. Does he hear it? Yu Xinweng freezes in the middle of the crowd, standing out against the background of worried faces, because a distinct voice that does not belong to anyone present disturbs the peace with the thought of what kind of voice it is and where it comes from. In the darkness of his consciousness, a vision of himself appears before him, where he calmly, almost solemnly, responds to an inner call, acknowledging, yes, he is Yu Xinweng. An uneasy silence fell over the crowd of excited students watching the duel, as someone whispered in confusion that they were unable to understand what was happening before their eyes. Puzzled observers noticed that the two opponents have been simply staring at each other for several minutes without saying a word, causing surprise and tension among those around them. The man's face, pale with fear, shows confusion as he, realizing that he had not heard a single word, is overcome with inner horror and asks himself how this is possible. The hero, with a cold smile on his lips, does not take his eyes off his opponent, and in the depths of his thoughts, a surprised question arises as to why he has not struck yet, because he had many opportunities. The other man, his lips pressed tightly together, slowly turns his head to the side, and his piercing gaze shows alarm as the only thought that is brewing inside him is that this is some kind of devilry that goes beyond comprehension. His lips barely move when an inner voice sternly and mercilessly warns that if he goes against the established doctrines, he will not escape the death that awaits everyone who dares to violate this order. Against the backdrop of a sky illuminated by light, the raised hand seems to capture the moment, giving a command or establishing new rules of the game that are about to change the course of events. One of the leaders raises his hand up, stopping all action, and his gesture radiates the power of an order that requires no words and instantly attracts attention. The terrified and enraged man turns to the crowd, shouting with despair and rage, demanding that they kill Yu Xinweng, while the others just look at him silently, overcome with doubt. The fat man's face freezes in mortal horror as he shouts the order, "Kill him immediately!" But the soldier's gazes remain blank, and his voice is drowned out by an alarming silence. Yu Xinweng, in his white cape, calmly approaches the trembling enemy, who no longer looks brave, and fear and remorse can be seen in his eyes, and this walking silhouette seems inexorable. Stopping in front of him, Yu Xinweng lowers his sword down, and with a cold smile says that this is just a test, and he did not want unnecessary bloodshed, while the frightened fat man only stretches his hands up, howling from powerlessness. The hero looks straight ahead with a serious gaze, expressing the ominous thought that if something were to happen to his enemy, it could easily be written off as an accident, causing the air around him to tremble with a hidden threat. The enemy's face is distorted with horror and despair. His eyes roll back, his mouth opens in a mad scream, and he begs for mercy with all his might, sensing the inevitable end. The moment before the blow, the hero, with cold determination in his eyes, rushes forward in a flash of power, scattering the air with his sword, shining with an uncanny light, as if time itself had bowed before his attack. An explosion of blood darkens the entire space, like a brutal culmination of fury released from the blade without a drop of regret. Night falls over the roof of the illuminated house, in the tranquility of which the echo of recent turbulent events still trembles. A grim official with a serious face announces that after the destruction of the remaining clans, only 2 places remain, setting the stage for a new stage of the competition. The official officially announces the results. First place went to the Baek-un clan, and second, contrary to expectations, to the Hwanak clan, recognizing their strength and the unpredictability of the outcome. From the top of the stage, a high-ranking official stands before Baek-wung and his companion, overcome with shame for the defeat of the Hwanak clan, which should have been the first, but is forced to acknowledge Baek-wung's triumph. Against the backdrop of tension, the official's pursed lips are shown, mentally tormenting himself with the question of what to do now, since the sudden victory has turned the entire political situation upside down. Yu Xin-wung, addressing the confused observer in a calm but firm tone, politely asks to listen to his request, causing slight surprise among everyone present. Smiling with easy confidence, Yu Xin-wung folds his hands in reverence and offers his condition as a reward for first place, demonstrating a hidden determination and foresight. In the silence of the night, amidst the tranquility of the dark forest, through the half-open windows of the illuminated building, an approving confession sounds. The decision taken is considered truly wise. The hero confidently explains that he no longer intends to feud with the Hwanak clan and sees no point in competing with Kuryeon, since his true goal is to take over Duak Cheil's squad, which leaves the enemy in mute amazement. With a smile that conceals a strategic calculation, the hero directly asks if Kuryeon's goal is to take first place, hinting that the alliance is beneficial to both, and suggests combining interests for the sake of a common victory. A sinister smile spreads across the ally's face as he looks away approvingly and declares with a promise in his voice that he will never forget his new partner's generosity. The 2 men stand side by side on the wooden floor of a spacious hall, and the hero announces with a slight smile that the Baek-wung clan will lead the leaderless squad, as if the decision was as natural as breathing. A man in a yellow robe, looking ahead with concentration, walks next to the hero, their gazes meeting in a tense atmosphere of respect and unspoken agreement after the dialogue just completed. The protagonist's smile slightly curves his lips as he politely says goodbye, hiding his distant but carefully considered intentions behind the subtle words of farewell. Under the glow of the full moon palely breaking through the clouds, the hero's inner voice is drowned in bitter silence. The gratitude that should have become a bridge turned into a deaf loneliness. In the silence of the hall, an indignant voice is heard, bouncing off the walls and filling the space with the pain of betrayal. Someone considered an ally suddenly struck in the back. The elder, with a stern gaze, sits on a throne in front of the flaming trellises, demanding an explanation from the man bowing before him, as if expecting an account for a crushing failure. He falls to his knees and beats his hands on the floor in despair, screaming that his son has been killed, finding neither consolation nor forgiveness in this bitter loss. A huge man with a face distorted with rage and tears in his eyes screams that the Yu Xin-wung clan was let off scot-free despite all the sacrifices on their part, accusing them of treason and blatant injustice. The venerable elder, with an icy, piercing gaze, coldly asks him who he thinks he is to think that the death of one person was worth sacrificing everything in an attempt to stop a demon that could destroy everyone. Kneeling, the father of the fallen man looks up with trembling and pain in his eyes, and the elder's words sound like a whip. With indifferent cruelty, he calls his son a fool who was unable to pass the test and finish the fight with dignity. With a contemptuous confidence in his voice, the elder explains that he sees no point in feuding with an ally, forcing his interlocutor to swallow humiliation for the sake of political gain and long-standing ties to the Baek-un clan. Rage and humiliation cloud the man's face as he can't believe he just heard words that tore through his pride, and only one thought is clearly pulsating in his head. He called my son a fool. The man in green, falling to his knees in despair, tearfully accuses his interlocutor of heartless cruelty, shocked by the ease with which he breaks the union that was for him a stronghold of honor and faith. He foams at the mouth and shouts at the old man, unable to understand how he, who belongs to the respected faction of Mount Huang, can remain silent and indifferent when warriors who gave their lives for the common cause die. The old master, illuminated by the soft light of the shelves of ancient scrolls, looks down silently as the man, his voice trembling, begs him to respond to the pain and loss that is tearing at his heart. Standing in deathly silence, the grim elder with a stern gaze looks wordlessly at the one who fell before him, and his silence finally destroys the last hopes for justice. Shocked to the core, the man, his eyes wide and his temples sweating, winces with tension, not understanding why his cry of pain remains unanswered. Against the backdrop of a blazing sunset, the elder sits motionless on his throne, as if carved from stone, and before him kneels a humiliated warrior, desperately seeking an answer to why his suffering is being ignored. Gritting his teeth in impotent rage, the man trembles, looking at the floor, sure that everyone around him is plotting against him, and this feeling burns him from the inside with poisoned resentment. A clenched fist, shaking with rage, presses into the fabric of the carpet, while a wild thought flares up in his head. He was betrayed, left for dead, and now they think they can get away with it. Jumping up from his knees, he starts shouting, pointing his finger forward, and angrily declares that he will not give the enemy any peace, as if he is passing a sentence that can no longer be changed. Overcome with despair and fear, he rushes forward with a scream, threatening to reveal the true face of the leader to the world, not realizing that his scream sounds like the final chord of his own death. In response, the leader's eyes flash with uncontrollable rage, and reality itself seems to distort around him, foreshadowing an imminent explosion of power. And at that very moment, a chilling horror appears on the enemy's face, paralyzing the mind, because he understands that he has just crossed the line beyond which there is no mercy. Covered in sweat and blood, his face distorted with pain, he falls to the floor, spitting out black liquid, unable to contain the agony tearing him apart from within. Seeing the blood spreading under his hands, he realizes in silent horror that there is no way back, not believing that death is already breathing in his face. From the heights of the throne, like the arbiter of fates, the leader coldly humiliates the enemy, calling him an insignificant bug, and the enemy, suffocating from below, feels how his lungs are compressed under an invisible weight. Clenching his fists and biting his lip, covered in sweat and anger, he whispers through his teeth that only mercy kept him from executing this insignificant traitor who dared to raise his voice. Emerging through the oppressive silence, the stony-faced master of the hall mercilessly delivers his verdict, promising that anyone who wished to see the end will soon see it with their own eyes. The cold voice that sounded behind him makes him shudder, and the purple glow of power slowly fills the room, reflected in his eyes with a premonition of imminent punishment. With shock and horror in his eyes, he clutches his mouth, trying to hold back a scream as the sword with a threatening aura approaches his throat, and the merciless gaze of the executioner already tastes the bloody massacre. An ominous shadow looms over him as the stern-featured man with swirling darkness around him calmly says that his power is more important than the lives of his students and warriors, showing complete disdain for their fates. Panic-stricken, he breaks out into a scream, bursting into pleas for forgiveness, admitting his mistakes and begging for his life to be spared, realizing that punishment is already approaching inevitably. A man with a wild look and a face distorted with fear, surrounded by a black and purple aura, desperately begs for mercy, promising to forget everything that happened, just to save himself from death. On the face of the older warrior, covered with scars and traces of past battles, a frighteningly calm, animalistic smile appears, in which one can read the determination to finish off the enemy without the slightest mercy. Immediately after this icy grin, a deafening splash is heard, and dark, bloody splashes fly around the room, like a brand of inevitable retribution that has fallen on the one who dared to challenge. In the rays of the bright sun, the majestic clan building opens its gates again, as if welcoming the birth of a new era after the storm that has been experienced. The young man, with a serious look, folds his hands in a traditional greeting gesture, respectfully responding to the warm welcome and mentally preparing himself for a fateful conversation. A young man in light clothes, with a slight smile on his lips, asks his opponent if he decided to appear today, standing next to a wooden cart in the stone courtyard of the Great Hall. His face moves closer to the frame, and with a mischievous glint in his eyes, he recalls the previous agreement to complete the tasks for second and third places, as if casually emphasizing the mutual benefit of the alliance. A man with long dark hair and a narrow face and profile proudly replies that Curian never breaks promises, demonstrating honor and loyalty to his word. The young man in the light robe bows gratefully before his ally, acknowledging that it was thanks to his support that the princess's things were delivered, and in the glow of this successful mission, he is convinced that he made the right choice. Focused and serious, he shares his conviction that their clan would never have completed this task so flawlessly, because they would not have been able to guarantee the safety of the imperial relics. An ominous shadow hides behind the face of the ally, and in his thoughts a mocking monologue sounds. He considers the young man a naive fool, who, having succumbed to fear, himself gave them such a profitable opportunity. With a calm smile and a confident gesture, the guy puts his hand to his chest, preparing to take the next step, arousing the interest of his companion, who stops in surprise, not understanding what will happen next. The young man, holding a parchment in his hands, hands over a letter with cold politeness, and his interlocutor accepts the gift with caution and slight bewilderment, not realizing the meaning of this gesture. He solemnly calls the letter a small gift for the leader of Curion, although in the depth of his intonation one can sense a hidden purpose and political subtext of a diplomatic game. The young man holds out a scroll of hieroglyphs with a slight smile, casually asking about the other's intention to go to the Soka Mountains, as if hinting that there is now a good reason for this. The elder's gaze, in which one can read distrust and restrained tension, is accompanied by a silent reaction to the words about facilitating the mission as a sign of internal doubts and hidden skepticism. The document is carefully passed from hand to hand with gratitude against the backdrop of a quiet courtyard, and in this simple gesture lies a confirmation of the alliance, an acknowledgement of the value of the gift, and a hidden subtext of the agreements. A man with a cold smile, sitting astride a horse, turns over his shoulder and with feigned confidence utters parting words, as if blessing a path he himself does not believe in. Yu Xinwung looks back at him with concentration and wishes him to be careful on the road, but in the depths of his gaze there is a discreet warning, as if he already has a premonition that everything ahead will be far from easy. Having exchanged polite phrases, each goes his own way, hiding his true intentions behind a mask of smiles and formal politeness. Against the backdrop of a bright sky and the hubbub of the departing procession, the protagonist stands calmly and unwaveringly, watching the others leave the square, as if considering his next most important step. One of the warriors, turning to the hero, addresses him with warning words, advising him not to be too self-confident, and his voice does not sound hostile, but rather anxious respect. Smiling but revealing the venom in his words, the squad captain, Tiger Lord Chu Ran Chang, speaks his mind with disdain, wondering how anyone could be afraid of someone he considers a pathetic coward and worthless person. Turning his head to the side, the man with long hair says with barely restrained surprise that it is difficult to believe everything that happened, and wearily asks to be left alone, as if he wants to hide from his own thoughts. Standing at the top of the stairs, the protagonist says with icy determination that one day they will destroy their enemy, but for now they are forced to endure his farce, hiding their real goals behind a mask of calm. The hero's face is covered with a confident, slightly mocking smile, behind which lies a carefully calculated superiority and inner strength, inaccessible to the gaze of those standing in front of him. In the pouring rain, a caravan of wagons and soldiers comes to a standstill on a narrow mountain path when one of the escorts exclaims to the captain in despair that they can no longer continue on their way. Against the backdrop of flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, frightened soldiers with faces distorted with fear begged to stop, because every next step on the slippery ledge could result in death. Despite the horror that has gripped everyone, a sharp order is given to move forward, and under the roar of falling stones, the squad is forced to submit to the will of the commander, risking their lives on the edge of the abyss. The soldiers run out in panic to meet their commander, calling out his name with anxious cries, desperately trying to convey news of the threat looming from above. The captain's face is distorted with fear and confusion as, amid the roar of thunder, rain, and panic, he wonders in horror what is really going on here. Rocks fall from a height and rush down with inexorable speed, and someone from the squad screams in despair, realizing the scale of the disaster. It is a landslide that can bury everyone. Huge chunks of rock whistle from the sky, and people rush to the sides in panic, saving their lives from the sudden rain of stones. Amidst the chaos and horror, a man with his hair piled high stands frozen, watching the approaching shower of stones and thinking bitterly about how promising it all began. One of the warriors, overcome with despair, looks at the boulder flying straight at him, realizing that their mission, entrusted to them by the Imperial House, is turning into a disaster. Amidst the screams, panic, and the storm of falling debris, one soldier looks back with a face distorted with horror, watching his comrades disappear under the rubble, and in his head there is only a bitter thought. They just wanted to raise their status. The officer's face is distorted by panic and despair, and against the backdrop of the bloody sky, a silent cry of "Why?" is heard, filled with the pain of loss and a cry to an unfair sky. In an empty field where only wet stones and the remains of a destroyed road remind us of the tragedy, an ominous laugh and a mocking phrase sound through the night silence. The landslide really was no joke. Sitting on a rock ledge in the pouring rain, Yu Xin Wung watches the aftermath of the tragedy with a barely noticeable smile, noting that even great masters are unable to withstand the fury of nature. Standing with his back to the dead, rocky landscape, he calmly asserts that what happened was not his fault, calling the disaster with cold confidence the deadly landslide. Pushing off the boulders with ease, he quickly soars into the sky, thinking about a possible reality where Baek Woon and Kuryeon would have gone on this mission together and perhaps died together. The camera pans down to his feet, where water is trickling down as the voiceover sums up, Kuryeon survived, but Baek Woon suffered catastrophic losses under the rubble, paying too high a price. Among the rubble and blood, where lifeless hands and bloodless faces stick out from under the stones, a cold thought sounds. Without the support of Kuryeon, it is now almost impossible to restore the clan. Standing among the wet rocks and ruins, he acknowledges with a thoughtful look, it was his intervention that changed the course of history, and although the disaster still happened, its consequences were completely different. Glinting with poisonous green energy, his fingers close in a magical gesture, and his inner voice bitterly admits that for the sake of victory he had to sacrifice first place. Completely consumed by the flow of dark power, he stands unwavering in the midst of chaos, allowing the deadly energy to fill every cell of his body, content in the thought that he has destroyed his enemies without leaving a trace of suspicion. With shining eyes and a calm smile, he is surrounded by shimmering streams of dead souls that quietly circle around him, confirming the activation of the ability to absorb the energy of the fallen. Powerful streams of purple mana swirl around the space as the system announces that the 5th circle has been reached, SS-Rank skills have been unlocked, and a year's worth of spiritual energy has been absorbed. The hero watches the light emanating from his hands with a satisfied smile, feeling a surge of strength after the ritual, and coldly says that the small matters are now over. Slightly surprised, he turns his head to the side, sensing something strange as the silence after the storm still holds the world in an uneasy darkness. The hero, stopping in the rain, suddenly notices a bright golden flash breaking through the wet ground, like a treasure that has been patiently waiting for its owner. His lips stretch into a satisfied smile as he quietly whispers "found," as if confirming that the long search has finally led to the reward it deserves. Sitting down next to the glowing object, he says with a half-smile that he almost forgot about this important thing, as if only now he realized its true value amidst the chaos of events. Contemplating the reflection of the precious finish on the surface of the box, the hero admits that only this radiance allows one to see how masterfully and subtly it was created. With a smile that belies both cunning and determination, he holds the golden box in his hands, remembering another version of the future where it was this artifact that saved the Allies from the wrath of the imperial family. Against the bright daytime sky, the building rises majestically with its red and black beams and exquisite cornices, silent proof of its affiliation with a powerful organization. Upon hearing the shocking report of the death of the entire detachment, the commander's face is distorted by a mixture of horror, sweat, and despair, as if the full weight of the disaster had fallen on his shoulders in an instant. Listening to the report against the backdrop of a purple sunset, the man asks a stern question about the mission's progress, though the worry lurking in his gaze betrays his inner unease. An explosion of emotion overwhelms the older man. He furiously orders that the missing cargo be found immediately, and in every word of his commanding voice, one can feel the seething anger. Stunned by the answer, he freezes in confusion, catching a shadow of doubt in the eyes of his subordinate, and impatience is instantly replaced by anxiety. The servant, kneeling and without raising his eyes, with reverent submission reports the wrath of His Majesty, hanging over everyone like an inexorable thunderstorm. With fear distorting his features, the elder exclaims that 2,000 soldiers have already been dispatched under the leadership of Geum Yi Wei, realizing the full depth of the impending disaster. His trembling hand convulsively clutches the edge of the seat, and one frightening thought is pounding in his head. The imperial family is already aware of what is happening. Panic fills his gaze, sweat covers his face, and the realization comes with suffocating clarity. Even immunity in Murim will not save him from retribution now. A column of horsemen rushes along a forest road, raising clouds of dust, and the rumble of hooves echoing in the treetops foretells the approach of force. The stern and imposing Geum Yi Wei in the glittering armor of the Blue Dragon Sword Squad leads the army with his head held high and an unwavering gaze. Behind the closed gates of the palace, an oppressive silence reigned, as if waiting for the army that was approaching to burst in and disturb the fragile peace. A mighty horseman in heavy armor leads the army, his focused, unwavering gaze silently reflecting the tension before the moment that could change everything. In the spacious hall, where the lights of the lanterns flicker softly, the solemn announcement of Gim Yi Wu's arrival sounds, and it seems that the air itself contracts in anticipation of the next words. The official, with a cold face, silently listens to the news, briefly answering that he understands everything, hiding a surge of anxiety and political wariness under his restrained tone. Covering his face with his hands, he tries to calm his excitement, but his trembling fingers and heavy breathing reveal his confusion before the meeting, which could change everything. A helmet with a coat of arms and a horse's tail, resting on the floor, silently testifies to the change of circumstances. Behind it stands the back of a warrior, ready to finally enter into a long-awaited conversation. Two men who haven't seen each other for a long time clasp hands in an atmosphere of respect and sorrow, one noticing how haggard the other has become, remembering how much has happened since they last met. Gim Yi Wei, bowing his head in suppressed shame, admits his guilt and speaks bitterly of the shame that hangs over him due to the events that threatened everything he believed in. The official, with a stern expression on his face, announces that although Curian did not take first place, they were given a task equal in importance to victory, and this causes surprise and wariness among those gathered. With bitterness in his voice, he throws to his interlocutors. Now he knows who they really are, and in these words one can hear betrayal, disappointment, and broken faith. The senior official, his head bowed deeply, sits at the table in front of Geum Yi Wei, as if trying to hide his shame and admit his guilt before the emperor's powerful envoy. His face is tense and shadowed as he admits, his voice breaking, that the Curian squad paid for the mission, and the admission opens a festering wound of corruption that can no longer be covered. Geum Yi Wei's determined voice, breaking through clenched lips, menacingly announces that the emperor is giving only 7 days, and the weight of these words makes the interlocutor shudder with fear. Under the threatening gaze of the envoy, who realizes that his position hangs by a thread, the final warning sounds, "If the princess's property is not found within 7 days, punishment will befall everyone, both the guilty and their patrons." After these heavy words, the military leader turns around and walks away, and in every movement of his one can feel the inexorable determination and hidden cruelty of a man accustomed to power and retribution. Almost at the exit, without turning around, he throws out a short, cold word of forgiveness, which sounds not like forgiveness, but like the last nail in the coffin of a fallen authority. A man in a dress hat, with a downcast gaze and a heavy expression on his face, sits at the table, mentally tormented by remorse and a desire to explain everything. But the burden of guilt silently presses on his shoulders, not allowing him to raise his eyes. Against the backdrop of a dark sky, a soaking wet old man holds out his hand with the amulet, realizing that the stranger's palm now holds the last hope for saving his daughter. With his fingers trembling and his heart clenched with fear, the man clenches his hands on the tabletop, feverishly trying to find an answer to the agonizing question of what he should do now. The man lowers his head with a worried expression on his face, clasping his fingers in a gesture of despair, not knowing how to defend himself from the pressure that is slowly but surely crushing his mind. After reproaches and suspicions, he, barely holding back tears, whispers to himself on the floor, "Did Kurion's squad really buy the mission? And if so, the consequences will be devastating." Suddenly, a young warrior with disheveled hair and a confident look appears behind him, and the surprised official, hearing his voice, turns around sharply, and his wide-open eyes freeze in silent horror and shock. Struck by the hero's unexpected appearance, the official, with a tense expression on his face, squeezes out a surprised question with difficulty, not understanding how he could appear at such a fateful moment. The young man, with a confident look and a commanding smile, bluntly declares that if he really wants to save his daughter and the Kurion clan, he is now obliged to unconditionally follow his every order. In a spacious room with warm yellow light and an image of a dragon on a scroll, the protagonist sits at the head of a long table, gathering allies for a council that can change the entire course of future events. The stunned official, barely containing his excitement, admits that in reality everything is much deeper than he dared to show before, and now it is no longer possible to hide the truth. The hero, with a confident fire in his eyes, tells us that their late leader foresaw the development of the situation and left them a path along which they can act without hesitating for a moment. When someone suspects them of involvement in the landslide, the hero calmly and firmly denies it, trying not to sow unnecessary panic among those gathered. With a slight smile and irony in his voice, he asks how a person can control nature at all, skillfully masking the true meaning of what he said. The young student cheerfully admits that he only studied natural laws through martial arts, and his companion looks at him with surprise and slight distrust, catching the hidden sarcasm in his words. Laughing and smiling, the three present support the joke, diffusing the atmosphere and enjoying the charisma of the hero, who inadvertently raises the fighting spirit of all those gathered. One of the advisors brings up the topic of the Hwanok clan, and Yu Xin-wung, leaning over the table with a focused look, replies that the situation has changed dramatically in the last few days, although it seemed stable just recently. In a tense silence, another council member bitterly reports the death of Duak Chil and his father, who was killed by the leader of his own faction, adding that Kurion troops have already been dispatched to the scene of the tragedy to investigate. The hero, with restraint and confidence, denies rumors about the disintegration of the clan, explaining that it is only a matter of a change in leadership and not a loss of power or influence. Pointing out the recent reshuffle, one of the advisors notices that Secretary Yang Ji-oh has become the interim leader, and at that moment, Yu Xin-wung watches the faces of those present, trying to catch any hidden reactions. The man has a wary expression on his face, his head slightly bowed, his voice full of hints that he has clearly noticed something strange, and his eyes sparkle with an anxious premonition of impending danger. After the call for explanations, the tension increases. The hero learns that for an unknown reason, all the funds of the Hwanok clan were suddenly transferred to the treasury of the Hwangsan Franco, causing a wave of surprise and unspoken distrust among those gathered. One of the men asks in surprise about the faction's treasury, and an anxious silence falls over the room. Everyone's faces begin to guess that there is a serious reason behind this, which until now had remained in the shadow of intrigue. A barely noticeable smile appears on Yushin Wung's lips, and in that single word, one can clearly hear not only irony, but also a hidden threat, as if he foresaw the outcome of the next step in advance. With cold determination in his voice, he says that the fate of the clan has been placed in the hands of the faction in exchange for their silence, and the words fall into the silence like a heavy stone into still water. Realizing the scale of the conspiracy, the young man points out the disturbing similarities between Huang San's actions and the force that once swallowed up dozens of clans without a trace, causing a wave of whispers and uneasiness in the room. One of the warriors tries to find some light in what is happening, naively assuming that faction control could be a good thing, and expresses hope that the clan will now be given time to recover and gather strength. But the hero sharply rejects this thought. His voice becomes firm and stern now that the clan depends on someone else's will. One must be vigilant because the real tests are just beginning. With a determined look, full of faith in his own rightness, the young leader calls for taking advantage of a rare chance to crush the worst enemy and forever change the outcome of a long-standing confrontation. Fear and bewilderment flashed in the eyes of those present when they realized that they were talking about the Huang San faction, and the revelation shook the hall with a wave of anxious guesses and dull fear. Looking confidently at his allies, the hero declares in a raised voice that the time has come to reveal the truth and finally name the real enemy whose actions cause the world the greatest pain. The three warriors look ahead with alarm in their eyes, and one of them exclaims in confusion that it is Curian in front of them, wondering how their allies could suddenly become accused. Gathering all his inner strength, the protagonist calmly says that from the moment his father died until he gained power, things happened behind the scenes that it was time to bring to light. The elderly man with black and white hair's face twists in shock as he realizes with horror that the faction leader was only able to stay in power thanks to his close alliance with Curian. The hero, with a serious and unwavering gaze, declares the faction's search on the mountain to end in 6 days, and then with icy confidence proclaims the upcoming battle with Curian, ready to put an end to their influence once and for all. The warrior flies back with a scream, his face frozen in surprise and pain as the blade pierces his chest, spraying blood and drawing a scarlet arc through the air. In the blinding light of day, like a menacing omen of war, the figure of an armed commander with a piercing gaze raises a spear above his head, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Against a backdrop of black flames and crimson light, the curved blade of a spear, dripping with fresh blood, gleams ominously, and a voice full of rage sounds from the shadow of contempt. A warrior in shining armor with a blade-like gaze throws out a loud challenge, asking if his opponents are afraid to stand in the way of the imperial family, and every word he says thunders like a clap of thunder. The ranks of guards with raised swords waver between duty and fear, and the one shouting the order to clear the way tries in vain to calm the panic spreading in their eyes. A pale, exhausted hand convulsively touches the ground, as if holding back a storm within or preparing for a decisive action in the pre-storm silence. A silent pause hangs in the air as the warrior's pursed lips and determinedly raised chin against the bloody sunset speak louder than any words. With a wicked glint in his eyes and tension in every muscle, the warrior in gilded armor throws his arms out sharply, as if challenging the very vault of heaven. The atmosphere takes on a formal and ominous tone as the general, standing before the stern old man in the flame-filled hall, bows his head respectfully as he reports the critical news. Maintaining a deathly silence, the old ruler with a cold gaze and tightly compressed lips studies his opponent, radiating imperturbable authority and inflexibility. Recognizing the enemy as an old foe, the general shouts his name with a furious expression, as if reviving memories of old battles along with a new threat. Shrouded in a fiery glow of anger, the commander in the scarlet helmet casts a murderous glance at the enemy, a glance full of fury, ready to crush all who stand in his way. Realizing who is standing in front of him, one of the officials begins to tremble with horror, mentally pronouncing the name Wu Shizun, and realizing that in front of him is the very embodiment of imminent death. Standing before a powerful old man in luxurious clothes, a warrior in golden armor angrily declares that he is the strongest in all of Murim, and his fame as a fighter in the Imperial Army has long since become an indisputable truth. With his face pressed to the floor in a deep bow, the terrified man greets the Emperor's golden army with a trembling voice, hoping to appease the legendary warlord Im Seok-jong. The cold-faced military leader sternly accuses the clan of illegally holding a monopoly on carrying out imperial orders for 10 years, undermining the trust of the throne and violating the established order. Raising his spear to the level of the bowed man's head, he angrily demands an explanation, exclaiming that such skilled warriors could not have allowed such a tragedy to happen without intent, and his eyes blaze with righteous condemnation. Maintaining an outward calm under the onslaught of accusations, the elder explains with restraint that the tragedy occurred due to an exchange of instructions, hiding the alarm in his voice and trying his best to avoid a fatal mistake. The warrior's rage reaches its limit, his eyes wide with anger, when he realizes the absurdity of his opponent's justification, which seems to him a defiant mockery of common sense. Raising his weapon, the general is unable to contain his indignation and shouts out an accusation, while the elder, with unperturbed dignity and firm insistence, asserts that he is speaking only the truth. Looking ahead confidently, the man explains that the exchange of tasks was agreed upon immediately after the end of the test, and offers to personally check the documents if there are any doubts. The commander, with a stony face and clenched jaw, in tense silence realizes the truth, and finally, with amazement and fury, says that before him stands the one he has been looking for so long. The pages of the ancient book rustle in his fingers, revealing one secret after another of the past, each of which serves as new evidence capable of dispelling any doubts. Stunned, he turns to the side, trying to digest what he has heard, and the man behind him, with a barely noticeable mockery, calmly asks what conclusion he has come to now. The man, with a tense, piercing gaze without looking away, throws out a phrase in which, behind the stern confidence, a challenge can be heard. If so, then he is innocent. The lips of the mustachioed warrior furiously pronounce the sentence, and the word 6 days sounded like a countdown, behind which lies the thread of time slipping away like sand through fingers. Turning to the crowd, he announces the deadline, because if the princess's treasure is not found within 6 days, he will grind their honor into dust, even at the cost of his own. But the elder's calm voice sounds confident that this will not happen. The man in combat armor turns away, hiding his emotions under the hard lines of his helmet, and demands that any personal feelings be excluded from the investigation, as if trying to maintain not only justice, but also power over himself. The elder, with the veins on his neck exposed, turns sharply at the sudden noise, his eyes flashing with anger, and his body freezes in tense anticipation of a new threat that has broken the fragile calm. The hero's clenched jaws tremble with suppressed rage, and although he does not utter a word, his clenched teeth barely hold back the storm that is bursting to escape. A flash of rage tears through the elder's chest, and he crashes down on the floor, pouring out onto the ground the accumulated indignation born of pain, powerlessness, and insulted honor. Silence falls upon the room as the elder slowly walks forward among the broken furniture, leaving behind him a silent trail of destruction, like a reflection of the storm in his soul. The young warrior asks anxiously what they should do now, but in response he only hears the ominous message to prepare for the worst, spoken with a grin and icy determination. The scarred man's sinister grin and narrowed eyes betray his cruel intent as he orders all traces to be destroyed, the background behind him seemingly ablaze with bloody heat. The dull thud of the instrument crashes into the ground, raising clouds of dust, and this sound becomes a sign for the beginning of a desperate and dangerous search. Among the mountain cliffs, in an exhausting rush, a group of people with hacked faces and sweat on their temples frantically dig the earth, fulfilling a stern order to find the princess's relics at any cost. The enraged commander, with a menacing voice, demands that the exhausted workers dig deeper, ignoring their fatigue, because the pressure increases with each passing minute, and his patience is cracking at the seams. Under the scorching sun, covered in sweat, the men hammer their picks into the rocky ground, knowing that their fate hangs in the balance and depends on whether they find even a trace of the princess. In a deep hole, the diggers gathered, silently and with trembling hands, raking the earth, because each of them knows that if they fail, the punishment will be such that it is scary to even think about. Drenched in sweat under the merciless sun, the warriors who were forced to dig bitterly whisper about their humiliation, feeling not like soldiers, but like moles digging holes instead of fighting. One of them, looking at the dusty soil with longing and hopelessness, admits that even if they find the princess's relics, it will not stop the imperial fury that thirsts for blood. Meanwhile, the overseer, with an evil grin, thinks that these stupid lazy bones are not even capable of digging properly, and each of their clumsy attempts only irritates him more. Feeling the increasing pressure of circumstances, the man with a darkened face clenches his fists, because in case of failure, he will lose not only his authority, but also his place in the sect, which he glorified at any cost. The gaze directed at his white-knuckled hand reflects anxiety, because the unfulfilled task for the day of the meeting gnaws at him from within and pushes him to take decisive measures. Watching the exhausted diggers, he shouts out an order with irritated authority to speed up, because there is catastrophically little time left before the deadline, and the stakes are too high.